Welcome to day 2 of competition live from El Sunzal for the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. My name is Sam Bleakley and I have the great honor of being joined in the commentary booth by Hawaiian Megan Godinez from one Pacific paradise to another. How does it feel to be here?
It is amazing to be here. So good morning, everyone. And excited for day 2.
And highlights from yesterday, great start to the competition.
Amazing. The waves were firing. Everyone was on point. They were ready to go. Day 1 was full of excitement. So I think day 2 is going to be really good too.
And the energy out there this morning, have you bumped into any competitors who've had a free surf this morning?
I haven't had a free surf this morning. I let everyone kind of just do their thing and let them practice. I know exactly what it's like to be a competitor that wanted to just get things ready. So gave everyone their space, but everyone looked really good out there.
And increasing swell, it got pretty good last night, got bigger. I had a surf, I got cleaned up by a few sets. I still got a lot of salt water in my sinuses.
I saw that. There were some pumping sets that even came into that black buoy. We might have to move that buoy over into the channel. So
but a great day ahead, Megs. We've got the rest of women's round 1. We go from heats 10 through to 16. We kick off with South Africa, American Samoa, Chile, Guam, and then we'll move into men's main round 2, and then women's main round 2, and then we'll move into the repêchage, that first round 1 repêchage for the men, which is that opportunity for the surfers who've come 3rd and 4th to stay in the event, as we can see the Rainbow Nation of South Africa there on the sand, because Roxy Davies is out there in the water. And for me, Roxy Davies really symbolizes the brilliance of the movement of the ISA. So I recommend everybody staying tuned in online at isasurf.org and follow all the action on social media at ISA Surfing, because the biographies of this international caliber of men and women, 67 men, 61 women here, 39 nations, 129 athletes represented, record-breaking stuff for the second back-to-back World Longboard Surfing Championship here at El Sunzal, the 6th event in 6 years that the ISA have hosted for world titles across SUP, junior, shortboard and longboard. And you can follow the ISA and become part of that wider network of incredible work that the ISA do through coaching, through certification of instruction, through all of the grassroots movements that they support that are coming to fruition at this event right here.
I know, very exciting stuff what ISA has put on, so we'll see with day 2.
And current conditions there, that southwest swell increasing. We're going to see maybe some 7-foot faces on the bigger days, a 3 to 5 foot swell, but it remains quite long period. We've got that tide coming in through the day. How will that high tide affect conditions with the tide currently low and pushing up, Megs?
Well, I think when, you think of the high tide, it's water pushing in, right? So that's also going to bring those bigger sets that come in. So the girls and guys need to be aware of that high tide. And I think as it sucks out, it will be getting tricky in that shore break. So it should be interesting stuff.
And this is 20 minutes. This is the heat. Roxy Davies from South Africa, Sive Gerard, based in Hawaii but representing American Samoa, Javier Felix from Chile, Minami Kramer from Guam. Out in the free surf last night, Minami was absolutely charging. She represented Guam here last year. I saw her family yesterday evening, and I know that the Guam surf community are tuning in, cheering on Minami. But Roxy Davies is in the red singlet for South Africa. In the blue singlet is Sive Gerard, a fantastic surfer from American Samoa. But up and riding right now, it is Javier Felix from Chile with a nice overhead wall there as the birds just fly by, and that hooter kicks off. 20-minute heats, top 2 waves count each ride, scored out of 10, and a quick start for our surfer in green, Megs.
Yeah, very exciting stuff as she works her way onto the inside, just navigating this incoming high tide, it seems like. Kind of pumping just to get down to the face of the wave. And
it feels like that was just up before the start of the horn.
Yeah.
So a little bit apprehensive there, you know, maybe a little bit of nerve shining through for Javera there, the daughter of Pancho Felix, who is the training coach for physical fitness for the Chile team. So her first time longboarding here at the ISA World Longboard Championship, but an accomplished shortboarder as well. As we can see, Sive Gerard, toes on the nose there. Nice roll of the 5, walks back, looking strong here, riding a new board there. Have you got the opportunity to look at her new Luffy?
I have not, but I know that she's been on some town and country boards from Hawaii, and these Luffy boards are looking really good under her feet.
And often rides the Michael Takayama board as well. She spent a lot of her life in Oceanside, so was commonly seen there at Oceanside, surfing beautifully on those Michael Takayamas. She's bought her trusty red Michael Takayama, but this is a brand new board, a Luffy, and it's looking good as Sive works through to the inside. As you can see, that nice wall ahead, locks the 5, gets the quick 10, walks out cleanly, kicks out. I know that her parents are going to be on the beach giving that a cheer. Strong start for the American Samoan.
Yeah, and also her family back in Hawaii. I believe she has 5 siblings from a big family, and they all surf, and they're all very talented surfers. I always see her and her sister Lucy out in the lineup at Lonnie's, their favorite wave. So, yeah, first good wave for her.
So Javier Velis, her wave won't count because she stood up before the horn went off, but Sive Gerard there, that's going to be a nice score. It will set the scale, and this is that moment where that first score that the judges drop, it then is a benchmark for the rest of the heat. But the judges have the opportunity to reset those scales on each heat.
Right, exactly. As we see this replay with Sive, she's this beautiful hang 5, midline trim, just working her way around that whitewash, really reading this perfectly with a lot of foam on the surface. As you know, that can get very hard with all those air pockets that foam creates. So beautiful rounding cut back, nice setup, and she's just feeling herself out, right? It's getting those nerves out for that first heat.
Yeah, I saw Sive competing at the single and unattached at La Union San Juan in Mona Lisa Point, and she was a real standout, but she also had a great run in this event last year, making it all the way through to the equivalent of the semi-finals. Of course, we have the Repêchage final, the main round final, and then the grand final. So terms like quarterfinals and semi-finals, it's more about rounds, Repêchage round 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Main round 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you're losing track, I really recommend just looking around the ISA surfing website to really appreciate the way that the Repêchage can take you all the way to a grand final and the chance of a medal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a victim of that, which is a great thing to be, because that gives you that second chance. As we see red up and riding Roxy Davis.
Roxy been training here every morning, every evening, traveling with her son Daniel, and of course Roxy from South Africa, from Muizenberg, does incredible work with her Roxy Davies Foundation. I'm not sure, Megs, if you've had the opportunity to look at Roxy's work, but it's really game-changing.
Yeah, and that she has a PhD degree in disability studies in the Department of Health and Rehabilitation Sciences from the University of Cape Town. She seems like she is a busy woman, and to be able to represent her country here in El Sunzal is pretty amazing.
Yeah, and 9 times national champion. There's a 10-year-old son, Daniel, waving the South African flag. Daniel has been out free surfing in the morning with her mum, and it's been great to see that relationship between mum and son, and the way that she's here training for the competition, but also empowering her son to have the opportunity to get familiar with a new break and keeping eyes on him whilst also finding good waves for herself.
Yeah, I think as a, being a woman, and I'm not a mother, but having that maternal instinct, it's almost like that's a part of surfing. When we paddle out with the younger generation, we're constantly telling them, go for this one, so yeah, I'm excited for her and her son to be here.
Manami on a big drop there, bounces off that wave, surfing for Guam, so she will drop a score. Sive Gerard for American Samoa kicks off with a really strong 5.17. As we can see, Matteo, our Spanish broadcaster there, he's just getting a little social media clip. Matteo doing a fantastic job on the Spanish broadcast. So if you are a Spanish speaker, you can flick between the two. You can listen in English, you can listen in Spanish. We have a great team bringing you the live production here. But with 14 minutes 45 seconds, it's Sive who's got a really nice start to this heat, Megs.
Yeah, she is definitely setting the standard, and that's a good thing about being first heat. A lot of the times is that you create that standard. You set the judges to really start looking at those intricate footwork, that really high up nose rides. So yeah, exciting heat ahead of us with a 5.17 for Sive.
And there we go, Guam represented. What a fantastic surf culture. And of course, this is quite nice with Guam, American Samoa. You've got kind of real kind of Pacific culture represented here, which of course, as a Polynesian, as a Hawaiian, there's a lot of synergy with these Pacific cultures.
Yeah, it's funny. We end up kind of gravitating towards each other, and we're, you know, we're a race of many of all humans. So we're really welcoming. They're really loving, and yeah, you can almost spot out who's from an island. It's really interesting.
So, Sive, a student of the University of West Oahu, studying a major in political science. She also worked at the airline desk as well at the airport there for a while. So she got a good bit of insight into kind of the dynamics and the secrecies of how to get those longboards on flights. But talking of surf travel, massive events coming up. Of course, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, May 3rd through May 12 at La Bocana and here at El Sunzal. And of course, later in this year, in September, we have the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in Copenhagen, Denmark. And it's great to see representation from Denmark here. We saw Alex Wolfers there looking really stylish yesterday. He impressed you, the Danish longboarder in the men's division.
Yeah, he did. I was very impressed with you know, especially from being there and just anyone who surfs in a wetsuit most of the time, and a 5 mil, 6 mil wetsuit, to be able to come here and really adjust and acclimate themselves to it is pretty impressive.
And we've got a European coming up. We've got Masha Trietsch, who lives now in Côte de Basque in Biarritz, but represents Germany, and there she is on your screen. Also works as a yoga teacher, and we can see there a perfect example of a bit of a yoga warm-up there. The synergy between yoga, Pilates and surfing has become a big feature for surfers in the last 10 years.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely started to do it, and I saw the improvements in my surfing, in my stance, in the way I felt. So I think it's really important, even with that just an everyday kind of stretch. I think that's really important.
Sive Gerard out there in the lead with a 5.17 for American Samoa. Roxy Davies kicks off with a good score, that 2.33. It's a good score relative to those low scores that have come through for Guam in Chile. Javera, Felix there with that 0.2, looking for that backup score. Minami Kramer for Guam. She kicked off with a good wave, but was bounced off on the bottom turn, so it came in just at a 0.37. But you can see Guam surfer Minami paddling for this wave. Beautiful wall ahead. Stands up, nice high line. 2 steps to the middle of the boarding, accelerating with that trim speed. Cross-stepping back to the tail, now taking a higher line, getting that lock of the 5, pulling in for a tight nose ride on the 5, and then opening the stance for a down carve, and then just staying nice and poised, coming to the top of the wave, and then stretching out for an increased trim speed up at the front of the board, and then putting that board on rail once again. As you can see, even the size of the waves through the inside section, a full overhead wall for Minami. So she is going to get a strong score on the board to add to that low scoring 0.37. As we can see, Javera for Chile. That wave just dying out a little bit on her, but it will be her second score.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I think Minami's wave, that was a smart move on her with 10 minutes left, needing a solid score, and I think that having her work her way to that inside, getting those quick 5s, that little tap of a 10, would be a pretty good score for her, I think.
So I know that Pancho Veliz will be cheering on his daughter Javera, but up and riding right now with her son watching on the beach. It's Roxy Davies from Cape Town, weaving, climbing, looking like she has a really nice wall ahead. Already kicked off with a 2.33. So Roxy Davies, of course, running the Roxy Davies Foundation, an incredible non-profit to deliver ocean-based experiences for young people around South Africa, and she founded the Surf Imperium Surf School back in 2002, which has really grown to be one of the best surf schools in the whole country. As you said, she has a PhD in physiological counseling, and that really does kind of celebrate that not only has she got the 9 national titles, and she's also got this incredible academic career, but she's represented her nation in a number of disciplines, SUP, shortboard, and she's also worked not only as a coach for the South African national team, but also a manager. So Roxy Davies is perhaps one of the most accomplished water women here at the event.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, she, 9 times South African surfing champion. She's a shortboarder, longboard, sub. She's quite the woman entrepreneur. Has her own sunscreen and sun apparel protection company called Ocean Freedom. So, and also that Roxy Davies Foundation that aims to affect meaningful change in people's lives by improving their mental and physical well-being. So she's busy and also has a beautiful son, and he's here waving that South African flag, so proud of his mom.
Absolutely, and a great team, Sam Christian and Busizozi for South Africa representing the men. Go on the ISAsurfing website and follow the biographies of all of these athletes. And Buso is fantastic. He's got a great story. The first time he's traveled on an aeroplane, and did a huge crowdfunder to get the funding to come here. So we see Sive Gerard on the 5, quick touch of the 10, holds that 5, great drone clip demonstrating how tight in the pocket she is on that long lock nose ride with control. The level of difficulty of that nose ride blew me away just then. It was committed, but she stayed poised. She pulled in the tight 5, got a quick 10, and now she starts to move into that rail work, demonstrating that this is a woman who could go all the way to a final, Megs.
Yeah, and she's the only one representing American Samoa, so it's going to be very interesting with this score. She is committed. She is so dedicated. I know that she, even back home, she trains boxing, so I mean, I'm a boxing coach as well, so it also helps with the maneuver of your body, with connecting the top half of your body with the bottom half. So it looks like it's going to be a good score for her.
And that's a really interesting analogy, boxing, because one thing I associate with boxing as well is footwork, the light-footed movement. And how useful is that boxing training for the footwork of longboarding?
Well, the first thing I tell everyone is with boxing, there's no cross step. Don't ever cross your feet. But with surfing, always the cross step. But the maneuver of throwing, like, say, a left hook is very important, because it's kind of rounding out to do a nice big bottom carve. As we see here, Roxy Davies setting a perfect example of that.
Nice opening 5, walks out of that 5 and does a beautiful carve, goes in for another nose ride with good footwork, again back on the rail, nice clean wall ahead, takes that high line, 2 steps, increasing that trim speed, locks into a nose ride, cross steps back to the tail, and then again nice carving, smooth rail work, in control. This is a really strong ride for Roxy Davies. She's looking to replace that 1.0, and you feel like this might be the highest score of her campaign so far, carrying that 2.33, Megs.
Yeah, I believe so, especially with her arm opening up and really directing her weight and shifting her weight to do those really beautiful back turns. So yeah, should be good score for her.
Yeah, and she's been out every single dawn patrol, early, first light, so she's put in a lot of hours here at El Sunzal. As we can see, Javiera Feliz from Chile, up and riding, looking to replace that 0.2, drops a really good score of a 3.03 for her best wave as this wall stands ahead, as she gets that 2 steps, goes low, 4 steps, stretches towards the front and just widens her stance there in the middle of the board, good trim speed, and then just coming off the bottom here to get a couple more cross steps, looking for that nose ride opportunity. But you can see that wave starting to steepen up and accelerate towards the inside, but she's staying in control, and she will replace that 0.20. She only needs a low score to move up into second, but we're still waiting for that last score for Roxy Davies, which I think is going to be very strong.
Yeah, this was a good exchange of waves, demonstrating, top to bottom turns with this swell coming in. It's not as big as yesterday. It seems like it is slowing down, but I think that is due to the low tide, and I think as the tide comes in, the waves will also come in. But yeah, it was a very good exchange from all our surfers.
Team USA there, Rachel Tilley, Kevin Scavana, they both put on a fantastic performance yesterday. Rachel Tilley got a really beautiful heat. She really, to me, looked like a favorite for gold with the way she started her campaign yesterday. There was not only variety, there was also that confidence, a surety, someone at the top of their game with a board they're feeling really connected to.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Minami here for Guam, taking this really beautiful set wave. Nice bottom turn, but just gets unhinged, trying to get back into that whitewash.
Put that board on rail beautifully there, but you can see actually afterwards this was one of those waves that's just starting to kind of mush out a little bit on the shoulder. So Hopefully she's got time to get another strong score. 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Scores have come in. Javera Vilis from Chile has dropped to 3.27. So temporarily she's moved up into first position, but the judges will be studying those long rides on those video replays from Sive Gerard for American Samoa and Roxy Davies from South Africa. If Roxy gets a 3.35, she moves back up into second. If Sive gets a 1.13, she moves back into first. You would anticipate that there will be a change of situation when scores come through for South Africa and American Samoa.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's like the great thing about these replays and the judges really taking their time to deliberate the decision, because this is, there's medals on the line for this, So I know I would love for them to dissect every part of my wave that I would catch, all the way down to slow motioning on those high line nose rides, making sure all my 10 toes are over there, not 9. But yeah, so it's a good thing that these judges are deliberating.
And boom, Meg, Sive drops a 7.0, so she moves into a commanding lead with first priority and up and riding. Nice mid line there, 4 steps up to a 5, locks on that 5 with a big overhead wall, cross steps with 6 clean steps out of that nose ride, and just puts that back foot over the fins and does that nice down carve and gets that footwork back in for another nose ride, and then just keeps that board in trim and then readjusts her line at the top of the wave. A little rebound off the white water, as you can see her really reading the wave. Look at the body language, the way she's looking around to see, is this a section for nose riding? Yes, it is. I'll walk to the nose. Is this a section for turning? If it is, I'll go back to the tail. A great demonstration of looking ahead and working the wave, staying in the pocket and reading what the wave demands.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that has to do with a lot of the versatility of waves back home in Hawaii. I see her surfing at Laniakea, I see her surfing at Chan's, I'll see her surfing at Haleiwa, I'll see her surfing on the west side at Makaha, where she's from. So I think that having that training ground is really important and really a big advantage for her.
Yeah, absolutely, that versatility, and also the years she spent in Oceanside in California being able to surf those waves. As we can see, Minami chasing a score of a 2.97, still waiting for Roxy Davies' last wave, which will likely change the situation, but Minami on a nice, clean, smooth face. All of the other competitors will be excited to see these conditions. Yes, it's big, but it's very manageable on longboards. That's the beauty of El Sunzal, is even when it does get big, it's one of South America's and Central America's most friendly longboard point breaks, because it never gets too heavy. It always has that open, playful face.
Yeah, absolutely. And being out there for the past couple of days, I felt it. Even there was a couple times I've seen sets coming in, and your instinct is to paddle to that channel, and I'd get there and I'd realize, wow, that wave actually stayed open. I didn't have to paddle all the way over here. So that's why a lot of the girls and guys will be sitting very deep, because they know there's that opportunity for those waves to stay open.
Big contrast to Pichilemu in Chile, which is that big, heavy left-hander that hosted the Pan American Games last year in 2023, which is the home spot of Javera Vilis. But she's now slipped into third position because Minami has moved up into second, dropping a 3.0, but Javera up and riding. Nice stretch cheetah 5 there, coming back out of that posture at the front of the board with some shuffling there, so didn't cleanly walk out of that. How important is that cross-stepping in and out of the nose rides for the judges to really take those scores up into that higher range, Megs?
I think it's very important. I mean, cross-stepping is you shifting your weight from foot to foot. Shuffling, you can stay center and really just kind of almost cheat your way back, but that cross-step is really crucial. And when you can master that, it becomes this very beautiful, effortless look when you're walking to the nose.
But an important ride for Javera Vilis from Chile, because the heat has finished. So we will wait for the judges to drop that score, but they're still waiting to drop the score for Roxy Davies, and this was right at the buzzer, so this will count as she just climbs and drops and gets a nice rail carve there. And her third score, which we're still waiting for, I feel is going to make a big impact and might well put her up into second position, and this could replace that low score that she got, a 2.33 right at the beginning of the heat, because she's working this wave really nicely, cleanly off rail through this midsection there, standing tall, looking for the opportunity to bring some variety with a little cross step turn there, setting a little stall here. There's the footwork, 2 steps, stretches out for the 5, and walks out of that nose ride, and waiting now for 2 scores for Roxy Davies, 1 score for Sive Gerard for American Samoa. So it looks like Sive is in a comfortable position in first. Roxy, for me, I feel like she's going to move up into second when those scores come through, Megs.
I think so too. She's got those beautiful, almost progressive turns that she has here as we see this replay. She is up, beautiful turning, just trying to work her way to find a section to get up to that nose, and here it is. Good read. Now, has she nose ride at that section, I think it would have been very tricky because there was a lot of bubbles on the face. There was a lot of foam, so that would have really caught her off balance. But good read here, just working her way onto the inside. Really, at the last second, you really got to milk those waves, right?
And a 4.33 comes through for her 3rd ride, so it does put her up into second position. So as it stands, Sive Gerard for American Samoa takes the win. Roxy Davies for Team South Africa in second position. Minami Kramer for Team Guam stays in 3rd. And Javera Veliz for Chile stays in 4th. Fantastic performance for Guam and Chile, but what a buzzer beater for Roxy Davies to make it through second place, and fantastic performance as well for Sive Gerard. So that action is kicked off in style, surf fans. It's a pleasure to have your company today, but we got a lot of heats to get through, so stay with us because we'll be right back for heat number 11 as we continue this main round 1 of women's live from El Sunsal, El Salvador.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship as we kick off a brilliant heat. This one is absolutely stacked. Caitlin Mickelson, Team USA, Coral Bonilla, Team Mexico, Masha Tretch, Team Germany, Honolulu Bloomfield, a multiple world champion, Team Hawaii, but up and riding right now on your screen, it's the Southern Californian Caitlin Mickelson, straight up to the tip for a second nose ride, locked in the pocket. Really get the evidence from that drone clip how deep that nose ride was. That critical section of the wave, close to the lip, under the lip, behind the lip, those are the most difficult places to get the nose rides. As we can see now, Caitlin Mickelson on rail, sweeping, swooping, beautiful surfing, back up for another lock of the nose ride, walks out cleanly with good footwork. The physical therapist there setting herself up with a speed section as that pocket rises, and what a great start for Caitlin Mickelson. Megan Godinez.
Yeah, beautiful surfing as always from Caitlin. Growing up in Carlsbad, it really helps having Cardiff, which is, I feel like, is pretty similar to this wave. It can be, so I think that's a big advantage for her.
Absolutely. 3 times North American WSL champion, a doctor of physical therapy, and student of a Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology in California State, graduating back in 2012, and a winner of the Mexi Log Fest, second on the WSL World Longboard Tour when Lizzie Steinreide won in 2010, and of course your good friend Sis Kalia Moniz, of course, it was then her turn to win her world title.
Yeah, that was an exciting time. That was when we were all on tour and traveling together. We were in China and all over the place. And here we are with a replay from Caitlin, really reading this wave. You see how she's almost at a high line reading that, and you can tell she was really in that pocket because she had to make all that work to get around the section and really get past that whitewash so it wouldn't swallow her and take her out. But good read on her, beautiful carving turn. And you see how she just moves her back foot just to turn. And that's just an easier way to shift that weight. Here, leaning on that turn, really reading that, because if she overturned that wave was really steep. So that would have maybe buckled her off. Here we go for a full rounding cut back. Setting up and kicking out right before it gets pretty dangerous in there. So good call on Caitlin.
One word that springs to mind watching that is flow.
Very flowy. She's always been very flowy.
Brilliant surfing from Caitlin Mickelson. So we'll wait for that score to come through, but we got some big names in this one. What about Honolulu Bloomfield for Team Hawaii?
Yeah, fun fact, her full name is Tehere La'akea Kai Honolua Bloomfield. Tehere meaning in Tahitian means the love, and La'akea Kai Honolua means the sacred light from the Sea of Honolulu, with her mom being from Maui and her dad from Honolulu on the North Shore. Great, amazing surfers. Dad was also on tour back in the day with Kolohe Andino's father. And her mom
Dino.
Dino.
Dino Andino.
Yeah, and her mother, amazing surfer. Anything that whole family, her brothers, her sister, One, HJ, Kula. Kula is an amazing cowgirl now.
Wow, what a family.
Yeah, so they got all the parts of the land covered, from land to sea. The boys are great fishermen, so keeping the family tradition alive.
Absolutely, and looking to make a statement here for Team Hawaii, but kicking off in style, representing USA, Caitlin Mickelson drops a near excellent score, a 7.83, but up and riding right now. Is it going to be an opportunity for a Hawaiian? No surfers taking that wave, so a small score for Honolulu Bloomfield. For Hawaii just gets a 0.50, obviously for just in and out, probably popped up, looked, decided to kick out. But let's go down to the sideline on the glass, because Ben Way is with the winner of our last heat, representing American Samoa, is Sive Gerard.
Good morning, Sam, Auntie Megs. Here we have representing American Samoa, Sive Gerard. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was super fun out there. I was able to score a few good waves, so I was pretty stoked.
Yeah, so last year you were here with your sister Lucy. I guess she's in school now?
Yeah, today she has to work on her final. It's due tonight. So she's back home trying to get that A in the class. Yeah.
Well, you got an A in your heat, and you got a new board that Luffy designs with the Kai Salas fin in there. I noticed that the fin's all the way up in the box. Is that where you normally place it, or did you kind of move that to kind of make it easier at the high speeds that you're moving?
No, I usually have my fin right there 'cause it's easier for me to churn. Sometimes, like when the fin's bigger, it's hard for me to churn. So I chose that fin for that reason. Yeah.
Well, it looked really buttery out there. We've seen a little bit more size. I know you probably got a free surf yesterday. Did you feel any difference in the water?
Yeah, I think the waves are better today, a little cleaner. So that was really good. Yeah.
Right on. And do you usually surf when it's kind of pumping in Makaha when you're there?
Oh, yeah, with my sister and my brother. It's always fun out there. So I was super stoked to come here because it's kind of like back home. So it's been really fun.
Excellent. Well, great job. If you want to say hi to your brother and sister and anyone at home, we can finish with that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Lucy, Jonah, Juju. Oh, and my other sister, Eva. Thanks for supporting me. It's 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock back home. So thanks for waking up. Yeah.
Right on. Great job. Good luck in the next one. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sive. Meanwhile, our 2013 ISA World Longboard Junior Champion, when she was just 14, is up and riding. She's also a 3 times WSL World Longboard Champion in 2017, 2019, and 2021. And she is just put on an incredible display of all-round longboarding, Megs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is this is her bread and butter. She loves kind of bigger waves. She loves to surf smaller waves now that she lives in Oceanside in California with her boyfriend Clay Craner, also a very, very amazing professional skateboarder, double duo here. And yeah, so I think she is very well-rounded with the size of waves, where it is, and she's very comfortable.
So we have a benchmark. We have a near excellent score for Team USA's Caitlin Mickelson. And now the judges, looking back at that video replay, they have a big score to compare that to. So it'd be really interesting as we see Clay on your screen. Any skateboard fans around the world will probably follow him on Instagram because that guy is iconic in the skateboard world. But up and riding right now, it's Caitlin Mickelson. She deals with that section there, recognizes it's time to hit the eject button because she would have seen that there would have been no scoring potential to get out on that open face. As our German surfer based in Côte de Basque, Biarritz, Masha Trech, she has a look at that wave, but she's sitting there in first priority, so she's going to get another opportunity as this set continues to roll through, Megs.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Caitlin reading that wave, that was a very smart move on her. She knew that there was no scoring potential. As we see green up, Masha here for Germany, working her way down.
Nice footwork. Opening that ride with those cross steps, using the ability to just transfer that weight up and down the board to keep that trim speed. I mean, the great thing about footwork and, you know, use of the nose and the tail, of course, Rabbit Kikai, one of the kind of pioneers of that technique of being able to accelerate and slow down and walk in and out of those opportunities to stay in the power pocket of the wave.
Yeah, I think at a young age, even us, we had to figure that out at a very early start. As we see the young Hawaiian here on a replay of her first wave. Beautiful carving. You see how she just stays on that top line because that's what her board is allowing her to do. As she gets down more into the flats to pick up that speed, just weaving her way back and forth into that pocket, reading that wave, realizing that those double ups on the inside is what she really wants. She really wants to get in there, switch that cut back. Beautiful surfing from Honolulu.
Riding a Newcastle Myers. Looks good, that board. Good speed, good trim speed, a lot of variety. So how do you think that will sit compared to Caitlin Mickelson's 7.83?
I don't think it'll be right up there just because Caitlin had that beautiful, critical nose ride. But Honolulu will be that'll put a good score for her campaign.
So there we go, waiting for that score to come through. So we'll have a good impact on the heat. But Coral Bonilla from Mexico, of course, has a Canadian mother, Mexican father there. She has got that 2.83 from a really big family of Mexican surfers based in Baja. Her dad, Pablo, of course, will be following closely. She grew up between Baja and Ontario in Canada. She's been surfing since the age of 2. So like a lot of your fellow Hawaiians, raised in the ocean, Megs.
Yeah, it's in our veins, as Brian Kealano would say. The ocean is our the blood in our veins, and the coral is our bones, and that's how we're made.
And perfect timing, up and riding. Coral Banija, 6 steps into a 5. Nice lock of a 5. She surfed really well at this event last year for Mexico. Back into a second 5 there, holding that nose ride on a beautiful clean wall there, and then puts that board on rail, cuts back. Now back to the pocket. She's going to have to use another cut back to stay in that steeper section. You can see that she's got great body language in the sense that she likes to use that cross step and that classic stylish kind of slicing turn to set up her nose rides. But that wave just unfortunately died out there. So Team Mexico watching on the sand. Of course, her father, Pablo, a kind of legend of Mexican surfing. As we can see, our next heat coming up, it's going to be a good one. We've got Daisy Valdez for the Philippines. We've got Brenda Flores Rodriguez for Mexico. We've got Nina Altenberg for Germany. And we've got Khalees Kaleopaha for Hawaii, which is something that you're very excited about because not only do we have Honolulu in this heat, but we have Khalees in the next one.
Yeah, that's going to be back-to-back exciting heats. I mean, every heat so far. We're on heat 2 for day 2 of this event, and it's already setting the standard high. Girls are getting 7s, Sive with that 7 and Caitlin with the 7.83 already up in the excellent range.
And like you forecast, Megs, Honolua's ride does come in slightly lower than Caitlin's. It was a 667, and like you said, it was almost the wave shape helped Caitlin. It was it gave more opportunity for that critical nose ride on takeoff. As we can see, nice mix there of teams. We've got Daisy Valdez and Ashley Lopez, her teammate for the Philippines, and we had Nina Altenberg for Team Germany. So Philippines and Germany, they're going to be coming up next, so stay tuned if you're following those teams. But right now it's USA, Hawaii, Mexico and Germany. As we can see, Team USA, chase leader Kevin Skavana and Rachel Tilley, and also South African Sam Christensen, who's very good friends with Kevin and Rachel and Chase. There's, of course, Team Hawaii. What do you got to say about that, Megs?
Look at that solid team. Khalees and her mother, Malia Cleopa, who I grew up surfing with, actually. And
she rips.
Amazing surfer. She had the approach of this high-performance longboarding that I've really never seen. And that's a good thing about Hawaii, is that we have those versatility of our and it's generational. It's very generational. Her, Khalees, her mother, Malia, her Khalees' grandmother, Auntie Lori.
Yep.
Amazing. All amazing surfers.
Great shot of Malia in Longboarder magazine online at the moment. If you want to follow that magazine, we shared a really cool Tommy Pierucci shot of her doing that really nice off the top. Not sure if you saw that. It came out a week ago, but she was pretty proud of it.
I did. I was there that day. We were all actually just having a little fun shoot, and I remember being on the inside paddling out, and I saw her catch this beautiful set, and she almost like called it first. She was like, I'm gonna do it, and she just did this like little woot sound and completely hit the lip and carved back down, and all of us literally stood up on our boards cheering for her. We were so excited because she was a young mother, and I actually started my career because of her. And as we see Khalees getting ready for her heat in the zone.
So what kind of pep talk will Khalees get from the rest of the team before she paddles out?
I'm pretty sure Connie is just going to tell her to be a hammer, which is pigeon, and she'll just tell her to hammer down and get busy.
And they're cousins, Khalees and...
Yes, they're cousins. So Khalees' father, JP Kaleopa'a, and Connie's mother, brother and sister.
Yep, JP, cool guy. Him at Malibu last year for the final of the World Surf League Longboard Tour event. Wow, that guy can surf with juice, with finesse, with style.
Talk about swag and style and steez. He's got all of that.
Coral Bonilla looking to get this section here. She's got a 3.43 and a 2.83. Nice lock of the nose ride. Walks out of that nose ride. Cross steps all the way back cleanly to the tail, and then just puts that back foot over the fin, uses the cross step turn, puts that board on rail, giving some variety in the cutbacks. Staying high here, looking for the section, seeing if it's an opportunity for some footwork back up for potentially another inside nose ride. She just weaves back to that area close to the foam and then sets that high line, and here's that chance for a touch of the 5, locks that nose ride and accelerates cleanly out of that with style. So Caitlin Mickelson out there in the lead, Honolulu Bloomfield for Hawaii in second, Coral Bonilla chasing a 3.75 as she just moves into the Papusa section on the inside.
Yeah, those girls got to be careful of those sections. I saw a couple boards broken yesterday.
Great team for Mexico. Of course, I really enjoyed watching Jonathan Melendrez, nicknamed Gordo, yesterday. He was incredible, and he didn't even make the heat, and it's testament to how stacked this competition is. A lot of big names will be moving into the repechage early, as we see our German surfer Masha Tretsch works as a yoga teacher in southwest France, based at Côte de Basque, Biarritz. 6 decks into a nice nose ride. I like the lock of the 5 there. She's got this foamy section ahead, but then just comes into a nice down carve and then just sets herself up here, eyeing up the wall to see if there's an opportunity for that steeper section to allow her to cross step up to the tip. But she's just having to stay on the tail as this wave gets a little bit bouncy, a little bit more peaky, and she kicks out cleanly and coolly.
Yeah, that was a great read from her, knowing that with all these sets coming in, the waves are going to be a little bit more foamy, creating those air pockets. So she stayed low. She just stayed very centered. As we see Honolulu up here with that beautiful nose ride out the back, just exactly what the judges love to see in that pocket.
Wow.
And you can tell she was in that pocket. She was very well behind that wave. As you see, it kind of got in front of her, but she got her work done as soon as that she stood up for that wave.
Yeah, a great opening nose ride, but she probably was very deep on that section. Yes, a critical nose ride, but then once that nose ride was finished, that wave was just running down the cobbles.
Yeah, especially with Caitlin and Honolulu in this heat. They've had a lot of run-ins together, so they're going to constantly keep pushing each other up that point, making each other take off deeper, as we see Caitlin go for this one, but just misses it, but still keeps priority.
Yeah, she's the only woman out there, so she keeps that first priority. Honolulu will probably be out there pretty soon because it was a shorter ride, and then Coral Bonilla is in third position, chasing a 3.75 to move up into second with a score to drop, and it was a strong ride, Megs.
Yeah, I think that actually might get her up above into second. That was a very good read, and she, like I said, the waves are very, with the low tide, there's so much water moving around and a lot of foam on the surface. So there was that one point where she was able to do a really big turn, but she read that well. She knew she didn't want to do that because that could make her fall, and she just rode it all the way to the inside.
So the longboard community very familiar with Honolulu Bloomfield's 3 WSL World Longboard titles in 2017, 2019, and 2021. But what about that ISA Junior World title in Peru, Juan Chaco, in 2013? How positive was that for her career when she won that just age 14, beating all the boys?
Yeah, I think that actually really, that triggered her to change into longboarding, because she also shortboards. She loves shortboarding. She loves being at home. Oh, as we see a little...
Wow, interesting situation there, Meg. So it looked like Caitlin thought that she had priority, but it seemed as though Honolulu also felt that she had priority there. So up and riding right now, Honolulu Bloomfield. This could really have a big situation on the heat, because it might well open the door for Masha Triech and Coral Bonilla to get in that second position, because looking at the standard of surfing we're seeing from Team Hawaii and Team USA, you would expect that both of those surfers are going to stay in 1 and 2. But what do you think about that little exchange at the start there?
Like I said yesterday, the girls really put the defense and offense modes really into play with the priority system that we have now. And yeah, that was interesting. That was a good defensive play.
Yeah, well, I get the feeling that both of those women felt that they were in first priority, but of course the judges will know exactly who did have that first priority. So there's a possibility something could change here, and that second scoring ride could be halved.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a tricky situation with 20 seconds left, as we see here the replay. Caitlin paddling for that wave. She must have paddled for a wave before that we couldn't see. And here Honolulu taking off.
Wow, big situation, big opportunity for two other women to move up into second. Will it be Coral Bonilla? Will it be Masha Triech? As it stands right now, we're waiting to determine the situation for red Caitlin Mickelson. We're waiting for that final score to come in for white. She's already carrying a 6.67. Honolulu Bloomfield for Team Hawaii will drop a strong second score for this ride, but will Caitlin Mickelson have an interference call on her, and will Coral Bonilla secure her spot in second? So as it stands right now, Team Mexico sitting in second with a 4.40 and a 3.43, but it's possible that Coral Bonilla will replace her low scoring ride of a 3.43 and solidify that second position, but it depends if there's been an interference call. This is a massive moment, Megs.
Yeah, they've always been, and it's so amazing. Like, they see each other in the heat, and they know once that horn blows, there's no friends. And the girls take it really serious, but as soon as that horn blows, we know the camaraderie comes back, the sisterhood comes back, and we just shake that off.
So a 2.67 comes in for Caitlin Mickelson's last ride. So as it stands right now, she's got that 7.83, and she has been penalized. So an interference call has been made on Caitlin Mickelson. So Caitlin obviously thought she was still in first priority, but Honolulu Bloomfield knew that she was in first priority, so that's why she went for that wave. So you'd imagine that Honolulu Bloomfield is going to move up into first and Coral Bonilla is going to stay in second, but that remains to be seen, because we do have some scores still to come through. And actually, despite the penalization, it looks as if Caitlin Mickelson is stayed in second position.
And that was such a smart move on Caitlin. That quick reaction with 30 seconds left to be like, I may have gotten penalized. I could get my second score taken away.
Wow, so her 7.83 was enough to keep her in second. Coral Bonilla dropped to 4.40, added to that 3.43. The Mexicans' total was 7.83, just 0.10 behind Caitlin. In fact, it was tied, but the reason that Caitlin stays in second is because that single wave score was higher. So Honolulu Bloomfield moves into first position with a 5.33, added to that 6.67. Still waiting for one more score to come in for Honolulu Bloomfield, but as it stands, Caitlin stays in second. What a fantastic heat. That was really exciting, Megs. Little reflection?
That was a lot of action as we see Honolulu here on this replay here.
Stay with us. We're coming up next with the Philippines, Mexico, Germany, and Hawaii as we continue the action live from El Sunzal for day 2 of the ISA World Longboard Championship.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back. We just had some fireworks here in the tropics of El Salvador as we saw Honolulu Bloomfield take the heat win for Hawaii. Caitlin Mickelson in the last exchange thought she was in first priority, but Honolulu Bloomfield was, so there was an interference called on Caitlin, so she only carried one wave. She lost her backup wave, but that wave was tied with Coral Bonilla's combined score of a 3.43 and a 4.4, but because Caitlin had the highest single score, she stayed in second. So close, but we shift gears now into heat number 12. We've got Daisy Valdez up and riding for the Philippines, straight onto the tip, locked on the 5, holding a soul arch, pedaling out at speed. She's surfing against Hawaii's Kaleo Paha, Mexico's Brenda Flores Rodriguez, and Germany's Nina Altenberg as a locked-in 10 comes behind an opening 5 and a great down carve for Daisy Valdez. But unfortunately, all of that fantastic longboarding, now she takes a fall, and what felt like an excellent range score might be sitting mid-range.
Yeah, I think that was just a little bit of those nerves. You know, being the third heat of the day, the waves are pumping. It's the second day of competition, so there's a lot of excitement. So she just needs to regather herself, regroup, and just get down and ready to take it another wave.
For Germany, Nina Altenberg there, so she's going to get a score on the board. Daisy Valdez, I felt like that wave was heading in the excellent range direction with 5s, with 10s, with down carbs, but she took a fall. But this is Brenda Flores Rodriguez for Team Mexico, the goofy footer, nice line there, just sweeps that turn as we can see Kayleigh out back for Team Hawaii, straight up to the tip. Look at that graceful surfing for Team Hawaii there, sweeping that cut back as we can see Team Mexico moving through to the inside as we really get a demonstration of two fantastic goofy footers. But look at that velvet wall ahead for Kayleigh as she just probably is going to continue to work those nose rides all the way through, while Team Mexico getting nice and lively through this inside section here. Opportunity perhaps for one little turn One more nose ride as she just deals with the bounce as that backwash just starts to come through, stalls it, couple of steps, doesn't quite ride cleanly out of that nose ride onto the inside, but a big score in my eyes is coming through for Team Hawaii.
Yeah, absolutely. As we still see Kelis making her way to the inside, just trying to get to that double up section on the inside here. Beautiful tap 10, just poised, standing there, and a beautiful quick walk back to get out of those pupusa zone.
If that wasn't a masterclass of how to coolly, casually work that inside section with a 10, and the way she just walked out cleanly, I mean, that was like you would replay that, and that's how to deal with a shore break with finesse.
Exactly, and the way that she walks back is just this, it's like she's levitating, right? That's the whole point, is to just give that make it look like you're levitating here, as this is a prime example of that. She cuts back into the power source. Beautiful high line. She knows she has to stay pretty high for this wave because that face is starting to come up, but she's working her way just inside, making it staying busy but composed busy, right? That's what you want to do, is really get those turns on rail to rail.
And a great thing I love about her approach is the way she'll keep her feet close in the cross-stepping and when she's in trim, but then she just widens that back foot when she needs to for those powerful rail turns.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of longboarding, right? All you have to do is just move that back foot back. As you can tell, unless she is cross-stepping, her front leg's planted. So I like to say that the front leg is almost like the steering wheel, and the back leg is what drives the power.
Ooh, I love that end. That was brilliant. Moses, will he be tuning in back
home? Oh, absolutely. He is up and ready with signs probably. Hi, Moses.
So this is the replay of Brenda Flores-Rodriguez's ride that come in at a 4.0, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful surfing for a goofy footer from Mexico here. Quick step to the nose, planting her feet down. Quick, beautiful tap 10. Little out towards the shoulder, but she read that very well. There was not a lot of face on that wave, so she's reading it, just working her way back. As you can see here, she'll start to make her way more to the left, right? Because that's where the power source is from. It's a right point break. So she's just here kind of working her way through the inside, staying in that power source. You see how there's about 8 feet of whitewash in front of her, knowing that that's where the power source is. So here we are, just working her way into the pupusa zone that we like to call.
Yep, absolutely.
Quick step.
And this is why we call it the pupusa zone, because it packed a punch.
Yeah, that was a board breaker for sure. I thought sometimes these competitors will come in there and I'm like, is this board going to pop up in one piece?
So Luana Suarez, Daniela Sevillano, who's the reigning European Junior Longboard champion for Spain, coming up. Marcela Gonzalez for Colombia. And Tilda Sophie Rasmussen for Denmark. Really great to see Scandinavia well represented here. They have a fantastic longboard community. There's Luve for Sweden behind in the green t-shirt, and I know that he's really proud of the representation for Scandinavia, because he puts on a lot of longboard events around Scandinavia in Norway, Sweden and Denmark.
Wow, beautiful. I love that the Europeans are getting that longboard and surfing in general onto their plate of sports.
Yeah, absolutely. So Brenda from Sayulita, of course, Sayulita, a great beach town in Mexico, has been home to the Mexi Log Fest. Very easy to get confused between Sayulita and Saladita. Saladita, the nice left point break. Sayulita, a great beach town. Different types of waves, but good longboard community in Sayulita.
Yeah, absolutely. I almost feel like it's kind of the Waikiki of Mexico. Everyone's so welcoming. There's people partying all the time, and it's definitely very similar to Waikiki.
Talking of Hawaii, let's go down to the glass, because our multiple world champion Honolulu Bloomfield is with Benway.
Thank you very much, Sam. Here with the winner of that heat number 11, Honolulu Bloomfield, representing Hawaii. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So a little bit of first, we'll talk about the fun side. I saw some really nice rides, great variety, fitting in 5s, 10s where you could, a little cross-step cut back, but it looked a little bit warbly, and it looked really hard to kind of slow the board down and find those places to really get the critical nose rides with the conditions in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, we've been here for about 4 days now. I felt pretty
Good on my boards the past few days, and then I paddled out there this morning and ate crap on my first wave, and I think that kind of messed up the rhythm. It was like kind of hard to see the wave, so I just or maybe morning legs, I don't know, but it kind of threw off the rhythm on my heat, but I ended up getting a couple and making it happen, and so yeah, I'm stoked to be headed into the next round.
Yeah, and you're riding a board by Carson Myers. I guess it's a new model that you're working on, and it looked like it worked really, really well in these waves. Would you use that if the waves were smaller as well?
Yeah, I think, honestly, I've liked it better in the smaller. It definitely works good for both, though. It's kind of a nice all-arounder. I can actually fit some turns in, too, and it feels pretty solid. So I'll probably ride it throughout the whole event, but maybe next time I'll be a little more solid.
And finally, we'll talk about the little bit of static. You were holding first priority. You're out there with Caitlin, and I guess she thought she had priority, and you ended up bumping up from second to first after that interference call. What was the confusion out there, do you think?
Honestly, I just needed a wave. I think I hadn't heard my backup yet. I ended up getting a 5.33, but I thought I still needed a score. And when I got out there, they said first priority white, second priority green, and then third priority red. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm first priority. I better go because I don't know if there's going to be a next wave. It was kind of slow out there, or I was just not in rhythm with the set. So I just took that opportunity and went.
Well, we look forward to your surfing in the next round. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Big scores coming through, longboard fans. Daisy Valdez for Team Philippines dropping a 7.33. Khalees Cleopaha dropping a 5.17. Megs, what's your opinion on the difference of those scores? Daisy fell, Khalees all the way through to the inside. Why do you think Daisy went so big on that score and Khalees slightly lower?
So for Daisy, any maneuver she was doing was at the most critical part of the wave, and that's what the judges want to see, is that commitment during that critical part of the wave. And all her hang fives, her hang tens were very much in that pocket. Khalees's was a little on the shoulder, but she worked her way in, and those turns really got her that score as well. So good work for Daisy.
Yeah, and demonstrating that even if you do fall, if you've done the damage on those critical sections out back on a steep wave with a high degree of difficulty, you can still get close to the excellent range, because those opening fives and that 10 and the carves between those was fantastic. But answering back right now, it's Nina Altenberg from Germany. She has got a 1.17, so this will be her second score. Daisy Valdez looking for her second score, representing Team Philippines. Locks in the nose there in a steep section, ran back to the tail, but she was so behind the 8 ball there, but good effort. I mean, she committed to that nose ride, and that would be an easy wipeout. She'll swim back out. She'll be out there within seconds.
Yeah, talk about commitment. That was a very scary section for her, but she understands the criteria. She knows that she needs to pull these things off to get into that finals. So she is making it work for her with sitting very deep, I would say.
For Mexico, Brenda Flores Rodriguez opens up with a nose ride in the pocket, sets herself up with 2 steps, 4 steps, holds that 5, wraps those toes round the nose, shuffles back to the tail, and then just widens the stance as she comes off the bottom there in the pocket here, eyeing up the opportunity for another nose ride. Cross steps towards the front of the board, but this wave just softening out as she just kind of tries to accelerate down onto the bottom of the wave. She puts that board on rail once more, staying lively as we can just see our German surfer Nina paddling back out as this wave now starts to rise in size through the inside section shore break, demonstrating that yes, those big scores are important to deliver out back, but the scoring potential through the inside can also be high. It's cool, smooth, into the tip. There's that 5, there's that 10, and the clean footwork, and then coming off the bottom and then just widening the back foot stance to just come through on that down carve, cross-stepping in and out of these down carves. This is a model of longboard grace. Longboard fans around the world have been enjoying the surfing that we've been seeing from Khalees for a number of years. I first saw her competing at the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2018 in Hainan, when Kai Salas won the men's and Tori Gilkison won the women's. Team USA won team gold, but a young Kaylee's blew me away. I was just absolutely gobsmacked by her grace, her finesse, her nose riding, and it was at that moment when I just was excited about seeing the growth of this young Hawaiian longboarder.
Yeah, I mean, she, with her father and her mother being amazing surfers, all the way down, back to her grandparents, amazing surfers, surfing Waikiki almost every single day. She surfs exactly like her dad, finding and reading the waves, really staying centered, not having to worry. They're very relaxed, very composed. So she took a lot from her dad.
Here's my question. If JP and Malia had a heat, who was your money on?
Oh, don't ask me that.
Malia. Any day of the week.
You know what's crazy is Malia is very competitive. I used to compete against her, so I would put my money on Malia as well.
I would.
JP might be too relaxed. He's like, you know what, honey, go catch a wave.
Yeah.
Go ahead, honey. That's what he always says. He's like, go ahead, honey. So I think I would put my money on Malia, for sure.
But that was a really nice wave for Kaylee. Scores will come through. She's got a 5.17 for that opening ride. Luana Suarez for Team Brazil will be paddling out in that next heat. We'll have Shannon Hughes and Wingnut coming in to call the action. We have this rotation, 3 heats on for each announcer. So we're waiting for that second score of Daisy Valdez comes in a 1.43. Now a third score to come for Daisy Valdez, of course, an absolute legend of Asian surfing, a mother of 2, lives at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan, La Union, on the west coast of Luzon, the northern island of the Philippines, a vibrant surfing nation, as we see 2 other vibrant surfing nations, Denmark and Brazil. Klipmola, known as the Cold Water Hawaii, hosts a fantastic surfing community, not only kite surfing and windsurfing, but shortboarding and longboarding, as we get the replay of Daisy Valdez.
Wow, amazing nose ride. That finding that high line on the outside, that's what the judges want to see. Beautiful cutback. She's learning from her first wave is to take it easy. She doesn't need to really dig into that rail. She finds that high line with that beautiful hang 10.
This was the 7.33.
Yes, this was the 7.33.
Just those moves alone gained her a near excellent score.
Yes, absolutely, as we see her again. Beautiful carving cutback, straight into the power source, really relying on that back leg to kick that nose back to where she needs it to go.
And it's important to talk about the degree of difficulty of those hang 10s on a big face at speed, because it's very easy to lean back on the nose ride in a 5 and put all the pressure on your back foot. It feels great, but it's easy to do for accomplished longboarders. But to put all of your weight over the tip of the board and lean forward, even with a high stance, the degree of difficulty is high, particularly if you do it on the steep section out back and put a lot of risk on that whole ride. And that's something that the judges will really be starting to hone in on from today.
Yeah, absolutely. With 4 days left of competition, they got a lot of work to do.
And of course, it's not a nose riding competition. It's all about variety. It's about using the footwork, the nose riding, and the rail engagement and reading the wave. But it's really important to emphasize, we all know how difficult it is to do those 10s at speed in steep sections and how great it feels. And Nina Altenberg for Team Germany, they're looking to drop that 1.90. This is a decent wave, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful wave. Just on the inside, she knows she needs just a low score here of just... She wants to replace that backup of a 1.90, and I think she will do that.
Kaylee out there in first position. Brenda Flores Rodriguez is now moved up into second with a 5.27 and a 4.0. Daisy Valdez now chasing a very low score of a 1.94, but we're waiting for a score to come through. As we can see, the team manager for Team Philippines, we've got the Brazilian contingent, we've got Ashley Lopez there just behind that single fin board watching. We've got Roger Casagüey, we got Germany represented. And what about the poles that they're using for their flags there? Keeping it authentic, grassroots. Roger Casagüey's got that, a little bit of a tree branch there to represent the Philippines flag in style.
Yeah, and also the for Team Germany as well. I see that they probably
sustainability,
eco. Exactly.
Love it.
I love it. I love that sustainability aspect of that.
Non-plastic flagpoles, as we see live action from the drone. Khalees Keleopaha up on the nose there. There's that 5, holds on that 5. Really beautiful, long, crisp 5, gets a tight 10. pedals back, walks back, and then I love the down rail carve there and the setup again for a high line and the clean footwork into another 5. Again, a masterclass of grace and elegance. And even though this wave now will run away, already it felt like there was a exceptional level of surfing on what we saw and a strong score to be dropped.
Yeah, and they're sitting pretty deep right now, so I think that's what got that wave kind of caught up to her, but she did all the work on the outside, and that's what we want to see.
Fantastic. And of course, really into her gardening, her indigenous Hawaiian culture, knowing all about the medicinal qualities of all the fantastic flora and fauna you have in your home islands, and really the whole team, native Hawaiian, great representation of Polynesian culture for Hawaii here.
Yeah, we try to keep that tradition alive of what like Duke Kahanamoku and all the people that came before us, all the Beach Boys, like you said, Rabbit Kikai. He was an amazing beach boy, and you even sharing stories, mo'olelos, about how Bonga Perkins, Dwayne De Soto, even the women of Pinoy Makalena and all the women that really started our career.
And El Salvador itself developing this vibrant surf culture, and huge support from the government, the 6th major event in 6 years that Surf City El Salvador has hosted, and it's become a massive supporter of the ISA for a better world through surfing across world championships in SUP, junior, shortboard, open shortboard, and of course longboard. Back-to-back ISA World Longboard champions. As we move now into the last 1 minute 50 seconds, Nina Altenberg chasing a score of a 9.23, so close to a combination of scores, but she might well replace her low carrying 1.9 on this wave. Daisy Valdez has moved up into first position with a 4.27, but Team Germany looking strong. Brenda Flores Rodriguez in third now for Team Mexico, now chasing a 6.24. So as it stands, Philippines first, Hawaii second, but we're waiting for that last score to come in for Kaylis, Team Hawaii. It needs to be a 5.28 or higher. My instinct said she's done the damage on that wave already, so I feel it's pretty strong that she's gonna get that score.
Yeah, that beautiful nose ride out the back, and the way that she sticks to that high line to carve back down and cross-stepping as she's turning, she really gets her body, her top half of her body over her board to really get those turns in.
Representing Sayulita in Mexico, nice nose ride, locked in there for the goofy footer. Brenda Flores Rodriguez walks back down to the tail there, this nice bowly section, as she widens her stance to cut back, and then just wants to stay in the pocket there, so just snaking back and forth, weaving, using a couple of cross steps, 4 into the tip, touches that 5, and then just keeps that board nice and lively, a little bit of hopping and bouncing, not as clean walking in and out of the nose rides. A contrast in styles between the Mexican and the Hawaiian goofy footer. Kaylis, you'll see, always using that footwork to walk in and out of the nose rides. Brenda kicking off with strong nose rides though, and already dropping a 5.27, backed up with a 4 as Kaylis up and riding in the last 4 seconds. 6 steps to a nice crisp 5. And there, that footwork, the way she walks back, and I love the way the stance is narrow when it needs to be, but then she just widens it and puts that back foot over the fin, and it's a really great technique to study to really kind of bring a lot of elegance into your longboarding.
Yeah, it really lets her look like she's really levitating, and that's what we want to see, right? It's the most effortless surfing, and that's what's going to get you the high scores.
So waiting now for 2 scores to come through for Kaylis. She's still surfing this wave, so the judges will still be studying it live, and they might well go to the video replay as well, but we're waiting for her previous score as well. If it's a 5.28, then she will move up into first position. We're also waiting now for a score from Brenda Flores Rodriguez as Kaylis just moves through to the pupusa section and just dismounts cleanly on the inside. And a 6.24 for Brenda's last wave. Do you think that's attainable?
I think so. I mean, it's going to be a hard one with a lot of that hopping. That's not what the judges want to see. They want to see fluidity, right? So it might come up a little short. It would be very interesting to see.
So now this moment for Mum Malia on the sand. You know, what's her kind of vibe when Kaylis comes in waiting for a score? Is she relaxed, or is it difficult for her to really be wearing a heart on her sleeve with her daughter out there going for gold?
I mean, anytime any of us Hawaiians are out there surfing in a contest, she'll be on the beach and she will not change her her face will stay the same.
Well, there it is. It's a 6.4 backed up by a 5.37. So she carries her 6.33 and the 6.4. She moves back into first. Kelly's takes the win for Team Hawaii. Daisy Valdez takes second for Team Philippines. Brenda Flores-Rodriguez stays in third for Team Mexico. Nina Altenberg in fourth. Both of those women, they will stay in the repechage. That was a great display in smoothness, representing the Kai Salas surfboards. Congratulations, Kelly's. You've moved into women's main round 2. We'll have Shannon and Wingnut coming into the booth after these messages.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. Luana Soares out of Brazil is up and riding on her opening ride for competition this week. We're still in our women's main round. We've got a few heats to get through before we head into the next round on the schedule, and a beautiful way for Luana to start out her campaign. Marcela Gonzalez now of Colombia with a clean looking face in front of her, just carving through the section. Unfortunately, she'll have to kick out because it looks like Daniela Selviano out of Spain was up and riding from the inside section. So we'll likely see an interference called on Marcela for that opening wave. Daniela now on her forehand with a nice little section to continue on. We missed what happened at the very beginning of Daniela's wave, and she's just looking to keep that trim line moving forward. A little bit of repositioning with her feet at the back of the board. Now a couple cross steps up and back through that middle third, and she'll kick out. And looks like we'll have scores now for 3 out of our 4 surfers, with Thilde Sophie Rasmussen now looking for her first wave. And Thilde out of Denmark with a couple beautiful steps straight up to the nose out of cold Hawaii in Kiltmuller. And beautiful composure so far on this wave as we're looking at this drone footage in real time. So we're going to have scores coming through right off the buzzer for each of these surfers. Nice couple of carves, great use of her arms, just opening up as she engages the rail of that board. And now looking for this inside section, hoping that it will reform as it's a smaller sized wave. She'll decide to kick out cleanly, put on the finish of that wave. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Wingnut. Wingnut, what a start. What a start to this heat. Good morning, how are you?
I'm great. Look at we'll see where that interference came from here. I just don't think she was looking to and anticipated that other surfer being back there. It comes as a complete shock to her when she sees it, gets out as quickly as she can, but unfortunately I think that will be called an interference. And again, as we're going to watch her, Daniela, finish this wave, she stays nice and composed, keeps her board back where all the energy is, not trying to rush anything here, hoping this wave is going to set up. It doesn't look like it will, so she pulls an early exit here. And it's unfortunate that, early morning jitters and not quite being as attentive as you could or should be. And we know there's so many waves out there that it really shouldn't happen. And there, Tilda with that beautiful nose ride, you could see both from the drone angle and that one how her toes were completely wrapped around the nose, the way she brought her cut back all the way down to the bottom of the wave, back to where all the energy is. just keeping it busy, hoping that wave will clean up on the inside and give her some face, where a steeper face where she'll be able to nose ride. I think she makes a good move there, getting out instead of milking it all the way to the inside and adding to the 5-minute paddle.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Well, clean conditions, as we said so far. Still waiting for some of those scores to drop through from the opening exchange. Marcella will have the opening score, and she's now up and riding on her second ride. Couple cross steps as she finishes off on that opening bit of rail work, setting her line here, and throws in that drop knee just for a moment to add in a bit of variety for the judging panel. Nice approach to this wave. Looking like she's just trying to really maintain control and flow as she keeps that low stance, that sort of low center of gravity in her approach and her style. Coming out of Colombia and looking for a couple steps here on the inside section. She's going to try and stay with this wave, find that trim line moving forward, and looking for just this little end section. She'll cross step through the whitewater. That's a challenging position of the wave to do that with. She would have caught a little speed with that as well. Gets that quick tap to the nose, and she'll kick out cleanly. 14 minutes remaining on the clock. We've got scores coming in throughout. We'll give a full situation update when we return. But right now we have Khalees Kaleopa'a down on the beach with Benway.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Winner of our heat number 12, Khalees Kaleopa'a, representing Hawaii. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so exhausted, but it was so fun out there. You can't complain. The waves are so good.
Well, you did some great surfing. Looked really natural out there, using all the best parts of the wave. Riding your Waikiki model by Kai Celis. I call it your model because it's basically that's what you always use, right?
Yeah. I mean, Kai's been my shaper for a couple of years now, and we've always we're continuously working on our boards and our crafts, but he knows exactly what I'm looking for because I suck with board dimensions, but yeah, he created the Waikiki model for me, and it's my old faithful and my pride and joy.
Are you using the same fin as you would always use even in small waves?
Yeah, so I ride the same setup in almost every wave. It's the 9.2 Waikiki with my 10-inch Flying Diamonds fin, and yeah, it works really nice.
Right on. Well, Auntie Megs was mentioning how much you look like your dad's style when you surf. So I was going to ask, when you were developing your longboarding style, when you were learning to surf, were you really kind of zoning in on his footwork, on his hand positioning and things like that?
I mean, those who know, my dad is a straight-up character. He's the most funniest guy ever. But growing up, my parents just wanted me to surf and have fun. And then naturally over time, I kind of embodied both of their styles. But a lot of people say I surf a lot more like my dad.
Well, we're really happy to see you here. It's the first time since we saw you in Hainan, China for an ISA event. Welcome back. And we wish you the best of luck in your next one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Beautiful surfing from Khalees to start out the morning as we take a look now at Luana. She opened up with a 4.17 for Soares out of Brazil for her opening ride. And we've seen her now competing, representing that Brazilian flag for a couple of years. And she's that younger surfer coming into the pack behind a Chloe Calmon, behind Atalanta Batista. And it's been great to see her style continuing to develop. She's taken out some solid victories as well in that Brazilian LQS world. So she's really starting to grow and put her name into that conversation amongst some of her heroes, no doubt.
It is really nice to see that tradition continuing in the Brazilian surfing world, and that there are as many young, committed, traditional longboarders out there in Brazil as there are in the other communities around the world.
Yeah, it's really great to see that continuing. And they have such a long history of competitive longboarding through Brazil. And they've kind of taken on, every surfer's had their different style that they brought within that. And it's great to see on the women's side, especially that tradition being passed down. Because sort of within surfing within Brazil, there's been so many strong male surfers. And the female surfers have been few and far between. We've had those great standouts both on the shortboarding and the longboarding side. But there's been 1, 2, 3 of them. Now we're starting to see that passed down to the next generation, where there's a lot more events on that local level that are including divisions for women, for those young girls, to try and grow that young Grom generation of female surfers, which was kind of lacking over the last 20 years. Now there's that opportunity, and we're seeing the growth and the favor of that coming out with the talent that's starting to be produced on the women's side.
It is really fun seeing the young competitors around the world getting involved in the sport. We're looking at one right there. That was Leah Diaz from Costa Rica, who is an amazing shortboarder as well, but really kind of fell in love with longboarding over the last few years and has really started to excel on the international scale. I'm looking forward to watching her surf in the upcoming heat. You know, another place, Shannon, where I was so impressed with the level of women surfing and all the way through the younger girls was the Philippines. And I think Ian and Carla Zamora have a lot to do with that because of the Queen of the Point events they run. So let's look at the replay of the wave right here of Luana. Again, a beautiful set wave that she took off with. Great 5, was able to get the other toes over there. But it's cutbacks like that where she puts the rail completely in the water, is able to hang on, doesn't let the whitewater knock her off when she pushes back into it. And now the patience that she's showing, waiting, letting that wave set up, being comfortable to do that, and then walk through the whitewater there, let the wave form and not try to force a nose ride up on a shoulder. She's just being patient, keeping the board moving, and just showing the judges that she's in control of the speed that she wants to surf that wave with. Recognizes the wave's done and she's out. And now let's look at the wave from Tilda from Denmark. Again, beautiful set wave. Let's see how she puts it. Oh, goes right to the nose. Nice steep nose ride. That's what we were seeing outside the back. Now I know where she is on the wave. And just gets off balance. Again, she was carrying so much speed out to the shoulder, she couldn't make it back.
Well, we have got some scores, but we'll continue calling live action because there's been a lot of it throughout this heat. Daniela from Spain up and riding now. Got that nice opening maneuver on the outside section. Now she's starting to trim through the inside. Love those just like subtle placements of her feet on the back end of the board where she's got a lot of control. Steps her way up to the nose, doesn't really get that full locked-in hang 5 over the tip of the nose, just sort of off the side there. But great bit of footwork thrown in here now. She comes through to the inside section. She's carrying that speed. She's carrying that momentum. And that wave is standing up for her really well. Now just looking to see if how she's going to approach this end section. Because we've seen some surfers that opt to go for that ending nose ride, put that commitment in, which is what she's doing here. Finds that extra touch into that hang 5. She'll kick out instead of kind of closing it out, which also is a smart move because then you can easier get out to backline rather than having to battle through some whitewater. Tilda now up and riding once again. So she's got a 3.5 on the board for her high score. We do have a score from her last wave also to drop in, which had those couple of nice nose rides. Now she's really just engaging that rail. Front of the board, maybe looking a little bit wild for her, a little bit bouncy. Other than that, her surfing has been looking really smooth. I've really appreciated her approach so far on the waves that she's had in this heat. And a couple quick steps. Now eyeing it up as this wave starts to stand up for that nose ride. She was really patient and waiting for that section to give her that moment to lock in for the 5. Carving back as that wave hits that little deep section, that channel, and now it begins to stand up for her again. And there, once again, just gets a little bit too much speed, can't quite maintain that control. And Luana Suarez now up and riding. Now, when we talk about scores, she's already dropped in a 7 as her high score. A 4.17 was her backup. That was her first wave. The 7 was her previous one. Now she's looking to see if she can improve on that 4.17 behind. So great consistency within her surfing so far. I feel like a lot of her approach is similar to that of Alice Lemoyne out of France, who's our reigning gold medalist. They've got quite a similar style and approach to the way that they do things on a longboard. And here we go with that locked in hang 5, even the way she kind of positions her hands and her arms. It's very much that of what we see from Alice. And now coming through to the inside section, she's looking really steady. Her nerves look really calm. She's feeling really collected from what we can see in her approach to her wave riding this morning.
Boy, you know how busy the judges are right now after those mistakes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. At least we have another wave.
We've got another wave. Well, Marcella needs this because we do see that interference showed up from that opening exchange. We were expecting that. And now Marcella is chasing herself a 6.35 in order to get herself into that second place position. Remember, the top 2 surfers advancing, the bottom 2 will be heading into the repechage round as we're still in the main round of competition. And Marcella with a couple quick steps, moving back and forth on the board. So getting a bit of footwork connected in there, not really in the section of the wave that would have allowed her to be able to keep that trim line moving forward.
You know, and when you were talking about Luana and how she's kind of emulating, or at least her style, you know, makes us think of another surfer. I think that's what happens to all of us, right? We grow up watching someone and you just sort of absorb their style and their approach, if it's a style and approach that you enjoy. And then as you mature, you kind of make that your own. You'll start to add a little bit of yourself to it. But when you see a young surfer and you go, oh, I know who he or she surfs with, because you see that, the replicating the arm movements, the turn style, and that's kind of how longboarding has been passed down through the generations, the style and the effect of that. There are a lot of scores still waiting to come down, and some really strong ones as well. That 7 from Luana was well deserved.
Such a beautiful wave. So at the moment, as we see this next set approaching, everyone's trying to get themselves in position. Luana Soares of Brazil is sitting in that leading position with a 7 and a 4.17. She will have a second score to drop now, or a third score. Could be improving on that 4.17. Tilde out of Denmark is sitting in that second place position. Her last score was a 6-point ride, so the judges rewarding her well, improving on the 4.2, which was her high score before that. Has her sitting in second for a surfer in white. Daniela out of Spain in the blue jersey, sitting on a couple of 3s. She's in third, chasing down a 6.73 to put herself into second. And then Marcela out of Colombia, sitting with a 2-point ride and now waiting for that second score to come through. She will be carrying her highest score and only half of her second score due to that non-priority interference where she took off on another surfer right at the start of the heat before priority was established, unfortunately. She's also in a big requirement position right now, chasing an 8.85 to get herself into that top 2 position. And that's because the strength of the 6 from Tilde and the strength of the 7 from Luana have them sitting well ahead of the rest of the pack.
And I'm really looking forward and interested in what the score is going to be for Luana's third wave, because there were 3 really solid nose rides in that wave, and I think it will go even better than the 7. And there it is, a 9.33. It was a very solid wave and a great score, representing the degree of difficulty and the commitment of Luana on that wave.
Wow, what an impressive performance for Lua. To be sitting on a 9.33 and a 7.00, she'll now be holding on to that highest heat total of the women's division as a 16.33. She'll be sitting on, I believe, the highest score of the women's division as well with that 9.33. We've had quite a few 7s. We've had that 8 in the conversation. But now to put herself well into the excellent range, near perfection, is an incredible achievement.
That was really fun. I'm glad the score came out that way. And there's so much surf this morning, and as you can see, the conditions are so clean. The opportunities abound for the surfers this morning. We've got 3 minutes left in this heat, and it looks like Tilde is going to go for this one. She gave it a look, but not really a strong paddle, so let's see if that still maintains her priority position, and yes, it has. Here comes one more wave. Let's see who's going to spin around for it.
And Tilde putting herself into position, using that first priority. Great looking wave in front of her. Needing to get to work on that first opening maneuver, so links into that first carve out of the opening section. Keeping those feet steady, stable at the back end of the board. Now wanting to see if she can engage in that rail once again. She's looking to improve on a 4.2 as her backup score, so some missed opportunity on those first couple sections, Wingnut.
I completely agree. I think if you're really trying to push and get into first place, especially against your competition here, she needed to get to the nose right away on the outside, and she was just kind of running safe. And here's that 9.33 again. You can see how comfortable she is with those toes locked in. And again, as you were talking about the Elise Lemoyne arm effect, a lot of the similar body language there. Again, she's got so much speed. She's trying to wash a little bit of it off there, and now she's relaxed. She's going to let this wave set up. She trimmed forward just to keep her momentum and keep herself and allow the wave to reform for her. Again, not rushing the nose ride, waiting for it, and again, getting comfortable, holding it clean, toes wrapped over. We're going to see how this one sets up on the inside where she gets her third. Toes over. Again, not rushing it right there. Waiting for it. Getting in, holding it solid. It's not a tap. I mean, you can actually see, and what I really like is seeing that she's gripping the front of the board with her toes wrapped around. A well-surfed wave, a well-earned score.
That's right, and it's really those toes that are kind of in that, there's like a 1 inch, about a 1 foot circumference right around the tip of the nose. You can get those feet locked up in that zone around the actual, like locked over the rail, like you said, gripping that rail with your toes where you're right there in that top, kind of 6 inches off the stringer on either side. That's really that dedication and being perched right up there on the edge.
And you can tell that the board's in the right place on the wave. If you can wrap your toes over, that means that there's air, there's space underneath your board. You're not dragging the knuckles of your toes. Toe knuckles?
Yeah,
we're going to have to look that up.
We'll report back in our next rotation.
We're going to have to talk to somebody with a medical background. But yes, I mean, when you can wrap your toes around and they're not dragging, I mean, there's some great old footwork films where people are sticking their whole foot under the nose of the board. And I mean, I was able to do that when I was younger. And it's such an interesting feeling knowing that you're hanging so high in the face of a wave. So I think Luana put on a fantastic performance.
And you get to see that levitation out of the nose ride where there is that space. Taking a look now at Tilde, she's put together a beautiful performance as we hear the buzzer sound. This wave won't factor into her top 2. And her last wave came through as a 4-point ride, which is sort of what we were expecting. Couple great, bits of rail work thrown in, and the size of the wave being really substantial. But other than that, some missed opportunity with those nose rides to get herself back into maybe that 6-point range. Off the strength of the 9.33 and the 7, Luana Soares put the rest of the field into a combination situation, and we're going to be hearing from her shortly. It's Daniela Silvilano out of Spain and Marcela Gonzalez of Colombia that will be heading into the repechage round. Great performances for their opening heats. They're also going to be able to kind of absorb what they learned, reassess before paddling out for their repechage rounds, which we'll actually be running through some repechage rounds later today for our first elimination heats of the event.
And I do think it's really great for the surfers, those that are coming up and improving their game, leveling up, to get to watch some of the fantastic surfers to share the same waves with them.
Well, an incredible way to continue on our morning. Before we get started with our second heat, let's take a look at the judging criteria, longboarding, and what it is all about. And we're back straight into live action because the wave tap has turned on. It's not going to stop. It is flowing in full force. And Raquel Bento out of Portugal, a surfer that we have just come to know and love through so many years of competition. One of those really fierce competitors. She's got the stripes on her board. She's got that great stance. She's got that approach on her backhand. And she's looking to put her first score on the board. Great bit of rail work off the start. Now looking for this inside section. Couple cross steps here. And setting herself up for a nose ride. Hang 5, locked in. Takes those 2 steps back, 2 more steps back to that middle part of the board, readjusting as she comes flying through to the inside section. She's going to duck out quickly to avoid that shore break, but unfortunately it swallows her whole, and hopefully her chin is okay as she looks like she connected with that board.
I saw the same thing. There is a point when you want to try to get as far away from your surfboard as you can.
Yes.
And with the competitors using leashes because of the conditions, I think in that situation, I think I would have sent the board a bit ahead of me and protect the face. Keep the moneymaker safe, kid.
But then there is, I get in this position sometimes when I'm surfing, and I kind of I'm like, I can't let my board get hurt. And so I put my body on the line. We do it all the time to protect the equipment instead, because I go,
when you get older,
I can
Shannon,
heal, but my board can't heal, and then I'm going to have to take it to get repaired. And
see, that goes away when you get older. When you realize how long it takes you to heal, you're like, goodbye, surfboard. Good luck.
See you later. If you hit the rocks, it's fine.
I'll get another one.
Yeah. Spend the $100 on that ding repair. Well, out in the water now, Portugal, Uruguay, Costa Rica, and Sweden. Raquel Bento on her opening ride. We already saw that. Ines Bissot out of Uruguay. Leah Diaz, the young surfer out of Costa Rica. And Sana Horvalias out of Sweden. Looking for her opening ride right now. Sana up and riding for Team Sweden. Beautiful looking wave in front of her. Love that little kind of soul moment on her takeoff as she sets that rail into that first cutback, driving down to the bottom of the wave. Now starting her cross step as that board is climbing up the face. Leah Diaz out of Costa Rica up and riding straight to the nose just behind, as Sana on the inside continues to use that variety. She's gone from the tail back to the tip multiple times through this wave so far. Finds that hang 5 just kind of maybe an inch off of the tip of the nose with each of these hang 5s. So that's somewhere where we'll look for her to really get those toes locked over like we were seeing from Luana in that last heat. But she's got a huge smile on her face. She'll be feeling stoked to be putting this first wave on the board as she'll nosedive there. We'll track now with Leah Diaz, whose toes are in that full locked over position right at the tip of the stringer, the young Costa Rican. And bumpy section on the inside, but she's doing well to absorb all that bump with her ankles, with her knees, with her hips, and keep that upper body relatively quiet.
You know, for again, one of those very, very skinny and slight surfers, she's got incredible balance through the bumps.
Ines now up and riding. Quick steps up to the nose. Frothy section. Wingnut, how challenging is it to hold a nose ride through water like that?
I think, again, a little bit behind the section, there's the bump in the face of the wave. The water's not going to hang onto your fin and rail as well because of the white water in the face of the wave and that strong offshore wind that you're seeing early this morning. Yes, that's not a surprise that it might knock a surfer off in that position.
It's kind of the same as, you know, we talk about it in shortboarding a lot. If a surfer's doing a turn where there's all that white water, that foam and bubble on the surface of the wave, those fins in the deck of the board can become disengaged. Same thing on the nose.
Yeah, it's a challenge when your fin, the combination of the fin and rail wants to be connected to the water. There's a way the water is going to flow around the fin's going to flex, it's going to grab the rail, and all of a sudden there's a pocket of air in the water, and all that connection that the rail and the fin have to the water goes away. It's going to reattach, but in that instant that it goes away, there's a whole transfer of momentum through the board, and that can send a surfer flying.
Well, 13 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Raquel opens up with a 4.67 on the board. We've got a 0.77 for the opener of Ines. She's now up and riding once again, so she'll forget about that opening moment. Now with an opportunity in front of her, clean face, great footwork as she gets that quick nose ride as that board's kind of projecting down the face of the wave. Now resetting as she steps through the inside. And you can see the other surfers just paddling out right behind her. It's always nice when you're paddling back out to be able to see, all right, what are the other surfers doing in the lineup? If you see someone on what looks like a 9-point ride, it can be a bit nerve-wracking. But other than that, you're like, all right, cool. She got a nose ride on the start. Now she's getting a second one. I want to do that same thing. As we see Ines just looking for her third, fourth nose ride here on the inside section. Great bit of footwork, control. That wave will taper off as it heads into that shore break section, and she'll pull back with the long paddle ahead of her.
I think you bring up a really good point for when a surfer, when you're paddling back out, you know, watching the other surfers. Was it a good idea to go for a nose ride there? Did they not cut back there? Should they have? So those things you can pull inside you.
Great tips from one of the masters. And another master that we just saw out in the lineup, Luana Suarez, walking away with a 16.33 heat total. Incredible performance from the 19-year-old out of Ubatuba. She's with Benway.
Thank you, Shannon Wingnut, winner of heat number 13, 19-year-old Luana Suarez from Brazil. Muito parabéns para você.
Muito obrigada, thank you.
And I'm here with my Brazilian bestie, Karina Brosk, because she's going to do the translation between Portuguese and English. So first question is, she's been surfing since she was 5, and she's chosen longboard over the last 4 years. She looks so natural. I just want to ask, what made her kind of switch over from shortboard, and what made her love riding a longboard?
Ele perguntou que você surfa desde os 5 anos de idade, mas só há 4 anos você decidiu optar pelo longboard e você surfa muito bem, é muito natural no longboard. O que te fez fazer essa escolha?
Eu surfo desde os 5 anos de idade. Essa escolha do longboard foi após eu ter diagnosticado a epilepsia. Então, para me retomar para o mar, tive que entrar com uma prancha maior. Então, eu encontrei o longboard, uma família que começou a morar no Camburi, Whitney, Dani, Rafa, tá em casa, Davi. Então, eles me trouxeram isso e até então eu gostei e estou aqui, desfrutando do longboard.
She said that after she diagnosed with epileptic, she need to surf with a bigger board, and she met a family that surf in a longboard and start to help her and teach her the longboard art, and then she's in love with longboard, so she chooses.
Well, she's definitely a longboard artist. She got the highest score of the whole event so far, 9.33. And you were saying that she didn't hear her scores out there. She had no idea what position she was when she came in. But amazing surfing. She looks really natural. My second question is going to be, she comes from Camburi das Pedras in Ubatuba, which is in Sao Paulo. Are there any waves that are close to this type of point wave? Because she read the waves so well, she could find those critical nose rides, which gave her that 9.33.
Primeiro ele falou que você nem sabia, né, como eu te falei, que você tinha tirado essas notas tão altas, né, que foi o melhor score, a melhor pontuação e a melhor nota, né? E aí, morando lá onde você mora, em Camburi das Pedras, você tem uma onda tão parecida com essa formação que você está encontrando aqui?
Sim, eu não tinha ouvido a nota, né? Camburi das Pedras é uma onda bem tubular, é um backdoor, não sei mais ou menos se diz assim, mas é uma onda bem tubular, bem cavada. A força da onda aparece, mas onda constante não.
She didn't listen, as I told you, that she didn't know about the scores. And about the place that she surfed, she said that the wave is really hollow and heavy, have power, but is not like land and rideable like here.
Right. Well, we look forward to seeing you do the best. Muito parabéns para você.
Thank you.
And we'll let him go get back to the live. We'll get back to the booth with you guys. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Luana.
Thank you, Ben. And I really like the point that she made that she didn't hear the scores. And I think for me, that means a lot about her composure as a surfer. I know sometimes it's critical to know how close you are, but I like a surfer who's just sending it, surfing to her limit every time. It doesn't really matter what my scores are. I'm just going to go again. I mean, it's neat to know that she, got such a high score on one wave, but I love the way she just owned it.
Taking a look now at another surfer who's owning it out there. An 8.50 dropped in for this wave of Leah Diaz.
It was the first wave of Leah of the morning, and she did some great nose riding in a real steep, critical part of the wave there. She's going to set it up again here, not rushing it, letting the wave set up in front of her. You can see there's a little bit of a ripple, a little bit of an offshore wind flowing and blowing up the face of that wave. She's just going to be patient, carrying her weight and momentum forward. Nice, beautiful cutback here, getting set up for another nose ride, getting those steps up, getting the toes over the front edge. Even with all that bounce, she was able to stay on that board, looking at this wave again, going forward one more time, getting another 5 right there, bringing that other foot up tight, and just exiting. And she was rewarded with an 8.50 on that one. And here's another wave. This is one from Sanna from Sweden. Beautiful controlled bottom turn there. Getting a little off balance, but not giving up. How many times, Shannon, have you been in a situation where it didn't quite go the way you wanted, but as long as you're still in control of your surfboard, there's no reason to get up. Let's try it again.
Oh, yeah. You're like, I've got this wave is going to continue going for
same
so
wave,
long.
Same
I
wave
just
part 2.
Stand back up again. Here we go. So the judges will take those sorts of things into note. But, man, when you're free surfing, you're like, especially if you're surfing a break like this, there's length to it.
Yeah.
You could have another almost full wave just by
it's part 2.
Getting back up again.
To be continued.
Yeah.
And look at the sets out here this morning. I mean, El Sunzal Surf City has really living up to the name, and there is Leah Diaz on one of the bomb sets of the morning. Look at her going forward, doing battle with the whitewater, not letting it knock her down, staying composed, considering the waves at most of the beach breaks where she surfs and the smaller reefs that are around. She lives in the area around Tamarindo, Avellanas. Her mother, one of the greatest female surfers that Costa Rica has ever seen, Andrea, has done well raising that woman to be a great surfer too.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, what a great example for her as we take a look now at Ines on her forehand. Couple quick cross steps. She's chasing down a 2.57 at the moment to take away that second place position from Raquel. So Leah's in a great position out in front, but now that second place spot is wide open. We've got about 6.5 minutes remaining, and Ines has this great opportunity. She'll be sitting now on the score for sure that she requires, but how much farther ahead can she take it with great footwork like this, really composed through the inside? Finding those last couple of nose rides in a critical section was really key.
You said a great word, composed. There was a lot of great composure on that wave. We'll come back to that after this.
Raquel now up and riding, goes for that committed outside section. That's that risk that we've been talking about all week.
Exactly, and again, degree of difficulty, especially when you're backside in waves of this size, you don't have quite the control. So when I see a goofy foot surfer succeed in that, for me it's a higher degree of difficulty. I want to multiply everything by a 0.5 just because of that. But going back to composure, I think Ines looked composed throughout that ride, never seemed off balance, never seemed to rush anything, and I think there's a lot to be said for that as we see the competitors in the next heat getting ready to do battle with the shore break on the way out.
Yeah, they've got that 7-minute paddle out, which is why they're paddling out before that 5-minute mark, which is pretty standard. It's nice that there's been an extra couple minutes added to it, especially because that shore break is not fun. Looks like they've got a little lull in the action, so they should be okay, and they'll be sitting a little bit closer up. They're actually paddling out like pretty much in the corner.
Which I think is a really smart move because this point has got so much current and sweeping, it's going to wrap you away from the bigger waves very quickly. So it's just being patient on your paddle out. And we see that problem happen all the time where if you just wait for a lull, you can paddle out with dry hair, but some people feel that they have to just fight out the minute their ankles touch the water. Oh, I got to start paddling. It's like, tranquilo, just wait for a lull. Youthful exuberance as opposed to wisdom and patience.
Yes.
And I just don't want to tire myself out that much.
Don't want to tire yourself out. It's also nice though because it kind of, especially if you're able to tap into that mode in when you're surfing in a contest, and you can really get a feeling for, all right, being able to time out those sets, understanding that they come and they go and you'll get those breaks in between, helps you to be able to kind of reset before even hitting the lineup. As we see Team Japan getting ready and sending their surfer out into the next heat, it's going to be Hiroka Yoshikawa, who, wow, I will expect to be seeing nines dropped from this woman.
I really enjoy her surfing. And again, both her and Natsumi, like Rachel, Tilly, carry so much positive energy when they're out in the water. They're always smiling and happy.
Up and riding now, Sana, who started out with a great-looking 4.17. She's now sitting in a more challenging position, chasing that mid-range 6 in order to get herself back in the top 2 positions. Great carve back. I like that she wraps it kind of all the way back behind the foam. Now she's able to kind of climb through, gain that speed as the wave starts to taper off in front of her. Doing really well to just keep that board in that power pocket. Now looking to just kind of use those back feet. Hopefully starting to set up here as this wave starts to come through to the inside. Looking for those moments where she starts to use that footwork. That's a really crucial part of the judging criteria. That's the way that you're going to be able to take that score up to that next level. To be able to surf a wave, even that's maybe a 4-point ride, if you're able to get a really solid, wave and surf it well, you could surf maybe a 4-point wave up to a 5, up to a 6, depending on how that looks. Shannon Hughes here alongside of the Wingnut. Great to have you in the booth. It's such an incredible pleasure to be able to call action like this with you because you've got a pretty long history riding a longboard.
That's a really nice way of saying I'm the oldest person in the room.
Yeah, it's great to have you here.
Thank you, Shannon, for being here. It's a real treat.
And your maturity.
Well, maturity is going to be another question. It's a real treat to be here to watch all these great surfers from around the world, and some of the countries are surprising me with their level of skill. The level of enthusiasm from everyone is just great, and the way the ISA has created this global community and the way all the teams have their huts on, down stretch around the beach here at Club El Salvadoriana. I mean, it's what a great location, and it's a treat to be here with everyone.
And it's great to see that continued investment from El Salvador, where we have the opportunity for these surfers to get to know this wave, to be able to have some consistency surfing it, a few years going. As we take a look now at Raquel Bento. Into that first opening nose ride, you've been commenting on how challenging and difficult it is to be able to do that on your backhand as a goofy foot surfing out here on the right. Great composure, and kind of reassessed how she fell on that last wave. She's doing a very good job now to put herself back in that running, chasing down that 5.84. She's really needed to lock in some nose rides in her surfing within this heat. That's been the one thing that's kind of been lacking. She's got some great tail work already thrown together, and now looking for that on the inside section was a kind of a critical way to be finishing off, especially looking for a big
you
score.
could have made a point there, and now we're going to see Leah Diaz and her approach at the start of the wave.
Now she's actually fallen from that leading position down into second, but a score with a nose ride like this, she's going to be well back into that leading spot. So opening hang 5, locked in, tight in the section, and now just keeping herself hugging, that critical section of the wave. Not wanting to get chased too far out into the shoulder, which is something that we've been seeing over the first 2 days of competition. Surfers that really want to increase that score line, hugging this section, not putting themselves too far out of the pocket. As we're back into that hang 5, cross-stepping back, quick little steps, sort of catching herself a couple times to make sure she's not falling, and looking for this finishing section here now.
She really wants to finish this wave clean. She knows she needed a really good second wave, and that one was it for her.
Ines was able to find herself in that leading position, a 5.83, backed it up with a 4.9, now up and riding with that confidence as well, maybe knowing that she's sitting up in that leading position, locks into a beautiful hang 5 for the start of that. I love the positioning, the subtle movement of her back foot to be able to move in that entire large board, just those little changes of, maybe a couple centimeters even over that back fin can really, it's really easy with a small amount of movement to move that board.
You bring up a really good point about how you're going to turn that board and getting your weight properly over the fin. Again, most of these surfers are riding on single fin boards, and you realize that that's the pivot point, the fulcrum, and how you're going to get the board to change. So by moving your weight subtly back over that fin, it allows you to change the direction of that board quite simply. So we're going to be waiting for scores, it looks like, from all 4 surfers before we get to start the next heat.
That's right. That was kind of a wild finish. It was looking really favorable that Leah Diaz would just kind of sail away, but then she ended up in that second place position. She will have another score to come through, and she'll get the 2.23 that she requires to take the lead away from Ines. But there's a score to drop in for Raquel that was going to be one of her better waves. There's a score to drop in for Sana as well, who are in that 3rd and 4th place position. So that battle for second at the moment could be kind of close.
And it's interesting, when Raquel got that wave, her last wave, Leah had priority, and she let Raquel go, and I wonder if she was aware of her priority position. I think she did exceptionally well on the wave after, and she is also one of those surfers that kind of believes that, I think I am better than you. You can have this one. I will try to outperform you on the next one.
Well, scores are in, and it has worked in Leah's favor, certainly. Raquel scores a 3.27 for her last ride. It's not enough to move into her top 2, which means she won't be able to jump out of that 3rd place position. We're waiting for the last score of Sana to drop in as well. She's chasing a 6.34 as we see Team Costa Rica down on the beach.
And look at that smile on Leah's face. I mean, that really exemplifies her. She carries that same always positive energy. She's so much fun to surf with all the time. I've worked with her and her mother when I do Costa Rica trips with people. And if you're ever going to Costa Rica and you want some great women surf guides, Leah and her mother are definitely the people you want to look up. They're fantastic.
And an incredible place to find some great long waves. So we're just waiting for those last scores. And we're still waiting for 2 scores to drop in, both for Leah and both for Sana, in the 2nd and 4th place position at the moment. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, results will follow.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know.
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back, and scores are still trickling in from that previous heat number 14, with those 4 women that just put together such a solid battle. Leah Diaz has increased her opportunity to take away a lead with a 7-point ride to back up that 8.5.
Fantastic final wave there. Leah puts you in the strong position going through the rest of this event. Everybody now knows who you are and know that you're going to be challenging them for the title this week here in El Salvador.
What a great heat. Now coming up next, we have Japan, Uruguay, Venezuela, and England out in the lineup with Hiroka Yoshikawa, Camille Buevos, Saba Salvatierra, and Emily Curry. Out in the water, we've got a start. We just heard the buzzer sound. The judges had to look at some replays just before. I was chatting to one of the judges yesterday, and he was saying how because the waves are so long, if there's an exchange at the end and there's the potential of maybe 4 waves being ridden, every wave takes 30 to 45 seconds here. It's not a 5 to 15 second wave that we're typically seeing in, a little beach break or something where you're like, all right, quick, 2 turns.
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally, you could catch a 5-second wave like that. We're talking waves that are really long. So you could end up backed up at the end of a heat where the judges are then looking at the replays because they've watched the live action. They could have 4 minutes almost of replays to watch at the end of a heat.
It's definitely the amount of work judges put in. They're unsung heroes in this story.
As we take a look now at Camille out of Uruguay, up and riding on her first ride, couple steps up to the nose. In that trim line, you can see how fast she's going, even by the way that her jersey and her hair is flapping with the wind. Setting herself up here, opening ride, able to just kind of start to feel the rhythm out here without having, needing to surf with too many other people in the lineup. It'll be the first heats of the event as well for these women still. We've got one more heat after this, heat number 16, as Emily Curry is now up and riding. Out of England, has a beautiful forehand style. She's riding a board that's really helped to just smooth things out for her over the years, but unfortunately gets a little ahead of herself on that nose ride.
That was a really beautiful sweeping cutback in the control. And if you want to just compare the surfer before to that one, the first surfer, the way their board was, as you were saying, was kind of flapping up and down. The surfer Camille from Uruguay, not as comfortable with the speed that she was dealing with, and her weight was a little bit too far back. That's letting that board kind of flap in front of you, and that's where you need to, understand that forward press, that weight is going to allow that board to run. You look at a longboard sometimes, and they appear to be pretty flat, but there's so much curve. The rocker that's in the bottom of the board wants to accept the curve of the wave, so it's putting that forward weight on that front foot that's going to allow it to stay connected to the water. That's going to increase your speed, and it's going to allow you to start to open your turns up.
Such great insight. And it is, you can tell the difference for us that are watching and observing this all day long. We can really see the difference between those surfers that are able to put that board in the right place in the curl where the board is actually fitting right into it. It's able to carry the right amount of speed without going too fast. It's also carrying enough speed to not be slowing it down too much because you can kind of go in either direction of that. As we take a look now at Camille, her teammate Ines was just able to sneak through in that second place position in the last heat, but unfortunately Camille's just been taken out with a full face of white water as that wave just broke right in front of her and sent water everywhere.
There's been some interesting heats where the surfers start getting a little deep and not anticipating how fast that wave is going to run down the point, as we see the first wave from Hiroka.
Hiroka quick steps up to the nose, straight into that hang 5, arms poised by her side. Quick steps off the nose and straight into that tail work as well, back into that second hang 5 now. Challenging looking section as there's a lot of white water on it, and she's going to do that smart thing and just kick straight out.
Again, got pushed a little bit around the top of the point, and you get that whole, what I would call second peak breaking in front of you.
paddle now from Saba, and we can see there's just a plethora of lines. Hiroka's going to have some whitewater to deal with as she paddles back out. Saba now up and riding, just stretching out that front foot to try and get to the nose. Needing to maybe work on that cross-stepping, but driving down the line with a lot of speed here on her opening ride. Board looking a little bit wild underneath her, and she's going to kick straight out of that one.
Again, a missed opportunity there at the start of the wave to truly be, claiming a nose ride with toes wrapped over the front of the board. Looks like she's going to be able to sneak over the corner here.
15 minutes on the clock. Couple of small scores on the board in the 3-point range at the moment with more to drop. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with another surfer scoring a very high heat total. Leah Diaz out of Costa Rica is with Ben Way.
Thank you very much. Winner of heat number 14 representing Costa Rica, Leah Diaz. Congratulations. Felicidades.
Thank you so much.
So we were just talking. You've been here for about 4 times, and you said this is the biggest you've gotten it, and you had a ton of fun. Explain about some of the other times that you've come here. What do you usually get?
When I've come, it's been pretty small, and there's been like a lot of people and not as much waves, not as consistent, and today it's just been like wave after wave after wave, and it just has the perfect wall, and it's so much fun.
So your mother's a national champion, and you decided to kind of get into her footsteps. Is that what got you into competition?
Yes, she actually came to an ISA Masters, and I got all the way to semifinals in Nicaragua, and I was with her, and I thought it was a pretty cool experience. So I'm like, I really want to do this. So I told her, and she was coaching me till I turned 13.
Do you think she'll be watching your heat and coaching you over the phone?
After. She says she gets really nervous, but she loves that I do this.
And in your bio, you said that you'd ridden shortboard up until about 2 years ago. What attracted you to longboarding, and what made you make the switch?
Not really sure. I felt like I was good on a shortboard, but I wasn't getting the results I hoped for. And a friend of mine told me that she would give me a longboard. So I tried it out, and it turns out I'm really good at it, and I have a lot of fun, and I really enjoy it.
And are you riding your 9.4 Corvac? Is that what you've got? Where is that made?
That's made in Florida, in Satellite Beach. I think that's where my shaper's from, but he comes to Costa Rica often. He's my neighbor as well, so.
Well, it worked for you great. If you want to say any words to people in Costa Rica that are supporting you, especially Mom, who's going to coach you later.
Un saludo a todos los ticos, especialmente a mi mamá, que yo sé que tiene que estar viendo esto, y a mis hermanos y a toda la gente de Playa Negra, demasiado emocionada, y voy a dar todo lo posible para llegar lo más lejos. Pura vida.
Muchas gracias. Pura vida.
Gracias.
Back to you guys, the booth.
Thanks so much. That was so fun as we take a look at Emily Curry. Some solid surfing from her at the start of this wave. We'll just trail with her right towards the end before we take a look at the replay. And looking for those cross steps through the inside section. Just eyeing up. She's one of those surfers that I would see wanting to commit if she got a good end section, really wanting to put that board up into it, that roller coaster, and have a solid finish.
Yeah, I think, planning how you're going to end each wave in the risk-reward scenario, and I think you make your choice, and I think she made a smart one because there wasn't a lot that she could add to that right there.
Paddle now for Saba. Doesn't get into it. So back to Leah. That was such a sweet interview from her. Wingnut, you said, you have spent quite a bit of time in Costa Rica.
I was really pleased when I saw her start to ride a longboard more often, and was really impressed how quickly she developed the finesse and style she has. And I think coming from shortboarding, she had a really great understanding of waves and energy and power, but being able to change her style to look good on a longboard, I think she did an amazing job of that very quickly. Because we've seen some other athletes here that come from shortboard backgrounds, and they still kind of have that low shortboard driven kind of body English, and she has immediately gone into the straight up clean longboard style that I personally like.
Taking a look now at a surfer with very clean, upright style. Hiroka into that opening nose ride, finds that 5. Great S-turn, sets it up now off the bottom. Starts cross-stepping straight out of that turn. Doesn't really have that opportunity to get to the nose again as she heads up into the top third of that wave and then loses a bit of control.
And the one thing that I'm warning surfers about, when you are cutting back, trying to get back down the face below that whitewater, remember it's coming at the opposite angle, and if you come and meet that, bring your rail into that whitewater, it can sweep that board right out from underneath you.
Just take it straight away. Maria Fernanda Reyes, Mafa, affectionately known out of Peru, she was really the standout of last year's event. She's going to be a great one to keep an eye on in our final heat for women's round 1. She was a pretty strong favorite from, kind of everybody watching on the beach to walk away with that gold medal, but just couldn't really put the dots together when it came to the actual final. But throughout, she was very consistent in her heat wins. So I'm excited to see how she goes in this year's competition. After such a solid performance last year, she's always one of those surfers as well that's kind of the life and the energy around her. She, has a lot of her creativity that's just kind of swarming constantly.
Yeah, and you can see focused. She had her game face on. She's listening to her music. She's, getting in the rhythm. The competitor in her already. Even, it's her first heat. I mean, imagine having to watch all of yesterday and wishing you could be out there. But at least she's getting such marvelous conditions to start off her story here at the ISA World Longboard Championships.
Camille now up and riding, taking off behind the section, doing well to control that opening bit of whitewater out into that open face. This wave is tapering off a bit. It hasn't really offered her that stand-up wall that some of those other waves have from the outside section. And she'll just cruise through to the inside here, couple steps forward, looking now to time it for that quick tap towards the nose. Shuffles back off and sets herself up here once again. Nice tight footwork, just a few inches off of that true hang 5, but she's getting close to that positioning and now has a heavy section in front of her that she'll kick out of.
And I think a lot of that instability and bounce comes from being too far on the shoulder, not down in the face of the wave, in the pocket where the water can really hang onto the tail of your board and stabilize it as you're going forward. If you're out on a fatter shoulder trying to nose ride, there's no way for the water to wrap around the rails of your board and hang onto the tail. So you're trying to go over all those little speed bumps that are also on that fatter shoulder and trying to go forward. So it's an unstable position. It's not a true nose ride. You really should be encouraged and realize, maybe looking at this wave later online, she can see that if there was space to cut back, to get down lower in the face of the wave, truly be in the pocket, and then have a more successful nose ride out of that.
And kind of allow the water to be the counterbalance to the body at the front of the board.
And that's what it is. When people ask, how does that actually work? What are the dynamics of how can you stand on the tip of a 9.5 foot surfboard and not have the thing sink up to your eyeballs? It will at a certain point. But
it happens to all of us.
But if you're in the proper pocket of a wave, there is just as much water and force hanging onto the tail as you are on the nose. And it's understanding and feeling that pressure, happening behind you as you're going forward, and knowing that that board is going to get held down and that you can stand on the tip and fly with nothing in front of you for hopefully yards and yards and yards.
It's the best feeling in the world.
It's why we do this.
It's why we do it. It's why we love longboarding so dang much. Well, down to 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Emily Curry sitting out in front for Team England. And she's got that 4.83, a 3.33 behind the scenes. She has a great consistency in her shortboard career. She's been one of those surfers that's, had a lot of time on both sides of things. We can see there that Saba is just scratching because that wave might just be breaking right in front of her. She might be able to make it just over the shoulder. She was kind of still maybe wide enough over.
It's interesting for me, this was my first time here, and it has not gone below head high, and it's not forecast to drop at all throughout this entire event. To hear Leah say that she's been here before and it was kind of small, not a lot of waves, I'm like, really?
Does that happen?
That happens here? This just looks like a wave machine. I think, I've heard so many great things about El Salvador and the surf here, and it's finally getting to see it in person and have it being turned on to the level that is. It's like I'm really enjoying being here this week.
It's pretty wild. This is my, I think, 4th year coming to El Salvador for ISA events, and it has never been called off because it's been too small or flat or unsurfable. We have had days called off because it's so big that it's just not even really possible to, it's kind of Big Wednesday style where you're like, well, do we run heats in this? Do we just call it and we'll run a few more the next day?
and fortunately now, and we get updates every other day from Kevin at Surfline, so we can see what the forecast is. We have a really good eye on what the conditions will be through the week, so we know when we can run and when we should run. And so Surfline has been fantastic in, predicting the conditions for us. And I'm sure everyone that listens is, a member of Surfline already, and it's interesting to see certain areas where they're spot on, and like, oh, I know they're usually about like half a day late in so and so, and Surfline does give you that opportunity when you're a member, like, hey, if the conditions aren't quite like this, let us know and we can upgrade. There's a couple places I don't tell them.
You don't want them to
I
know.
like everybody thinking that it's going to be really good on Tuesday, and it's actually Monday nights.
So actually, world, we've just found out that when it's really good, Wingnet messages Surfline to say, hey, guys, it's really not as good as the forecast
It's horrible.
says.
No,
it's kind of terrible.
I'm trying
up.
I'm trying to change the algorithm at Surfline.
Yeah. It's only knee-high. It's really not head-high
all
right
by
now.
myself. I have that power.
Well, Hiroka has just put herself back into that leading position. A 5.4 on the board with a 4.67 has the Japanese woman sitting up in that first place spot just ahead of Emily Curry. Hiroka comes from a great surfing family as well. The whole family in the water. Her dad running that surf shop. He's a shaper as well. She's been riding his boards for most of her life.
When I was with her in the Philippines last year, I got to ride her board, and she let me borrow it for a couple of waves. It was so much fun.
Camille now up and riding, just driving through those first couple of turns, and she'll just have to jump off of that wave.
Can you see that sideways wave coming through? So literally as she was starting her turn, one of those ledges just came and pushed the whole board over. And again, I think as you become a more experienced surfer, you kind of open up your view, and you need to see that coming and choose one of two things. Use it to help launch you around, or be ready to go over it and absorb that sideways bump. And we'll see more of that. The tide changes so much here, it really changes the flow of water around this point, and you have to adapt to those conditions.
Yeah, it's a wild amount of water that is moving out there. It can get really challenging when you're just on the paddle out to be able to make it out there. But once you're out there, it seems like then the current swaps and it just keeps sucking you right out around to the left.
And again, yeah, inside, all the water from each wave, each set of waves is trying to wash you to the east. And once you get out to the top of the point, that south swell is trying to wash you up towards Guatemala.
Just a few minutes remaining. Once we finish out this heat, we've got one more heat in the women's round for heat number 16 of main round 1. After that, for our schedule for the rest of the day, we're going to be heading into men's main round 2. That will be starting in maybe 40 minutes or so, or sorry, about 25 minutes. And then we'll be heading into women's main round after that, around midday today, probably 12:30 p.m. And then a few heats of our men's Repêchage round 1 will be rounding out our afternoon as we take a look at this wave from Camille. You can see that wind is really kicked up a bit as well, and Camille doing a great job to lock herself into that close to nose ride, not quite fully locked over there, but close to that hang 5. Setting herself up now on a slightly smaller wave on the inside, but it's got that nice pocket to it. It's got a little bit more speed for her, and she's doing well to control things. A little bit farther forward off of her back feet as well on that board. She's not really standing right over the tail that whole time.
And again, you saw that the bounce that she was dealing with because she was out on the shoulder, not in the pocket. Back to Hiroka.
Hiroka on a beautiful looking S-turn for the start. Great bit of levitation out of that opening nose ride as well. Sets herself up with a second big carve. Couple steps forward, but again, doesn't push that. That's a surfer that knows her equipment. She knows what that feeling is supposed to be like when there is enough water pushing on the back of her tail to hold her in position to nose ride, and when it's just not quite there through that section. Bumpy here as she kind of just gets that little dance on, coming through the inside. Her upper body just looking perfect throughout this entire wave. Kind of locked knee there for a moment, which I love. I like that little straight leg style and stance when a surfer can pull it through. And then re-engaging with those bended knees to go in for that big finish re-entry, and that was an impressive performance.
That was a really nice finish, and I think one of the standout things for me on that wave, a real strong point of differentiation, is when she does her cutback down at the bottom of the wave, instead of compressing into her bottom turn out of that cutback, she arched her way through it. And again, the degree of difficulty in extending your torso, straightening out your legs with that arching turn, it's aesthetically extremely pleasing. It's a more difficult way to make that turn. And again, among those of us that pick apart the high-end style maneuvers, that was really special for me.
What a beautiful way to finish out this heat. And scores are in quickly from the panel. Wingnet, it's a 7.33.
Yeah, we have some fantastic waves, presenting themselves here, and I love seeing the surfers taking advantage of them like that. Another set is going to come through right at the end of this heat. I mean, mind surf this, everyone at home. How excited would you be to be in the water with only 2 or 3 people and a set like this coming?
Could you even control yourself?
All right, Emily's going to finish up her heat with this one.
All right, she's looking for a 7.90 to take herself into that leading position, but she's got a solid second place spot at the moment. Looking to just drive through that first turn, couple cross steps forward. Can see that wind is really starting to kick up in the last few minutes, even it's changed quite a lot. And Emily's doing well with this wave to get around the section, needing to try and find herself a nose ride, but she's going to be smart enough not to be forcing that. She's such a well-rounded competitor. Strong paddle from Camille to just get out of the way, and Emily back into that quick little hang 5. Now into that rail work, setting herself up here through the inside section. This is going to be important dynamic for her to be able to improve on that 4.93 that's sitting as her high score at the moment. She's going to look for that end section, straightens it out, and does well to control.
Really smooth and composed throughout that entire wave. I mean, we would have liked to see some more nose riding. That's where you're going to add, really the critical points to a score. But the way she had the power through those cutbacks and able to come out of those bottom turns with the bump, with the lump, she did really well on that wave. But there is our winner of this heat, Hiroka.
Teammate grabbing her board for her, allowing her that chance to just get some high fives, some support from the Japanese contingency. And Hiroka with that 5.4, improved it on a 7.33 for her last wave, has done well to put herself into that leading position. One score remaining to drop through for Emily Curry. Doesn't look like Camille or Saba out of Uruguay and Venezuela were able to get themselves a final wave. So Emily will be safe in that second place position. She will be chasing a 7.9 to take the win away from Hiroka, which just won't happen with kind of the lack of major maneuvers. But again, beautiful surfing from Emily, and it'll be Hiroka taking away the lead. Thanks so much for tuning in. We've got one more heat of the women after this, and then we'll be heading into men's main round 2 with Sam Bleakley and Megan Godinez on the call.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back. A pleasure to have your company. Thanks for tuning in to heat number 16, the last heat of this opening round of the women's in day 2, as we see Peru, Spain, Colombia, and Panama. Maria Fernanda Reyes is silver medalist from the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship. This year going for gold for Team Peru. Carlota Jauregui from Spain in blue, and Margarita Conde from Colombia in green, and Leila Brady from Panama in white. As we can see, that fantastic lineup here to El Sunzal for the continuation of Day 2. Sam Bleakley back in the booth, joined by Megan Godinez. And Megs, a little bit of wind now starting to blow on those faces. How is that going to affect these surfers?
Yeah, as we anticipated, that wind, that onshore wind, was supposed to turn around this time, along with that tide rising. So I think girls are going to have to really stay low, get that center of gravity to be able to get through those chops and really connect those turns.
Absolutely. That sense of control, balance, and of course that's an important element in the criteria. Using style, flow, control, grace, and linking things. When things get bumpy, having that leg strength to make it look effortless. That's a key ingredient as we start to get some onshore breeze.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about also expecting what's going to happen. Like, these surfers are in their top game right now, and as we see red paddling Maria Fernandez Reyes from Peru, the queen of surfing in Peru, I believe, with a beautiful hang 5 here from the start.
Straight into a nice nose ride on her Piccolo Clemente board, into a nice cut back there, now in the middle of the wave, good trim speed in the middle of the board, locks back up for another 5, arms out with a soul arch, sweeps back to the section there, dealing a little bit now with the bounce, but then walking back up for a third nose ride, and then snaking back and forth as this wave starts to decrease in size, but you can just see the way she's getting herself behind the pocket, coming high, using the cross steps to keep that board trimming. And I like that soul arch at the top there. That's a distinctive element of Maria Fernanda Reyes, and that's why she got silver at the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship, as she locks a nice long lifting 10 on the inside.
Yeah, and that's what's good about Maria, is that when she hang 10, she means it. She means business when she's on those hang 10. Her whole body weight is over that nose, so I think the judges will score her on that wave beautifully.
Representing the Basque Country, surfing for Spain, Carlota Jauregui up and riding on her Yon Garmendia boards. Of course, Yon here, the shape of the surfer, representing Spain in the men's division. Carlota streaking, speeding ahead here, up to the tip there, walks out of that nose ride, and then just looks at this section as a kick-out opportunity, cleanly finishing, dropping a decent score, as our surfer from Colombia, Margarita Conde, has already kicked off with a decent 4.5, which relative to some of the scores that have come through can often be a carrying score this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she'll with her campaign already starting early, she'll be able to get some good scores in. Even with this wind kind of picking up, the girls are really going to have to focus on the line and what they're looking at on the wave. They're going to have to do a lot of checking down in front of them to see where is this air pocket, where is it going to double up. So it's going to be interesting.
Another academic in the lineup. We talked about Roxy Davies having gained her PhD, her Doctor of Philosophy. Carlota Jauregui is currently researching her PhD in psychology. She's a 5 times national champion, currently 4th on the WSL European rankings, and representing a very strong Spanish team. Nicolas Garcia Andrade, the goofy footer, Yon Garmendia from the Basque Country, a surfer shaper, and it's actually the boards that are under the feet of Carlota. But what about this opening 4.5 for Team Colombia?
Beautiful wave, a good read, getting her campaign started early, just so that, and a lot of surfers you'll see kind of already rushing in the beginning to get that first wave, to already establish that priority, that dominance over that heat. And here we are with a beautiful cut back into the power source, just slowly reading this wave, staying in the whitewash, just so that she can find that face of the wave, right? So she's reading it very well, constantly looking over that shoulder, and that's going to be the interesting with the goofy footers and the regular footers, right? As we see Maria on this wave, right off the top.
7.33, Megs. I mean, what a great start for our silver medalist.
Exactly, and it's all about that beginning maneuver. As soon as she stood up, she read that wave to really get onto that nose, and here relaxed hang 5, and that's what we want to see, is that composed, relax, kind of vibe.
And what about the lead into these inside nose rides? This wave got a little peaky, but the way she stayed in the pocket and established the opportunity to get behind critical sections for this long hang 10 on the inside was really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is the local knowledge. I know she's been coming here for a while and really understanding. And the thing about Maria is that she really, really loves to watch everyone's heats. She really studies everyone surfing with that beautiful hang 10. As you can see, her 10 toes were gripping, and I think the judges will reward her for that.
Well, from one great performance to the another, let's go down to the glass. We have Hiroka Yoshikawa from Team Japan with Ben Wei.
Thank you very much, Sam, Megs. We're here with Heat 15 winner representing Japan, Hiroka Pirotan Yoshikawa. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be back here.
Yeah, so last year you had 7th place. How hungry are you for that gold medal this year?
I'm so excited. After the ISA contest last year, I practiced a lighter single fin and surfing with big waves and maneuvers.
And so Hiroka is from Onjuku, which is about a 20-minute drive from our Tsurigasaki Beach, which was the venue for Tokyo 2020, which in a typhoon swell is a big, powerful stretching ride. I'm going to ask her if that kind of helped out. So practicing at Taito with Ryuji-san, Kenny, Nobu, Taiki, when it's big with a typhoon swell, there's some very long rights that almost go all the way to Kireme. Did it feel like kind of a big day in Taito?
Yeah, I surfed too. My complex is a beach lake and shoulder wave, so I practice to the in Taito Beach.
Yeah, so Onjuku, where she lives, is a really, really peaky A-framey place, and Taito Beach is the community of all of the longboarding. 最後、みんな応援している方に応援メッセージお願いします。
日本から応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。次はしっかり1本目から決めたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
応援してます。Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Congratulations, Hiroka, for Team Japan, looking very strong, hoping to build on that semi-final finish from last year. But right now, out in the lead, it's our silver medalist from last year, Maria Mafer Fernanda Reyes, the 26-year-old regular footer from Lima, up and riding on your screen right now. Our Colombian surfer, currently sitting in second position and locking on a really nice nose ride, a smaller wave, but a little bit of a nice peaky section ahead here. She comes out of that first nose ride and will add to that 4.5 with Carlotta waiting for her score to come through, which comes through at a 4.43. So this will increase that second position roll for our surfer from Colombia. But if she gets that 2.84, because our surfer in red from Peru is only carrying that 7.33, she might well move up into first position.
Yeah, I think she just dropped her score at a 2.5. Just staying on that inside, I think what will be a great advantage is if she sits next to Maria. And that's a great thing about competition, right? You get to kind of see where everyone is sitting. And being out there with 3 other girls is kind of a dream as well. So.
And you can really see the bathymetry, that's the word to describe the kind of underwater shape of a bit of coastline of this surf break. All those cobbles, as that tide comes in, it really fills over that section. And that kind of A-frame shape of those cobbles is really what helped dictates this right-hand point break. As we see Layla, Brady, Team Panama walking up to the trim speed at the front of the board there, comes back to the tail, but turning that board from the middle, sometimes that's where those cutbacks become unstuck if you're not right on the tail.
Exactly, and as we see Maria out on another set here, beautiful carving back and forth. This wave might offer a really pretty wall for her to get on the inside and get more nose rides in as she's just navigating her way through that power source.
Really nice opening set of maneuvers, linking rail work, footwork and carves. Kicking out will have a good backup score now. She will add to that 7.33 with 9 minutes remaining as we see Carlotta Haurigi there looking speedy on her Yon Garmendia single fin as she just puts that foot on the inside rail there to just come off the bottom and cross step towards the nose, and then just widens that stance into the cutback there, and again just a little readjustment to just get that toe side close to that inside rail. 2 steps 4 steps looking for the nose ride opportunity, but having to navigate so much bounce that there wasn't a steep enough pocket to lock that toe over the tip and have that lift and that hold of the fin in the pocket. But she does find a touch of the nose on that section and walks out really cleanly and kicks out well. So composed, elegant surfing, but also strong surfing from Carlotta.
Yeah, and you can tell she's a very thoughtful surfer. I think maybe because she has that PhD studying for psychology, is that she's understanding that if she is patient, the ocean will provide her with a section to get that nose right, and that's exactly what she did. You saw her step. She was about 3/4 of the way up, decided not to go, which was a very good call, because with all the chop, she could have got bucked off that wave.
And it moves her up into first position, but we're still waiting for that last score to come through for Maria Fernanda Reyes. She's got a 7.33. If she gets a 1.33, which you'd expect, she's going to go back to first, but Carlotta Jauregui is moved up into first as it stands. I expect she'll shift down to second when this score for red comes through.
Yeah, I think so. With that wave, it was a shorter wave, but she did get a lot of the work done in the beginning, and that's what judges want to see, that critical, right when that wave starts to break, they want to see action. They want to see you committing to those maneuvers.
And with all these 4s already dropped, we got 2 medium range 4s for Carlotta for Spain and a 4.5 for Margarita Conde from Colombia. It does mean that there's that reference point. It may well go higher than that, as we can see live action. Maria Fernanda Reyes, toes on the nose, sweeping smooth cut back, setting up for a second nose ride, holds that 5, lifts that foot up, and this is the replay, and it comes in at a 5.05 megs.
Yeah, beautiful riding. I mean, she understood that with that second score, and a lot of these surfers will understand they only need 2 waves, as we see Blue up and riding Carlotta from Spain.
So it comes in at a 4.23. What was the essential difference that gave Maria's wave that edge for Peru?
Well, Maria was very fast and quick to thinking. I think Carlotta did a lot of thinking, I think maybe a little bit too much, and there was a lot of times she kind of strayed away from that power section, and that's where the judges are giving those high scores, right? In that critical section, she kind of strayed away from it. But again, this is early on in the heat. She's just trying to read the wave, especially with this new wind coming in with all the chop. Beautiful read on that tap hang 5. Of course, you can tell she was in that critical part because that wave broke in front of her.
And using the Yon Garmendia surfboards, he works a lot with Polyola that make recycled epoxy blanks. So really pushing the opportunity to mix the kind of bio-resins with the recycled blanks. One of the more progressive options for a more sustainable surfboard construction at the moment. So Polyola, check them out online. A lot of shapers starting to work with them. Ben Skinner also working with Polyola, and of course Thunderbolt construction as well, which is the use of the carbon fiber, Japanese technology. But right now it's Peruvian surfing live from the drone clip as she stretches for a 5 on her Piccolo Clemente board, walks back to the tail, and you can see this is a fast section, so degree of difficulty already high on those opening 2 nose rides, staying in the pocket, getting a high line, back up for a 3rd nose ride, arching really smooth. You could see that foot wrap right over the tip, a 4th nose ride, cross-stepping back to the tail, and there's the cut back. And you can see now we come into the inside section, and again an opportunity to nose rise. So busy footwork from Maria, and she's going to be happy about this performance. Getting silver last year, a huge confidence boost, but what's it like, do you think, for those surfers who know they can be that close to gold?
I mean, that's the thing. She's so close to go that it's such in this hand reach, and she wants it. And you can tell she's hungry. She's got her heat started quickly, and I know Maria. I've competed against her quite a bit, and she loves to start her heats early. She loves to get the first wave, and a lot of surfers will try and do that. Say Caitlin Mickelson, Rachel Tilley. They love to start the heat. They love to put the pressures on their competitors.
Up and riding right now, Margarita Conde from Colombia. She's got a 4.5 and a 2.5. She's chasing a 4.16 to move up into second position and not drop down into the repechage rounds. It's a very, very stacked event. No heats are easy, so any surfer that goes early into the repechage could be unlucky and have a difficult draw. But what about this lock of the nose ride? High line there, walking out. This wave has got some bounce. She pedals back to the tail there, stays in the middle of the board. She sets up for an opportunity for a touch of the 5, but you can just see how that nose ride happening in that section where there's not much of a pocket, so that's why you just saw that nose starting to go under.
Yeah, and that's the difference in figuring out what the high line is, the midline, and even figuring out the flats. So she read that well. But again, on the inside, it can get really tricky with the tide starting to fill in. There's that more of that deep water, so you're gonna have a thicker wave. So your line should almost be more in the middle of the wave.
And if you want to refresh your memory of some of the action from last year, seeing the likes of Maria Fernanda Reyes get that silver medal, you can go through the ISA website and look back at the webcast from last year. It was a great final. Maria was looking strong, but it was Alice Lemoine that got back-to-back goals, and she even broke her board in the final, but paddled out with her backup board. And this was while her teammates were on the podium celebrating having just won gold in the men's, Antoine Del Pero. So there was a moment where none of the French fan support base were there for the backup board, and suddenly they realized, ran down, gave her the board, Alice went out, and she got gold. As we can see, Team Panama there flying the flag, waiting for those scores to come in for Leila.
Yeah, amazing surfer. I think, and that's the beauty of competitive surfing, is you can watch the replay, even from yesterday and even from last year. I'm pretty sure these girls are looking at the waves that they caught last year and comparing their scores. And really, surfing competitively is basically like to me, it's a math problem, right? You're just adding. How can I add? All right, last year I got a 7.5. I knew what I did. I hung 5 out the back. How can I add more to that score? And I think that's a very crucial thing in competitive surfing and being able to look back at those waves.
You could just see Leila. She's just giving some signals, just asking the beach announcer to explain scores, what she needs to move up into second positions. We can see our water safety team there just moving the buoy, that bigger swell. They're just going to make sure that that's in exactly the right spot. So it's a big collective here. There's a lot of things happening but behind the scenes to bring you this fantastic event.
Yeah, definitely called that. I had a feeling that they were going to have to move that buoy down just because the swell's coming in, that tide's coming up, and the waves are going to get a little bit bigger.
And that shore break as well, difficult not only for the surfers coming in from a ride, but the surfers going into their new heat, having to time it and not get caught by that crunchy papusa section on the way out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen boards broken yesterday, so people are definitely going to be timing, watching the sets as they come in and really timing their paddle out.
And I think it looks a lot smaller on the screen. There really is a lot of energy out there. So, a lot of respect for all the competitors, staying composed, not getting flustered, and also committing through the footwork and the nose rides on that opening sections in waves where you're traveling fast and there's a big risk to go for those critical nose rides on takeoff. As Maria Fernanda Reyes straight up into the 5, holds that 5 on her Piccolo Clemente board, widens the stance just to get that cut back on the square tail, and then locks in a nice 5, sole arch, back arm up, side arm down, and then you just see those arms staying up for the balance. A lot of these surfers will use those arms almost like the wings of a bird to just help with that balance through the motion of cross-stepping and nose riding. But here comes that foamy section, but she's staying nice and composed. And then again, back up for another lock of the 5, toes right over the tip there, keeping the trim speed, walking back in great composure, adding potentially to this score because she's got a 6.5 to replace with a 7.33. Do you think this might be close to replacing that 6.5?
I think so. I think it's very well up there. She, from the very beginning, and it's also a great way to end the heat, coming in on a beautiful wave like that. I would be super stoked as we see Blue up and riding Carlotta from Spain, trying to keep that second position alive.
So we got no scores waiting for green and white. So as it stands, Carlotta will potentially stay at least in second, but if she gets a 9.4, which you wouldn't expect on that wave, she would move up into first. So it looks pretty safe for Peru and Spain. Congratulations, Maria Fernanda Reyes, taking that heat win with style, and congratulations Carlotta Jauregui, Margarita Conde for Colombia, and Leila Brady for Panama. They will stay in the event. They shift down into the repechage, but as we've been talking about a lot, you're not out when you move into these repechage rounds.
No, not at all. It becomes a whole nother competition, actually, and like you said, every heat will be stacked from here on out. So their A game has to be on, regardless if they're in the main round or in repechage, but that's the beauty of the ISA, is that they have that second chance.
Great performance from Peru and really kind of ticking the boxes on the judging criteria, getting near excellent scores, that 7.33, carrying that 6.5, and may well replace that 6.5. It doesn't look like Carlotta has got her last ride into her top two. She's got a 4.43 and a 4.23. So congratulations, our surfer Maria Fernanda Reyes. That really was a good performance.
Yeah, beautiful surfing.
Stay with us. We'll be right back as we shift gears into men's round two. The longboard surfer must perform controlled, traditional maneuvers with the highest degree of difficulty in the most critical section of the wave to gain the highest score. Judges will reward the performance with reference to control, style, flow and grace, as well as commitment, variety of maneuvers, and use of the entire board. Nose riding, trimming, speed and power and footwork will be important elements in the judges' decision making. Variety highlights the need to present different types of maneuvers on one wave. Control, style and flow highlights the way the wave is presented and the manner in which the rider is able to link the moves together. Cross-stepping in and out of nose rides and turns, carving drop knee turns, and extended nose rides with weight directly over the tip are all indications of the quality of style and flow in traditional longboard surfing. We're back, surf fans. A pleasure to have your company, and you have tuned in just in time for the main round two of the men's as we continue day two with a larger southwest swell. Less period than yesterday, but more wave sizes. Ben Skindog Skinner, multiple European champion for England, is up against Alex Heek from Germany and Benoit Piccolo Clemente, a former gold medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship from Peru, and João Dantas from Estoril São Pedro Point in Lisbon, representing Team Portugal. So this is a very strong heat, and don't rule out the German. Alex Heek is a very accomplished surfer, represented Germany last year, but there's some real big names here. Double silver medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship, Ben Skindog Skinner in the red vest. We got Alex from Germany in the blue vest, and Benoit Piccolo Clemente, he won gold medal in 2019. He also had a good campaign last year, but then got a head injury in the semi-final, had to withdraw from the competition. And João Dantas, the goofy footer who lives at a world-class right-hand point break. So you'll really notice that the Portuguese brothers João and Antonio Dantas look very comfortable in these types of conditions.
Yeah, and I think it's a great advantage to have your family with you traveling and at these contests. I think the morale and really being there as a big support system is important for these competitors.
Absolutely. Big support system on the sand for England, Germany, Peru, Portugal. 20-minute heats. We've already kind of gone down to 17-minute 45 seconds. All of these waves will be scored out of 10. It's those top two waves that count. This is the first heat of round two. So these are all surfers who finished in either first or second position in round one. If they continue to do that, they'll move into round three. And someone who's on a roll, Maria Fernanda Reyes, our silver medalist from last year, representing Peru, is on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you very much. Winner of that heat number 16, representing Peru, Maria Fernanda Mafe Reyes. Felicidades.
Gracias. Aquí, cansada después de buenas olas.
Yeah, she said she's pretty tired after some really great waves. And so she was saying that she was actually sick for 3 days before the event. So I'm going to ask her if she was able to practice or if she kind of just had to kind of build up her energy for the heat. Me dijiste que estabas enferma unos días antes del torneo. ¿Tenías oportunidad de hacer unos surfs de práctica o nada más descansando, cargando las pilas?
Traté de descansar, pero me gusta el mar, entonces me metí un poquito enferma al agua, agarraron un par de olas y salía a descansar. Así que pude surfear 2 veces antes del evento y ya estoy mejor.
So she said she really was trying to rest, but she loves being in the ocean. She went out sick a couple times and then she'd go back and rest. And so she's only able to practice a couple times. Wait a minute. And the second question will be, she got the silver last year on I think it was a new board that Piccolo had shaped her. I'm going to ask her if she had changed anything in this year's equipment. El año pasado tenías una tabla nueva de Piccolo, te pregunté unas cosas y dijiste que no sé nada de las tablas, lo dejo a Piccolo. Pero este año has traído algo diferente, han cambiado su tabla para esas condiciones.
Sí, es casi el mismo modelo, solo que el longboard del año pasado tuvo un pequeño, como que se me golpeó, entonces preferí no tenerla. Así que cambié por un nuevo modelo que me funciona muy bien, así que nada, mostrar mi surfing y poder divertirme, que es lo más importante.
Cool. So last year she had a brand new board. I asked her about it. She goes, I don't really know anything about my boards. I leave it to Piccolo, but she said it had some damage, so they made a new board, a little bit of a different model, and she decided to leave the other one just in case it seemed kind of fragile. She said she just tried to go out there and do her best and have fun. Y finalmente, unas palabras para tus amigos en Perú.
Bueno, agradecer a toda la gente que me está mirando, al IPE, a la federación, a todos mis auspiciadores, a mi novio y a toda la familia que me está mirando. Así que nada, un abrazote enorme y prometo dar lo mejor de mí. Arriba Perú.
Siempre mencionas tu novio, enamorada.
Se pone celoso.
No estoy celoso. Back to you guys in the live.
Great stuff. Good vibes there for Mafer, Maria Fernanda Reyes. Really looking very strong, going for gold this year. But it's our German surfer, born in Germany but moved to Sardinia, which is in the Mediterranean, when he was 18. He's kicked off this heat with that first wave. 14 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Ben Skinner, Benoit Piccolo Clemente, João Dantas out there waiting for their first wave to be ridden. What about this replay for our German, Megs?
Yeah, as you can see here, he very different from yesterday's conditions. When he surfed yesterday, it was a lot more glacier. They got to surf, started off in the morning, the men. And so he's just trying to navigate through these bumps with this new wind coming up. Beautiful carving, back and forth, just trying to stay in that lively pocket section. But just gets hung up. I think he just kind of didn't shift his weight at the right time, making him go down like that.
Wow, game of chess happening right now between three big names. All of these three surfers you could potentially see in the final going for gold. Piccolo Clemente, João Dantas, Ben Skindog Skinner. Skindog Skinner, a surfboard shaper, a 12 times European champion, twice a silver medalist, 3 times a finalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship, you know, missing gold narrowly to both Frenchman Antoine Del Perro and South African Matthew Mouse-Muir at previous ISA World Longboard Championship, but traveling here with his son Lucas Skinner, who will be representing Great Britain in the junior and England in the junior ISA World Surfing Championship, kicking off May 3rd, shared between this wave here at El Sunzal and La Bocana, very close to here. So got a lot of support on the sand, of course, got the rest of Team England. He's just seen Emily Curry get the second place spot. I know that his surfboard factory back home in Newquay in Cornwall in the UK will be tuning in, as will fans of Peruvian Piccolo Clemente and Portuguese surfer João Dantas. So great international representation and up and riding right now. Alex opting to go for that wave on the inside. A second score will be coming through for him. But the big dogs, they're playing it calm, they're playing it cool, they're waiting for a big wave to really kind of start with style.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think their strategy right now is to really pick out those big sets, because the judges are going to want to see those commitment, critical maneuvers outside on those bigger waves. So I think they're just playing it safe, they're playing it cool. They know when they do catch a wave from all the way in, they're going to have a long paddle out. So I'm pretty sure they're going to want to start their campaign well before the 10-minute mark. And as we see this set coming in, it looks like they're starting to paddle.
Here it goes. That inside position, it's Piccolo Clemente, twice a WSL World Longboard champion, once an ISA World Longboard champion, 5 times a South American champion, as Ben Skindog Skinner sits in position there, swings, up and riding right now, a German on his third wave. Ben Skindog Skinner, 12 times European champion on his Thunderbolt construction, Japanese technology with incredible 48 steps to make the board, all hand laminated and controlled weight. So these are really the highest end of surfboard construction, but great design with the new double scoop model. This the 9.4. I know that Kai Salas Longboard Company also has a great new range of Thunderbolts coming out this season, as Ben Skinner just carves his way through to the inside, up to the nose there, holds onto that nose ride, but just reckons that he just can kick out on the nose. So he will have a score, but he'll be back out for more. Our German surfer has been the busiest surfer, but the patient two have been Piccolo Clemente for Peru and João Dantas for Portugal.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with Ben, he knew that that wave wasn't going to offer a lot of what he wanted in his scoring potential. So you kept seeing him look back behind him. As we see Green up and riding Piccolo Clemente.
Deep in that section, straight to the nose there. He's going to really have to hold tight. Exceptional control, the way he hasn't gone to the rail grab. He's just squat low there to come through onto this open face. And now he comes weaving back and forth on a bouncy section. But this is now where some scoring potential might open up for him. He's going to get that set up, hoping for a nose ride wall. There's the down calves, the turns, a little drop knee, snaking, weaving, cross-stepping. There's the first 5 of the ride. So the first nose ride happening a long way down this wave, but now the second 5, locks that 5, walks out as it accelerates, and he widens that stance. And this is the Papusa section that did cause some damage for Piccolo in the semi-finals last year. He got the fin, cut his head, and he did have to pull out of the competition. João Dantas, the goofy footer, toes on the nose on his Luffy board, answering back a long 5, arm up, soul arch, cross steps out of that. A lot of nose kick in his Luffy, Luis Bento actually on the sand. His daughter Raquel Bento is in the competition as well. Of course, Inish Martins as well as the other representative, and it's his brother Antonio Dantas who's the teammate of João Dantas in the men's. But look at this line ahead of our Portuguese surfer Megs. This is a strong ride for our João Dantas.
Yeah, and they knew that they needed to get the ball rolling for their campaign in this heat, as he just kicks out here, just trying to stay away from that Pupupa section. As we saw, Piccolo really learned from last year. He really bailed out of that and really tried to get as far as away from that longboard as he could, as we see the Portuguese team cheering on their teammate.
Yep, there's Inish with the flag, there's Raquel with the towel over her head, and there's the brother of João, Antonio Dantas, and they have become, the two eminent competitive male longboarders in the Portuguese scene in the last 5 years, but a lot of talent around them, an older generation who set the trend and a younger generation coming through. So big shout out to all of the Portuguese longboard fans tuning in. My good friend Palex Ferreira, I know he'll be listening. Palex, get out here. Your son might be in the team soon. It's great to have Portugal represented so strongly, but it's Ben Skindog Skinner paddling out, looking for that second wave. He drops a 4.0 for his first wave, waiting now for those scores to come through for João Dantas and Piccolo Clemente, as we can see the German flag flying with pride there next to Anna Albers, who represents the Netherlands, as we can see Masha Tretch there on the right holding the flag.
Yeah, I think they're excited. They know that Alex is staying busy, trying to get those scores. He's got a pretty decent score, 3.33. There's 8 minutes left in the heat, so he's got some work to do. Ben Skinner with a 4.0. From yesterday's scores, he got a 7.5 and a 6.5. So he knows what he has to do right now, so he is going to try and add to those scores, right?
And Ben Skinner here for a big project. Not only is he going for gold as a competitive longboarder for Team England, and then he shifts gears into his role as a coach. He's got both his daughter and his son competing in the juniors. But what about this 6 for Piccolo Clemente?
Highest scoring wave of the heat so far. That was a beautiful read on him. You see how he's in the middle of his board, just trying to plane, because if he was any more back, those bumps would catch him and buck him off the wave. So that's why he chose to stay in that middle of the board, to plane on that flat area section, as he's carving back and forth, just trying to read on the inside. Beautiful drop knee. It's beautiful the way that his arms just kind of shift up as he turns. It's kind of like how you said, kind of like a bird, the wings of a bird, and as he cross steps here.
And this is where it gets gnarly in here, Megs.
Yeah, and I think he kind of had maybe a flashback of last year and really dove through that wave, as we see the replay of Ben Skinner's 4.0 here. Really just trying to navigate these bumps. These men surfed early in the morning yesterday when there was kind of more of a glassy kind of a wave yesterday morning. So they're just trying to navigate the bumps. As you see, he looked out the back, trying to see if there was a better wave or if this wave was worth riding all the way to the inside.
Two shapers going to battle here, Ben Skinner and Piccolo Clemente. Ben runs a fantastic factory in Cornwall, and I know that all of his factory will be tuning in, listening to the action, so big shout out to that crew. A 4 dropped, 8 6 minutes 10 seconds remaining. So it's one of those heats that had a slow start. There was a little kind of period where some of the bigger sets we've seen all morning just didn't roll through in those first 5 minutes. So a lot of pressure on the shoulders of all of these surfers, because they'll probably each be carrying a slow, low backup score.
Yeah, I think so, especially with this, as we said, the tide changing, the wind. And that's a great thing about surfing, right? We're at the mercy of the ocean. We have no control over that. The only thing we can do is react, and that's what surfing is. It's a reactive sport. As you saw at Ben's replay, he was really reacting and trying to figure out and navigate through those bumps. So I think it's going to be a really good heat coming up with the waves pumping in the last 5 minutes.
João Dantas goes into first. He drops a 5.5, backed up by that low 1. He's got a combination of 6.5. Benoit Piccolo Clemente, he's got a 6 and no backup wave. He's in second, so that means that Alex Heek for Germany just needs a 2.68 to move up into second, and Ben Skinner only carrying one score of a 4 but sitting in first priority, just needs a 2.01. So you would imagine with less than 5 minutes remaining that the backup 4 for Ben, the backup 6 for Piccolo, and the backup 5.5 for João are all carrying scores. So it's really going to come down to who can really lay down the style on this last set.
Absolutely, as we see Ben Skinner here, and he knows he needs this wave. He needs it. He only needs a 2.01, but you know he is going to surf it like he needs a 7. And that's the beauty of this longboard competition here, is everyone is always going to be surfing for that higher score. As we see him navigate through that really peaky section with that hang 5 and beautiful carving cut back into the power source.
Straight into action, Skin Dog. Long 5s, good down rail carves, looking dynamic on his 9.4 double scoop. You can get it in the original and the dynamic model. This is an incredible design. You look on his website to learn more about the dynamics of how this board works. You can see it working under his feet. This is the new Thunderbolt construction version, as he just charges on the nose through the inside section there with control and walks out cleanly, really recognizing that that is a very important ride, because we're moving down into the last 3 minutes 40 seconds, and he may well have to be carrying that backup 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we see Green going here, Piccolo, he knows he wants to stay in that second position, and he needs that backup score. So he is just going to get busy on this wave really quickly with that nice rebounding cutback.
Good start for Piccolo. Onto the rail work, sweeps that board off the top and then comes off the bottom. Bouncy section for Piccolo here. He just kind of arcs back once more. A little bit of a leash tangle around the toes there as he just untangles that leash and deals with some foam here, but he's coming off the bottom with control, poised with 2 steps, and then finds the 5, locks in the 5, and just as he accelerates there, he just walks back to the tail to realign to the pocket so that he doesn't get too far out on the shoulder. Another opportunity to get a lock of a 5, toes on the tip there. Good time on the 5, stretching but streaking, speeding through this section, and there's the inside as he just plays it careful. And this is that section that did give him a pretty nasty injury last year. The fin came back through the wipeout, and it actually just caused a severe cut just above his eyebrow, and it was so bad that he had to have stitches and he had to pull out of the competition. This happened in the semi-final, so it's testament to the coolness. You described him as more of a Formula 1 racing driver, calm under pressure. He carries a lot of self-confidence, does Piccolo, and that was a good ride.
Yeah, absolutely. As he's on the inside and he's just trying to make his way back out. He's kind of debating if he should with two minutes left. I know that, but that paddle back out is kind of on a treadmill. So he just really knows that he put that solid score together, and he might be getting into that first place. It's definitely going to be between Ben Skinner and Piccolo.
There's Team England manager Robert Minnow-Green runs the British Longboard Union as Ben Skinner on the replay locks in that opening 5. Good critical nose ride, backed up with a second nose ride, Megs. This was really stylish, strong, committed surfing, fitting the criteria.
Yeah, very much so. He knew he had to get busy for that second score, and he knew he only needed that 4, but he wanted to get that 7. He wants to redo what he did yesterday, and I know that he can. And even on these nose rides, you can tell really quick step to the nose. Even those, we've been counting 6 steps to the nose, but he has that little progressive style where he just runs to the nose with 2 steps, and he still has that high performance style in him, I feel like.
And this drone clip really does demonstrate the degree of difficulty in the footwork and the clarity of his walking in and out of those nose rides. I felt like watching the drone clip on this wave, you really saw the degree of difficulty, and Ben Skinner awarded a 9.17 megs. This is the biggest score of the competition so far, and it appears as if the judges really rewarding clean footwork in and out of nose rides. Recognition of commitment to the nose ride on the opening section, but look at the way he just puts that board on rail as well.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. It's all about that fluidity. That's what the judges want to see. They want to see every single maneuver connecting to the next.
How's this down carve? Just widens that stance on his double scoop, and look at the displacement of water then on that single fin, demonstrating that how he has created a traditional feeling nose rider with that wide point back, with the ability to really put this single fin on rail in a dynamic, refreshing and exciting way.
Yeah, and you could even tell the way his shoulders were positioned. He didn't want to do a full roundhouse. He knew he had to set up for this next hang 5 and this next hang 10. You see that air pocket underneath his board. That's what keeps him up there on that high line.
And you know what was interesting, Megs, about this is when I saw this wave live, I thought, yes, great. But when I saw it on the drone clip, I really started to appreciate what he was doing. And at that moment, in my head, that the score went up when I saw how he was in the pocket, how he walked in and out of the rail carves, and how he had those opening nose rides backed up by those 10s through the inside.
Yeah, and you can tell they love those hang 10s, and him being able to put that fluidity of maneuvers together is what got him that really big score.
So we're still awaiting for that score for Piccolo Clemente. So as it stands right now, Piccolo Clemente only needs a 0.5 to move up into second position. There wasn't an opportunity for João Dantas to get a backup set. So João did have a 5.5, but sitting out there with priority in the last 3 minutes, he didn't get that backup score. As we can see Team England there, James doing some filming. There's my daughter Lola in Team England. We got Emily Curry, we got Ben Harry, we got lots more coming up. Men's and women's main round as Piccolo Clemente moves up into first with a 7.33, but Ben Skinner stays in second with a 9.17 and a 4, and we'll be right back for France, Uruguay, Hawaii and the Netherlands. Welcome back, Longboard fans. An honor, a pleasure, a joy to have your company as we share day number 2, heat number 2, men's main round 2. And once again, it's a hot heat. We have Team France, Team Uruguay, Team Hawaii, and Team Netherlands going for that opportunity to stay in that main round and progress into round 3. Eduard Del Pero, of course, a former medalist twice here at the ISA World Longboard Championship, twice a bronze medalist from 219 and 223. He is going to be surfing for Team France against Ignacio Nacho Pinutero for Team Uruguay, Connie Ellis-Stewart for Team Hawaii, and Douwe Robroek for Team Netherlands. How's Connie going to be feeling, Megs?
He's going to be feeling amazing with the waves picking up, and this is what he loves, you know. I mean, the guy surfs pipeline on a longboard during the winter time, so this is what he lives for, and he loves that levitating feeling when he's on that nose. So we're gonna see a lot of, hopefully some big hang 10s from him.
I tell you what I noticed last night when I had a free surf, that Douwe was out there on a shortboard, and I was like, wow, you know, he not only was he ripping, but I thought that's pretty cool. He's confident to know he had a big heat this morning. He was happy to just have a shortboard session, as we see Connie Ellis-Stewart straight into a locked nose ride on his Tsunami model. A nice hang 10, hood ornament style there, staying tall, and as he just pedals back to the middle of the board, notice the way he's just not using the rail grab. The judges will always appreciate the surfers who can get through those sections without needing the stability of the rail grab. And here it is, unleashing on the open face, dealing with those bumps and bounces, riding his Kai Salas Surfboard Company board, the new Tsunami model, a really kind of brilliant combination of all of the inspiration that Kai has got now as a shaper to bring to his talented teammate Coniella, who locks in a second nose ride on the inside, and then look at the acceleration out of that nose ride into a big roundhouse cut back there. And again, he seems to be going at 100 miles per hour here, Megs. I think he could well get a speeding ticket before he kicks out.
Exactly. I mean, speaking of Ferrari drivers, I mean, he is definitely one with all his accolades that he has. You know, he's a boat captain. He's now becoming to get his pilot license. And like I said, we're going to see some crazy hang tens from this kid.
Nacho, the goofy footer from Uruguay, just hosted a fantastic regional WSL longboard contest on his home patch. Due respect for Nacho, combining his skills as an organizer as well as a competitor, as he gets 6 steps back up for a second nose ride, riding his Neco Carbone New Advance surfboards. The representation of New Advance has been prolific around the world for the last 15 years, and I always love to see what latest designs the New Advance riders are using. And Nacho, one of the great advocates of that fantastic surfboard factory, the biggest surfboard factory in Brazil, based down in Sao Paulo. And this is really strong from the Uruguayan, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful surfing, beautiful navigating. As you saw from at the top of the wave, he was very he was really reading it and trying to decipher if he was going to pop up on that nose and navigate through those chops. As we said, that wind's really starting to blow as we see red up and riding Eduardo Del Perro from France.
And another high-speed surfer who often is on the biggest waves of a heat, moving at great momentum. And they say the fastest surfer wins. Eduard proving yesterday that his speed, his control, his variety was really getting heavily rewarded, kicking off with a nice nose ride there. Last year it was his brother Antoine who claimed his 3rd ISA World Longboard gold medal, a prolific achievement. And Antoine has also been a gold medalist in SUP for Team France. Is this now the opportunity for his younger brother Edouard to take gold as he walks his way through to the inside section here, back to the tail on his Minvel built board from the Basque Country in southwest France? They've been working with Minvel at both Antoine and Edward their entire career, originally from the Mediterranean coast of Marseille, but they moved over to Biarritz. They run the Del Perro Surf Experience Surf School in Côte de Basque. Again, a very historic area of French surfing, Côte de Basque. The Biarritz Surf Festival, used to bring the best Hawaiians in the world over, but right now it's our surfer from the Netherlands who lives in Portugal. Douwer there, back on the nose there, locked in that nose ride, just bounced out of that nose ride. Something seemed to be just tricky with that line, Megs.
Yeah, it's that wind that's coming in, and that chop on the face of the wave, and that's what's going to really differentiate those advanced surfers who are going to be able to read those, because that is what's going to get their campaign kicking off, is the being able to read those chops.
And Douwer still just 16, a young surfer here, and he represented the Netherlands last year, age 15. Last year was his first time surfing in the tropics, but since then he's come back to El Salvador to train. His teammate Ninka Doenmeyer does a lot of coaching with him. In fact, Douwer's father is a partner in Ninka's business. They run a fantastic surf retreat in northern Spain, and Ninka's a great longboard coach, and her role in Douwer is extremely positive, and it's going to be exciting to see the career of this young talented surfer from the Netherlands over the next 10 years.
Yeah, I love seeing all these new faces and all these the next generation up and coming, especially from all over the world, and they're so excited to represent their country. So exciting heat.
So Coniella Stewart drops a 7.50 for that opening ride. What do you feel that kept that out of the excellent range? For me, I was really excited about that ride. Was there something that would have changed if maybe it was to do with wave shape? Or for me, it just looked like all brilliance, all speed, all control, and all of the criteria.
Yeah, I think he met all the criteria. Having that hang 10 out the back, maybe the judges saw it from that drone angle. Maybe it was a little bit more back than we thought it was. And him really trying to connect those turns on the inside. He might have got stuck a little bit on the inside, but reconnecting with that hang 10 on the inside. So, yeah, I think, but good start to the beginning of his heat.
And Nacho, Pinatera from Uruguay gets a 5.77, so that's a strong start for Ignacio Pinatero, up and riding right now. Dauha there, straight up to the tip, gets the 5 on his Luffy-built board, walks out of the nose ride, and then onto the bottom of the wave. Bottom turn, sets that high line, 2 steps, kicking out. So that wind really affecting how makeable that opening section is, Megs, right?
Yeah, it's bringing in this almost like this other little wedge that's coming from what you see on the left side of your screen. It's creating this point that they have to meet up to, and it's interesting to see the surfers try and navigate that, because it's not easy.
12 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Connie Ellis-Stewart for Team Hawaii out there in the lead with that 7.5, waiting for that backup wave. But of course, he's got plenty of time and he's sitting out there with first priority. So with 12 minutes to go, he's had a strong start. He's going to feel confident. He's going to be excited to get another big score to back up that 7.5.
Yeah, I think he's gonna want to shoot for a 9. You know, everyone, you know, the 9 was dropped already, and he's gonna want that 9 in his books. So yeah, I think he has full capability of doing that.
And we're waiting for that first score to come through for Edouard Del Pero, but let's get the replay of Connie Ellis-Stewart 7.5.
Beautiful hang 10, and it was right behind, actually in the pocket, very high line, up on the wave, just navigating. I think this is where it got him kind of stuck. It's
that
when
was the difference.
Thinking.
Yeah.
It's when they're kind of taking that time to get past the whitewash.
I agree.
Yeah,
that felt like that little bit was the stopped it going up into the X.
I agree with you for sure. I think maybe if he was sitting even just 4 feet to the left and not as deep, but again, then he maybe wouldn't have gotten that beautiful deep hang 10.
And that was a critical nose ride, and he did connect with the section without having to use the rail, and did all this through the middle and inside.
Yeah, with these beautiful cutback turns. He actually has a background in high performance surfing, always starting with a 2+1. Him and his sister, beautiful surfers, along with his brother, great pipeline surfer, and just working his way in onto the inside.
So Edouard Del Pero just dropped to 7.43, so it comes out slightly lower than the last ride of Connie Ellis-Stewart, as we get to see the drone angle and the control to not have to grab the rail and accelerate out onto the open face here was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive that he hung on, and that alone is so hard to do, and he was basically maybe 2 feet away from his nose, but that's what he had to do in order to stay in control without having to touch that rail.
And it's interesting, that middle bit of the board is got the quickest trim speed. You know, that's certainly something that you know is really kind of demonstrated from where he was positioned at that moment to allow him to get through on that open face. But you love that opening nose ride from him, that 10, didn't you?
Oh yeah, and I called it. I knew this kid was going to be able to perform that. He always finds a really nice high line, as we see here at Eduardo Del Pero with a beautiful line here, just carving his way, trying to get into that section. High line again, beautiful hang 5, little soul arch there, throwing some sass because why not, and a little grab rail drop knee. Beautiful way of reading this wave. As you can see, this face is kind of disappearing, but he knows that it's going to deliver on the inside with this double up as it gets shallower, right?
Absolutely. And of course, a medalist last year here at the ISA World Longboard Championships, riding his Alan Minvel surfboards built in Anglet. He has a fantastic new model in a collaboration with Torque, and looking really lively here. Got the highest score of the day yesterday, and kicking off day 2 with style as we get a replay of Nacho's 5.77 megs, and the control and the footwork from the Uruguayan here was spectacular.
Yeah, as you can see, he really took his time because he was flying on that high line, and he didn't want to rush that nose ride knowing that there was all this chop that could easily buck him off. And that's the beauty of this long right point break, right, is that this is such a long wave. They want to be able to surf it till its very fullest, and he absolutely did.
2 times bronze medalist Eduard Del Pero from 2019 and 2023, so he'll have his eyes on the final, but don't rule out Nacho for a final position. He's got a lot of experience here in El Salvador, and he's super comfortable not only in this climate but on these big waves. You can just tell by his composure that he knows this wave very well.
Yeah, and you can tell he uses every part of his legs to really adjust. You can tell him the position of where his knee is. His knee is more towards the back of the board, or if it's even open, just so that he can get those turns in through those chops.
Coming up next, Tom Fisher for Team Wales in the blue singlet there, talking to Ben Skinner, and Tom's Welsh teammate Evan Rogers as Connie Ellis-Stewart, 6 to the tip there, gets the 5, gets the 10, holds the 5, walks out cleanly, and then gets back up with 6 cross steps to a beautiful second hang 10. So already 2 critical hang 10s at the top of this wave as he deals with the bump there and goes into some snaking, weaving turns, and then cross steps back and forth, staying high, looking for another nose ride section. There's another 10 locked and lifted.
Beautiful.
One of the longer 10s of the morning. You like that, Megs. What else have we got to come on the rest of this ride?
Oh, look at him. He's looking for this banking section to do a big wrapping cart. Yep, there it is. That signature hand up. He almost throws like a little shako with his right hand, saying what's up to the wave kind of a thing. And he's just beautifully navigating this inside wave, looking for that other, the next hang 5, and I think he's going to get it. He might go for this hang 10 here.
And, you know, talking of Hawaiian royalty, I know Wingnut was talking to me earlier saying, you know, it was so important how the Duke pushed for surfing to be in the Olympics from way back in 1912 in Sweden's Stockholm. How proud would the Duke be right now to be watching Connie Ellis-Stewart putting on a show on a longboard here in El Salvador in 2024?
I mean, even now when we free surf, we feel his spirit, you know, and that's the beauty of our Hawaiian culture, is that we're very consistent about our history, our present, and our future. So it's very important to know all 3, and I think all surfers really understand that, especially from Hawaii.
Have you seen the new film made in 2021 called The Waterman about Duke Kahanamoku?
With Dwayne DeSoto.
And how good is Dwayne on those boards? I absolutely was blown away by the quality of his wave riding and watermanship, shooting those sequences, riding those boards.
And him alone, he has such a great stature. So even when he walks down the beach, he even has this presence of royalty, and his whole family being amazing surfers. You know, the DeSoto family from Makaha all the way down, their lineage of surfing right up there with the Kealanas. They hold that presence. So even him, he really holds that really dear to his heart. But even him training for the movie, he really surfed only on those boards. He swam every day. He was really committed to that role.
Absolutely, and it must have been a special moment for Dwayne when not only Kai Salas won the 2018 ISA World Longboard Gold Medal, but also when he won the WSL World Longboard Tour last year in Malibu.
Yeah, I actually saw a video of Dwayne sitting with his WSL trophy in his hand, watching Kai win it, and he literally said, "Boy, you better come home because we're gonna celebrate because we got 2 world champs in the house for Hawaii." So it's really, really cool.
5 minutes to go. Connie Ellis-Stewart out there in the lead with that 7.5, waiting for that second score to come through. Edouard Del Pero for France, twice a copper medalist here at the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2019 in Biarritz, France at Côte de Basque at his home break, and right here at El Sunzal last year in 2023 when he saw his brother Antoine Del Pero take his 3rd ISA World Longboard medal. And that really was an important moment for the family. This is what the surfers see with priority. Tell us what that means for those tuning in back home, Megs.
So as you see, the colors, right? That's why they wear those singlets. And 1, we have blue. He has priority. So he has the pick of the litter of what wave he wants. Now 2, 3, red and white have the advantage to stay on the inside and catch the inside wave. As you see here, Dawi doing exactly what we said to do. Staying on the inside. Oh, unfortunately getting unhinged from that whitewash, as we see Nacho here in blue trying to navigate this set wave.
So he's adding to that 5.77. Nacho back to the tip, holds that 5, goes for a quick 10 and recognizes that he needs to pedal back as quick as possible on his new advanced board and just widens that stance with a down carve and coming back into the middle section here. Good trim speed as he attacks this wave here and again puts that board on rail. Great goofy foot surfing. This is not the easiest wave to ride on your backhand, but Nacho doing an incredible job of that.
Yeah, with a lot of waves being right point breaks on any of the tours, he really understands that looking over his shoulder is very important, just as the same as like Kalis Kaleopa'a, who's a goofy footer, you know. So it's really important that he tries to navigate those bumps, like we said, as we see red up and riding Edouard for France here.
Locks in that low 5, runs back to the tail and then just accelerates. Rail grab, drop knee, cut back there and just coming with speed back in for a stretch 5 there, holding that 5 arms up and cross-stepping again. Using that rail grab there. Seems to be one of his trademark styles of cutback. You'll see the drop knee, but you'll also see the rail grab, just giving a little bit more bite, a little bit more control into another drop knee, and he comes just off the middle of the wave, and again, lively, loose with the drop knee. He's gonna back up this 7.43 with a really strong score as Connie Ellis-Stewart just drops an 8.07. So Connie Ellis-Stewart for Hawaii out there in the lead. If Edouard gets an 8.14, he'll move up into first. Anything less, he'll stay in second, but we're still awaiting for a score for Ignacio Pinatero as Edouard just moves through to the inside there. Looks at his watch, he knows there's 2 minutes left, probably recognizing there may not be time to paddle out for another set.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to save his energy, but it looks like he's gonna, fight to the end and get back out there and maybe play defense with Nacho.
He's fit and he's hungry. He's got 2 minutes remaining there, waiting for scores to come in for Team Uruguay. Connie Ellis-Stewart out there in first with that 8.07. Nacho drops a 4.67. He's currently in second. Edouard now needing a 3.01, which he's almost certain to get higher than that on that wave. So when that score comes in, you would imagine Edouard is going to shift up the leaderboard here. He might well go into first. He might well go into second.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see with how he navigated that wave.
So we got just under 1 minute 25 seconds remaining. We got our surfer Douwe from the Netherlands sitting out there in second priority. Our surfer Connie Ellis-Stewart for Hawaii is out there in first priority, already carrying a 7.5 and an 8.07. Just 2 waves ridden for the Hawaiian, and they've both been spectacular. But can our young surfer from the Netherlands really kind of build up in self-confidence by putting on a display that we know he can do? Because he's a fantastically gifted surfer with great experience here at El Sunzal. Here he is, up and riding. Nice low bottom turn. 2 steps forward, and then this wave just starting to kind of offer some bounces and bumps, grabbing that rail, looking to get out on the open face there. He's just recognizing it's a little bit more of a peaky one, and there it is. There's the kick out. 30 seconds remaining, so wave selection unlucky there for the Dutch surfer.
Yeah, unlucky for him. He was sitting very deep as well, and that's why he got stuck behind that. And that might have been a defensive play from Connie to push him deeper, as we see him catching his little victory.
Carving 360. I could see that coming. I was like, he's going to do a carving 360.
He's been wanting to do that, and every day he would text me like, "Did you see it? Are you watching?"
I saw him do one in the shore break about 4 days ago.
I'm not surprised. And him and I have always had this competition of who can do more tail 360s. And we always make fun of each other because he's like, "Oh, I did it because you did it." And I was like, "Listen, I'm old. I haven't done it in a while, but I'll compete with it."
You are not old, Meg. you are young forever. And it's a 7.87 for Edouard Del Perro's last ride. So he stays in second. Nacho's last score has come through. So Nacho will shift down into that repechage. Connie takes the win, Edouard for France second, but let's go to Peru. Piccolo Clemente, the winner of our last heat, is with Benway.
Thank you very much, guys. Here with Peru's Piccolo, Benoit Piccolo Clemente. Felicidades.
Gracias.
So the first question I'm going to ask him is today, just before him and Ben's heat, they were kind of looking at the waves, the tide was filling in, a lot of bump, a lot of fat water, and then we saw those really long running sections. So I'm going to ask him how difficult it was to kind of keep his control and keep his patience to really get to those zones where he could nose ride. Bueno, antes de tu manga, subió la marea, había mucho más agua, unas series más grandes, muchos topes en la cara y también esas secciones que corrían súper. ¿Y qué tan difícil era para mantener el control y también tener la paciencia para llegar a los lugares para hacer los nose rides?
Bueno, con la marea llena, ahora la ola empujaba un poco más, entraban los sets un poco más grandes. Era un poco más complicado con un longboard 9.4 tratar de tener la velocidad y el equilibrio porque el bump era muy fuerte. Algunas secciones cerraban, cruzar era un poco difícil, pero había que buscar la manera de encontrar el punto adecuado para ir al nose, tratar de hacer las maniobras. Bueno, y la campana afuera estaba de locos.
So you were saying it was really hard to kind of keep that speed on a 9.4 and control over those bumps and a lot more water. I'm also going to ask him about his board. He said pretty sure he's using the same model as he used last year with a different fin. And we're going to have a little funny little twist on that. Bueno, estás usando el mismo modelo del año pasado, pero has cambiado la quilla. Explícame un poquito sobre eso.
Bueno, estoy casi con un modelo similar al del año pasado. El año pasado con la quilla que corrí no era mía, era la de Julián, con la que me corté. Se la devolví. No, así que ahora trajimos un modelo distinto, un poco más pesado. Sabía que las condiciones iban a ser buenas y ahora estamos aquí tranquilos esperando el siguiente hit ya mañana.
So he said he did a couple little tune-ups on the last year's model, added a little bit of weight. He knows there's going to be really good waves, and the fin that he was using that got him in the head was Julian Schweitzer, ¿verdad? And yeah, he kind of threw it back at him and said, "Here, yeah, you can have this thing back. Go burn it." And finalmente, unas palabras para Piero, para toda la gente que te están apoyando.
Bueno, un saludo para Jamie, Pierito, los quiero mucho, un saludo para mi familia, para todos los peruanos. Seguimos en carrera, vamos Perú que se puede.
Y lo sabes. Muchas gracias.
Sabes.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. As we track with live action, Tom Fisher of Wales goes down on that second section as we take a look at Jack Tyro from New Zealand. Off the nose into that drop knee cutback out of Christchurch on the South Island. And a couple steps forward. Just trimming through this, keeping himself and that board just gliding through the water, looking really smooth and controlled so far as he begins to re-angle and assess what this inside section will have to offer him. Couple steps forward, looking for that next nose ride, finds that hang 5, great steps off the nose, 4 back to the tail, sets himself up now with a quick stretch out to that stretched 5, and he'll go down with that outside rail digging in. In the lineup up against Kevin Skavarna from the USA and Declan Whiten from Australia, with Tom Fisher of Wales having a score to drop, Jack Tyro of New Zealand having that score to drop, and we already have those little red circles next to Kevin and Declan's names as well. So we know there's been a bit of an action for the start of this heat as we take a look at Tom Fisher already back up and riding after that stumble on the last wave. Sets himself up with a beautiful line into that nose ride, a little bit of space underneath the nose with that water kind of coming off the outside rails. Great bit of variety in with that last turn, setting himself up here through to the inside, couple cross steps, and did well to make it through that first round, keeping himself in the main round and flying the Welsh flag proudly as Declan Whiten is perched in a perfect hang 10 behind the section, drives down under the lip line, sets himself up moving forward here and just carves through. He's got a traditional style to his surfing with every wave that he approaches, throwing in a bit of power with those drop knee cutbacks, and just drawing that high line now to set it up with that quick stall run to tap the nose, and great work of that really fun functional surfing with the type of board that he's riding. Looking for this end section. Is he going to attack it? He may not have anything except for that straighten out, a little chop hop to end on.
And it's interesting, Shannon, the way the drone makes, you can't really recognize how steep the face of the wave is on that drone angle. You can get a feeling for the speed, but when you see it from one of the 2 beach angles, you start to realize how steep the face and critical the maneuvers, the turns, and the nose rides are.
Yeah, it's really a challenge to be able to kind of analyze things as we see them from that drone angle, although it tends to look really pretty.
Oh, I love the angle and getting to see it. And it'll be interesting to see how the scores come. First score for Tom Fisher's first wave at 2.50. And what I'm enjoying in this heat is getting to see Tom and Kevin, the 2 goofy foots, and how they both attack the wave and the similarities and the differences and how those are rewarded by the judges.
So scores to come through across the board. We're down to 15 minutes on the clock, and Jack's got a long paddle ahead of him to get back out into position. Kevin about halfway out to back line, means he's been paddling for maybe a couple minutes already.
If that's halfway back out, you can imagine how tired these guys are. And to think that the ISA Juniors is coming up, same swell forecasts, and they're going to be paddling back out on 510s. You know, how long is that going to take? Do they use a jet ski assist for the juniors?
No, there's no jet ski assist.
Perfect.
So it is
Make
all
the kids-
paddling.
make 'em
and
suffer.
We're talking like boards way smaller than a 510. We're talking boards in the 4-foot range for some of these kids because
The 510 are their step-ups.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that is like their longboard. You know, they're going to be out there trying to nose ride. You get some of those older kids in the U18s that are just about to graduate out into, you know, the full open field that'll be riding longer boards. But you know, a lot of really tiny kids out here. But you know what? Kids have a lot of energy.
True.
And they can paddle. I mean, I experience it back at home all the time with kids paddling circles everywhere.
I got a message from a friend who was surprised that I was here, and he's booked in here at Casa del Mar for a week starting, you know, Saturday right after the comp. And I
Yeah.
said, do you know what's happening and that there'll probably be 200 to 300 Groms?
Comp won't be on yet, which means it's going to be that busy every day.
Right, 200 or 300 Groms practicing around you. Scott's never going to get a single wave.
Poor guy. What a week to come to one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Whereas Scott rides a longboard. If he was here this week, he could at least move down to some of the other points, but get to watch some fantastic
Yes.
surfing. He's going to have kids flipping airs over him. It's going to be, I can't wait to hear his stories afterwards. I mean, again, welcome to El Salvador, one of the most surf-rich right-hand point brack nations in the world. And who wouldn't want to come here? Just check that calendar.
Just check the calendar. El Salvador, as we know, is heavily investing in surfing across the country. And that means a lot of surf events, which is great. They're investing in, you know, we had a period of time for this event specifically where we weren't able to run the longboard event through 2020, 2021, 2022. Made that comeback in 2023 with El Salvador stepping up to put that kind of funding forward and be able to host a big event again. And the longboarding's kind of had those ticks in and out. So it's been really awesome to see a nation like El Salvador stepping up into that. And we've got other nations kind of doing that same thing around the world as well.
And as you see with this drone angle, you can look down the coast and you can start to see some of the other points that just from here all the way down until we touch our next bordered country to the south, or east actually, I think it is. It's amazing how beautiful and surf-rich this country is.
Yeah, there's so many waves around, so I'm sure your friend, he'll just need to have a car with him.
He will be heading down to Punta Roca and some of the other breaks south of La Libertad.
Well, down to 11 minutes, 24 seconds on the clock. Tom Fisher out of Wales sitting in the lead for a second. And as I say it, that lead changes. We knew we were still waiting for some scores to come through. Declan drops a 6.33 for his last wave with that opening hang 10. And there he is up and riding once again. So he'll be wanting to wipe that 2.67 off the board and secure himself in one of those top two positions right now. Great little combination to start. Kind of tight footwork, keeping those legs close together until he needs to move that back foot, really engage with that tail, with that fin specifically to put some power into that turn. Back into a quick hang 5, and as he links it together down the line, this wave is shaping up for him really well. You can see that bit of creativity coming out of him, the flow within his surfing as well, and how much energy he's able to get and pop out of each of those turns without going crazy hard into them. The board and the wave just putting together a lot of that work on his behalf.
That was one of the few strong finishing moves that I think will add to your score, as we see Kevin right here trying to get back into the wave, that last turn being a little too high up in the lip. And that's, again, once you kind of swing a little wide off this point, the top of the wave loses its power, and he just kind of got hung in that part.
Kevin with a quick answer back. He'll at least have a shorter paddle now to get himself to the top of, what was it, the area of goodness? The triangle of goodness.
Triangle of goodness. Triangle of goodness.
He'll be at the triangle of goodness a lot sooner than Declan will after that wave. But like you said, that finish for Declan, very strong.
And on his previous wave, he didn't quite have that opportunity, and this one gave it to him. And Jack Tyro right here from New Zealand.
So setting up that high line, a little bit bumpy for him, not quite able to find that nose ride, but I love that down carve, swooping it underneath the foam. Now setting himself up once again, doing, just becoming, completely unstuck. What went wrong there?
Well, once that starts, once you start getting that bump underneath you, and if you cannot absorb enough of it with your knees and into your hips, it's just gonna flip you right off the board.
Well, 9 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach quickly to check in with Coniella Stewart.
Round 2, heat number 2. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
So today you were talking about how the 20 minutes adds a little bit of stress, especially with all of this incoming tide from your heat, increased swell. You really, really have to be selective out there, huh?
Yeah, 20 minutes is not a long time. It takes about 5 to 7 minutes to paddle out, you know, if you're kind of taking your time. So just leaves no room for error.
And you're on the Thunderbolt technology. It's carbon reinforced. With the increased size, higher speeds, do you feel that thing kind of activating the flex and getting some punch in and out of those turns?
Oh, definitely. Super reactive and stays right under your feet, you know. Especially out there, it's a little bit of chop on the face when you're going super fast. And I feel like that the Thunderbolt board helps me kind of glide over them and maintain my speed while going down the line.
Right on. And as I watch your surfing, I see so many elements of legends from the past and little touches, your drop knee turns, everything. You've got all of these styles that go across the whole span of longboard surfing. Who were the people that you most looked up to when you were young, and who are the people that you tried to surf like?
Oh, it's too many. Too many.
Just give us a couple. You can mention Wingnut, too. He's up there in the booth.
Yeah, Wingnut, Uncle Dwayne, Uncle Bonga, Uncle Lance, freaking Kai. There's so many guys, Keegan Edwards, there's too many guys to name from Hawaii, but usually everyone from Hawaii, you know, from back in the day till now, you know, and I kind of just watched them growing up, and they just inspired me just to, you know, get at it, do my best, and try and follow down their path.
Did you take little bits and pieces, like someone's drop knee turn, someone's rail game, someone's footwork?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely took a lot of, like, you know, Joel Tudor, try and make everything calm and simple, or take like Harrison Roche's footwork, Kai Salas's turns. You know, it's just all those things kind of combined.
Well, it's a beautiful hybrid mix of surfing. We love watching it, and best of luck in the next one.
Thank you guys. Aloha.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. And I really like, you know, as you're asking those questions about, you know, who were his influences and how he kind of absorbed it all and blended it to become who he is today. And I think what I see most in Connie is how calm he stays, and he makes everything look really easy. I think back to that heat and that critical nose ride, watching that board air drop down, and we've seen how much bump and lump, and no problem with all that. I mean, when you're on the tip and you're dropping as far as he did on that wave, personally, I thought that was a higher score. That degree of difficulty for me was super impressive.
So impressive. Impressive to be able to stay calm. Like, I love his description of, you know, observing a surfer like Joel Tudor and going, okay, he keeps it calm, he keeps it simple, kind of quiet in those maneuvers, while also an extreme level of difficulty coming into play. As we take a look at Kevin Scavarna from the 5 into the 10, back to the 5. Now getting a little bit caught up here on the turn. Feels like he's kind of rushing this wave a little bit. The wave's almost like working against him with it, but he's still able to maintain that momentum moving forward, getting a little bit of power, just kind of S-ing his way through this inside, snaking, as Sam was saying just before. Lining it up here for another critical hang 5 coming out of that little whitewater pocket, shooting him down the face. Just jamming it in here as he looks for an end section to finish with. May look for one more nose ride. You know, he seems to be kind of keen to get those feet moving forward all the time. And here we go into that 5. Quickly back off the tail and a clean kick out.
I like that flip reverse kick out that he did there. That's a beautiful board that Steve Bainey has made for him. He's brought 2 down. They're a little different. One's more like the traditional Nueva nose rider outline. And he was generous enough to let me borrow a board, and, you know, understanding the conditions here, that was nice of him, because what could happen to a board?
Oh, yeah.
He let me use the 3-stringer one, so there was a pretty good chance that would stay.
A little bit of strength added
stay
into
in one
that.
pace. I can't believe that he can duck dive the thing. That's a whole nother story.
Yeah, it's a completely different thing. As we take a look at Tom Fisher out of Wales, flying down the line, perched on that hang 5. You can see that shadow just beneath the nose to the surface of the wave, showing that little bit of gap. That little air there is always a great thing. Carving back into the section and looking down the line now. You can see him there with his body really kind of torqued for a moment to make sure he can see over his shoulder as a goofy foot with his back to the face of the wave. Now just carving his way here, setting it up with a little bit more footwork, just kind of working that board rail to rail, a little side to side to keep that momentum and create a little bit of speed for himself as he goes down into that little cheater 5 kind of style. And He'll ride out clean. So that's going to help his campaign. He's sitting on a couple of threes at the moment as his high scores.
That's going to be a really good number for him as Jack Tyro is answering back right away, trying to improve on the 3.10.
So great 5 to 10 combination to start things off with. Great, beautiful variety with that drop knee S-turn. Sending it back here once again and just lining it up right in front of him. Great surfer, some fun little beach breaks around the area that he comes from in Sumner. And beautiful part of the coastline there in Christchurch, New Zealand. Looking for a dynamic finish here. He's sitting in a position where he's chasing a 4.63 at the moment to take himself into that advancing top 2 position, or that in the main round top 2 to avoid repechage. He's doing well with this wave, but would have needed probably a clean finish to be able to get into that.
And that wave had a problem for me from the very beginning. It was all whitewater face.
Great,
right?
great thing to point out.
And being out there virtually by yourself at that point, you sit on that control and really pick a clean wave. You don't have to go for those, the biggest of the sets almost seem to run too far away and don't have as much potential because they can get fat on the end. But I think that was a miscue in not waiting for a cleaner wave.
Yeah, that's such a good call, because although there's only a few minutes remaining, there's also at the top of the judges' tower, so they've got the beach announcers communicating everything. We did hear earlier this morning when Luana Soares was out in the water that she actually couldn't hear her scores because they're sitting so far out there, and there were some big sets. It was a bit windy.
You think about how much noise a breaking wave makes and the inability to, for the announcers to get a score out to you. But then again, we had another competitor that didn't hear she got a 9.33.
Exactly. As we take a look now at the 7.5 that has just dropped in for Declan, setting himself up with the lead.
And I like the way he carved all the way back, and he's going to do it again. Let a little bit of the whitewater get ahead of him so that the wave can open up and give him an opportunity for a nose ride. But he's keeping the board moving. Then he gets a nice nose ride here at the top and didn't lock it in for long. Another big wrapping cutback. And you see the way he gets the projection out of that cutback. He put it so far back behind the whitewater. When he extended out of that compression, he launches him forward with the speed. And then this re-entry right there, clean, controlled. That was the smoothest re-entry of the entire day. Again, he saw it developing and he timed it perfectly.
So scores in, Declan in the lead. Kevin Scavarna for USA sitting in second on a couple of 5s. He was able to improve his backup score with that 5-point ride and now 5.33 on the board. Tyro Jack sitting with a score to drop through. He'd be chasing a 5.27 wingnut. Based on what we see in comparison to Kevin's scores,
I don't think that's going to come there. Here's Kevin again with a minute left.
Kevin
getting a little ahead of that wave, right?
Yeah.
But then the pocket sets up again for him. I really like the power out of his cutback. He cuts back below the whitewater, and then the compression without putting his hands on the rail. He has that confidence that he's got enough weight on the heel side to come through that.
Great surfing from Kevin. He's now just found himself into 3rd place, chasing a 5.75, which he wouldn't know right now on this wave, but it's a great thing that he found it. He was able to capitalize on that finish. He had a few nice sections out the back as well. So he's down into 3rd. Declan in 1st, holding on to that lead, still well in the lead as well as he's got one last opportunity here. Throws in that stall, runs up to the nose, 5 to 10 combination straight away. Really confident in his placement of his feet as well as he just kind of reacts back into that S-turn. Bit of whitewater now on the face of this wave, sets himself up. He's doing a great job of putting himself right in that pocket in the top corner of the wave that has just enough to project him kind of down the line with his nose rides. Back into that hang 5. A lot of bump on the face of this wave, but you can tell his upper body is that quiet, that calm, that simpleness that we were hearing from Kanyella Stewart. His hips down to his knees to his ankles are doing all of that movement, all of that work on the way down. He's going to get swallowed.
Just straightens out, and the thing still engulfed him as we've got Jack Tyro for the last wave of the heat.
Wow, well, Jack's last wave was a 6-point ride. That put him up into 2nd, which was really crucial. Now, this is an even bigger wave, maybe a little bit more bumpy. That 6 came from the wave that had a lot of whitewater on the face of it as well the entire way through. And unfortunately, he's gone down.
Ooh, this could be critical because that wave had an opportunity, I think, to get an even higher score. And if he had just Remain calm. He got it just before the buzzer. It was definitely going to count. That would have really threatened Kevin. So we're going to have to see how Kevin's score comes through. But let's give some applause to Declan. He put on a command performance in that heat, easily winning it. So now there's a little bit of stress on the young Californian, and we'll see how this comes out. We can see Caitlin and Rachel there with the flags as we all wait to see how this turns out.
So situation, Declan's likely going to hold on to that leading position just based off of the strength of his high 7.5. We've got Jack Tyro momentarily in second with a 6 and a 5.07. Kevin Skavarna moved down into third and is needing a 5.75 for his last wave. Let's pick it apart now.
So nice fading turn into it, gets those toes wrapped over and hangs onto it, stays there for quite a while. Look at that body English going forward. Again, a second really strong nose ride. I love the smooth, powerful carving turns, hands clear, no intention to ever use the rail to help, a hand on rail to help a turn come around. And now focusing on the inside. Is it going to give him another opportunity for the nose ride or the re-entry? As he goes to the nose, hits it one more time, and then a down carve, straightening it out, coming to the beach, and hoping that is enough to push him up. The score comes in at a 5.20. It is not enough for Kevin Skavarna. Jack Tyro is in second place and will hold on to that and will advance.
Wow, well that comparison, thinking of the work that Jack was able to get done on his 6, Kevin's would have needed to just nearly be there to be able to get that 5.75.
And it was a smaller wave starting out. I mean, that was part of the problem of Kevin whipping around when he had to. Did he have enough time to go another 20 or 30 yards out? Was there a chance to get a better wave? All right. We will tell you more as more of men's round 2 comes up after this.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Well, welcome back to the action. Declan Whiten holds on to the lead. He still has another score to drop that could be improving his situation. Jack Tyro manages to sneak through with second after a strong performance and did exactly what he needed to do to just climb ahead of Kevin Skavarna. Very tight between those two in the finish, about 0.2 dividing their heat totals. Tom Fisher out of Wales falls out in that 4th place position, but we're going to see him again in the repechage round as Declan Whiten comes in happy.
And an interesting fact, being on the beach, I was checking out the boards, both of Declan and Jack. They are both really pretty round pins. I mean, Jack's actually reminds me of a Lance Carson model, the way the glue up is and the outline. It really was, really, to me, a very smart looking board for these conditions.
As we take a look now at live action, this is our Spaniard, John Garmendia, into that stretched hang 5 to start off with, climbing and dropping up the face of this wave. Now really getting that first big change of direction. Beautiful swooping turn straight into the nose ride coming out of it again. Lovely style as he comes through here to the inside now and just redirects that board on his forehand. Looking solid to be able to kick off his opening ride. This will be the first wave of the heat. Couple steps forward, looking for that last opportunity to find that hang 5. And it seems like today there is a little bit more opportunity for that inside nose ride than what we were seeing through some of yesterday afternoon, specifically when it was just so big.
And again, it's the tide is really changing things as well. And there is JR from the Philippines about halfway through his ride. Again, this heat opening up with a beautiful set, so everyone is going to have an opportunity to start strong.
Yeah, plenty of action out in the lineup. JR just milking this one all the way through to the inside section. He's a very smooth, collected surfer. As he comes through for that finishing section, he'll just kick out quickly, get that easier paddle, keep that control. Kai Hamase from Japan now up and riding quick into that hang 5. He's a really consistent competitor coming out of that Japanese contingency, has taken away a lot of victories on home soil. And we've seen some of those great moments internationally as well, as we see the two of them paddling very close together. And now Luve Bergen out of Sweden up and riding, and he came through with a pretty clutch performance yesterday to be able to find himself in second to be advancing through into the next main round here. He's got some great style and a great heart for running events back at home, back in Norway and back in Sweden, and just trying to really invest in the growth of good longboarding and a great fun competition scene there for the surfing community as he connects from that 5 to that 10 in a challenging section, manages to cross step back up to the nose once again, and he's looking for one more finish. He's a really tall surfer.
I was just going to say, and some good rubbery knees. I mean, that's impressive.
Rubbery.
You know, that was a lot of critical work was done there on that wave, as we see a bit of a paddle battle going on there between Kai and JR. And it'll be interesting to see who gets out there first. And I wonder if Luve, who's probably got arms at least a foot longer than either of those guys, can catch them. As you know, and Kai and Connie told us that, you know, it's 5 to 7 minutes to make the paddle back out. So you want to get out, but you don't want to be exhausted when you get there. So I bet Luve just kind of goes at a normal pace and makes it out there.
Yeah, and we're talking like, you know, if Kai and Connie are saying it's 5 to 7 minutes, they are...
Think about it for mortals.
Think about it for the rest of us that aren't in, you know, just in our absolute, I guess, prime. They're in competition mode. They're surfing all the time, like all of the things. For them to still have to take 5 to 7 minutes after a wave is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, and take a look at it. Here's another choice in our flag bearers and the poles that they have found to raise their flags. I kind of like the flare with the balls at the top there. And I think, is there an orange on the top of that one? That was interesting.
Does look something like that. Great to see all the teams down on the beach representing with their flags. We'll have one of the South Koreans coming up in the next heat, so that'll be exciting to see. That's why they're down there getting ready to go. And of course, day before yesterday, we had our opening ceremonies, which was always a special time to get everyone together. A little bit of reunion for the surfers, for us to be able to catch up with some friends. But Wingnet, it was your very first time to be here to witness one of those ISA openings.
And it was really neat. It was a full chicken skin thing, you know, seeing, you know, everyone bringing the sand from their home countries, the blending of the sands, the camaraderie of the teams, and then of the nations together cheering each other on. I really enjoyed it, and it gave me the full, you know, preview of coming attractions when the ISA gets longboarding into the Olympics, hopefully in 2028.
That is the hope, that is the dream, and that is one of the reasons why we're here this week, is to showcase the world's best longboarders, to be able to show, you know, the variety, the number of surfers coming out of so many different nations, the investment from 129 athletes to be here from 39 different nations. Overall, we've got 68 men in the draw with 61 women. That's 48% of competitors being women. And when it comes to gender equality, which is what the ISA and the Olympics are all about, it is an incredibly impressive number. It's the closest we've ever come to having equal numbers for men and women in the field. Now, we've got some scores dropping in from this first exchange, but we also saw some great scores in the last one. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with the Aussie, Declan Whiten.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of the round 2, heat number 3, Declan Whiten for Team Australia. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Stoked.
Man, you look great out there. You seem to fit all of your maneuvers in the perfect place. You had an excellent read of the wave. I just want to kind of ask your favorite break of Crescent Head. Do you have any similarities in the wave? I mean, it seems like you look like you were right at home out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a right point for sure. Crescent's probably a bit more mellow, a bit more like nose ride base, more probably compared to Malibu than anything. Not as good, but still. Yeah, it's more like Bells, I'd say, out here, to be honest. It's got that kind of power and bends back on itself. Yeah.
Today with more water, bump on the face, more swell, it looked really difficult, especially in the previous heats, of finding those opportunities to get to the nose, where to fit in the turns, where to slow down, where to speed up, and you just fit right in there. I always watch the faces of the competitors in the morning, and you see the guys with the game face and the nervousness and whatever else, and you just look super charged up to get out there. how important is it to really want to go out and surf before your heat?
Yeah, I think I said to you in the last heat, like, it's so good to have waves for a contest. You know, it's not often you get pumping waves like this, so stoked. And yeah, I was pretty pumped to get out there. I had a big night last night just watching my mate George Pitter surf in the WSLs from back home, and he was surfing against John in Margie's. So I was up late watching that, but yeah, I was just stoked to get some waves out there and yeah, hopefully keep going.
So I always spy on the equipment. You got your O'Donnell again, your bell pin. I noticed 9.4, 22.5, 2 and 7/8. So it's actually, it might be on the narrower side on some of the equipment that the people are using here, and also on the thinner side. But with the single fin, it seems like such a nice balance of all the elements, the traditional and the progressive. I love that end maneuver. We did the current, rail grab, floater, and the shore break. It looks like it just fits everywhere. Did it take a lot of time to really get that thing right?
It did. I mean, Sod's amazing, and I've been with him for, yeah, getting close to 15 years now, you know. So we've got a really good relationship, and I think that's so important. And I surf with Sod back home, and he gets to watch, you know, there's one thing to surf a board and then have my opinion, and then he has another opinion visually seeing it, and then he's much better, obviously, at the technicality side of, like, breaking down what's doing what. So it's really important having that relationship with Sod back home, and yeah, I'm just stoked. The board feels unreal.
Right on, Odd. Great shape. So you got you're cheering on your buddies. I'm sure your buddies are cheering you on. Little words for the boys at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Mom and my girlfriend and dad, they actually slept through the last heat yesterday, so they got in a bit of trouble for that. But nah, they're up now and watching, so shout out to them. Thank you. And all the Manly Mow Club crew back home as well. Our board riders, they had Mow Club yesterday, and wish I could have been there, but stoked we're getting better waves over here for sure. So shout out to the crew back home.
Great job and best of luck in the next one.
Thanks, man.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Declan. Well done. Well done, Mom and Dad, waking up, watching the heats. It's actually daytime now in Australia.
Right.
So, you know.
And I don't forgive I do forgive them for sleeping through the first heat. I mean, you know, we're old people need their rest. Come on, son, understand that. And they can watch the recap.
They can watch any recap. Now, talking about, you know, kind of your age, Wingnut. Back in the day when you were young and you were starring in movies like The Endless Summer 2, what was your relationship like with your equipment and with the shapers you were working with at that stage, the way that we're hearing Declan talk about that?
I'm glad you brought that up because I really liked that give and take. And you think about how nice it is for the Hawaiian team having Kai here and seeing that. And surfing with your shaper and getting to talk about what boards are doing and what they're not doing and how you want to change it, you know, it's really critical. And the respect that I have for the craftsmen that build boards, having watched them do it, having stood in the shaping bays, you know, for hours and hours with having boards made, that relationship is super important. And, you know, specifically his board being, you know, thin, I was shocked that it wasn't 3 inches thick. And it doesn't have to be 3 inches thick at the rail, you know, I would give, my age, I'm 3 1/4, for 2 or 3 inches to each side of the stringer to have, you know, that extra buoyancy for paddling, but you still have a nice foiled rail where you need to put it into the water. Looks like we've got some competitors scrapping for this one. Who's got priority?
So our surfer in red with first priority, but of blue and white, blue has that upper priority being number 3 on the list. He's going to have that great fade to take off for John. A 4.83 was his opening ride. Now he's looking to go even better than that. Beautiful second nose ride, so he's already connecting the dots really well down the way on this wave, engaging that rail, going in for that nice big swoop, and back up into the lip line as well. This is a really well choreographed wave so far. Great bit of variety, utilizing each section that's being offered up in front of him. And John's surfing is just looking so nice, so crisp, getting a little bit wild on that last turn, but now starting to hold it together, control it once again. Quick steps up into the nose, and setting himself up here down the line as he's looking for this finishing section. It's a smaller size wave, but it's had a lot of great sections and opportunities for him to be able to capitalize on as he goes in for this nice straighten out on the bottom.
Picks a safe exit and drops off the back. You know, on his first wave, what I really liked about it, first, again, this one, that fade turn to set it up, a really pretty left go right is the hallmark of a point break setup, and I really enjoyed how he did that. Really fast to the nose. In his earlier wave, he had that stretch 5, and I think that's a really clean maneuver because you're not you're not trying to make people think that you're really hanging 5. You're using that position for stability. You lowered your center of gravity. Paul Stroud made it famous and was known as the Stroud 5 for many, many years. And I thought he put on a great performance here on the inside of this wave, letting it go. So there, he made the turn up at the top and tried to get to the nose for a quick one. And as he comes out of this one, he'll walk sooner. And I think he gets a better result of the nose ride because he started walking as he was coming out of the whitewater. And then chooses to straighten out here. Again, maybe kick out over the top and save yourself a little bit more stress.
Well, taking a look at the situation, Love out in that 4th place position at the moment. He opened up with a 4-point ride. He now has a little bit of work to do because we know John's score is going to go a bit higher and likely take away that 2nd place position. Nice bit of footwork there, finding himself into the nose, driving through that last cutback as well, and now setting it up as he looks towards this finish. There's always kind of that question mark, how many more nose rides can be fit in, or how many great turns and snaps can kind of be connected together. Not really snaps, but more those little jams back into the section. As we take a look at JR Esquivel out of the Philippines, he dropped a 6.67 for his opening ride, which was really a solid performance and a solid statement to begin with. Setting himself up here, looking really composed as he nails in that final nose ride to kind of whip around with control in the finish.
What a great end for that wave. The risk reward there. And again, for me, he's the most comfortable looking goofy foot I've seen so far in the competition.
Yeah, great call. As we take a look at Kai Hamase, drops to the bottom of that wave, climbs up on the nose.
While staying locked in on 5, he was able to engage that inside rail and re-climb up the face of that wave. I really want to see that again at some point today.
Incredible performance as he continues now down the line. He dropped a 7.67 for his opening ride, so he had the strongest statement to the panel, to the beach, to everyone tuning in. And now looking to connect. The start of his wave was phenomenal. The end of this wave is coming together so well as he goes in for that 5 to really tight 5, soul arch. Hang on the inside, now just drags the rail, hits eject, absolute cannonball into the shoreline.
I could see him. I could see it going on his mind. You're not going to do any of it. Just get off.
Just leave, get out of there. That was very smart exit maneuver, but also what an incredible, you were describing, the difference between nose riding on an upward trajectory or a downward trajectory and what that means yesterday, and we just saw the perfect display.
Right, and he was on that downward trajectory and was able to, combination of body English and foot weight, turn that board so it climbed back up the face while he was on the nose. That was some really critical, skilled maneuvering, and now we're going to see JR's wave from the very beginning. He's on the outside. We're getting a nice slow-mo action, seeing him wait for that wave, being patient, wait for it to get steep enough that he can get his toes over the nose. Again, takes a step back, lets that wave reset, and look how steep it's getting underneath him now. You can see air under the nose of the board, beautiful footwork back to the middle of the board, starting to put a little outside rail weight in, setting up this carving cutback.
I love that slow-mo on those outside sections with the footwork, because for those that are tuning in that are maybe newer to longboarding, that are wanting to learn how to cross step, where to put the board in the right section, how to even position your feet in those parallel positions all the way up the board, kind of perpendicular to the stringer. This is all absolute textbook footwork, and it's nice to be able to see it from the goofy foots, because if we were looking at that slow-mo of a regular foot, you can't really see that foot positioning quite as well.
And you see how he comes off the bottom here, doesn't use a hand on the rail, stays low, compresses, and unweights so that board can come up in the face, and then he stops it there from cutting back again. He's trying to stall it, trying to give himself another opportunity to get all the way to the nose. Again, not rushing it, being patient. He's going to let that wave set up underneath him. Again, those are quick taps. For me, it's not a locked-in nose ride, but the footwork and how calm and smooth he stays is really impressive.
Well, the scores are in. The judges have rewarded him with a 7.17, so it's gone just above the 6.67 that he opened with. We are waiting for the last score of Kai Hamase still to drop in. Judges will be taking a look at that replay. The great thing about the judging panel upstairs is that they're not relying on our live broadcast. They have 4 different cameras, and each camera is dedicated to a color surfer in the lineup for every single heat. They've got their own replay system. They're filming every single wave, which means those judges have that opportunity to pick it apart and really dissect everything.
And they can call in and say, I want to see that wave again, I want to see this wave again, so they can be great on the scores. And it's nice that you can explain that to everybody at home on how the judges get to focus on everything.
Now John with an opportunity. He's currently sitting in second, but we know that's going to change because the last wave of Kai Hamase is likely to go pretty high. Solid sized wave, a bigger set maybe than what we've seen for the last little while. That could just be even due to the camera angle of what we're looking at now, but you can see it's a little bit big, it's a little bit wild for John as he's navigating that outside section. Little snap under the lip, and we can see that Louve is having a paddle just behind, so we're going to have a little exchange going down between these two with a big wall of whitewater coming through to the inside section here. Louve out the back, and John just using that tail work really, now starting to stall to set himself up for a nose ride on the inside section, where Louve out the back is also sort of actually hitting those similar sections up to the nose, but he is unable to project forward, unlike what John was able to do to keep that momentum carrying him into this inside section. That's amazing that he's holding onto the nose through that much chop. There's that much water pushing over his feet, which means it's not the cleanest, but it's very impressive that he's able to hold on to that.
He had so much momentum going forward that he knew he was going to be able to go through that. Look how gassed out he is. He's like 2 minutes left. We've seen surfers try, and I'm actually, now we see a smart surfer. Don't try.
He's just going to come straight in. So they can hear those requirements from the judges, but they also, on the judging tower here, there's a massive screen at the top. It's going to show priorities, and they've got a clock that they can just look straight at and have the whole time.
And what I liked about his approach on that wave, again, whenever he would cut back, he would bring himself deep below the whitewater before he would spin out, finish his turn and project ahead again. And that gave him some nice footwork opportunity as he was coming out of those cutbacks.
So down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. We are waiting for scores for 3 of our 4 surfers. At the moment, Green from the Philippines, JR Esquivel, is sitting in the lead. We are waiting for a big score to come through from Kai Hamase from a couple waves ago. That will likely, he'll get the requirement that he needs. It could be maybe something that puts him up into that leading position even. John and Louve also have waves to come through from their last exchange. For Louve out of Sweden, it was nice work on the outside, but just kind of fell halfway through.
And here we go again. Here's Kai Hamase getting his 3rd wave of the heat.
Straight into that perched 5 to 10, back to that 5. Held that nose ride for quite a while. It's a slightly smaller wave, but it's got some great shape and pop to it as he drives out of that second turn. Now setting himself up here as he continues through to the inside.
Yeah, again, he's now on a smaller wave than previously, so there's a bit of the whitewater action in it, and there's some lumps and ledges he's going to have to negotiate. I think he's going to be fine with that earlier wave that he had, but it just goes to show one of the top competitors here and was just barely able to get 3 waves during that heat.
Yeah, that is very true because he was out there, he was quick, but to really be able to have the wave selection, the time to utilize to his benefit as he's just looking to finish off on the inside. As soon as he starts to kick out of this wave with one last fast hang 5, he's going to hear from the panel that he's just dropped an excellent score of an 8.33, and you're right, he was totally fine with that last wave.
Well-deserved 8.33. Congratulations to the Spaniard. I thought he surfed extremely well. He just came across 2 of, I think, my favorites in this event. 2 guys that I expect to see go all the way to finals day.
2 guys that if the seeding was based off of individual status, not on team status, would be sitting really at the top of that seeding ranking. So a tough heat for John to draw with Kai and Rogelio or JR taking away the leading positions. John's last wave was a 5.03, which factored into his top 2, put him close into that conversation, but still had a requirement to take away second. And Louve down into 4th. We'll be seeing John and Louve in the Repêchage rounds through tomorrow. And we've got more action to come when we return. More great surfing, more sunshine, a little more heat here in El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bright and sunny here in El Salvador today. Those clouds, that rain that we experienced yesterday seems to be gone, and that means the temperatures are getting a little bit warmer out in the lineup, out on the shoreline, and those competitors, those teams have to be prepared for a big day on the sand. As we take a look now at Brazil, Uruguay, Korea, and Denmark in the lineup with Carlos Bahia, Julian Schweizer, Dong-Yun Kim, and Alexandre Walters, looking for an opportunity to avoid the repechage round. If they fall out of this heat, they still have more opportunity, but they're going to have a slightly longer road to getting into that grand final.
It is one of the beauties of the ISA system is that repechage round will continue on and giving you opportunities to progress and fight your way back into the final day.
It's great because it gives those surfers that are maybe more on a development track that opportunity to get more experience, to surf more heats, but it also gives those surfers that are really at the top end that chance to make a mistake.
Right.
Happens to everyone.
You have a shocker, something happens, look at Kevin Skvarna.
Yeah.
So this is
totally white on the women's side.
Right, so it's going to give them a chance to work their way back in, and it'll give them more time in the water at a very great wave with less, not the practice conditions when there's 120 surfers out.
And putting in all that time, that effort, that those, a lot of nations around the world crowdfunding to send their surfers to be able to be here. Some of those nations being able to fund the surfers themselves, which is amazing for those surfing associations that are able to do that. But a lot of these surfers that are paying their own way to be here, they are traveling away from home, and it's a bit of a different feeling because it's not just an individual contest. It's representing the country. It's the hopes that the sport of longboarding gets into the Olympics one day. To be able to give everybody more time in the water, for us to be able to see and appreciate their surfing more than just that single time is always amazing.
Yeah, it's nice when there's multiple events where these athletes can showcase their skills. And again, it was something that had to be brought up in the WSL as well, as a lot of people don't realize that virtually all the athletes have a real job. They're surfers because they want to be a surfer. They compete because it's fun to challenge yourself, and maybe you can get a little bit of sponsorship and kind of cut into the costs of a surfboard, a wetsuit, those things. But very few of the surfers are actually putting money in the bank from being a surfer.
It's 100%, especially within longboarding. It's so challenging to be able to make a living. As we take a look now at Dong-Yun Kim from South Korea, driving through that first turn after a great opening nose ride. Beautiful style and approach as he sets himself up for this next section. We've got a paddle out the back as well for Carlos Bahia out of Brazil, who's locked into his first hang 5. He'll go down quickly as Dong-Yun is just making this wave look easy. He looks mellow, he looks relaxed, he's not really forcing anything, just finding that rhythm on his opening heat of his second round. Each of these surfers has already surfed their way through their main round 1 and came away either victorious with the win or in that second place position to keep themselves in the main round. And a great little bit of style. I love that little parallel stance quickly on the inside section as he goes for a 5 to 10 combination.
He made that.
That was an incredible finish, and he's going to make the end section. That was dynamic surfing.
There was a lot of good action in the last 10 seconds of that wave. And again, we're talking a country that is really new to the whole surfing community. And, I don't know the specifics, but I bet this kid hasn't been surfing for more than 5 years.
Yeah, it's amazing to be able to see their trajectory, to be able to see also the, I think the global surfing community, now that they've got the wave park that's built there, and there's more surfers. I mean, surfers have always been exploratory. It's what the Endless Summer is all about, right? The hunt for that perfect empty wave. The opportunity for more surfers through the last, 20, 30 years, even the last 15 years, to be able to travel to some of these nations like a South Korea, taking a surfboard and just going to see what waves there are, it helps influence an entire new surfing community.
Yeah, and Asia is one of those areas where there are still unexplored, coastlines that haven't been used. I think the Philippines is a good example of so many islands, so many beaches, so much coastline, as we discovered when we went to Hainan for the first time, and how many waves were there.
Wow, so many good waves in Hainan. We've spent many years traveling and surfing there. As we take a look at Julian, he has a paddle. He's unable to get into it. And I've just pulled up Dong-Yun's bio on ISAsurf.org, and he's been surfing for 6 years, so just outside that 5-year mark. But you're right, relatively fresh to even being in the ocean on a board. As we take a look now at some great, beautiful footwork from Alexandra out of Denmark, sets himself up with a nice drive back, and Denmark's a great up-and-coming surfing nation as well, with a decent crew that love to travel, love to get out to warmer places when they can, but also love to explore the waves that they have back at home, and really just continue to develop the community that has been there for a very long time. And we can see the style of his surfing coming through is looking really nice. He's looking really calm and comfortable on the equipment under his feet, showcasing that he's been doing this for a long time. This isn't something that's new to him. He hasn't, just hopped onto a longboard, but to be able to surf with the amount of grace that's within his style right now, he's one of those surfers that's been at it for a while, and he's looking for that end section. Does very well to finish off and just dive out before that fin will hit the sand. Let's go down to the beach quickly, and we'll catch up with Kai Hamase, who had a great heat. He's with Benway.
Thank you, Shannon. Here with Japan's Kai Hamase, winner of that last heat. Congratulations. Omedetou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
So we're going to do his interview in English. He's pushing his English skills. The whole team is. Today the waves were much bigger, more push, more high tide pushing, and very little time to get 2 good waves. Were you thinking about your wave selection a lot?
I focused on waiting for the wave, and I tried to get easy wave for me. Yeah, I tried to easy wave, catch easy wave.
And you were here only for 3 days of practice before the competition. Were the waves much smaller for the practice?
Yes, bigger, smaller than before.
Okay. And today you used the same board, same rock dance, same fin?
Yes, same board.
Excellent. It's working great. I would keep using that board. And 最後応援メッセージお願いします。
日本は朝方になるんですかね。朝方だと思うんですけど、いつも応援ありがとうございます。次は田岡選手なんで、なっちゃんにも頑張ってもらってチームジャパンで、メダル取れるように頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
いつもありがとうございます。またよろしく。Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Kai. A great performance, sticking to that same equipment, and maybe a little happy that those waves have grown in size a bit.
Yeah, the practice days, when I was in the water the day before the event started, were definitely smaller than this. I mean, there are some, average size waves out here, but when those sets start rolling through, they lost the giant black buoy. It broke free and floated all the way in. So there's definitely some eye-opening sets like we're seeing stacked up out the back here. And it's unfortunate that that wind has turned a little side on shore, because it is creating some bumps and ruffles and their ridges on these waves.
Julian Schweizer now up and riding on his first wave. So he had that paddle earlier on, wasn't able to get into it. Now he's found himself with that locked-in 5 to start. S-turn stops about halfway through, down the face of that wave so that he can link it back up into a second 5 to 10 combination. Pedals back, drops that back leg really deep over the fin to be able to just put a bit more power into these turns. Just weaving his way through here. Like you said, Wingnut, there is a lot more chop on the face of these waves. Seems to be a little bit more challenging for the surfers to be able to keep some of that trim moving.
Right, it really limits their opportunity to get a nose ride. And again, here's a problem with some of those bigger set waves. It swings so wide on the point. It has a really soft shoulder, so you're forced just to kind of hang around, try to stay calm, and reset for the inside, where you try not to lose your life in the short break.
That's right. Challenging position for Julian to be in, because he would have liked to start the heat a little bit early on with a wave that hugged that reef. We saw him paddling for that slightly smaller wave. At this stage, with 10 minutes on the clock, do you think it was a good idea to just go ahead and take off on that wave and get a score on the board?
I think he needed to go. He needed to shake off his nerves about, I've got to get something on the board. And again, be a little cautious on the outside, because you need to get some scores with a 5-minute paddle back. You know, he needs to get up there. This is a pretty even heat so far, with scores all being in the 4s. So it'll be interesting to see where his new number drops.
We got some of the local crew that are starting to fill in the beach. We've had a lot of the local community just being so welcoming to traveling surfers from all around the world. It's pretty much what Surf City is all about. A lot of these local families, they're relying on tourism of surfers that are coming in. There's so many great little casas, little houses around that, you know, maybe have 10, 15 rooms to them, and some great opportunities for places to stay, as we see Dong Yun just have to kick out a little bit deep in that section, and Carlos Bahia up and riding straight into the nose. He's also been quiet through this heat, which is a surprise. He had such an outstanding opening round, and he's caught behind the section after his opening nose ride. So everyone's just getting pushed a bit too deep.
Again, as we talked about, when those bigger sets come, if you've been swept around the top of the point, you're not going to be able to make that section. So definitely an unusual start for Carlos Bahia, and with the wind on the waves, with those bigger sets, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if Julian turns around or doesn't paddle all the way to the top and maybe takes an opportunity a little bit before he gets out all the way out there.
8 minutes remaining on the clock. Julian's first wave of 4.37. So he's put himself on the board right smack dab in the middle of the two scores that were already sitting there. Carlos now is going to be looking to try and get that 3.45 to put himself in a better position. He'll have that opening nose ride to drop through on his score line. Up and riding once again, kind of fades in, takes it to the nose, a smaller size wave, better selection to be able to add in that variety. He's not going to get caught behind the section. He's going to have to drop down in that foam though and try and regain some control, as we could see another surfer was up and riding just behind in Alexander. And here we go, Carlos wrapping it onto that rail work, setting himself up through the inside here, a little bit of variety, trying to kind of avoid pumping too hard, but needing to do something to create more speed and energy.
He was trying to get some momentum to get to the inside so he could have a big finishing move, as we see Alexander finish his wave here. And again, I like the wave that Carlos took off on. He needed something, and that was a lot smoother because the previous waves had kind of cleaned up the lump out of it. Nice footwork there on the end, as the finish here for Alexander again lands that one. Another strong finish in the shore break for our surfer from Denmark.
Yeah, he's surfing well. I love that smile on his face. You know, already putting down a 4.77, which is the highest score across the board. So it's very evenly matched among the field. He's got 6.5 minutes. He's going to have plenty of time to wait out that next little lump of shore break and then get himself out to backline with one more chance. But this last wave is going to do good to put in that backup score to his near 5 on the board. We could see the turtle roll from our surfer in, I actually couldn't tell who that was doing that. Happened so quickly, but another creative way, a good way to be able to get a long surfboard through a wall of whitewater.
And again, you know, you watch a lot of people do, you know, turn turtle versus a duck dive. I personally can't duck dive a 9-foot board. I've seen some of the guys here. I've seen Kevin duck dive a 9-8. I'm like, okay.
How?
Muscle man, fine.
Yeah.
But, you know, a properly used turtle roll where your hands are extended forward, because the goal is to keep that nose down flat on the surface of the water so all the energy of the wave goes above it. And then you can kind of let your body hang, because your body is that anchor that keeps you from getting dragged back. But again, that's a lot of, you know, trying to crush the rails with your fingertips.
Yeah, really strong fingers are necessary, so lots of good hand grips going on. As we take a look at Julian coming through to the inside section, he had that 4.37 that he opened up with. Now just really loving the feeling of that board underneath his feet. Looks like a Michael Takayama. And now a couple cross steps forward, eyeing off this next section to be able to get up to the nose, finds that 5, trimming going with a lot of speed into this in section. He tried to hook it in, but unfortunately just couldn't quite time it.
It's interesting watching the surfers as they come to the inside closeout section and they start to do that math. You know, the risk reward, do I have enough time? And then all of a sudden the computer starts to glitch in their brain and they don't exit cleanly or pull off a maneuver. They look like they're about to die.
They do. They really do. That's exactly what it feels like. It's kind of what it looks like, and I'm sure it's exactly what's going through their mind. I'm not going to come back up again if I go underwater right now. Some crazy in-section finishes this week. Some really solid outside starts to those waves as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. There's going to be a final exchange here. There's just enough time for, and I'm looking for the Korean. He's my dark horse in this heat. I did not expect him to be in such a strong position. I didn't expect Carlos Bahia to be in third. So it'll be interesting to see. And look at that number that Alexander just dropped, that 5.40. Definitely a strong first place position for him.
And really well-rounded. I mean, every wave he's caught so far, the 4.77 and the 4.5, have been from a nice start out the back to a nice finish on the inside. Nothing that's been really explosive or, you know, on a huge section or crazy dynamic or really long nose ride, but just connecting all those dots in a really beautiful way.
And it shows you the value on, you know, choosing a wave pretty early on, getting something on the board. You know, with the 5-minute paddle back out, you can get 3 waves in a heat all the way to the beach if you're in a good rhythm.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the other challenge. And the nice thing is once you're coming back out, you don't get drawn too deep. As you can see, the two surfers here having to paddle back to toward the top of the point so they don't get stuck behind.
Now, scores are coming in for the rest of the field. We're still waiting for the last of Julian, but Carlos Bahia has dropped in a 4.5, which was for just that one big opening nose ride. Really critical in the section, and then he had to bail off as that wave closed out in front of him. So judges heavily rewarding that opening critical nature to the nose ride. Had he connected that with, you know, a few more cars down the line, maybe another end section, he could have been looking at a decent score. He backs it up as well with that 5.4 on the board. Sitting down into third now as the last score, Julian has finally arrived. It's a 6.07, and now the whole situation is in. With 2.5 minutes on the clock, we'll see if there is another exchange or how many of the surfers can get a wave. But at the moment, Julian Schweizer has just jumped himself up into the lead in a 9-minute heat that he's currently surfing. Alexander Walters out of Denmark found himself into second. Carlos Bahia of Brazil shockingly into third. And Dongyeon Kim also putting together some beautiful surfing on that 4.17. He's down into fourth with a 6-point requirement.
Only needs a 6 and he has priority. So he's sitting strong out there, and with 2 minutes remaining, it's him and Carlos Bahia who is currently waving for either scores or time to see what he needs. It's a nervous moment for both Carlos and Dong Young right here.
It really is, because with a minute 35 on the clock, those little lines are not very big. That's not going to be a decent set coming through. At this stage, it's a little questionable if there's even going to be a rideable wave that's not something sneaking way in on the inside.
Yeah, are they positioned so far out hoping for one of the bigger ones, and should they adjust? And you've got Alexander there now who's come back out trying to, you know, maintain his position. It looks like Carlos is going to try, well, at least maybe that's just going to move him inside a little bit more, so he's going to give himself a better chance. And again, this is the experienced competitor in Carlos, knowing that he should move inside where he can at least give himself an opportunity with another wave.
Yeah, we could also see Team Brazil was like on the boardwalk here. They're going to be giving him some kind of signal for what they think he should be doing right now, and moving to this inside position is exactly that. 45 seconds on the clock, 5 to 10. He needs to put all that risk into the opening nose ride. He's done that. Now he can build on that score line into a second hang 5, wrapping it around, trying to kind of nurse that without going too progressive, but just putting in those great dynamic turns, using that rail without kind of overcooking it as he comes through to the inside section here now. Little white water, a little bit frothy on the face of the wave as he punches from that 5 down to that bottom turn. A little bit of climbing and dropping through this wave as he drives back into that white water now. Sets himself up here, wingnut, through to the inside section. He's looking for a 4.77. At this stage, we're also not sure if anyone else is able to get themselves onto another wave. 5 seconds to go. and a quick tap to the inside finish on the nose.
And what I really like about his performance on that wave, Carlos is a big man.
Yes.
And he stands elegantly and makes things look easy, difficult maneuvers look easy. And that's, I think, something that's really important in longboarding. And I think he put on a good show. And I'm going to say I think he made that number with those great nose rides on the outside.
Looking for, less than that 5-point ride. If he gets a few fives on the board, he's there from the judges. We'll have 5 different judges on the panel. He needs 3 of those judges to kind of work in his favor.
That quick turn on the outside lets him get a solid locked 10. He goes again here, a nice 5. Good footwork back. He's going to do more of a power cut back there. Sets himself up, doesn't rush this here. Again, cross foot cut back, throwing a little flare in. And as he waits for it to develop again, gets a nose ride. That was kind of a quick tap. Again, nice projection out of that bottom turn. It's the smallest wave that he's ridden in this entire heat, so that's going to be the challenge. That's the only thing that, it's a lower degree of difficulty for the beautiful maneuvers that he was able to put together on that wave.
And we've got a lot of 4s on the board. So if the judges are looking, we got a 4-1-7 for Dongyun, a 4-5 for Carlos. We've got a 4-7-7 for Alexander. We've got to match that 4-7-7 now for Carlos. And some of those waves had a little bit more size, a little more substance to them.
And the size is the thing. Remember, the score that Carlos got was just for a nose ride, a 4.5 on a big outside wave. So
yeah.
Judges really value the degree of difficulty of the bigger waves.
And we've seen that reflected in the scoreline from yesterday and today as well, through earlier this morning and yesterday afternoon, where there were some scores that were coming through that were really high, and they had great surfing to them, but they also were really committed to the biggest set wave and then could capitalize on maybe less maneuvers, but it was with that degree of difficulty that the size offers that often we see it in judging, that the size of that wave really factors into how well that score can come through. Still waiting.
It's interesting, though, you and I both know that sometimes the smaller wave sits on a reef or a point
better. It might have better shape. It actually allows for a more critical nature to the nose ride, specifically as a longboarder that you're doing.
Yeah, and you think about some of those biggest set waves today were so lumpy, and the face of the wave was so soft because they were so far out. They didn't have the steepness. So although it's impressive in their size, a smaller wave with a steeper, more critical face will allow better performance.
I suppose when we're thinking competition, a lot of times those bigger waves are more what a surfer are looking for, even if it's a bit bumpy. Those smaller waves for a video piece, perfect. You get to display everything. Scores are in. Carlos just narrowly gets the nod. A 4.83 for his last wave. All that effort and that finesse put in, I think, Wingnut, for every single maneuver was well worth it.
Good, and look at the camaraderie and sportsmanship there. Congratulations and commiserations all around. Great performances. Look at the national pride on display. Fantastic today.
And looking at the score being that close, he needed a 4.77. He got a 4.83. It means that those judges were splitting hairs, right? They were looking at that replay back and forth. They would have been comparing it to the scores that we had from the other surfers sitting in that mid-range 5 as well, and just recognizing the degree of difficulty in those opening nose rides, how fluid, how quiet, how calm his surfing was throughout as well. And as we can see the results there, with Julian Schweizer finding himself with the lead and Carlos Bahia in second. Coming up next, more men's surfing and Sam Bleakley alongside Megan Godinez on the call.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to that Better World Through Surfing as we go into this heat with Ben Howie representing Team England on his 9-4 double scoop single fin Ben Skinner surfboard, up and riding, straight locked into a 5, speedy, smooth for that opening nose ride there. Quick start for Howie. Henry Salinas, the local El Salvadorian, in blue. Sebastian Cardenas from Peru in green. Chase Leader from Montauk, Long Island, East Coast USA in white, as Ben Howie just does a nice rail grab cut back there. I know his wife Sammy and his baby Flick will be tuning in, rooting for Ben Howie. Has a PhD in ocean science, works for the RNLI back home in the UK, surfs Bantham, a fantastic wave in South Devon, as he works his way through to the inside here and puts a nice drop knee kick out and gets that ball rolling with 16 minutes 30 seconds remaining as Sebastian Cardenas waits to get a wave, but it's Chase Leader, the goofy footer, streaking through this one, and his Michael Takayama built board. Big shout out to Craig and Lords, of course, the Sunset Surf Shack in Montauk, run by his father Craig, a great surfer, a great surfing family, as Chase kicks out and 2 big scores to be dropped. Sam Bleakley back in the booth with Megan Godinez.
Yeah, we're here. Exciting stuff for day 2 at this competition.
And look at that landscape, Megs. It is absolutely spectacular. The land of volcanoes, right-hand point breaks, and great coffee. And this is our local El Salvadorian, Henry Salinas, on his first wave.
Here we go, hometown hero, just reading this wave, trying to navigate these bumps here as the wind picks up onto the onshore winds here, and with a beautiful hang 5, a little out on the shoulder, but staying committed to that hang 5, turning back into the power source, waiting for that wave to pick back up again. As you can see, as he works his way towards the inside here, beautiful walk, taking his time, really like a cat. That's the whole point, is to really peel the foot off of the board so that there's no stomping. It's just really graceful and very etiquette and intricate. So here we are, just taking his time.
He'll like that. Henry Decat Salinas, you know, referencing the Black Knight, Mickey Decat Dora.
Yeah.
As a stylist himself, he'll appreciate that comparison. But what about this replay from our Peruvian Sebastian Cardenas?
Beautiful hang 5, looking a lot like his mentor Piccolo Clemente, just hanging out on that nose. Beautiful cut back turn, just taking his time. Again, the chops are here, the onshore winds are starting to pick up, so the guys and the girls are really trying to surf their best to really just stay on that wave and make it very elegant and very, very put together, like we see here as Sebastian goes for that hang 5. Nice cut back into the whitewash, just making his wave into that pupusa section.
Nice surfing from the Peruvian, and to another South American, Uruguay's Julian Schweizer is on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you, Sam. Here with the winner of that last heat, representing Uruguay, Julian Schweizer. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias, Ben. La verdad que sí, como te decía ahora antes, afuera de la cámara, estoy contento de pasar. Fue un hit muy lento, con muy pocas olas, lamentablemente, igual que mi hit pasado. Espero que el próximo me toque el más olas. Pero está contento de pasar. Creo que hay muchas cosas para corregir todavía. No pude mostrar todo lo que vengo entrenando, así que estoy con muchas ganas de surfear la próxima ronda. Y contento de seguir por el main event, que es sobre todo lo más importante.
So yeah, he was saying it was a really tense. There weren't a lot of waves in his heat, and trying to find that right one was really difficult. He still decided that he wasn't able to show his best performance, and he's hoping there's more waves in the next one. So I'm going to ask him a quiz question. We're going to talk fins, because in an earlier interview we talked about Piccolo borrowing the fin that hatcheted him in the head. And he's using the Kevin Skvarna. Estás usando un Kevin Skvarna Flying Diamonds ahora.
Sí, estoy con la quilla de Kevin, que manda muy bien. Es muy parecida a la que usaba antes, que es la DT Flex, que es con la que Piccolo se abrió la cabeza el mundial pasado. La sigo teniendo esta acá por las dudas, o si me toca una ronda contra Piccolo se la presto. No, mentira.
So he's using the Kevin Skvarna. He said it's a lot like the DT Flex that he used before, and that was the one that got Piccolo in the head. And he said he keeps it on hand in case he has a heat against Piccolo, and he can let him use it again. Horrible joke.
No, a horrible joke because it's only this is like the only way to maybe beat Piccolo on this wave.
Well, we wish you the most of luck in the next one. I hope you have more waves and you can really show your top performance. You'd like to say anything in Spanish to your friends in Uruguay?
Muchas gracias, Ben. Espero seguir adelante en la próxima ronda. Quiero mandar un saludo grande a toda la familia que me está viendo, a todo mi equipo de trabajo, que gracias a ellos hoy estoy hoy acá. Y por supuesto a todos mis sponsors, que también son los que me bancan día a día, los que me ayudan a venir a este evento y a cada uno de los eventos. Vamos arriba, Uruguay.
Muchísimas gracias. Mucha suerte en la próxima.
Vamos acá a la próxima.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Uruguay on a roll, but what about that wave from Henry Salinas for El Salvador? Based here at El Sunzal, works as a surf instructor. Out there in first position now with a 4.1 and a 3.67. Still awaiting for that first score to come through for Ben Howie, but it's Sebastian Cardenas who drops a 7.17. As we can see, surfers scrambling for this set with Chase Leader in first priority, second priority green for Peru, Sebastian Cardenas, third priority red. Ben Skinner turns and looks to be taking this wave. Up and riding, high line, rushes up to the tip there, but locks that toe over the tip again for a second nose ride. Looking quick on his double scoop. A new board for him, a really exciting new model that a lot of the Skin Dog Surfboards team riders are getting built at that factory, laminated by the great Jason Gray there in Cornwall in the southwest of the UK. Into that drop knee turn. Ben Howie probably has already got a strong score on the board, Megs, and this is looking really good as well.
Yeah, he's just working his way to the inside, really timing his turns and timing those nose rides. Now that wind's picked up, he's really trying to find that high line as he's doing here, just navigating this inside, looking again for another opportunity to get up on that nose. The judges really love that commitment to that fluidity of maneuvers and a beautiful kick out just right before he gets into that danger zone.
And twice has nearly become a finalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship. In 218 in Hainan, he just fell short in that semi-final, finishing 5th. And the same happened in 2019, the following year at Côte de Basque, Biarritz, at the ISA World Longboard Championship. So he's got real experience at this level, and that's starting to show in his maturity, his patience, the fact that he's not over-rushing things on the wave face. And he kicks off with a 5.27 with another score to come through as the Sheriff, Amado Alvarado, El Salvadorian legend, is paddling out for the next heat soon.
Yeah, a little hometown hero, huh, to cheer on his teammate Henry Salinas. So yeah, should be an interesting next heat.
Yeah, and good energy now on the sand. Of course, El Salvador has all of this coastline. It's the only Central American country not to have a Caribbean coast. But they make up for that in the brilliance of the waves here on the Pacific side. So many great right-hand point breaks. And right now, Henry Salinas out there in the lead, but Ben Howie only requiring a 2.41, so you would expect he's going to shift up into first position when that score drops, Megs.
Yeah, I think he will, definitely, with that wave. He timed it very well, and I believe he might have been the only one that took from that set, knowing that he was on the inside. He didn't have much priority, but he used that advantage of being on the inside. As we see Chase here on his Michael Takayama, just navigating through that little hop section with the chop of the wave.
Big overhead wall there for Chase. In and out of 2 nose rides. Nice and lively here, just working that rail. And then he's got the opportunity to get behind the section here. So he'll just look over his shoulder, eye up if there's an opportunity to come in behind the wall, as we see Sebastian Cardenas looking to back up his 7.17 in green for Peru out back as we go close on chase from Montauk, the 18-year-old, stalling there up to the tip. There's that 5, walks out of the nose ride there. Great stylish surfer, an incredible shortboarder as well. Pedigree in the family. Of course, Craig will be tuning in, runs the Sunset Surf Shack in Montauk as Chase gets down into the Papusa section, and he'll get a new score on the board as our Peruvian is going to add to that 717 as well.
Yeah, here he goes on this third wave of the heat here, just making his way to the inside, just right in front of Chase, I believe. So it's going to be kind of a paddle battle, and that's another thing with the priority is doesn't matter where you are in the lineup, you want to get either first or second priority. So I think he's going to start booking it, maybe try and time himself to make sure he doesn't get worked on this inside, which is a smart play.
Yeah, and that really is testament to how juicy that section is on the inside. The fact that he just read that, he had to wait in the shallows, and now he's got an opportunity with a little bit of a lull to get out through this shore break. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Ben Howie drops a 5.23, puts him up into second because Sebastian Cardenas has just dropped a score into the excellent range, an 8.17 to add to that 7.17. He is on a tear out here.
Yeah, beautiful surfing. I mean, especially with a great team with Maria and Piccolo, they definitely they want that gold this year.
Look at all those volcanoes in the background there. That explosive landscape is you know, a real kind of beautiful backset for the level of surfing we've seen. We're in South Swell season through May, October. We do get a lot of big surf, and it's been big yesterday, but this is that 8.17 megs. What is it about this that puts that up into the excellent range?
As you can see, it was that commitment that he had. As soon as he stood up, he went right into it. He didn't see any chop. He said, I want to be on this nose. I want to be riding this nose and committing to it. And as he did from the very outside, one of the longest nose rides we've seen so far. And as he's working his way in, just staying busy, linking all his turns back into that power source. As you can see, he's really going towards that left side, just so that he can wait for that double up, because that's going to give him another opportunity to really get back onto the nose and link those turns once again.
Great to see the judges using the scale here. We've had a number of rides in the excellent range. We saw Ben Skinner going into a 9.17, which is the highest score of the event so far. And we've seen Sebastian Cardenas go into the excellent range with that 8.17 live action. Ben Howie, 6 steps to a 5. Nice hold of a long nose ride, pulls up for a tight 5, stays locked on that 5, toes curled over the tip, walks back to the middle of the board, and then just widens the stance into a down carve. Nice set up bottom turn there, but just having to control the board, which he does very elegantly against this bounce. And I'm really enjoying Ben Howie's poise. He's not over rushing things, and that's very important in these types of conditions. Yes, we've got size, but this face, it's not such a steep pocket. Patience is key. You don't need to overwork it. You need to just draw those open lines and use that footwork to get back on the tip when you can, as he finishes in the shore break-in style, adding to his scores.
Yeah, beautiful wave. He didn't rush anything. He really didn't overturn anything, and that's the key to trying to make it to the next heat. As we see Blue up and riding, Henry Salinas, the Black Pearl, Salvador, what they call him, the
Cat, the Night Rider. Well,
yeah.
you called him Cat.
Yeah, I think he has a new nickname now.
Yeah, and he loves classic longboarding, so he'll be a fan of Mickey Dora's style, of course. Mickey Dora, a regular footer. This is a goofy footer, but look at that nose riding, locked and hold. I can hear the El Salvadorian fans on the sand cheering. This is a really great opportunity for Henry Salinas, chasing a 7.5 as he sets himself up through the inside section. He knows so well. 6 steps back up to another nose ride, locks onto that 5, walks out, and this is where the juice and the power is going to really kind of have an impact. But he knows this shore break very well, as we can see the El Salvadorian flag flying high, and that flag is a really great opportunity to talk about the blue stripes that symbolize the sky, and the white, and the lower blue symbolizing the ocean, and the white symbolizing peace, as we see the surfer in the white singlet, Chase leader, currently in second, looking to drop a 5.67. Nice soul arch, arms behind the back. Got second in last year's Mexi Log Fest. Famously did a clip that went viral where he was hanging 10 in a soul arch, and he did a posture. He got out the phone and answered the cell phone whilst doing a hang 10 on his Michael Takayama board in the final of the Mexi Log Fest that was won by your good friend Kai Salas.
Yeah, it's all about adding that sass, you know, selling it to the judges, and that's what he loves to do. He's a showman, you know. All surfers are showmen, and that's what's great about Chase. He's that young kid, hungry just to keep the needle moving through the sport.
And that clip went viral, and the value of that kind of thing happening for an emerging surfer is huge. The marketing impact you have when you do something like that gets a big audience is really important. Of course, contest results are important as well, but there's a wider culture around longboarding that often gets represented in the videos you create.
Yes, 100%. I mean, it's the lifestyle that we sell, right? Like we said yesterday, it's about bringing that longboard community, especially, and just surfers in general. We come down to the beach, we hang out all day, we cheer each other on. And that's how I grew up, right? We surfed all day long till sun up till sundown, surfing with all your friends, coming in for a quick lunch break, maybe having a little nap underneath the coconut trees and paddling right back out. So I think it's that importance of that lifestyle.
Different for me. You put on a thick neoprene wetsuit or a Ulux if you're on the eco credentials, and you deal with the freezing cold Atlantic in the winter. But
Yeah.
you feel absolutely stoked, as we can see the El Salvadorian flag flying high there. 2 minutes remaining. Portuguese flag there. They'll be coming up soon. And right now, Sebastian Cardenas is out there in the lead. Chase leader waiting for a score. Ben Howie waiting for a score. Ben needs a 6.33 to move up into second. Chase needs a 9.41 to move up into first. Henry Salinas drops a 4.93, stays in fourth. So it's going to come down to these next two scores drop between England and USA to determine, as we move into the last minute 40 seconds, who goes up into second.
Oh, that's going to be a tough call. I mean, right now, Sebastian with priority at green. I mean, with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and Chase needing, you know, a 9.41, and Ben Howie needing a 6.33. It's just, I'm going to be playing defense if I was in Sebastian's shoes.
Well, it feels like Sebastian's safe in first position. It's whether Howie can get the score that he needs for Team England, or whether Chase can improve his situation with that 5.93 and that 5.67. As we move down into the last minute, priority number 2 is now with Ben Howie out in the lineup, so Chase isn't out there yet with priority. First priority with Sebastian up and riding. It looks to be Ben Howie. Takes a fast line there, cross-stepping towards the front of the board, cross-stepping back to the tail. Nice carving rail turn there, sweeping S-turn, and then coming into the middle of the wave and going into a drop knee carve, and then he'll get the opportunity now to eye up what's ahead. He's just got some foam to deal with as we move down into the last 40 seconds, and the judges drop a 5.87 for his last wave, so it's not enough to slip him back up into second. So as it stands, Howie is still chasing a 5.74, and Chase leader for Team USA doesn't better his score in his last ride, but his 2 high fives are keeping him in second position, Megs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a good rally for Ben Howie, trying to really get that last little hurrah for him as we see green up and riding Sebastian. Just a wave to come in, just kind of cruising on in there, but I'm sure he's going to put on a show for us as he hang fives high line, nice tight 10, walking back, just making his way through that sketchy section and just straightening out and riding on in.
What a great performance there for Peru. Ben Howie needed a big score. It's not going to be there, so Chase leader is going to stay in second, and he gets the opportunity to ride this one through on his Michael Takayama built board, walking into that rail turn and then rebounding off the foam. And that was an incredible finish in the Papusa section.
And his little no claim kind of thing, standing up straight, kind of looking around, be like, I know you guys all saw that.
Yeah, triple no claim, no claim.
Yeah, triple no claim.
What a heat that was. Fantastic exchanges between England and USA, but Peru taking the lead. But what about this last replay of Chase? Can this go into his top 2, Megs?
Let's see. I mean, he got the nose ride right off the bat. He's kind of just, you can tell this time was running out, so he's just kind of putting on a show now, like how you said he had that video that went viral. So now he's just trying to add a little flavor, a little sass with his Michael Takayama, finding that high line, getting up to that nose, quick 5. kind of just, as you can tell, he looks like he's stoked on his face and he's ready to hit this lip, and he really does. And that backwash really allows him to project forward. And there's that no claim, as we called it, or triple no claim.
And that's a big board. That's a big heavy single fin. It goes to show with technique you can engage those rails. So the situation will not change. Peru will take that win. USA second. England third. And El Salvador, big shout out to Henry Salinas. He's going to slip into that repechage, but he surfed that heat brilliantly. Very stylish. What a great talent. And somebody who can inspire the next generation coming up through.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that he gets to the nose like a cat, very, very silent and very graceful. And that's what the judges love to see, is just that gracefulness in any surfer.
Wow, we got a good heat coming up next. We got France, we got Portugal, we got South Africa, and we've got the sheriff, Amado Alvarado, reigning El Salvadorian longboard champion, coming up very soon. We continue these 20-minute heats. It's those best two waves. And, you know, the tension's rising now. It's day 2. You know, nobody's yet completely eliminated, but big names already slipping into the repechage.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the ISA, right? We get that second chance for those surfers to be able to get back into it. And it becomes a whole nother contest, so...
Stay tuned for the sheriff, Amado Alvarado, the legend from El Salvador. He'll be coming up next, live from El Sunzal, Surf City.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. If you just saw that commercial break, you would have seen that El Salvador hosted Miss World last year before the Christmas break. But right now it's Martin Corre for France and Antonio Dantas for Portugal. Sam Christensen, multiple South African champion, and the local legend Amado Alvarado, the goofy footer known for his trademark cross-step turns, the 31-year-old who has been a lifeguard at Punta Roca, born in La Libertad just down the coast there, and his trademark cross-step turn is something that we're looking forward to seeing here. He's won the Central American and Caribbean Games, beating Zoe Powell from Mexico, and will recall the inspiration of a lot of the big name shortboarders who've been behind Amado. Brian Perez, of course, a fantastic El Salvadorian shortboarder. Amado is that generation. He's grown up with those surfers, and he rides the Barahona surfboard shaped in California, so that's exciting for him because he has that inspiration from those hand-shaped boards by Jose from the South Bay, Hermosa Beach, and to bring that Californian culture down into his surfing here in El Salvador is pretty impactful.
Yeah, and it's really cool. Like every time they paddle out, they always kind of have like a bunch of kids with them, or they're always trying to pass down knowledge, and it's really, really refreshing and really nice to see. You know, being from Hawaii, that's like we always have. That's why we call auntie and uncle. I think that's why we relate so much to the Latin culture, is that everyone's an auntie, everyone's an uncle. As we see here, hometown hero Amado just carving into this wave, setting up that beautiful fade from left to right.
That's what he does, doesn't he, Megs? He has that confidence to go super deep on those opening fades and get just behind that section and then carve up into the section, kicking things off there with a lot of rail work. Again, though, all of the surfers are really having to navigate those slightly bumpier conditions. We saw that wind staying off most of yesterday, a lot cleaner, but Amado there snapping high here, couple of steps, arcing back, rebounding off the foam, lively, loose, radical attack there, even though he's keeping that upright posture. When he puts that board on rail, there's power, there's gusto. Can he find a section just to nose ride through to the inside? There it is, gets that high line, there's the 5, gets the 10, walks out, and then stools it, sweeps it back, sets up for another look of the nose ride. Will he go for it on the inside section? I can hear the crowd cheering. He's got a start, he's got a wave, he's got a score coming, and the El Salvadorian fans are stoked on that.
Yeah, that was a very good wave, especially wanting to start that campaign early, wanting to get kind of the pressure on everybody else to be like, you know, I'm the sheriff in town, I'm going to start the heat. Let's see what you got, kind of a thing, as we see Martin from France going for this high line, trying to get up into the nose, and he does. Beautiful, just taking his time. A lot of the surfers today are going to be taking their time with that chop in the lineup, just working his way through.
Yeah, nice opening lines from Martin. You could just see Antonio Dantas there just on his inside, but that wave just opened out in the perfect way for Antonio not to get in the way of Martin. You know, It could have been close, but you can see now answering back Antonio Dantas on the outside, locked in the 5, 2 European goofy footers there, but a deep section for Antonio comes unstuck, and Martin is just unloading through the inside here. Lively, busy, active ride.
Yeah, he's definitely got his eye set on the prize with he was a junior longboarder at the Peru ISAs, and he was beat by fellow Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield. So he's hungry as he whacks that lip kind of straight up and down. That was very impressive.
His front foot nearly slipped. You know what I was hoping for as he went for that Rio? Like a rail grab, Christian Hosoi, kind of like out the coping, late 80s skateboard move. But he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Never mind. Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time. I think he was really just trying to make sure that the board stayed away from him so that he didn't get, clipped in the head from, seeing what happened to Piccolo last year. I think everyone's kind of trying to play it safe.
Talking of Piccolo, from one Peruvian legend to an up-and-coming star out of Peru, Sebastian Cardenas is with Benway.
Thanks, guys. The winner of round 2, heat number 6, representing Peru, Sebastian Cardenas. We're going to do this interview in English. I didn't know you spoke English so well. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, the waves are really good, and it's a little bit windy, but we made the job.
Yeah, so your teammates, Mafer and Piccolo, they both won their heats this morning. What kind of advice did they give you before you went for your heat, if you can share it?
Yes, I can share it. So Mafer told me that the waves are fire, but it's a little bit tricky, really bumpy. So when you nose right and you cross step back to the tail of the board, you have to be really composed so you can keep a straight line and go with the turn.
And also, I'm sure you normally surf in a wetsuit most of the year. Can you imagine this surf if you were in a full suit? How tired would you be?
We're so tired because the heat is really up. It's like now cloudy. I don't know how to say. Cloudy? Yeah, cloudy, but it's really hot.
And last is, I had a question that Mafer kind of pushed me to ask. How's the support from Ana Camila?
Ana Camila is a good friend of all of us. Yeah, he's a friend. I don't know why she brings this topic, but yeah, she's a friend, so never mind.
He says she's just a friend. Well, if you want to say anything back to the people in Peru?
Yeah, un saludo nuevamente a mi familia, a mi papá, a mi mamá, que seguro me está viendo, a mi hermano, a mi primo, que ayer fue su cumpleaños, que es como un hermano mayor para mí, obviamente a Mafer, a Piccolo, a todo el equipo peruano, a Osvaldo, a Richard, a la federación por hacer esto posible, al Instituto Peruano del Deporte y a todas las personas que están detrás de mi país apoyándome y mandando todas las vibras para poder seguir adelante.
Thank you very much, and thank you for saving my brain cells with English.
Don't worry. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. And of course, Peru, such a rich surf nation. And some of the early ISA World Surfing Championships happened in Peru. In Lima in 1965, won by the great Felipe Pomar. So that was, obviously one of the kind of legends of Peruvian surfing. And you competed in Peru in 2013, and you know Peru has a rich surf culture.
A very rich surf culture. I mean, the way that they embraced us, just the ISA and then also the Hawaiians, it was very, very sweet, and they're all very welcoming. And their waves there, I mean, besides having to wear a full wetsuit, I mean, the waves are so good. I surfed for probably 6 hours in a full wetsuit, and I did not care because the waves were that good.
Have you surfed Yakama?
I did.
Oh, I hear it's pretty special.
I did. It was a long walk, but it was well worth it, let me tell you. I mean, I don't know how secret they're trying to be about it, but Chicama is
it's a special one.
Yeah.
As is this wave, El Sunzal. And as we stand, Amado Alvarado is in second. He's got a 4.0 for his opening wave. Antonio Dantas for Portugal is in first with a 3.17 and a 1. But we're waiting for that first score of Martin Correa, and it goes in at a 5.83. So it pushes him up into first, pushes Antonio Dantas, fellow European from Portugal, down there into second, but up and riding right now. Amado on the tip there, locked on that 5, walks out, soul arch, downturn, and then off the bottom, and then stalls it to get his cross steps back up to the tip and holds that 5, and then walks out and then powers out of that foam, accelerates, and then hooks it back on his 2+1 board there, and then here we go with the lively section. He'll be familiar with the different shapes and varieties of the way these inside sections stand up, and what he's looking to do right now is he's looking to find that steep wall, staying in the pocket so he can get back up on the tip. Here it is. There's the stall. He might get one opportunity for a couple more cutbacks to maybe find a little touch of the nose through the inside. On the 5, walks out of the 5, and then deals with that short break and steps off, and he's going to be in a strong situation now, already with a 4.0, adding another good score.
Yeah, I think that's going to be bigger than his 4-point score. He definitely hit that nose very much on the outside, really doing those power cutbacks. Really reminded me of a Rusty Kealana, like at a big day at Makaha.
Rusty, of course, uses the switch stance so elegantly, and that is a masterclass of how to blend the the front side and the back side surfing. You often never know what his natural stance is, how easy he finds it to walk in and out of turns, switching both ways.
Yeah, and the story is that he actually started as a goofy footer, but because growing up on the west side in Makaha, his dad, Uncle Buffalo, legend, also sailed across the world in Hokulea, our Hawaiian native voyaging canoe, made him surf regular because he was like, listen, you want to be a world champ, you better be able to do both. So. And
he did it 3 times in
yes.
different waves, including Malibu. Not only big Hawaiian juice, but also Malibu and Reunion, which is where Martin is from. He's from Reunion Island. One of Rusty's 3 ASP World Longboard titles was at St. Lou in Reunion.
I didn't know that.
So
that's good to know. That you got more knowledge than me about them.
Well, I mean, I've a fan of longboard history and culture, so I've got some lists and some memories about who won what where. But of course, it's the South Africans cheering on Sam Christiansen right now. He's got a 2.87. Amado Alvarado, as you predicted, Megs, he bettered that 4. So that 4.9 puts him in first position. What's going to be going through the head of Amado now? The local, 8 minutes left. He knows this break very well. He's now in first.
Now, I mean, this is me putting on my coach cap on, but if I was Martin, if I was Amado, I would know that Martin has a single score of 5.83, and so he only needs a 3.07 to back that up. And I know Amado wants to win. Every heat he sees, he wants to see gold. So with 7 minutes, I would try and I would almost put pressure on Martin to kind of sell him on a kind of a bad wave. But that's the beauty of the priority system, right? You can sell them on bad waves. You can kind of jock them, and as we saw with the women's heat. So it's going to be interesting.
But don't rule out Antonio Dantas and Sam Christiansen. Of course, Sam, the 26-year-old, multiple 3 times SA longboard champion, has a great business that he founded called Earth Again, which is a home composting system. Also riding self-shaped boards. Learned to surf in Durban, now moved over to Cape Town. He had a great run here at the event last year. as did Antonio Dantas. So both our surfers sitting for Portugal and South Africa, respectively in first and second priority. Antonio for Portugal, first priority. Sam Christensen for South Africa, second priority. They can get big scores, but right now there's a little conversation there between Sam and Martin. Sam demonstrating, his good sportsmanship. You will find that with Sam. He'd be the first person to collect a lost board for you in the middle of a heat.
I mean, that's I would want him in a heat. I mean, you know how many times I've lost the board, and during a contest you'll just see some of them just paddle right past it. And to each their own. It's a competition, so things got to stay alive as he's waiting out there trying to see if there's a set coming in. I can see them kind of slowly paddling out. They might see some bumps coming in.
Antonio, 4 times a junior longboard champion in Portugal, from São Pedro do Estoril, which is a classy area in the heart of Lisbon, and it has a fantastic right-hand point break that comes alive in the winter time. So Antonio and João Dantas, the brothers here, both representing Portugal, really familiar with this style of wave. On a big day at São Pedro in Lisbon, yes, they're going to be wearing wetsuits, but there's a lot of similarities between this wave and their local spot.
Yeah, I can see it. He's the farthest one out with priority. He's just kind of searching for that top wave. As you see, Sheriff Man here, Amado from El Salvador, doing the Duke Kahanamoku stance, kind of working his way. And I love how much power he holds. That's what I meant from relating him to Rusty Kealana. They really love the tail surfing, but he is, what I can see, is on a single fin. And to do that on a single fin is not easy.
It could be a single fin, but I'm pretty sure that this is a 2+1, this one, Megs. When he was walking down, he just might catch the arc of the spray of those side fins coming off some of these turns.
You can see his side fins.
But he loves to use that stall, doesn't he? Between
Beautiful.
In and out of those nose rides, he'll really put that board onto a stall, as we're going to get a little opportunity to see Sam Christensen there. Really beautiful down carve up onto a high line, sweeping, rebounding, but he's got some bounce and chop to deal with. What do you think of this from Sam?
Yeah, that was a good read. I think he chose a wave that he's trying to look for more of a face, and that was a good job of staying consistent and staying active on the wave, doing those little roundhouse cutbacks, just bouncing off the whitewash, really reacting, letting the wave do a lot of the work for him. As you can tell, it didn't pick up, and we called that it didn't really have a face, so that's why he stayed tight in the pocket. As we see blue Antonio Dantas living up for that Portugal dream here.
Wow, Megs, that was a good... You felt like this was already something with a strong potential score. If he can keep composure after these opening 2 nose rides, and he nearly took a fall then as Sam Christensen gets a wave through the inside, but Antonio Dantas can really turn this heat around now, because those opening nose rides were strong. Can he set himself up through the inside here? He's just weaving on his Luffy board, walking into another nose ride, walking out, and then setting himself up here nice and lively, the goofy footer, opening those shoulders, facing the nose ride there, locks onto a tight 5, cleanly walks out and kicks out. And there was a wobble there, but I liked a lot of what I saw. But what about this from Martin, Megs?
Yeah, here he goes on that high line, just trying to stay up on that top of that wave, turning back into that power source, kind of reading it. You can tell there's a little bit more lump right now on that wave, and he's just reading it, surfing the tail of the wave, trying to dig his rail to really set up for this inside section. As you can tell, it looks like he's going left, but he really isn't. He's actually waiting, timing it so that he can be actually at the peak of the wave.
Any instinct about the better of the exchange between green and blue? What to you felt like the strongest ride from South Africa's Sam Christensen and Antonio Dantas for Portugal?
Oh, that's going to be a tough one. I mean, Antonio really milked that wave. He had that nose right out the back. It was a set wave. He did beautiful turns. And as the wave picked up on that double up on that inside, he really took his time. He really counted his step. It was not running. It was like a cat. Again, I'm going to reference that a lot, because that is what we kind of have to do, is really be light on our feet. When a cat gets scared or jumps, you barely hear them, because it's all about that soft landing on their feet. And that's exactly what Antonio did on his wave. So we'll see.
And Martin's wave as well. It had a lot of downtime in the middle, but a strong start and a strong end. So Martin's going to have a very strong backup score. Unfortunately, with not much time remaining, both Antonio Dantas for Portugal and Sam Christensen for South Africa are carrying low backup scores.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to really get moving right now with the, hopefully some sets will come in, and hopefully this high tide doesn't really kill that interval swell that's coming in.
Just under 2 minutes remaining as it stands. Amado Alvarado out there in first. All of his scores have come through, but we're waiting for 3 scores for France, Portugal and South Africa. First priority is sitting with Sam Christensen. He's waiting for the score that will add to his 2.87. So at the moment, the situations are bound to shuffle once those scores come through. But those surfers hungry to get one more set, because Sam Christensen for South Africa and Antonio Dantas for Portugal are carrying quite low second scores. So they really want to get a bit of luck with this last set to make sure they're not walking away with this heat with those low second scores.
Yeah, and we just saw Sam Christensen drop the 4.53, bettering his getting him up to second. So we'll see with this exchange coming in for red and blue. Some scores still to come in, and this is what we appreciate from the judges, taking their time, really deliberating on what every little thing, everything's going to count.
I love the start of Antonio Dantas's wave. I feel that wobble could bring the score down a little bit, but it felt like it was a very strong score. So that might well change the situation. He needs a 4.24 to move up into second. He's in second priority. There's 30 seconds remaining. First priority is with Sam Christensen from South Africa, and this looks like a one-wave set. So Sam Christensen's got the edge on the paddle here. 20 seconds remaining. Sam Christensen wanting to replace a 2.87 in second position, up and riding.
Very good defense.
Straight to the tip there. As you said, Megs, good defense and nice into an opening nose ride. Little carve off the top, and then cross-stepping back up for a second nose ride as we move into the end of the heat. And Antonio Dantas drops a 6.83, puts him up into first position. This slips Sam Christensen down into third, so he now needs a 4.38 from this single ride to move back up into second position as he comes through to the inside, lively off the tail, stalling it one more time with some tail rail turns, and then looking for this steep section here with some footwork.
He's going to
There's
need 10.
the 5.
He needs to get that 10 up there. He needs to get 10 toes.
What do you think, Megs?
Oh, this is going to be a tight score, man. I mean, he rode that wave beautifully. He read it so well. It's going to be tight.
So he just needs a 4.38. His highest score is a 4.53. So it might well be a borderline score. I mean, my instinct says that the best surfing we've seen from our surfers across the board was Antonio Dantas' 6.83, but we're still waiting for Martin Correa's ride. So Martin might well move up into first and push Antonio down into second, which would then increase the need for Sam Christensen. So 2 big scores waiting to come through for France and South Africa. So things could all change when they're tabulated.
Yeah, this whole heat could literally flip upside down.
Wow, exciting. And as all of the heats have been, and, you know, due respect for the panel of judges, because they're now studying not only their memories of the initial score they felt from the live action, but the long video replays. We get to see Sam Christensen's waves, Meg.
Yeah, as we see here, I think this is his last wave that he's trying to pull through and try to really get that 4.38. Not sure if you could hear it on the wave, but like I said, every surfer right now, if they know they need a 4, that wave they're surfing better be a 6 or a 7. So I can see it in his eyes. He really knows. He's probably looking at that clock, counting down, turning back into that pocket, just really trying to redirect that board, waiting for that second little lip to come back up.
Okay, Martin's score tabulated at a 5.37. It put him up into first, so Sam now needs a 5.48 from this wave. So as it stands, Martin Correa for France in first, Antonio Dantas for Portugal in second, Amado Alvarado for El Salvador in third, with Sam Christensen chasing a 5.48, which would be a pretty big score relative to the scale of this heat, Megs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like we said, Amado...
Not enough.
Not enough, just short.
So Martin Correa takes the win. Antonio Dantas takes second for Portugal. Sam Christensen takes third for South Africa. But what about the camaraderie for the El Salvadorians there? They're behind him, but this guy bitterly disappointed to be early into the repechage.
Yeah, I mean, I tell all the surfers that I coach to really let yourself feel it. It is a loss, but also take it as a learning experience. You still have the repechage heats coming up later on today and tomorrow, so I think he just needs to regroup and get back in there.
Stay with us. We got the Philippines, Chinese Taipei, Kai Salas out of Hawaii, 2018 ISA World Gold Medalist, and Tom Breen from Ireland.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Pleasure to have your company live from Surf City, El Salvador, as the Philippines comes up against Chinese Taipei, Hawaii, and Ireland. Roger Kasagay, Pan Hai Sin, also known as Rory McDonald, Kai Salas representing Team Hawaii, our 2018 ISA World Longboard Champion and gold medalist, and our reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, and Tom Breen in white from Ireland. Big heat coming up, Megs, and a little bit slower on the sets this afternoon, so patience maybe can be a little bit of a problem if you want to get a quick start.
Yeah, and especially with a lot of these surfers, some of them love to lead the heat and love to just put that dominance out in the heat, and a lot of people actually do better chasing. They love to chase that and that's a grand thing about scores here, as we see White up and riding, Tom Breen from Ireland just trying to get his campaign started. Again, he's probably one of them that wants to start his heat early, really get the pressure going, as he just falls off that hang 10.
That was a shame, but this is a 6.67 for Kai Salas.
Mr. Hawaiian Superman himself. As we see here, a quick little hang 5, hang 10, nice swooping cut back, and he also has a background in progressive longboarding, but he really got in touch with shaping his own boards and really understanding each wave he had to go to, and really connecting the dots between shaper and surfer.
Yeah, and of course his family, Coral, becoming a really, really good longboarder as well.
Yeah, and she's just as hungry as her father. When she's out in the lineups, if she wants a wave, she'll let you know. So the family's probably watching. Cece, Coral, and Alphon probably at home watching. I know it's early in Hawaii, but cheering on for Dad, huh?
Nice nose ride for the inside into the 10 there for Kai Salas, getting a 6.67, and what a strong start to the heat. We talked about the need to have a quick start in these conditions, and Tom Breen on his Skin Dog surfboard, 9.4 double scoop. That model represented widely from teams around the world here at the ISA World Longboard Championship in El Salvador, with Tom backing up his 2.5 with another score here. And of course, the interesting thing about the Irish team is when they turned up to the airport, the airline wouldn't let them take all their longboards, but the political connections within the families of the surfers got on the phone, got on the hotline and made things happen. And the next day they were out on the following flight with all of those longboards included in the baggage.
Wow, that is some high up friends there, huh?
These are good friends to have. Tom Breen, of course, a fantastic surfer, representing Ireland as well as a shortboarder at multiple ISA World Surfing Games, as he comes through to the inside on his single fin skin dog surfboard there, and I can hear the fans, I can hear his Irish teammates cheering. That's a great start for Tom Breen.
Yeah, beautiful start for him. Getting his heat started quickly with that 2.5 as we wait for the judges to deliberate on that second wave. But yeah, and also for looks like Roger also tried to catch a wave as well, but Kai Salas dropping a 6.67 already.
Yeah, great start for Kai Salas, and a good bit of intel from Wingnut. I was recently with Wingnut in the Philippines, and he had ordered a custom board from Dandoy, one of the Philippine shapers, who's now working with Roger to develop Roger's surfboard brand. Dandoy Shapes, originally from Lapu City, moved to the northern tip of Samar 8 years ago to have access to the point break waves there to really test out his boards, and was very inspired by visiting Noosa, Australia between 2019 and 2013 and getting a lot of inspiration from Thomas surfboards. Of course, Thomas surfboards, not only Thomas surfboards, but Josh Constable and Peter White and Tom Wegner, so much shaping culture there. And Dandoy really then recognizing the opportunity to collaborate with the likes of Ben Skinner, Kai Salas, Taylor Jensen, other great surfers, and now he's working with Roger Casagay and really getting the chance to showcase a brand new surfboard brand under the feet of one of the freshest talents coming out of the Philippines. Roger Casagay has been on fire this event.
Yeah, from shapers to surfers. I mean, the Philippines have got a big team to support them, so it's going to be amazing to watch their campaign start.
Swinging on the inside, Kai Salas having a look, sitting there in third priority. I love the positioning there of Kai. Opted to just stay active, slightly outside of that first and second priority for Rory McDonald for Chinese Taipei and Roger Casagay, who have not got their first waves yet. So Kai recognizing that being inside of them gives him the opportunity to choose a wave they might not opt to take that could have scoring.
Yeah, there really is no point for him to sit on the outside, because blue and red could take that. And as prime example, as he takes off on this inside here, that none of the outside surfers took, as he's riding that beautiful hang five.
Straight to the nose, and then big bottom turn there, but that wave just getting a little bit fluffy. But great option there for Kai, recognizing that there was good scoring potential on that, so he gave it a go, but he's going to be quickly able to paddle back out and regain that third priority if he's further out than Tom Breen.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the whole point of the priority system too, is that the surfers can recognize, all right, so blue having the first priority, red having the second priority, I don't need to be on the outside, because red and blue can play that defense and basically take that wave away from me because they have first pick. So smart move by Kai, staying on the inside, just looking for those waves that the outside surfers don't want.
Tom Breen moves up into first position. He's got a 4.67, but Kai Salas has just dropped to 3.03, so shifts Tom Breen down into second. Hawaii first, Ireland second. Roger Casagay gets a 4 for that opening ride, so he's now in third position. And Rory McDonald for Chinese Taipei, Pan Hai Sin, as you can see the words written on your screen, also known as Rory. His father Neil is British, so he shares passports between Chinese Taipei and the UK. He's sitting there in fourth position with that low score of a 0.40.
Yeah, but he does have priority, so I think he's waiting for those sets to come in. But waiting too long can also be very dangerous in this game, right? You got 20 seconds for 2 waves, and especially with that paddle out being so long, feeling like you're on a treadmill, I think he really needs to start looking and maybe even push himself a little deeper, but we'll see.
Rory running a great business in the southern area of Chinese Taipei, knee-high wave, surf shop, restaurant, and a surf tour business. And big shout out to his sister Leanne, who you would know Leanne. Have you seen Leanne competing? Great longboarder, Leanne McDonald.
I'm not sure. Maybe I've been in this world for maybe too long. I don't know. We'll see. But
she probably started coming into some of those events that were happening in Taitung, Jinsun Harbor, and Hainan. And in the years leading up to
I do remember. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic surfer. Didn't quite make the cut for the event here in the national trials. She didn't quite get the result she needed. But with that, someone who's absolutely on fire. It's the Frenchman Martin Corret from Reunion, representing France, and with Ben Way.
Thank you guys very much. Representing Team France, Martin Corret. Félicitations, monsieur.
Gracias.
So today we saw really a big increase in the size, a lot of wave frequency, a lot of current, looked like a very hard paddle. But then a few heats before, we saw the waves slow down. We saw some space between the sets. So how did that affect your choice of the waves and your timing in the heat?
Yes, in my heat, just two sets come, one at the beginning and one at the end. You have to be smart and take one wave of the set. If you don't take, you just take one wave and you can't lose the heat. And yes, when you take a wave at the end, you have to paddle a little bit more of 3 minutes to go back to the peak. It's hard.
The other thing is it's very hot outside. The water in the ocean is almost the same as the air. And when you have to paddle this much in a heat, does it affect your energy? Do you have to really stay hydrated, really think about not wasting any energy out there?
No, I come from Indian Island. I know this weather. I don't know what to say in English. Calor no me hace nada. You understand?
I didn't understand, but I kind of get the gist of it. So you're not worried about the hot heat. And what do you think of Surf City? Are you enjoying this place?
Yes, very good waves, good people, and it's nice.
Well, félicitations, bonne chance in the next one. And any words in French to anybody at home?
Ok, vous avez vu, je progresse en anglais, les gars. Pareil, merci à tout le monde de regarder. Merci à Terry pour les planches et à la prochaine, nickel. Voilà, c'est bon.
Et voilà, thank you very much. Back to you guys. Merci beaucoup.
Allez le bleu, as they say in France, which is their celebratory slogan to fly that tricolor, that national flag, as high as possible. And Martin Corret, of course, from Reunion, territory of France, but a tropical environment, very similar to Hawaii climatically, very similar to this tropical waters here. So he's used to these conditions. He would have grown up surfing the left-hand point break of St. Louis, but happy on these right-handers, as we can see a little set rolling through with 7 minutes remaining, and Hawaiian Kai Salas out there in the lead with a 6.67 and a 3.03. Tom Breen from Ireland is in second position. He'll be pleased to be sitting here in second because he's got some big names in third and fourth. Roger Casagay from the Philippines is waiting to get that backup score. He's already got a 4, and Pan Hai Sin, also known as Rory McDonald, which is his English name, from Kenting in southern Taiwan, waiting to get that ride. But what about this opening 667 from the Hawaiian Kai Salas?
Yeah, beautifully ridden. Highest scoring wave of the heat so far. Beautiful carving turn back into the whitewash. Just reading this wave, and I love how much he just really drops his knee down. It's not a very drastic drop knee, but it's almost like this high performance, really turn of the shoulders, lead with the left hand, almost like, you know, we grew up in Waikiki and we always were taught from the old Beach Boys being like, okay, as you turn, as you do a roundhouse, imagine you throwing flowers to the wave saying thank you. So that's very much his style, very throwing puas out into the whitewash, giving thanks to the wave, as we see him quick little hang 10, shuffle back, and just making his way, kicking out.
Megs, you've just filled me with the highlight phrase of the day. Throwing
puas. Throwing flowers.
Yeah,
pua is flowers in Hawaiian, but
brilliant.
That's what we were all taught
so
from.
Taught in the cutback to throw flowers to the wave.
Yes.
That is so special.
And yeah, I even with the, you know, I coached Sophia Cohen, and she was here last year and won the event at WSL, and I kept telling her, I was like, listen, you want to get those turns down, you gotta just imagine there's flowers in your left hand. She's a right-hand surfer. I told her, imagine there's flowers in your in your left hand, and you're throwing them back into the whitewash to really thank the wave. After that clicked for her, her turns have gotten so much smoother. So I think growing up in Waikiki, it's definitely a nod off to the old style beach boys.
When we finish today, I'm going to get out there and practice throwing some flowers to these waves, because I really love that phrase. As we see Tom Breen, toes on the nose, on his Skin Dog surfboards, double scoop 9.4, off the bottom on a single fin there, standing tall, cross-stepping for a stretch and a roll of the 5, locks in for a quick 10 and walks out of the 10, nearly loses his balance and goes into a radical drop knee turn. He's got a 4.67, and it feels as if this might replace his 2.50. What a performance from the Irish surfer Tom Breen, onto the nose again with a nice smooth wall ahead, things cleaning up, and there's that drop knee down carve turn. Just about takes the fall as we see Roger, toes on the nose, nice 10. This is important for Roger. He's got a 4, and he really now needs to get this backup score. So he sets that board on rail, stands nice and tall there, loose and lively on the drop knee turn. Winner of the 2024 single and unattached event earlier in the year in February in Mona Lisa Point, La Union, San Juan, as he gets his toes on the tip there for a 10 on the inside, and then just kicks out cleanly. Roger Casagay looking good. Wingnut's just come into the booth. Super stoked, because Wingnut had a lot of good times hanging out with Roger in the Philippines earlier in the year, being welcomed by a really positive surf community.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the Filipino Superman right now, being awarded the Act of Fair Play ISA nominated for him. So yeah, he's a real-time hero.
And for me, one of the cooler haircuts on the men's side. You know, he rocks the kind of cool mullet. It works for him. And
yeah, the little hair flips are kind of what, you know, a little shazazz towards the judges to be like, yeah, it's like no claim.
Yeah, the no unclaim, reclaim.
Yeah, the reclaim. That's exactly what that
position. But he's got JR to contend with and to be inspired by as well. You know, JR's success globally last year, he was a medalist here in the finals at the ISA World Longboard Championship. He had a great run on the WSL World Longboard Tour. What an inspiration for fellow Filipino and Filipina surfers.
I know, it's amazing. And I'm actually part Filipino. I'm mostly Filipino, actually. So it was really cool. I even had a little Ashley Lopez, Roger's teammate, she DM'd me last night and was like, oh my gosh, you're here. And I was like, yeah, girl, I'm here to stay. What are you talking about? I'll see you out in the water later. But yeah, it was really sweet, and it was refreshing to see that little message.
2 minutes 15 seconds remaining. Having a little paddle for this, it's Pan Hai Sin Rory McDonald from Chinese Taipei. He's moving a little bit further in, sitting in first priority. Kai Salas sitting there in second priority. It's been for me, this has been one of the slowest heats of the day. Very few sets.
Yeah, and that's because of that high tide coming in at 1 o'clock, just about 1:40. So that tide is and you can see that tide's coming in. It's already up to that rock and kind of pushing everyone up towards that beach and up towards those stairs. And yeah, it's gonna be, I feel like even yesterday there was that kind of heat situation where it was like one heat there was pumping waves, and the next one it was kind of slow. So it really depends on how them watching every heat makes a difference.
Okay, Roger Casagay from the Philippines has moved up into first position with a 6.33. Kai Salas in second, now chasing a 3.66. In first priority, it's Rory McDonald in blue. He needs to establish a strong score. If he's going to go up into second, he needs a 9.3. Up and riding right now. Rory McDonald low off the bottom turn, high line, 4 steps. Can he get those up to the tip? He just gets 2 steps, not able to go into the nose ride, but big radical sweeping roundhouse cut back and grabbing that rail and coming back to the open face as we see Kai Salas looking to replace his 3.03 with a swooping figure of 8 roundhouse cut back, and coming off the bottom Kai Salas out back as Rory McDonald works this wave through to the inside, takes a fall on that bounce as we slip and slide over to the vision of Kai Salas there, who has been a standout yesterday, and he's looking very strong on this wave to replace that 3.03.
Yeah, and that beautiful, as you can saw in the back of that screen, we saw him do that very beautiful, radical, almost like his old style of that high performance, very big, staying low, really projecting that board onto the whitewash to really bounce off of it to get back into the power section, as he's here on the inside just trying to finish off this wave at the very last second. Smart move. I thought he was going to try and hit that. That would have been not a good idea, sir.
You could see he was thinking of a few options: carving 360, kick out.
Yeah,
like
he was, especially with having Caniela as his teammate, who you know is younger than him, and they're almost like a big brother, little brother duo, and they really push each other. So.
Okay, so we're still waiting for a last score for Tom Breen. Tom Breen chasing a 5.05 to move back up into second, but Kai Salas is clearly going to replace that 3.03, so that will increase the need of Tom Breen's last score.
Yeah, and we could see even Kai Salas playing a little defense against Tom Breen. They were both out in the outside, and he got rewarded for it. He just scored.
So Kai's gone up into first with a 5.73. So now Tom Breen needs a 5.67 to go up into second. So as it stands, Roger Casagay also has a score to drop. He's got a 6.33 and a 4. So whether he can replace his low scoring 4 remains to be seen as well.
Yeah, I mean, that wave with Kai playing that defense against Tom Breen, knowing that Kai was in second at that time and he had priority. So he used his priority to keep Tom off that wave because he knew Tom could get a 5 score.
And we're also waiting for that last score of Rory McDonald for Chinese Taipei. That could be a pretty decent score, but he was chasing something pretty massive. He was chasing a score of a high 9 and he gets a 3.33, so he stays in fourth, and now we're waiting for Roger's score, and it comes in at a 4.43. So Kai Salas for Hawaii first, Roger Casagay for the Philippines second, Tom Breen for Ireland, great performance, slips to the repechage in third, and Rory McDonald for Chinese Taipei. Great last wave, but not enough as we move into the last heat of the men. Stay with us for Brazil, Australia, Japan, and Costa Rica coming up real soon.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Well, welcome back to the ISA World Longboard Championships here in Surf City, El Salvador, where the tap has returned. It's flowing out in the lineup, and Clinton Guest is finding his first wave after sort of a sleepy 20 minutes in that last heat. Clinton now out of that opening nose ride, just trimming through and setting his rail here into that first opening carve. Setting it up for a second one. You can see the way that wave is shaping up in front of him. It's easy to tell that he's going to continue with that tail work up until that moment where he just climbs to the top, gives a very quick tap to that nose, and nearly loses control here until he actually loses control on the finish.
Pretty exciting opening wave, and answering right away joining him is Anthony Flores from Costa Rica.
Quick tap up to the nose right off the takeoff, opening up that scoring opportunity for him. He can now build as he goes down the line, shuffling a little bit back and forth just to reset himself for the Costa Rican on his backhand, driving nicely off that inside rail, throwing a bit of spray, and decides to just pull himself out of that wave.
Well, you can see we've seen it earlier that the top of that wave when they swing wide is very soft. There's not a lot of energy up there to help you push back into the wave. And if you don't come up there with the momentum that you can turn around, you'll just drift out the back.
Anthony Flores of Costa Rica and Clinton Guest of Australia are in the water up against Taka Inui of Japan and Rodrigo Sfer of Brazil. This is a stacked heat. Each one of these surfers has really impressive accomplishments behind the scenes, which include that of, world tour level victories or final appearances, semi-final appearances, to those invitational, those specialty events in the longboard community, which have almost created a tour of their own really globally.
There is a really lovely series of events that are spread around the world, which is kind of what makes it so interesting. They're not all just happening in the Southern California or Byron Bay area. I mean, they're in New Zealand, they're in Mexico, they're in the Philippines, and when you link them together, there is a whole secondary world tour that's out there of these great grassroots events that really promote and celebrate what I think is the most charming, the most beautiful part and the essence of this sport, that classic traditional style.
That's exactly right. And it's really special to see more and more of those events continue to find funding, to find local sponsorship so that we can continue seeing great surfers. That's Lena from the South Korean team. She'll be coming up in the next heat, and she's had a great opportunity to spend some more time in Indonesia, as you were sharing with us yesterday, Wingnut, and doing some coaching. I'm sure that her students, so to speak, will be tuning in for her heat.
She has turned Batu Karas into kind of a second home, and it's really enjoyable watching her Instagram feed and seeing how much fun and that surfing community that is there. And again, there's so many remote beaches and parts of the coastline of Indonesia that are still unused and uncelebrated. We all know about the Mentawais and all the heavy surf that's there, but there are so many other classic waves available.
Anthony Flores now up and riding once again, just a 2.5 for his opening ride. Starting out with that solid backhand hang 5, just crouching low to make it around the section. I was talking to a few of the surfers just in between our last break, and everyone's mentioning how bumpy it is and how challenging it is just to keep kind of things under control, that it's feeling quite stormy out there, and that's exactly what we're seeing with those little kind of lacks of control within the surfing.
Right. I spoke with Kai before his heat, and I wanted to discuss that board with him and how he developed and designed that tail shape, and it was a curve that he saw that he knew he wanted to put on his board. He knew that it would turn so well, in these waves, and I had to let him know that, remember, nose riding is a big part of this game. Oh, this board turns so well. Well, let's go down to the beach. Let's talk to Ben and our last heat's winner, Kai Salas.
Here with Hawaii's Kai Salas, winner of that last heat. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, kind of a trippy little shift in conditions over the last couple heats. It started to kind of go to sleep every once in a while, those long lulls. What does it do to your nerves and your patience when you know there's kind of limited waves on offer?
Yeah, you can't really predict that. I had one at the beginning that was a decent score, and then had another one shortly after, and I wasn't happy with the start, so I went for like a stupid off the top, when, if I knew it was going to be that slow, I probably would have rode around and tried to complete the ride a little better. But when the time starts ticking down and you only got one score, you always get nervous.
Well, on one of your rides, you had a beautiful drop knee cut back, and I heard Auntie Megs talking about the Beach Boys teaching you to throw puas, throw flowers into the drop knee cut back with the arm positioning. Hawaii is, you're laughing at that, but anyways, Hawaii's got such a rich history of style and amazing surfers and legends. I just wanted to ask you, who are some of the people that you tried to surf like? Who did you try to emulate when you were a young surfer growing up?
Yeah, I don't know what Auntie Megs is talking about. Nah. But I always kind of tried to. I used to go to California a lot when I was about 14 for amateur national contests, and I started riding for Donald Takayama at a young age. So I always tried to combine a little bit of bonga and a little bit of Joel and a sprinkle of everybody else from Hawaii in there. So just a little bit of progression and classic style mixed always.
Did you ever surf the Oceanside Club contest down the street from McDonald's factory?
None of the club contests. I would go for whatever those national amateur stuff was, and then I started doing a little bit of pro-am stuff. But I would go to California at least 4 or 5 times a year since I was 14.
Well, Wingnut's been touching a lot on how he likes the way that shape of that tail is. Something new that you're throwing on there, and it just looks like it fits everywhere. And would you say that that's going to be a lockdown thing for an upcoming model?
Yeah, it could be. You know, when I was riding for Donald, I used to always and pretty much only ride round pins for many years. So a little bit of throwback to what I used to ride.
Were those the ones that had the glassed-on side bites?
A lot of them did. I traveled a lot for contests, so I opted to go with the FCS sides. But yeah, those are like the DT2s and DT, ones. They all had those nice, beautiful round pin shapes.
I used to love the Gai Takayama Diamond Tail. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah, those are really cool too.
Well, we're going to let you go, take a rest, get some water. It's getting hot out here, and got a little low in the sets, but I'm sure we got something coming, so we'll get back to the live. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Kai.
It really was, and I'm glad that he brought up Bonga because he's one of my favorite surfers of all time that came out of the Waikiki world. And my wife and I actually lived on Oahu for a couple of years in the late 80s, and Bonga was just a grom then, and he was riding these sippy single fins and doing these absolutely amazing vertical off the lips. You could actually see the top of the fin box, and he developed such a beautiful and regal style. And watching him surf the North Shore, watching him surf Malibu, watching him at the club events, Bonga for me was one of the surfers from Hawaii that really encapsulated the style and the power of Hawaiian longboarding.
It's amazing to see those kind of, those influences now still trickling down, from your generation down to the next generation, down to the next, and the influences of young surfers that are growing up that are looking at Kai as a reigning world champion, as a, fantastic shaper, as someone with all that experience, and they'll be wanting to surf just like Kai, which in the end is actually surfing like a bit of Bonga, like a bit of Joel, and those that came before him.
And the fact that Kai is helping that next generation so hands-on by shaping the boards that they are riding and kind of shaping the way they look at waves. When you go visit Waikiki, and I encourage everyone, it is one of the most fun surf destinations in the world. You'll get to see this crew surf at home, and the amount of aloha and energy that you get when you're surfing Waikiki with these guys is unprecedented.
Well, there's a little bit of energy now happening in the ocean. Quite a few paddles for that last wave. No one in position. Now Rodrigo way on the inside taps into that long locked in hang five for the start. Kind of had to go on this wave to get his campaign started. Halfway through, really frothy but super controlled from the Brazilian. Opening hang five long, now into his second big wrap. Also just hugging it really well. Right as that line of white water connects back with that green face again and links it around, as we can see another surfer out the back. That's Clinton Guest in the blue jersey, as Rodrigo is finding his way here through to the inside. Just a little bit of snaking through, connection, keeping things fluid, moving in that forward direction as we get that quick tap to that hang five. Shuffles for a moment just to make sure he can hit eject and kick that board out. So now we're going to have scores dropping through for Rodrigo. We're going to have a backup score for Clinton as well. We've only got 9 minutes remaining in this heat. Wingnut, there hasn't been too much action, and Taka's still looking for his opening ride.
It's been a very slow start, and that's where you start getting nervous knowing about how long the paddle back is. And with Rodrigo, he started, again, we've talked about where you want to try to lock that nose right in is the opening part of the wave, the most critical section, as Taka finally is going to start his first wave with just what I was talking about. Nose ride on the outside, critical part of that wave. And you can see the speed that he carries through it. Again, dealing with that bounce, but the rubber jointed young man from Japan doesn't seem to bother him much at all.
That's right. Textbook start straight into that locked in hang five. That was a decent size set as well in comparison to what we've seen from the other few waves ridden. And, just absorbing all those little bumps, all those little bits of whitewater chop that are kind of coming up the face of the wave. Great footwork. Great bit of variety being thrown into this wave so far. 5 to 10 combination. That is a hood ornament hang 10. I mean, those ankles are locked together. Now back into that cheater 5, straight from the cheater 5 up to the hang 10. And will he stay on his feet? He'll kick out of that shallow section right on the end. But I mean, how dynamic were those finishing nose rides even? Just how quick he's able to move in and out of them.
So much fast footwork and Anthony Flores from Costa Rica is trying to answer back as a full set shows up on the horizon.
Well, this is what they've been waiting for, right? They needed that opportunity to get things started. Unfortunately for Anthony, he just gets kind of clipped by it. And we can see that Taka's going to do the run around to try and paddle out closer to where the rocks are, the kind of inside of the point. He'll have a little bit of an easier way to get his board back out into the water. And 7 minutes on the clock remaining. Clinton, we didn't get to really see much of his wave. We just saw those little glimpses, so maybe we'll have a look at the replay. We'll have scores to drop in for him across the board. For Anthony, it's going to be a quick in and out, but for the other three surfers, these are going to be scores of consequence.
And just to analyze a couple of things that stick with me, I liked the power in Rodrigo's turns, but there was a lot of shuffling involved in moving forward and back. And again, when we start to get more critical here, it's because we have to. Let's take a look at Taka's wave here. Good footwork, big steps, but it allows him to get to the front, and the rocker of that board really allowing him to get a good nose ride, considering how fast he's going and the lumps that he's dealing with. Again, high, you can see completely under the nose of that board. It's a very clean, standing tall, speed 5. The toes were wrapped around nicely. Footwork, nice, stepping back. He's not even all the way back at the tail. It's a mid-face pump there. Now he's got his back foot back on the tail pad, hangs onto the rail with his hand, so that's a very high performance type of turn. He's got a history as being a shortboarder as well, him and his sister, and you can see that influence in those turns. Again, he's also choosing to ride a 2+1 setup on the board, and he's getting a lot of drive out of these turns, but again, very compressed. That's the body position you'd expect in a high performance cutback.
And when we talk about that high performance, we're talking more of those modern maneuvers, which actually don't fit into the longboard criteria under its traditional criteria that we now sit on.
Yeah, the ISA has really adopted, and it's on the website. Anyone, the competitors can all go and look at it. So can anyone else in the world. So when you hear us being critical about that style, it's because it's not sitting into the criteria.
Now, it's incredible surfing, but again, it's surfing to the criteria that's required for these events. As we take a look at Anthony Flores, sets himself up straight into that pocket for a quick hang 5, wide footsteps, a little shuffle again, kind of through that middle third of the board, similar to the sort of footwork that we see from a Rodrigo, but doing well to navigate this section, setting himself up on the inside here. It's just so bumpy. He's had a couple falls. This is going to feel really good for him to be able to get a completed wave. He's going to be really looking to try and stay steady, to stay on his feet all the way through to the inside section. Finds himself another nose ride here. That nose ride going straight to the beach rather than out into kind of the shoulder, because that wave wasn't offering that shoulder opportunity. Great quick footsteps as he crouches down to just duck out, and that'll be a completed finished wave for him.
Crouching tiger, hidden Costa Rican.
That's it. Clinton Guest now up and riding. Clinton with that 4.83 on the board. He's a very traditional surfer. He learned how to longboard from age 8 at Noosa, which is a place that has a variety of surfers there, people that were really experimental with their equipment, but also with so much tradition to the craft and to the way that they surf a longboard specifically. And Clinton himself has been one of those Australians that's really risen to the top of his performances in very traditional events, specifically when it comes to having maybe a high pro division and a logger division or a more traditional division. Clinton's often taking out the wins back at home in those traditional divisions. As we see him coming through here to the inside, just getting that last opportunity to finish off, and just places it so softly up into that lip line.
And there's going to be a discussion about how smooth that was coming down, and a lot of the more traditional boards don't have any hard edges in that last third of the board. And what that allows when you're coming down in through whitewater, those edges don't dance on that whitewater. They'll just kind of smoothly cut through them, and so that's why that landing was so smooth. A lot of skill on the surfer as well as having a board that was designed to do that very well.
Exactly. That's where you see these surfers that are riding a board with those softer rails. They can't put in a lot of those sharp movements. The boards themselves just don't allow it, which allows that smoothness to come across with the surfer. Rodrigo Sveer, quick steps up to the nose, pedals back off, now wraps it around, kind of bounces off that foam, uses that projection, but he's still standing tall in his maneuvers throughout that, Quick steps up, back on that hang 5, locked in, coming a little bit out of the pocket from what it looks like on the drone.
Was he listening to me about his footwork? Because this has been beautiful on this wave.
Absolutely fixed it from that last wave. And I mean, he's also one of those competitors that's been doing this for so many years. You know, he's been competing in the ISAs since about 2010, competing across so many different events. And for him, he would probably have felt that first wave and gone, all right, where can I make the improvement on the next one?
And that's it. You need to get that first one on the board so you have a point. Everybody's a little nervous during the hour around the high tide because they know it can get really slow. He got that first one in, and then he really improved his performance with this wave. Locked in high, beautiful line, cross-stepping back to the tail, powerful cutback, cuts it short before it launches into the whitewater, which I think is a little bit more on the classic approach as well. And again, the footwork, the toes are wrapped over really nicely, a bit out on the shoulder, to be honest, as opposed to being down in the pocket with that nose ride. Coming up smooth, not rushing it. Again, there it is, a little steeper face underneath him, does that really, really well. And going to finish it up on the inside, setting it up, looking for a final maneuver, gets a nice last nose ride, and straightens it out nice and clean.
Wow, what a performance that we're seeing put on across all of these surfers. Interesting now in the hands of the judges to see where they're going to go. I think the first score that needs to be discussed and is a good reflection of the type of surfing and where our criteria sits is that Taka Inui received a 5.93 for that opening ride, as opposed to that with all those maneuvers and all that work or those powerful turns maybe going up into the 7s plus.
Right, and interesting to see that Rodrigo's first wave came through at a 7, and that had, you know, in my opinion, I don't think the footwork warranted that 7.
So
and it wasn't as critical a wave, I think. So it's an interesting one. And again, we're our commentators. We have our opinions, and no one in the judging tower.
Thankfully, you don't have a pen in that judging tower. It's one of my favorite things about working here is that I don't have that responsibility. But it is an interesting comparison. Scores kind of starting to drop through. We've only got 30 seconds remaining in this heat. It's been really sleepy from the start. It took about halfway through for everyone to really start getting a grip on things. Clinton with that 4.83 and that 3.87, he's going to be hoping his next score replaces that 4.83 even and increases his opportunity to sit in the lead, because with Rodrigo sitting on a 7, he's got that next score to drop through. Like you said, his footwork was much cleaner. I'm going to be curious to see where the judges go, because some of those maybe nose rides not being completely in the pocket, a couple of those things just missing outside the section, but as well as trying to keep those turns in a little bit more of a classic style. Taka now up and riding, and he'll lock in for his final opportunity to get his second score on the board. He only has that 5.93 coming into this wave. Quick kind of look back to the judges tower as he's perched and so comfortable sitting up on that hang 5, really reactive out of that turn. And now going back to that more high performance-y style, going really low. We love seeing it low when it's that drop knee maneuver in the second turn, but in that first one or those sort of pumping maneuvers, this is Taka when he gets to surf Taka style, as opposed to necessarily surfing directly into, you know, a more traditional criteria, which he's spoken of a lot within his competitive career.
It'll be interesting to see. It felt like he got up in time while there was still time, so we'll hear from the officials on that one.
Rodrigo's Fair has dropped in a massive score. It bettered his 7.00 with an 8-point ride on his last one. Sets him up into that leading position over Clinton Guest. Now we're still waiting for a score to come through for Clinton and a score to come through for Taka. Doesn't look like Anthony was able to get another piece of the pie. He's got a 4.43 as his final score, and he won't be able to jump out of that third place position. Clinton drops in a 5.23 for his last wave. He's sitting in second, and now the requirement on Taka being a 4.13.
It's going to be very interesting to see how this finishes out. I think Rodrigo did exceptionally well, the good footwork. I think definitely the winner of this heat. It'll be interesting to see whether Taka was able to do enough on his last wave to unseat Australia's Clinton Guest.
Wow.
Dun,
Buzzer
dun,
has
dun.
sounded. Another moment just waiting on the sand for a surfer this week. And the reason for that is pretty much just because this wave at Sunzal is so long.
So long, and again, so much respect for the work that judges have to put in to study the waves so that their scores are falling in line.
They'll be taking a look at replays, studying, you know, even kind of what those similarities are. And there it is. It's come through in favor of Taka. A 5.43 off the strength of those opening nose rides puts him into that second place position over Clinton Guest in third.
What a quick thought movement by Taka to get out there, spin around, leap to his feet so quickly, literally as the hooter was sounding.
Well, what a wild finish for men's main round 2. That will do it for heats. Heading up next, we're going to be into our women's main round 2. Hitting the lineup, we'll have South Korea, Australia, Guatemala, and Brazil when we return.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, you know, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know.
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. Kira Molnar paddling in for the opening heat of main round 2. Each of these women finished in the top 2 in their heats, and Kira goes down on the takeoff, unfortunately. She just had so much speed, and then she saw something she wanted to go swimming for, try and catch down in the ocean. She's in the water up against Korea's Lena Mun and Guatemala's Alejandra Zaid up against Brazil's Atalanta Batista. Shannon Hughes alongside Wingnut to call the action. And it's been a busy day of surfing so far. We're now into the women's main round, and we'll get to see how these women fare against that judging criteria as we take a look at a massive takeoff for Alejandra Zaid out of Guatemala. She's a woman of the world. She's lived in so many different countries, Indonesia being one that she spent the most time in specifically as a surfer, and she'll just be in and out of that wave really quickly. As we can see, there's still quite a bit of bump on the surface of the water. And we've seen some great surfing throughout today, and we've been able to start to pick apart some of that judging criteria, which encompasses traditional longboarding wingnut.
Yeah, the actual written criteria, you know, the longboard surfer must perform controlled traditional maneuvers with the highest degree of difficulty in the most critical sections of the wave in order to gain the highest score. The judges are going to reward the performance with reference to style and flow, visual appeal, commitment, the variety of maneuvers, and the use of the entire board. Speed and power, nose riding, trimming, and footwork will be important elements in the judges' decision making.
So a lot to consider within that. Some of those key words that always stand out to me while watching longboarding are that of style, of flow, of that control. A bit of variety, surfers needing to use the entire length of the board, which is why in longboarding we see nose riding being really important. We also see turns being important. You're not going to get a 10-point ride just by doing a nose ride. You're not going to get a 10-point ride just by doing turns. You need to have that ability to bring it all together, and the way you can do that in a nice, pleasing way is with flow. As we take a look at Kira now, up and riding, she has won some pretty incredible results through her time, and she has to kick out. There will likely be an interference there as Kira had third priority. Lena on the wave on the inside, did not have priority yet, which actually meant she had pick of the lineup between those two. Atalanta now up and riding. Quick steps up to the nose, gets that first tight 5 into that second. Nice locked in hang 5 and beautiful little section, really just allowing her to sit in that position without having to kind of force anything and pedal off the nose too early.
She looks so relaxed on that wave. We've seen, I mean, when you saw Kira's first wave and she went over the handlebars, look how relaxed Atalanta is in the approach to her first wave of round 2.
And that's another one of those great words that could be used to describe good longboarding. That relaxed nature to it, and that's exactly what Atalanta is doing on that opening wave.
Yeah, the best longboarding makes the difficult look simple. She looks back at the beach, she's getting all the cheers from the Brazilian crowd, her teammates just cheering her on.
14 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Small scores on the board so far. Kira Molnar sitting with that first priority next to her name. Alejandra opens up with that 1.77. That was a decent sized wave, a really big takeoff. Unfortunately, it also had that really slopey nature to it. It wasn't offering her a good wall to be able to kind of continue it.
Well, Kira's all by herself on the outside right now with a beautiful line coming into her. Let's see what she does with this one.
Kira is the president of the World Surfing Reserve at Noosa. She does a lot of work behind the scenes in environmentalism, and so for her to be able to represent Australia on the world stage is always incredible. Great footwork, great couple of steps up to the nose for that first and second hang 5. Splitting it apart now as she goes back to that rail, throws in that drop knee cutback. A little lack of control here within Kira's surfing is kind of the thing that will be hindering some of where that scoring potential can go early on within this wave as she starts to line it up through the inside here, hoping for a better finish.
Right, there's where the problem gets when you start to get lumpy and bumpy and it doesn't look smooth and easy. And here we go. She's going to finish up this ride. Toes are wrapped over the nose.
Well, great surfing as she comes into this inside section, pedals fast back off the tail. That's going to feel that bit of relief as well, just to get that completed. Again, she had a couple great nose rides on the start of that wave, so we'll see where it lands with the hands of the judges. So far, it could be a great wave, and we'll compare it to that of Atalanta. Before we do that, another Brazilian who just had a great performance, Rodrigo Fire, landed himself a 15-point heat total in that last heat, and he's down with Ben.
Thank you, Shannon Wingnut, winner of the last one. Representing Brazil, Rodrigo's Fire. And once again, we're going to use Karina Bras for the translation. So the first question is going to be, in the previous heats, we saw some space between the sets. We saw the end of Carlos's heat, the waves almost stopped. Knowing that there's less waves on offer, did that create urgency or stress to choose his waves?
Na última bateria do Bahia, deu uma parada ao mar, né? E aí, com isso, quando você viu isso, criou assim uma urgência para você de pegar a onda, de fazer o seu gain?
Não, assim, com essa maré, a gente sabe que sempre tem uma espera a mais. A gente sempre espera já começar a bateria pegando uma onda. Quando não vem, a gente tem que escolher as boas, então foi passando o tempo, quase que eu vi o mesmo filme de ontem. Consegui pegar minha primeira onda com 10 minutos e já pensei logo na sequência em fazer logo minha segunda, para poder, que já não tinha mais tempo, né?
He said that in this tide, waves used to have more time to break, so he was afraid about be the same way that was last heat yesterday. So he got his first wave with 8 minutes, 10 minutes. So he got the first one and then come back quick to have the second one to have time enough to score.
Okay, and quickly on, sort of on the same note, his first wave came in as a 7.0. Knowing that he only had time for maybe one more wave, did he listen to the score that came by the judges, and did he adjust his riding at all to receive that 8.0 on his second wave?
Ele perguntou se quando você ouviu a sua nota 7 pontos e se você, quando ouviu, você conseguiu pensar e ajustar o que você iria fazer para sua próxima onda para fazer o 8.
Cara, a única coisa que eu tinha que fazer era escolher uma onda boa. Como ela veio para mim, eu já vi que ia ser uma onda boa, que ela estava com aquela parte lisa que geralmente com esse vento fica muito mexido, e consegui executar as manobras do jeito correto, sem desequilibrar, com controle. Eu acho que foi bom e saiu a nota.
He said that he knew about he needs another wave, and this wave comes, and he just checked the wave and saw that the wave was clean with no wind, with no bumps. So he tried to put the maneuvers in the right time, right place, and then the score come.
Very good. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Muito parabéns para você.
Obrigado.
Back to the live with you guys.
So much. Scores do tend to come to those surfers that do the right things in the right place on the wave. Lena now up and riding. She's looking to back up that 1.01 that she has on the board so far and kind of kick this heat off for her. Beautiful, graceful style as she's just approaching this inside section. Couple quick steps through that middle third of the board wing nut as she goes in for, almost a final nose ride. Maybe she'll have one more opportunity here. Quick up into that hang 5, and she'll just have to kind of cockroach style on the finish.
You know, I give her so much credit for her footwork. You know, she is really focused, you know, in the last few years on making sure that everything is a cross step. I actually put her in touch with the wax head because she had asked me about some advice, and I say, you know, Matt's more in your region. You're going to see him, be able to talk to him more. And Matt was very generous with his time for her, and she's taken those lessons. She's listened, and now she's also helping dispense that information to the rest of the Korean team. So did a great job with the footwork there. Again, challenging to lock in a nose ride, but every time she went up and back, she did it with grace and style.
That's right. Well, looking at the situation, we're down below that 9-minute mark. Atalanta has dropped in a 6.67 to take herself into that leading position. Kira Molnar is in second, sitting on a 5, but you'll notice that red triangle next to her name means that she did receive an interference for the drop-in on Lena Munn at the beginning of the heat. And unfortunately for Kira, because Kira was already in the priority roster, in the priority rotation with a 3rd place priority, she has a priority interference against her, which means that she will only be counting a single score next to her name. So that's going to be tough for her, but if she stays calm, she can definitely make it through this. Lena down into 3rd right now, only chasing that small 184 in order to get herself an advancing position. And Alejandra up chasing down that 3.24 on the board. Now we've got some great waves that have been coming through here at Wingnut throughout this week.
It's been a beautiful setup here as we're starting to look at kind of a diagram of what this wave gives the surfers. Let's start with the impact zone, where a lot of us have spent way too much time this week. That's where that wave is breaking. It's the critical, shallowest part of the wave. It's the lip right above it that's creating that critical section. There is the pocket and curl where you want to do your critical maneuvers. You get too far out of the face, you're going to run out into the shoulder, and then you're going to have to cut yourself back. So you can see that critical pocket is where you want to do your maneuvers, score your points, and stay as close to that as possible.
And we've seen every surfer doing those little cutbacks, cutback after cutback. It's often what happens here at Sunzal. We see it so much during ISA events when we have to run shortboarding here, whether it's World Surfing Games or the juniors. Sunzal often operates as the kind of second podium. Number 1 podium will be at La Bocana, which is a bit like a heavier, more powerful trestles A-frame peak. But here at Sunzal, with the shortboards, you'll just notice cutback after cutback to try and stay in that pocket because the shoulder tapers off so much.
And here it's how the surfers approach that cutback. Are they coming back and trying to do a high performance rebound off the whitewater? Are they swinging really low? Ben Skinner comes to mind, the way he'll swing so far behind the whitewater, and then as he loads his turn and projects ahead, and he carries all that speed forward as he starts to walk up. So it's how you work that cutback back into the power and how graceful you come out of it.
Now 6 minutes remaining on the clock. First priority sitting with our surfer in green, who's also sitting on the inside position there. So she's kind of using that authority of first priority to put herself also in the position that just reminds everybody while she's sitting there.
And again, you know, with priority, you can also protect yourself by not having to sit too deep. I think she's in a beautiful spot to take off on this wave.
What an incredible line opening up in front of her. It doesn't look too bumpy. There's a little bit there, but you can see that little glimmer, that little sunshine on the face of the wave. Sets herself up after that opening turn, couple of cross steps, and she'll go down.
And there's the penalty for setting up a nose ride high and on the shoulder as opposed to down in the pocket where proper nose riding occurs. As you can see, the triangle of goodness here at Sunzal. You want to do that nose ride down in the pocket. Don't try to force one out on the shoulder because there's not enough volume of water moving underneath the board to hold you up, and definitely nothing on the tail of the board holding it down and giving you levitation.
Yeah, just putting that board in a place where as much water can be breaking on the back of the board as possible.
What a beautiful shot of this point break.
This is an incredible location. There's so many surfers from around the world that have now been traveling here, that have been taking part in different surf camps and kind of, you know, wellness retreats that are happening in the area. There's a plethora of opportunity for surfers that aren't just coming here for competition, but just want to come and surf. And there's great little locations to be staying in. As we can see, someone is up and riding on a beautiful looking wave. There's a couple more lines coming out at backline, and it is Alejandra up once again. So she's going to wipe off that last fall, reassess the situation. She's only chasing down a 3.24 at the moment to put herself into a better position as she comes through the inside.
Boy, she just saved herself there. This wave has some nice scoring potential if she can finish it off in control, and it looks like she does, and then picks her exit point. And here is Lena Munn, currently in third place, looking for a 1.84 to move her up into second place. A clean wave, but we know footwork is important, turns are important, but a true proper nose ride is really what is going to accentuate your score potential.
That's right. So she'll be looking for that opportunity here on the inside. If she gets that wave to just start hugging the reef, there we can see it starting to stand up a little bit better in front of her now, but she's doing well not to rush that nose ride too early. There she gets a quick tap close to it, not quite to that hang 5, and this could be the section just on the finish. As that wave starts to bowl out, she'll just get kind of taken out on the inside, and she'll have a little bit of sand to wash out of her hair, but she'll be just fine. Grabbing that board with 3 minutes on the clock. You can see her have a quick look as well back up to the tower just to see, all right, is there going to be enough time to get back out into the lineup?
She's just getting swallowed up in the shore break right there. 3 minutes is going to be tough to get all the way back out. But remember that inside, second half of the wave, it's kind of where I was hanging out during warm-ups, has some really nice potential when you're looking for a smaller score. Look, she's already done it. Lena has already put herself into second place with a 3.17 and a 3.3. So now it's up to Kira. If she can stay calm, she has priority right now, and put together one good wave. She just needs to get a 6.5, and that's definitely within her scope of skills. If she can remain calm, enjoy the last wave, don't stress on that last wave, it's definitely within her grasp to stay in second place, even with only one score.
That's right. She's got all of that opportunity. She's got, maybe the only thing is that time is kind of working against her. We did see from that great opening wave of Atalanta that's the score, the single score right now of Atalanta has her sitting in the lead with that 6.67.
You can do it with one score, Kira, as long as you are composed, take that deep breath, and then just enjoy it.
And when we talk,
I couldn't do that. I mean, I'd be stressed out of my mind.
Oh, I would be going crazy. There's a reason I'm not qualified for an event like this, or never have.
All right, Kira.
But Kira, she's the winner of big events. She took out the win at the Queen of the Point in the Philippines this year. So she's come off of a victory very recently. She's got that opportunity, now chasing down a 6.5 to put herself into an advancing position to avoid that repechage round. That nose ride is going to be critical and crucial. Maybe missed an opportunity right at the start to really lock in for a solid nose ride at the beginning. So that's something that will hinder that score just a bit as she comes through the inside section here. She's going to need to do something a little bit more dynamic. Getting into that nose ride is going to be important now, maybe really needing to just engage that rail turn, drop down to the bottom of the wave, and reset here as she goes in for one more nose ride on the inside section. She tries for it. She can't quite get there. This wave just has so much bump on it, wingnut, that it's challenging for her to maintain that control and capitalize on more opportunities than this one on the inside.
Let's see if she's going to try to land a last finishing maneuver. Stays on her feet. We'll see. Maybe that, again, as you were saying, the outside part of that wave had so much bump on it. It was such a complicated wave to try to get a good nose ride on, as we see Atalanta with her last wave of the heat.
So Atalanta into that opening nose ride, finds that section, gets another one here. Staying just really hooked in on that inside rail of her surfboard with where we can see her feet and her positioning. Now carving back and throwing a little bit of spray off that outside rail. Setting herself up as she comes through the inside. This is going to be her second scoring wave. So at the moment, conditions are getting a little bit slower, a little bit sleepier. Important for surfers to capitalize as early as they can to get that first score, because it may take the rest of the heat, like it has for Atalanta, to put a backup score on the board.
And there's Alejandra with another wave to finish off her heat. I wonder if Kira went a little too soon. She went on the first wave of that set, and there's so much water on the reef, so much bump on it. Without looking behind it, you know, we've seen surfers bird dog stand up on their board and look back and see that there's 2 or 3 more. They might have a cleaner face and better opportunities to score on the outside section.
Yeah, I think that would have been a very smart decision for Kira. The wave, unfortunately, just didn't seem to facilitate the opportunity to get that 6.5. Scores coming in from the judges, and there it is. It was just a 4.53 for last of Kira. Unfortunately, that's not going to replace the 5-point ride, and with the priority interference, she won't be able to take the advancing position. Excitement now as the Korean surfing team tells Lena Mun that she has advanced through those couple of threes. Beautiful style, and we'll be hoping to see her really lock into those early nose rides to accentuate the skills that she showcases outside of competitive surfing.
She needs to add some more nose riding to her game, but I think these waves are so much bigger than anything she's really looked at before in her life. If you've ever seen videos of Batu Cross, you know what that perfect little point break looks like. So I think she's done exceptionally well dealing with these conditions, and it's a fun challenge for her going forward.
Team Australia down on the beach, coach Belinda Kimball, who's a phenomenal longboarder. Through the years, now representing the team and assisting behind the scenes with the rest of the crew there just to console Kira after that. She'll have more opportunity alongside her teammate Toli White, who are both into the Repêchage round. So that's a shocker when it comes to the greater context of the event. We've got more action to come. When we return, the 11-year-old Italian Ginger Kaimi paddles out.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, you know, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know.
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
We're into our second heat for women's main round 2 here at the ISA World Longboard Championships in Surf City, El Salvador. Specifically, these surfers are paddling out at El Sunzal for the entire week. Because the longboarding field is small enough, it's growing, it's definitely growing. One day we're gonna have to change this, but it's small enough to be able to run this event at just the single podium. Where with some of the other ISA events, we actually have to split it between 2 podiums because we might have 300 to 400 surfers in the draw, and it's just impossible to get through that, even with 10 days of 2 podiums.
It's amazing that this coastal region right here can support that many athletes for the week.
That's right. Taking a look at the surfers paddling out now, Japan, Ireland, Italy, and Portugal, with Natsumi Teoka and Ines Martinez now up and riding, just flying into the screen on her opening ride. She's a surfer that loves surfing with a little bit more speed, a little bit more power behind her, but she's been really focusing on longboarding behind the scenes as she's been progressing through her stages here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. Nice little redirect off to the left kind of eyeing it up now. A little bit of footwork forward, that shuffling more so than those cross steps until she hooks into a nice looking hang 5 here. Now drives back, just kind of nurses that turn, cuts it a bit short here to set herself up for this finishing maneuver. And this will be a nice way for Ines to start off her campaign.
It was unfortunate that she was just too far out on the shoulder through most of that ride, too far away from the pocket.
B. Greenberg out of Ireland is a surfer that got to compete here for the first time last year in the 2023 World Longboard Championships. And since then, she's just absolutely had the bug for a longboard. It's been great to see the progression and the level of performance that she's providing this year, considering what we were seeing from her last year, which was a great effort. But now you're really starting to see her iron out some of those little bumps and wobbles within her surfing and being able to put that board on rail in those right sections. She's riding a board that's really suiting her style. A little bit of pumping here to try to kind of give that little bit of extra energy into that wave. You can see that kind of look of not aggression, but like tenacity.
And I think she was a little mad at herself there right at the end for not recognizing that the wave was backing off and that she needed to be back sooner. So because she wanted to finish that wave differently, right?
Exactly. She would have loved to keep it a little bit more calm, have that trim within her surfing, rather than trying to force things. As we see, Natsumi has a look at that wave, paddles, doesn't get into it. Natsumi is already sitting with a 3.83 from her opening ride. And now scores are actually in for every single surfer. We've got about 15 minutes remaining on the clock. And now Natsumi and young Ginger Kaimi out of Italy with a Chinese mother and Italian father, sitting with priority and putting a little pressure on one of the world's favorites in Natsumi.
Right, because Natsumi gave that wave such a dedicated paddle, that priority shifted to Kaimi and to Ginger. So that was a mistake, a tactical error, let's say, unusual for our top competitor of the Japanese team.
That's right. Natsumi, well, we'll take a look at some replays here. Natsumi herself on that opening ride. Here we go, doing that.
There's that opening wave. A lot of speed on that. She's staying in that top third of the wave, right? Not the top 1%. And that's allowing her to have speed. And that's why that score was cut off so early, because she fell. So I was wondering, because the first half of that wave was looking so nice, I knew something awkward had to have occurred. And that was Natsumi just coming unglowed.
A surfer with a lot of experience in the water and a surfer that's just growing in that experience right now. Out in the lineup, up against each other. And we can see both of them having a paddle here to try and get themselves into position. It is still Ginger that holds on to that first priority. I'll be curious to see how well she can handle some of those competitive nuances, especially being so young, being a little bit newer to wearing a jersey all that often in comparison to someone that's been doing this for a very long time. And we see a surfer like a young Caitlin Simmers, who's now winning championship tour events, and a lot of us are hopeful she wins a world title. When she was young, just 12 years old, she was surfing in ISA events just like Ginger Kaimi, and she was also learning how to put together waves like this. That was incredibly pristine footwork up to the nose, now into a second. A young girl that is surfing well beyond her years. On that Michael Takayama surfboard, underneath her feet, looking so poised and graceful, and no wonder that she took out that win in her first heat yesterday over Atalanta Batista in yesterday's performance. To that 5 to 10 combination, no shuffling involved, all just perfect footwork as she finishes off on the inside.
And I liked the way that she was kind of positioning herself close to Natsumi. She had priority on her, but I think she was just trusting the veteran's positioning. But then you saw how hard she had to paddle to get back into that wave. And I think she performed really well on it, especially with the bounce on the outside. The first part of that wave had a lot of bump on it, and she absorbed it and flowed through it really nicely. Let's see it again here. Cross-stepping out to the nose, pausing for just a minute, another clean step. Toes are wrapped over. I think it helps that she weighs about 12 pounds. It's a pound per year of age, and allows her to stay on such a composed way. Look at the board bouncing, and she deals with it so calmly, right? There's not a lot of flapping of the arms. She just absorbed it so well.
Yeah, she did incredibly well through this entire wave, and I love the way that you can see her foot hooked over that nose. Like the nose of that board is nearly in the arch of her foot.
And she's on such a downward angle, but those Michael Takeyamas have such a good effect of the tail hanging onto the water. It allows her at her light weight to stay on the nose. And that's a really nice rail turn for such a young surfer turning such a large board.
Spending her time living in Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands, gets to spend some time in some beautiful surf back at home and hone in skills like these alongside of her family. Incredible performance. Waiting for the score to come through now for this wave. She had that 1.33 that she opened up with, and now we're waiting for the second score as the judges take a look at the replay as well. She's still got a long paddle in front of her, and as we wait for that score to drop in, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Benway and Atalanta Batista.
Thanks, Shannon Wingnut, winner of the women's round 2, heat number 1, Atalanta Batista for Brazil. Muito parabéns para você.
Muitas graças, boa tarde a todo mundo. Estou muito feliz de ter avançado o segundo round. Quero agradecer a toda a minha família, a toda a torcida do Brasil, a Cicrupt, a todos os meus apoiadores. Agradecer também a CB Surf por estar dando todo o suporte para os atletas estarem aqui competindo bem. E só gratidão.
I'm going to use the help of Karina Bras again for the translation in Portuguese.
She's very happy to advance it to the next round, and she thanks for all the support of her sponsors, her family, the Brazilian Confederation, and she's really, really happy to advance to the next round.
So I have one question. She was holding only one wave, one score, early on, all the way until the last 40 seconds of the heat. But when she heard that there was a priority interference with the other two competitors, was she able to kind of relax, knowing that she would probably even advance with just one score?
Ele falou que você fez uma onda muito boa, né, no começo, e você ouviu que uma atleta tinha interferido a outra. She didn't hear that have an interference in her heat.
So just playing her normal game. Finally, the last question is, in bumpier conditions, a little more choppy, pretty difficult, more water today. How does she maintain, how difficult is it to maintain that graceful style that the judges want to see?
Quando tá muito mexido assim, tem uns bumps na onda, como que você faz para correr a onda e continuar tendo estilo, graça, que é o que os juízes estão querendo julgar?
Bom, eu tenho treinado bastante na minha casa e tenho buscado a evolução tanto de equipamento como de performance. E aí a gente acaba se adaptando em variados tipos de onda para poder saber qual o momento certo de estar indo para o bico e fazer as manobras no momento certo.
She's training a lot at her home peak, and he's testing many different equipments and different waves, and then she's training to do the right maneuver at the right point to give the judges what they want to see.
Thank you very much. Muito obrigado e muito sorte na próxima.
Thank you. Obrigada a todo mundo que está aí na torcida, a Cicrupt, Pilates, a Maracaípe, Pojuca, todo mundo que está acompanhando, valeu, e fica aí na torcida para os brasileiros, para as próximas baterias.
Valeu, galera. Tamo junto. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Atalanta finding herself a couple good scores. That was pretty stressful. You know, even though she had that leading position, it was by one solid score, but needing to have that backup score, she only took off on that wave with less than a minute to go.
I mean, I was nervous. She seemed to be very relaxed throughout the whole thing. I'm sure everyone on the Brazilian team was nervous, although they knew, and apparently she didn't, that Kira was going to need a big number to stay in the game, and the other two surfers probably weren't going to be much of a threat. Still a nervous moment there.
Especially maybe just not quite knowing what's happening out in the lineup. As we can see, B. Greenberg having a flip here on the inside from Ireland. She's got a 3.60 and a 2.93 on the board right now, chasing down a 4.41. And what we've noticed about her surfing so far is that it's been really smooth. She's been putting that board in a really nice kind of trim line. Her footwork looks steady. She's keeping that upper body in a great position. Here she catches that rail just a little bit and kind of has to readjust, but great little bits of footwork up and back, nice and tight. A little bit of shuffling coming off of the nose here, but readjusting, and we saw her fall during that interview on a nose ride that she was just a little bit outside the pocket, and that board wasn't going to be able to hold on the nose. Now she's made that adjustment. She's not forcing it too close to the pocket, and she'll kick off on the inside section, but really readjusting maybe where she's nose riding on this last wave.
And she's going to need to be working on her footwork. And here's the wave we've been waiting for, Natsumi Teoka on her second wave of the heat.
Only opened up with that 3.83. She would be feeling pressure right now, not having a score locked in, you know, at least above that 5-point range. Nice footwork, finds that hang 5, and now drives through, just resets her line here. This wave's pretty slopey at the moment. She's doing really well to just navigate, mixing it up between footwork and beautiful kind of resounding rail work without going too hard on those turns, but just setting them up really pretty as she comes through to the inside section. Now quick footwork up to that nose ride. 5 with a quick little soul arch moment. Finds a second one there, leans back, has that hand high, and perfectly finishes on the inside section. As we take a look at this next wave of Ines, who's sitting on a 3.33, and she's going to kick out on the inside.
Pulls the ripcord there. You know, Natsumi needed that wave, but she looked a little nervous on it the whole time. Did not look comfortable, at least in the opening third of the wave.
I feel like that's because it's so late in the heat without having that big score.
Absolutely.
Ginger now up and riding. She's in a completely different position. Put a 6.67 on the board for her first wave, and now she's able to back that up. She's already had that 1.33. That was actually her opener. The 6.67 was the second. But the young 11-year-old is just, again, displaying that kind of like Grom nature, that relaxed way of surfing that can come through from a kid that's out there having fun, that is in an event without having big pressure resting on her shoulders from having been here year after year, maybe having not yet won a gold medal but being expected to. She's a surfer that could really gracefully glide her way through so many rounds in this event.
And look at the Grom paddle on the way back out. That is full Grom energy right there. She's just excited because during the warm-up there's been 130 surfers out here clogging up this place, and she wants to enjoy every minute of her 20 minutes and get as many waves as she can. And now she's just created a paddle battle with 3 adults.
She's got a long way to go with surfers that have maybe a little more length to their arms, but she has been surfing so well that I think her next score could come through in a great position to keep her in that, you know, kind of controlled space within this heat. With 4 minutes to go on the clock, we see this often. I mean, there's a lot of countries that will invest in someone young, knowing that maybe there's not going to be a big win out of them in their first few years of competition, but noting that eventually those wins are going to come. And I feel like that's the kind of position that Ginger is in right now as she's sneaking up that inside with the paddle.
Already passed B. Greenberg from Ireland. She is a monster out there trying to reel in the other surfers. She wants another shot at a set wave before this heat ends.
Well, Natsumi, with a little bit of safe surfing in that last wave, has secured herself a 6-point ride. That's going to set herself up very well in that leading position. We do have another score to drop in for Ginger, but now Natsumi can also sort of relax.
Yes, relax, except she needs to race back out as
That's
well.
Right. She still needs to catch another wave in 3 minutes and a big paddle.
But yeah, Natsumi definitely settled down in the second half of that wave, and we got to see more of her classic approach to a wave and how smooth and graceful she is, how she was setting up those nose rides. I thought that was really good surfing on the part of the wave that's actually can be the most challenging, trying to find that inside section where you can get nose rides, lock in, and she locked those nose rides in on what looked like a really nice steep face, so hence the 6.0 score.
2.5 minutes remaining. Couple of those surfers that we could see paddling. The reason that they're not right here with these two is because they're actually the surfers in the next heat, and they'd be paddling out to that black buoy, meaning they can get out to the water a little bit earlier with that 7-minute preheat paddle out, but they have to stay well clear of anywhere that wave could be breaking. Today, it's kind of a little bit smaller and slower with where we're currently sitting, so they could probably be sitting even a little bit closer in, but they'll keep it as that same little marker that those surfers need to be sitting next to throughout the day to make sure that they're well wide of the current heats out in the lineup.
We have had a few of those sets that have come through and swung real wide, so I get why they've kept the buoy out there, and at least they're there. They're not trying to launch off the beach with such a paddle. So with less than 2 minutes left, Ginger has put on a great performance. The Super Grom really putting everyone on notice, that she's here to crush some hopes and dreams.
That's right. That's exactly what she's going to do. With that kind of surfing, we're going to see her with a huge future ahead of her as we take a look at, a little bit more about this break and something that Ginger is really excited to be able to surf here.
Yeah, she loves this spot, and the more heats you get, it used to be like the Malibu contest. Every time you continue to advance, you got another 20 minutes at Malibu with only 3 other surfers.
It's pretty great. She says she likes the wave here a lot. It's a unique and amazing feeling to surf amongst her heroes. And it doesn't matter if you're big or small. Everyone's in the same boat. As we take a look now at Natsumi, she opted to go on this wave on the inside. Beautiful combination to start off out of that nose ride into a wrapping rail carve. Sets herself up back to a hang 5 quickly. Taps off the nose into a second big rail carve. Love that little hand drag for a moment, but it was to kind of catch her balance and keep herself really just focused as she's coming through here to the inside. She's looking to replace that 3.83. We're still also waiting for a score to come through for the last of Ginger as Natsumi gets 2 more nose rides and connects with this finishing section. Doesn't quite find the projection out of that turn, but she knows that she could be in a challenging position, and we have the evidence of it now because Ginger's last wave is just shy of a 5. A 4.87 drops in. Ginger back into that leading position. Now Natsumi will need a 5.55 to get herself into first.
And it'll be interesting to see if that wave was big enough, because remember, the judges are really using the wave size to dictate the scoring potential on that wave. I thought she surfed it extremely well. The turns were really smooth. Everything connected together very well. We'll just see what the judges think of that last wave. And I think the score has come in, a 5.5, so not enough to take the lead away from young Ginger.
Enough to secure herself in that second place position, but once again, we're going to have Ginger Kaimi out of Italy, 11 years old, residing in the Canary Islands, has taken out Natsumi Teoka in this heat. In yesterday's heat, she took out Atalanta Batista. These are 2 women that have so many years of world title experience. And now a young surfer like this, reflective of what we saw from Katie Simmers at the 2018 World Surfing Games, where she was just 12 years old and she made it into what would be the semifinals on that side of the draw. Incredible performance from a young surfer, and we can't wait to see more of her. And a great performance from Natsumi as well. In the next heat, we're going to have Sam Bleakley alongside Megan Godinez, and we'll hear from Ginger Kaimi shortly.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back as Ginger Kaimi for Team Italy, the 11-year-old surfer based and raised in Fuerteventura, has just beaten Natsumi Teoka after also winning her opening round heat against Brazilian Atalanta Batista yesterday. So what a fantastic start, and Megan Godinez is so exciting to see young talent like this shining on the big stage at such a young age.
I know, it's insane. I mean, at 11 years old, she's already, pulling off records pretty much, beating adult women and really setting the standards for these young generation.
And she's someone who will set her sights on the potential inclusion of longboarding in the LA 28 Olympics. And the ISA has long recognized the value of longboarding and proposed longboarding to be an event within the LA 28 program. So the IOC and LA 28 committee will hopefully make a decision on that in the first quarter of 2025, and that would be extremely exciting for all of these top performing athletes to represent their country going for gold in the Olympics as a longboarder.
Yeah, going to be absolutely amazing. I hope we get that longboard into that Olympics, being the fact that, surfing is surfing, and surfing started with that big board, that big longboard. So we'll hope and see.
Absolutely. As we move into heat number 3, we've got Ruby Knox for Ireland, Cindy Portillo for El Salvador, Liv Stokes for Canada, and Gabby Paul for New Zealand. Already a few rides coming through. Cindy Portillo, based in Las Flores in the southeast corner of El Salvador, has got a 3.83. Liv Stokes, representing Canada, based in Southern California, traveling here with her mum Dominique, has got a 3.5. We can see Gabby Paul for New Zealand having a look at that wave. She's not going to take it. She's already got a 0.5. No waves yet ridden for Ruby Knox, who's been based out in Costa Rica recently, teaching surfing in Tamarindo. So New Zealand, Ireland, Canada, El Salvador represented. Just 14 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Continues to be those 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers will be advancing into women's main round 3. Losers in 3rd and 4th will move into repechage round 2.
Yeah, it's that second chance, so I think building and almost like these rounds are almost practice rounds to them, because in the lineup when you're out there free surfing, it's hard to run heats with one another. So the best practice is to get that in for that round 2, even making it into repechage.
And off screen there has been a score drop for Ruby Knox, a 5.83, so a great start for Ruby Knox. As we can see, Cindy Portillo up and riding the goofy footer, 4 steps into a nose ride. Megs, what went wrong there?
I think she just started to rush it and just kind of get excited, and a little bit too excited. She just needs to calm down a little bit.
And with that, let's go down to Italian Ginger Kaimi with Ben Way.
Thank you so much, Sam. We are here with Team Italy's 11-year-old Ginger Kaimi. Congratulations, felicidades.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Hoy han crecido las olas, había unas series muy grandes y así con tu tamaño pequeña, ¿no te da miedo esas olas tan grandes?
No me da mucho miedo, porque en las Islas Canarias, donde vivo yo, hay olas muy parecidas a estas, grandes y ya.
So I was asking, with their small size and the size of the waves, aren't you scared of these big waves? You say where she lives in the Reunion Island, it's always pumping, so she's just having fun. Second thing, she's been the favorite around this whole entire site. All the competitors, they love her, and I'm just going to ask her how her experience has been here, making friends and everything else. Tú eres la favorita de casi todo el sitio aquí. ¿Cómo ha estado tu experiencia aquí en Surf City y entre todos los competidores, todos los amigos aquí?
La verdad es que he aprendido muchas cosas, hay mucha gente muy fuerte y aprendo cada día más y más.
So she said there's a lot of very strong competitors, and she's able to learn more and more every day. Y finalmente, un mensaje a toda la gente joven que quieren ser como tú. Yo también quiero ser como tú.
Que nada, que puedes ser lo que tú quieras ser. No importa cuánto seas grande o pequeña.
She said you can do whatever you want, doesn't matter if you're big or small. So, todavía tengo chance.
Sí, todavía tiene.
Qué bueno, gracias. Thank you very much, Ginger.
De nada.
Back to you guys in the live.
Fantastic. As Ruby Knox, our heat leader, looks to back up that 5.83, and she drops a 4.67, so she's already on her third ride. Our surfer from Ireland, from Castle Gregory, having been out in Central America for the last few months teaching surfing in Costa Rica, absolutely on a tear, Megs.
Yeah, I think having that time down here in Central America definitely it is a very big advantage for her, being that she doesn't have to wear a wetsuit. She's getting acclimated, and yeah, it's a good start to the heat.
And talking of big advantages, Ginger Kaimi talking about how the waves are big in the Canary Islands where she lives. Fuerteventura, Lanzarote, Gran Canaria. That's a place, we call it the Atlantic Hawaii. There's a lot of powerful, juicy surf breaking over lava coral, lava reefs, and basalt lava reefs, sharp rocks. And she's really comfortable with these waves, as is Liv Stokes, representing Canada on her Michael Takayama board there. She's dropped a 3.5 for her first wave. Ruby Knox out there in the lead. Cindy Portier waiting for an opportunity to replace that low score of a 0.57 as Liv Stokes works all the way through to the inside and gets a nice last nose ride and just roller coasters onto the sand. So she will add to her 3.50 with a strong score.
Yeah, I think that's going to add to her average here. Maybe getting her up into second as we see Cindy up and riding with a beautiful soul arch on that hang 5. Beautiful high line, especially talking about advantages, her being from El Salvador, already knowing this place, reading the wave really well. She's so calm, not rushing anything, finding that high line.
Nice, and she corrected that mistake on that second wave and did that with so much poise and control. And what's really interesting is just looking at the way she keeps that heel weight on that inside rail as she walks up into these nose rides, as she just knows this wave very well. And when you see her Instagram clips, she surfs pretty fast, heavy waves down in Punta Mango, Las Flores area in southeast El Salvador. So no stranger to longboarding big, fast right-handers.
Yeah, talking about, I mean, everyone's got really great advantages right now, being here for a couple months. Beautiful arch hang 5 right there. Just really reading that wave, looking over her shoulder. I mean, sometimes it can be a disadvantage being a goofy foot, but I feel like a lot of the goofy footers are really comfortable on this right point break.
And you talked a lot about that technique of opening out the shoulders and facing the nose rides, and we're seeing a lot of the more successful goofy footers like Atalanta Batista really having that technique.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important. It's straining of the neck, right? It's not a natural way to look, to really crank that neck to look over. So the best possible way to get that full vision is to kind of switch those shoulders, having that right shoulder really readjust so that they can really see in front of them.
And when you're working with surfers who perhaps are struggling to hold their nose rides when they're surfing on their backside, what are the types of techniques you often like to suggest to them? Are there good examples of other women that they can study who nose ride very well as goofy footers on right-handers?
Oh, I mean, the one and only Kilia Moniz, you know, she kind of started that whole thing with the goofy footers, along with anyone from Macau, Teddy Lee Sippy to Pinoy Makalena, even and for goofy footers, even now Kilis Kaleopa. She's someone really highly to look up to. She's tiny, she's slender, but does not matter. The way that she gets her chest over that board to really crank those turns is something really to look up to.
One of my favorite goofy footers who surf switch very well, Carlin Roland Zamora from Malibu. Fantastic goofy footer, but an amazing ability to surf switch, having learnt to surf at Malibu in Cassian Meadows' generation. And she really is a joy to watch, the way she has the stamina to surf long point breaks by integrating the switch dance when it's necessary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Up and riding right now, Ruby Knox, our heat leader, a 5.83 for her opening ride, looking to replace this 4.67 straight to the nose, walks out of that nose ride there, and then just puts her feet back on the tail to just readjust her kind of line here. Bit bouncy as she just has to deal with some of the chop and some of these softer shoulders, but cutting back into the power point, into the zone where she can get the opportunity to use some cross steps. But there it is, that wave starting to die out. She just kicks out, but she's got a 4.67 and a 5.83 with Cindy Portier in second. Liv Stokes waiting to drop that next score. So Liv just needing a 0.91 to move up to second. So you're going to imagine that Liv is going to move into either second or first when her score drops. That might well push Cindy back down, but we're also waiting for what could be a substantial score from Cindy Portillo. So that 1, 2, and 3 position will likely change, as you can see those surfers hustling for priority. Gabby Poole sitting out there alone with first priority, but on your screen right now, a little bit of a paddle battle going on between the rest of the surfers.
Yeah, I think Gabby's out there waiting for those sets. She saw in the previous heats how big those sets were, and really kind of washed everyone out. We saw in Taka Inoi's heat, he actually had to run up the beach and paddle out at the point because that's how gnarly that inside was.
Here we go for New Zealand. Gabby Poole represented her country before at the ISA World Longboard Championship, coming low off the bottom, 2 cross steps towards the nose, and then a beautiful sweeping down carve captured gracefully from the drone clip there. You could really see how that carve kept her in the pocket. She did it with control, fitting a lot of the criteria there, and again going into a nice carve, and she's just set herself up here just behind the section, just eyeing up if this is the opportunity to go more into the rail work or maybe stall it for some cross steps and maybe a chance to get her toes on the nose. As she comes off the bottom here, nice and elegant already. 2 good turns, but needing the opportunity for a nose ride section to really take this wave into a higher scoring potential as he cross steps back and forth, eyes up this inside, and is probably going to kick out with style.
Yeah, beautiful carving turns. And you can tell she was really leaning into those turns and letting that rail work for her and understanding the wave is to react with the board. So they looked really as one.
4 times New Zealand champion riding her Morris surfboards, now lives in Mount Maunganui on the east coast, and a graduate with a Bachelor of Science in Psychology. This is her first time to El Salvador, but not her first time representing New Zealand in the ISA World Longboard Championship. So waiting for a score to come through for Gabby Poole for New Zealand. She's got a few low scores and carrying that 2.5, so she will certainly add a substantial score now to her campaign to stay in the main rounds, with Ruby Knox staying out there in front but waiting for scores to come in. And there it is, green, Canada. Liv Stokes drops to 3.87. She moves up into second, meaning El Salvadorian Cindy Portillo from Las Flores in southeast El Salvador, this south-facing coastline. She's requiring just a 3.55 to move back up into second, and Ruby Knox may well improve her situation if she can replace her lower score of a 4.67.
Yeah, and you can tell she's playing it kind of smart. She's slowly paddling out, knowing that she has third priority. And if I were her, I would kind of stay on the inside, maybe try and play that defensive game again, trying to sell maybe priority 1 and 2 on a maybe not so good wave, maybe one that doesn't have a face. But that's the game of surfing, and that's the beauty of competition now with that priority system. So it's going to be interesting what she does.
So Liv Stokes staying at Casa de Mar with her mum there, and it's a really great spot to stay, some of these places right here in front of the point, because even when you're not surfing, you're getting the opportunity to mind surf a lot of the waves. So Liv has great experience competing here and spending her time away from heats, also watching the waves. You would expect her to position herself really well with priority for the next set.
Yeah, and then as we see Team El Salvador along with the Italian flag and the Canadian flag there, just representing for that team, really cheering them on as we see green paddling Liv Stokes. Again, up and riding, as you said, she's got that advantage of really knowing this wave.
Yeah, nice steep wall ahead. You could tell that she was deep in that section, but she was confident that she was in the right position, and she makes that opening nose ride, walks back to the tail and readjusts her line on her Michael Takayama built board, cross steps back up for another touch of the nose ride there. Good clean section, a little bit of lift on that second hang 5. There's some bounce, but she just sets herself up again with 2 cross steps, looking to get back up to the tip, and there's another nose ride. This is a long, fast wave. Great wave selection from Liv Stokes, working it all the way through to the inside, and she's already got a 3.87 and a 3.50 as Cindy Portillo from El Salvador drops a 6.10 and now looking to replace her 3 6.83. And Megs, we can hear the beach erupting.
Yeah, I hear those El Salvadorians just screaming for Cindy here. She makes her way onto the inside, just missing that sketchy section. So I would like to see what she did on the outside. Look, it sounded like a good wave.
Wow, and she's already dropped the best score of this heat. That's 6.10. So this could be a massive moment for Cindy Portier, needing a 4.40 to move up into first. But Liv Stokes waiting for that score to drop. It's probably going to be pretty high for Liv. It was a long, fast wave, had a lot of face, good footwork, and definitely, ran from a deep section of the point.
Yeah, and it was a good call on Cindy's part too. She knows that Liv Stokes wants this second place. This is the difference between staying in the main round and going into repechage. So she really is trying to protect that second place. But Liv Stokes is hungry, so we'll see what the judges score on that.
That's gone fast this heat. We're already down into the last minute, 10 seconds. Cindy recognizing there's not enough time for her to go out back. She knows she's got a strong score to be dropped. She just got a 6.10. I get the feeling from her body language. She thinks she's going to replace her backup 3.83. Is it going to go higher than her 6.10? Remains to be seen. The judges now will be studying that replay, but it now puts the pressure on Ruby Knox, who's out there in the lead with Liv Stokes also waiting for a score to drop.
Right, and Cindy only needing that 4.40 just to get into first. And then if that happens, then Ruby and Liv will have to battle for it, right? And 33 seconds left. If I was Ruby, I'd be moving exactly what she's doing. She's starting to move in and really starting to look for maybe even a better second score.
Well, Gabby Poole dropped a 3.53 for those beautiful carving turns. Had that wave allowed her to get some tip time on the nose, you might have seen that score go much higher, because those two carving downturns alone were absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and that's homage to her shortboard history, So I think if she just got up to that nose and stayed busy on that nose, she could have made that. But we're still waiting for scores to drop for blue Cindy and for green Liv.
Wow, big situation about to unfold. As it stands, Ruby Knox from Ireland is sitting in first position, but both El Salvador and Canada waiting for scores to come through. And there it is. Cindy Portier drops a 6.83, moves up into first position, meaning now Liv Stokes needs a 6.63 to move up into second position. Is Ruby safe there in second, or can Liv get the score that she needs?
Oh, that's going to be so tight. I mean, as I can tell, the judges are also deliberating, This is down to the wire. I mean, this is going to make the difference on how many heats you're going to end up surfing, because if you go into the repechage, you start a whole nother competition, right? So, yeah, we'll see what the judges think.
Big moment for Cindy Portier, staying in the main event there, because both Amado and Henry Salinas have already shifted down into the repechage, and she stays in first because Liv Stokes gets a 4.6. It doesn't put Liv up into second. First place El Salvador, second Ireland, third Canada, fourth New Zealand, and you can feel the excitement on the beach because we've got Rachel Tilley, silver medalist from 2013, team gold medalist from 2018, a former WSL World Longboard champion, coming up next against the Philippines, against France, and against Chile. Stay with us.
El Salvador. Hello everybody to beautiful El Salvador for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. You guys are already part of this amazing United Nations of Surfing, coming from a record amount of countries, record amount of athletes. Thank you, ocean. Thank you. When you go home at the end of this competition, you will be loving El Salvador more than you love it today at the opening ceremony. I know how it is. I've been going there for 5 years. All the best, all my love, all my stoked, all my happiness to all of you guys.
Fans, as Rachel Tilley is up on the nose, walking back to the tail and putting her Josh Martin built board on rail. I know that Cindy Martin will be tuning in, of course, enjoying all the action there, and Rachel's parents will be tuning in, watching, and she really did put on a great show yesterday. And then to top things off, she was also having a phenomenal free surf yesterday evening. Not only did she dominate her heat, she went out in the evening and pretty much got the pickings of the best, biggest set waves until sunset.
Yeah, I mean, she's a little grom when it comes to serving. She's the first one out and the last one in, as we see Ashley Lopez here for the Philippines in blue just going down. Looks like a little nerves coming in. We got a stacked heat.
Yeah, we have got a stacked heat, and you could just see a little bit pressure there on Ashley Lopez. She just almost committed to that nose ride in the wrong section, in the steepest part of the wave. But Zoe Gropion there from France, her sister married to an El Salvadorian based here, running a farm, so they do know this terrain very well. She gets a lot of opportunity to surf here, and you can really see how familiar she is with this wave as she gets nice and low on her Phil Grace built board and cleanly cross steps back into another nose ride, but just bounces off then. There was so much good energy in that ride, and then something just ruffled her feathers towards the end of that.
Yeah, it's that high tide, I think. It's actually washing up to the beach, and it's taking a lot of sand with it, creating these little sandbanks that create more than just a double up. It's almost like a triple up, and I think that's what she got caught in on that nose, because it really just bucked her off that wave.
Talking of double ups, I think I just mistakenly called Candy Martin Cindy Martin. I was trying to give a big shout out to Candy, of course, Josh Martin's wife and partner there, but I'm all excited about Cindy Portillo, who just put on an amazing display, and such an important moment for El Salvador for her to have that heat win, because we've already seen Amado and Henry go into the repechage, so national pride is going to be massive with Cindy getting that result.
Yeah, and it's really important to have that, to stay in that main round, because that's going to add points for that whole team, for that team to maybe get gold, maybe medal, so it's important.
Absolutely. Ashley Lopez, a low score of a 1, waiting for that score to come through for Rachel and for Zoe and for Samantha Wilson from Chile. Up and riding right now, Zoe Gropion, straight to the tip there. 6 nice clean cross steps, high line, keeping it lively, surfing at the top of the wave there. She is back up to the tip for another nose ride, based in Anglet in the Basque Country, but raised in Annecy in the French Alps with a skiing background as she sets herself up again for a nose ride. Look at the quick footwork we're seeing from Zoe Gropion there. It's really fast and lively, but also using that footwork to keep pace with the opportunity to put that board on rail and stay in the pocket of the wave.
Yeah, and I've known her, and I've surfed against her since the beginning of her surf career, and the way that she has progressed, the training that she has done, not just in France but all over the world, traveling with Chloe Calmon usually as one of their best friends. She's also from Brazil, and just taking notes from everyone, really just making that an advantage for her.
So with that, let's go down to the glass, because Benway is with Cindy Portillo.
Thank you guys very much. We're here with El Salvador's Cindy Portillo. A lot of emotion, a lot of support, and a lot of attention here. Muchas felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
So I'm going to ask her 2 questions in Spanish, and I will translate. The first one's going to be, how does it feel to be bringing her country through to the main round, to another round? ¿Cómo se siente estar llevando tu maíz a otra ronda principal?
Pues muy emocionante, la verdad. Ir vivos, El Salvador, es muy emocionante de representar a mi país y ir en las rondas limpias, y me siento muy contenta, así como todos los salvadoreños aquí ahorita se sienten.
She said it's very emotional, very exciting to be staying in the main round, and she loves having all the local people here supporting her. My second question is going to be, there's a lot of support, but there's also a lot of pressure on her being the one person from her country in the main round. Hay mucha emoción, mucho apoyo, pero también te sientes el presión para estar surfeando tu mejor. ¿Qué haces para calmar tus nervios y seguir surfeando a tu mejor nivel?
Sí, estar en casa, hay mucha presión, pero igual se siente muy lindo. Y siempre pienso en mi mamá y en los mensajes que me envía, como vamos hija, tú puedes. Y eso me pone bien y me hace más fuerte. Y así ahí escuchar a todos los salvadoreños, a mi equipo, mi gente, eso me inspira a poder darlo todo siempre en cada hit. Yo sé que hay muchos nervios y muchas emociones, pero nada, estoy en mi casa y tenemos buenas olas y nada, divertirnos.
So she said she loves being here. She feels the support. She feels the pressure, but she also, while she's out there, she's thinking of all the support messages that her mom's sending her, telling her to do her best, keep it going, and she loves hearing the cheers from all the local Salvadoreños here on the beach after every ride. They're supporting every ride. Huge rounds of applause, huge screams. Y finalmente, un mensaje a toda la gente aquí de este bonito país.
Pues muchas gracias por el apoyo, gracias al gobierno de El Salvador, a la ministra Morena Valdés, a todo el equipo de mi tour, de FESA Sur, de Sur City. Muchas gracias por todo y vamos arriba El Salvador.
¿Y qué tal un bienvenido a toda la gente internacional que tiene intereses para venir aquí a visitar Surf City?
Bienvenidos todos, aquí son muy recibidos, nuestra gente es muy cálida, la comida es muy rica y las olas, tenemos muchas olas, volcanes, todas, entonces sean bienvenidos todos y arriba El Salvador.
So I told her to give a message to all the international people wanting to come and visit Surf City. She said, you're all very welcome, beautiful, delicious food, beautiful sights like volcanoes and lakes, and everyone has a warm welcome, and they're welcome here to Surf City. Muchísimas gracias, y que lo sigues.
Gracias.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff, and you could really sense the emotion, the passion, the pride. What a fantastic performance. But let's catch up with this as we see Rachel Tilley out there in front with a 7.67. Zoe Gropion, of course, a copper medalist here in 2023 at the ISA World Longboard Championship last year, reached that final. So she's got great experience and success competing at El Sunzal. But Samantha Wilson from Chile, longboarding since age 15, likes to ride Thomas Beckson surfboards, has the Harrison Roach model. She looked really, really nice on that last wave as we get the drone clip on her Josh Martin built board up to the tip. Rachel Tilley, Soul Arch 5, holds that 5, walks cleanly out of that nose ride, and again that technique where she just shifts those toes onto that kind of inside rail edge and locks in a quick 5-10, walks back and then puts that board in a sweeping downturn as she sets herself up once again, opening those arms just to release those rails and stands nice and tall through the footwork. Good control here, a real nice soul arch bottom turn set up and a little stool there to get back up for a lock of the 5, holds that 5, walks out. And now she comes to the inside. What's your money on for how she's going to cope with the pupusa section?
Wow, I think she's going to play it smart. Yeah, I think she's going to play it smart. You know, it's only round 2. The last thing you want to do is break one of the quivers that's working. Like, you want to kind of make that board stay on ice. So she does a good play on her, really smart, reading that wave very, very well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Reading it well. Excellent range surfing. Already she has dropped a 7.67. Kevin Skavana likes it. Chase Leader likes it. Kaylin Mickelson likes it. It could well go higher than that 7.67.
I think so. The versatility in that wave, exactly what the judges wanting to see. The fluidity, the commitment, and just her overall, just the way that she surfs. And notice when she walks to the nose, she is walking in the most parallel line I've ever seen. Usually a lot of surfers might stumble a little bit from side to side of the board. She is walking so straight, almost like a gymnast on the beam. And how she's just poised, just staying little windmill, but just to catch her balance, just so that she could shift her weight a little forward with all 5 toes hanging off that nose. As she walks back, you see how she just walks back, and it's always, her feet always land on the stringer. And that's really important in walking back and forth, because that is what's going to set you up to be able to make turns like this.
Absolutely. Model technique once again. We got the opportunity to see some of these near excellent range rides yesterday as well in slow motion, and it really is a great masterclass of cross-stepping technique, surfing in the pocket, riding the right part of the wave that allow you to do the 10s and the rail turns.
Yeah, absolutely. How she saw that hang 10, and it almost looks like she shifted her weight back just so that she could get over that little triple up, and that was a smart move because that allowed her to stay on that hang 5 as she digs deep for this rounding cutback. Just staying in the middle of that stringer, and that's so important because that little movement in your foot, even if you're just a little bit towards that rail, that is going to dig that rail, and it's going to be so much harder to react.
And she gets an 8.50 megs for this wave. So that will be Rachel's highest ride of the event, well into the excellent range, and she's going to feel really good about building on these high scores.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday she got a 7.83 along with a 7.17. Today, she's got a 7.67 and an 8.5. I mean, her campaign has already started in round 2.
And looks like she's got a fabric inlay in that board. Be interesting to get some information from Rachel about that because she has been known to kind of hand pick those fabric inlays from Hoffman Fabrics, of course. You know that long culture of supplying fabrics for the surf industry, including our outfits here, our garments. That's where they're sourced. She told me a board she had for Malibu last year. She said when she went to collect the fabric, it was like choosing a magic wand out of a Harry Potter scene. It was pretty cool.
What's funny is that if I'm going to be riding a quiver and I'm going to be, I like to think that my boards are like magic carpet rides. It better be a pretty magic carpet. You know what I mean? So I don't blame her for hand picking her things. I mean, I'm the same way. I'm very particular about my color, and it's also, it almost gets into a mental state where it's like, what if the color bounces off the sun, hits your eyes, might throw you off on your steps. So I think she's got a great vibe going on.
And what about the cool way she finished this? Out of that nose ride into the pupusa section. We were kind of having a little kind of talk about what we thought she was going to do as a finishing statement. She just cleanly walks out of it, and you can see how she does that nice smooth down carve, and then as everything explodes behind her, she just coolly steps off on the sand.
Yeah, and that's the only time you really want to be out in the flats in front of the wave is in that pupusa section, because if you get stuck behind that, we've seen a lot of heats where guys and girls were getting stuck right in the middle line of those waves and getting absolutely demolished. As we see green here, Zoe Grosbrun trying to get into this wave, scratching for that, and she really wants to back up that 5.33, maybe replace that 5.27.
And a great start, Meg, straight into a second nose ride. Deep section, nice steep wall ahead, so she's going to have opportunities to add to this score as she comes into that nice cutback, good bottom turn setup, cross steps to the middle, cross steps to the tail. Great use of the foot adjustment. You really get to see from both of these regular footers the nuances of changing that foot position, not only through the cross stepping in and out of the nose rides, but what you really see is the way that back foot is constantly moving in reaction to the type of rail turn they want to do, whether they're coming off the bottom or back in to the bowl section off the top.
Yeah, and you can also see how she's staying way lower because she knows that there's these chops in the wave, and that's what kicked her off her first wave. So she is learning as she's going to really get that center of gravity to stay low, and that's what helped her complete that turn down that face.
So as it stands, Rachel out there with a fantastic heat score of 16.17. That's an 8.5 and a 7.67. Zoe will be waiting for a second score. So representing France, Zoe Gropion has got a 5.33 and a 5.27. May well replace one of those low fives. Samantha Wilson for Chile, she now needs a 6.43 as we move into the last 4 minutes 40 seconds with Samantha in second priority. In first priority, it's the young 19-year-old Ashley Lopez from Mona Lisa Point, San Juan, La Union in the northern Luzon island of the Philippines, chasing a big score but sitting there with priority. And this is a very talented goofy footer, so if she can stay relaxed, she can go big on this one. As she's paddling in, high line, pops up straight up for the opportunity for a 5, touches the 5 and then walks out of that 5, goes into a second 5. She's now walking back and then sweeping into a cutback. Again, another high line to get a quick cross step towards the front of the board, and then just puts that board on rail once again and comes up high using the cross steps, looking to get a nose ride, but walks back to the tail, readjusts her line. And at age just 19, this is a fantastic opportunity for Ashley to represent her country, Megs.
Yeah, it's so amazing with her. You know, surfing backhand is not easy on such a dominant right point handbrake, and as you see, she's still in that high line, and that's a smart line to stay on, because in that middle, it gets really, really, really peaky, and it could buck her off. And oh, good call on not finishing with that maneuver down into the pupusa section.
So she's got a 3.37 as her highest score. She will replace her low carrying one, but she needs a big score of a 7.23 to move up into second position.
Yeah, and with 3 minutes left, she's going to start motoring out there as we see white standing up. Samantha Wilson from Chile, just trying to stay in that third position as well. She really wants to get up into that second position, but just gets clipped by that little double up. That's been taking a lot of people out, huh?
And it's so apparent when you come out of the commentary booth and you get down onto the sand and really look at the raw energy of this swell. It's a lot more radical than it looks on screen. There's a lot more movement. There's the big shore break to deal with. There's the current. There's the wash. And there's quite a variety in takeoff spots between the wide swinging sets that would peak to the left of your screen and the medium-sized waves to the right that could have good scoring potential. But if you're sitting deep and you get a big set on your head, it's easy to break a leash or a board.
Yeah, and that has a lot to do with that tide. Like I said, it's actually picking up the sand and sucking it out, and that's what's creating those little bogs in those waves. It's creating deep spots and shallow spots, and that's why you see a lot of the times those double ups really come at you. And then when there's that little flat section of the wave, that's the sand moving towards that section and creating such or sucking out of that section, creating a deep spot, and that's why that wave kind of gets fat in that area.
And there's all that volcanic landscape behind that Cindy Portillo was celebrating in her post-heat interview. There's nearly 400 kilometers of coastline here, a lot of right-hand points, rainforests, over 100 volcanoes. We're between Guatemala and Honduras, and US dollars is the national currency, so very easy to travel down to. You can also use your Bitcoin here. I don't know how your cryptocurrency account's going, Megs.
Looks like I need to start one. I'm like, I don't have any of that. I'm like, what?
Me neither.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, it's interesting. You know, it's a movement and a needle moving that needle through that new technology. So it's interesting.
Absolutely. As we see 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining, Rachel Tilley really relaxed now. She's talking to Zoe for
having
France.
a chat.
Yeah, and
asking what they ate for lunch, maybe.
and you know, and deservedly so. They've both put on a masterclass in this heat. And Zoe's just replaced her low score of a 5.27 with a 5.6. So add to the 5.33. She's got that combination of 10.93, those top two scores combined. But look at the difference between Zoe and Rachel. Rachel sitting out there with a 16.17. I mean, that is one of those combinations of scores that you're going to be very proud of to get this early in the event.
Oh yeah, her morale is going to be so high, and it's so amazing. Like, I think that her way of approaching every heat is to really smile and not take it so seriously, and I think that helps her nerves and helps. And even surfing against her in a heat, she'll chat, and it's not to distract you. It really is to see how you're doing, and that's how Rachel is, you know. So, yeah, as you saw earlier, she was just having a chat with Zoe, just being like, yeah, you know, the waves are firing, it's fun, you know, how's that inside section? Yeah, probably just chatting away.
Great performance. So Rachel Tilley for Team USA takes the win. Zoe Gropillon for Team France, a copper medalist in the final here last year, takes second. But Ashley Lopez from the Philippines and Samantha Wilson from Chile, they will be big contenders in Repêchage round 2, Megs.
Yeah, and they're going to be hungry, so they're not going to stop fighting.
Stay with us. Going for her third gold medal, Alice Lemoine for Team France will be coming up very soon, live from Surf City, El Salvador. And in the meantime, you get a chance to enjoy a recap of some of the brilliant action from day one.
This is day one of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship 2024. Last year's bronze medalist, Edward Del Perro, gets a 9.0 for Team France.
Nice little opening maneuver, sets himself up for a great looking tight 5. Since he first stood up as he grabs that rail, carves back into the section now. Couple quick steps up to the nose, hang 5. Into this flatter section, the wave starts to bowl up again though here on the into his approach on the finish here.
Team Japan's Kai Hamase gets an 8.67.
Right, Megan, Godinez, Megs, Auntie Megs from Hawaii. As we can see, Japan, Chinese Taipei, Dominican Republic, and Wales, but it's Kai Hamase in red, kicking off with a soul arch locked in, long 5, and holding that 5.
Team Hawaii's Kaniela Stewart with an 8.50.
I love being here in El Salvador for the ISA, and the waves are firing, and it's just everyone's having a good time, and to have all these waves for us we're so lucky.
Rachel Tilley from Team USA gets a 7.83.
Quick 5.
That back foot onto the inside rail, 6 steps back into another nose ride, rolls the 5.
Alice Lemoine for Team France gets a 7.83.
That one, she chose a really good wave. And here's Elise again on an
Beautiful wave opening up in front of her. What a great set and a great finish.
Little rail grab to control that rail.
Late drop, good control, good style.
Las olas perfectas, me encantó mucho, pude hacer unos nose ridings y me encantó. Y la verdad es que ser pequeñas o grandes no importa, lo importante es divertirse y ya está, darlo todo.
An amazing day of perfect waves for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship 2024.
That was a fantastic reminder, a celebration of the great surfing that we witnessed on day one, and we've continued to witness great surfing as we've moved through men's round 2 and women's round 2 continues here on day 2. We've got Alice Lemoine going for her 3rd gold. She won in 2019. Then, of course, we had the break due to COVID, but she won again last year in 2023. Back-to-back ISA World Longboard golds. She's surfing against Roxy Davies from South Africa, Honolulu Bloomfield from Hawaii, and Daisy Valdez from the Philippines. Wow, I forgot how much of a stacked heat this was.
Yeah, this is a very stacked heat. We got, ex-world champions, gold medalists, and all these dark horses in here, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do. As we see green, Honolulu Bloomfield scratching for this one, just trying to get her heat started. And this is a known thing about Honolulu. She loves to get the heat started. She loves to put that pressure on her competitors. You see that beautiful in the section, hang 5, quick another tap 5, beautiful rounding cut back, just stalling on that tail there, reading that section that was kind of bucking everyone off earlier. She kind of avoided that, which was a smart move, and that's why it's important for all the surfers to watch everyone else's heats, because the ocean is always constantly changing.
Wow, what a great wave. A lot of trim speed as well. Momentum. For me, as far as speed goes, that was way up there in the excellent range. As far as maneuvers go, it was critical, high degree of difficulty. I like the flow. It was a good shaped wave, good distance. I think that's going to be a really big score for the Hawaiian to kick things off with.
Yeah, I agree. As we see this replay here, she's just reading. She knows she was a little deep, so she did that little pump just to get that high line on that hang 5. Reading this wave, really staying on that middle of the board because she wanted that other hang 5 tap.
And very flat looking board as well, so offers a lot of speed, and you can see how it became favorable on this wave, that she really did have that trim speed the whole way through.
Yeah, and I think with his shaping boards, it's a really flat nose, but a lot of tail rocker, which allows her to do those big turns and let that tail catch into that water, so she doesn't slide out as much.
Great intel there on her Carson Myers design, waiting for that score to drop. So a good start for the Hawaiian, but what a heat 2 times ISA Women's World Longboard Champion Alice Lemoine from France. She won in 2:19 and 2:23. 6 times European champion, 7 times French champion, a winner of WSL events, not yet a WSL world champion, but this woman on your screen, of course, a 3 times WSL World Longboard Champion in 2:17, 2:19 and 2:21, and also a junior winner at the 2013 ISA World Longboard Championship. And with that, talking about champions, let's go down onto the glass, because representing Team USA, Rachel Tilley just put on an incredible performance, and she's with Ben Way.
Thank you very much, Sam. Here with Rachel Tilley for Team USA. Congratulations.
Thank you. Very, very happy.
Yeah, you always look happy. So what I want to say is throughout the morning we've had a huge shift in conditions. Every heat's almost been a little bit different. And what is your best way of kind of keeping yourself prepared for whatever's coming?
I don't watch that much. I watched the boys. We had Kevin and Chase go this morning. So of course I watched their heats, but I know, like, if I'm watching heats at 8, 9 in the morning and my heat's at 2, it's gonna look really different. And I kind of like exhaust my mind if I just stay watching wave after wave after wave. So I kind of, actually I went into my room and I watched a couple episodes of The Office. And then I came out like right when the girls started, and then watched their heats, and then got pumped up for my heat, and then went out.
I heard Steve Carell is great for amping up your ride.
Yeah, very much. Very relaxing, very funny.
So on another note, one of your waves, you finished through that shore break and just made sure that you buttered out and smoothed it on out. And knowing the criteria and also the consequence of taking the wrong line through the shore break, do you think it's better for your score to just kind of leave out that last maneuver, take a smooth line, and show the judges that you finished with control?
Absolutely. Finishing with control is key, whether it's you're hitting it and finishing it, or you're cutting out, or you're straightening out. My dad always tells me, and he reminds me before every heat, just to finish the wave, not just do something silly and fall. So I was just trying to make sure that I finished it out and left like a nice stamp on the end of a wave that I put a lot of work into.
Well, you looked great out there. I want to know what the pre-surf playlist was today.
Oh, I listened to Murder on the Dance Floor. That was like my main song that got me. Yeah.
I thought it was going to be ABBA Dancing Queen, because you are the dancing queen.
Actually, too. That was on yesterday, too. Yeah, it's all part of it. It's all the same. My playlist, you know, Spotify makes you playlists on, and it's called Sunshine Pop.
So there you go, guys. Go get your Sunshine Pop playlist, and you can surf like Rachel Tilley. That's all there is to it. That's perfect. Well, if you want to say anything to everyone at home, your dad, everybody, and anyone else who's watching and biting their fingernails.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I feel like that one probably helped keep you guys calm throughout the heat, and I'll call you guys in a second.
Go listen to ABBA.
Will do.
All right, back to the booth with you guys. Thanks.
Wow. Bit of a British theme there on the music. Sophie Ellis-Bextor, a Brit, Murder on the Dance Floor, great tune, and The Office, of course, a British comedy, so bit of a British influence there, her getting ready for a heat. But interesting how she shared the fact that she doesn't like to overwatch the surf. That can really drain you before a heat.
Yeah, that's actually really smart. With someone that has that much surfing IQ, sometimes too much watching can be too much for that person, as we see 3-time gold medalist, or 2-time gold medalist, is trying to make it a 3rd one on this wave here, working her way onto the inside. Beautiful start with that hang 5.
Honolulu Bloomfield dropped an 8.33 for her last wave. So can Alice Lemoine answer back with an excellent range score? She kicked off this wave with a lot of busy footwork, opening nose rides, riding her Luffy built boards. Of course, such a fantastic trophy cabinet that she's got, but that wave just didn't feel like it had the scoring potential to really kind of offer that excellent range score.
Yeah, and again with this weird the winds looked like they kind of died down, but with that high tide, there was this weird double up that kind of got her from behind and didn't really let her get a wall to do anything on it. So it was a smart call to kick out.
Roxy Davies up and riding. She kicks out of that a little bit deep on that section, recognizing that there's going to be something better to get her first score on the board. So Honolulu Bloomfield with an 8.33. She's going to be relaxed, looking to just add to that as we see Daisy Valdez straight up to the tip there, locks in the 5, gets the 10, cross steps back to the tail as we can see Honolulu Bloomfield on a bigger wave. Out back, Daisy Valdez unleashing some beautiful rail work and bottom turning into a high line. And this is fantastic, Megs. 2 world-class surfers here demonstrating a great variety of rail work and footwork, but unfortunately bounced off on that top section was Daisy Valdez, but it leaves us an opportunity to enjoy watching Honolulu Bloomfield on her Carson Myers board, and great velvet, buttery smooth roundhouse cut back there. Just swings that one on a tighter radius, and as this wave gets a little bit peaky, she's going to move through to the inside with a stall and might get the opportunity for another 5. There it is, walks out of that nose ride, walks back to the tail, kicks out already with an 8.33, and it feels as if that could be borderline excellent range as well.
Yeah, we'll see what she did on the outside, but the way that she felt confident when she starts throwing spray and she starts turning like that. That's when you know she feels good, and that all starts with her starting her heat.
Yeah, there was a look of assurity, self-confidence, calm, poise, the upper body relaxed, everything was flowing as we can see big sets hitting La Bocana, which will be one of the main podiums for the upcoming World Junior ISA Surfing Championship that kicks off on May 3rd.
Yeah, that'll be exciting, huh?
A lot of Groms already arriving. My good friend from Barbados, Zed Layson. Zed, if you're tuning in, we must catch up because I haven't seen Zed for a long time, but he's managing the Barbados team. They got some good Groms to look out for. But what about this? Is it going to rival her 8.33, Megs?
I think so, with that hang 10 off the back and that high line and the way that she's just so confident, not rushing anything, constantly staying on that front half of the board until she has to walk back to turn to do these very big turns. Nice hang 5, and this is where she starts to get real confident and she gets that little bounce off the whitewash.
Loose, and you talk about this Carson Myers board. It looks flat in the nose, but you say that tail kick really helps keep that board lively off tail.
Right, and that's a importance in the shape of the board. It's like it instead of having that nose rocker, where is that rocker going to go? Let's put it into the tail, because that's actually going to help you push water to create those big turns, and that's exactly what she did.
Wow, waiting for a big score to come through. So Alice Lemoine gets a 5.50 for her first wave. Didn't quite allow much scoring potential, but she surfed it very well. Roxy Davies has got a 1.4 and a 0.5. She's paddling for this wave right now. Dr. Davies, of course, she has a PhD and she runs the incredible Roxy Davies Foundation. She founded the Surf Imperium Surf School as well, and she has been a 9 times national champion, representing her nation as well in SUP shortboarding, longboarding, and both as a coach and a manager, and doing a lot of great work with parasurfing since 2016. So she really is a fantastic ambassador for wave riding.
Yeah, she does it all. She's an entrepreneur, a great surfer in all. I mean, it sounds like she could end up surfing just a table and make it work, you know. So.
And you even told us this morning about her sun cream company. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I think that's really great. Especially, I'm guaranteeing that she's wearing that right now with the sun of this El Salvador heat.
Yep, and son. Play on words, traveling with her son Daniel as well, age 10, and he's getting great experience, not only seeing his mum compete, but getting to surf El Sunzal as Alice Lemoine, up and riding on a Luffy, up to the tip, locks on that 5, holds that 5, walks out cleanly, just widens the stance into a nice sweeping downturn carve, and then coming back off the bottom into the high part of the wave, and as she touches that 5, drops back down, accelerates, and then moves to the tail to cut back to stay in the pocket. Waves actually now starting to clean up a little bit, Megs, getting a little bit more glacier as we move into the afternoon.
Yeah, the tide is, I mean, the wind is definitely switching. It almost feels like it's an offshore wind now. There's a little bit of bump, but not as much as earlier. And this was a very smart play on Alice, just because there's 5 minutes. She didn't have a second score, and she's already in 3rd. So she knows just by standing up, she can get that second score locked in to get her into 2nd. But of course, every surfer will think, if I need a 1.5, I'm not just going to surf to get a 1.5. I'm going to make sure I get into the 6s, the 7s, the excellent range, and looks like with that she might have done that.
Yeah, there we go, straight to the tip. And pulling this apart, is it going to go higher than that 5.50?
I think it'll get very close. The way that she had control from the very start of the wave, she went straight to that hang 5. Beautiful carving turn, very from top to bottom. That's what the judges like to see. Back into that power source. Just looking for this double up. Staying nice and high on this line. Beautiful drone shot of that beautiful kind of putting all her weight into that turn there.
And nice to have her shaper on the sand at Luis Bento. Luffy runs a fantastic surfboard factory near Costa de Caprica in the southern side of Lisbon in Portugal. And he's got other team riders represented. He's got his daughter Raquel Bento here. He's got the Dantas brothers, Antonio and João, but up and riding right now, Roxy Davies there. Big overhead section, has to cut back there just to stay in the power zone as we see a 7.33 just dropped for Hawaii's Honolulu Bloomfield on that second wave. Roxy Davies looking to add to that 1.40, cutting back nicely there, staying in control, cross-stepping cleanly up towards the tip, and just then dropping back down into this section as she gets the opportunity to come into some of this smoother water through the middle here. She cuts back, lively surfing from Roxy with 3 minutes 28 seconds to go, and Daisy Valdez is gonna be threatened for her position in second because Alice Lemoine will drop a score very soon as Roxy comes through to the inside, holds that 5, walks out of that 5 and just kicks out there and stays safe as a big overhead wall comes through, and putting that board into a sweeping down carve is your Hawaiian friend Honolulu Bloomfield, looking really, really sharp now, Megs.
Yeah, and that smart play and that big turn, but staying on that back of the board just so that she can create that high line again to walk up to that nose. And that's what Honolulu is really great at, is really reading the wave and using the position of the board to see what she can do next.
Wow, what a stacked heat this is. I mean, you would expect Alice and Honolulu to be potential gold medalists. We've just seen Rachel Tilley put on a great performance. So we've just seen Zoe as well, who was a copper medalist from last year. So across these two heats, you're seeing some big standard. And Daisy Valdez as well. Don't rule her out for getting all the way to the final, as Honolulu just kicks out cleanly on the inside there. She's got an 8.33 and a 7.33 already to her name, and 2 minutes 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, the way that she's surfing, she's already surfing like this is a final. I mean, those are 3 great waves. Again, a reminder, you only need 2 waves to score, and she I don't know, maybe in her mind she needs 30 points and not 20, but she's surfing it to the fullest, that's for sure.
Big shout out to Alima, an emerging new Philippines brand. Say hi to Luke Landrigan if you're listening in. Your team's doing well. Daisy Valdez currently sitting in second, but waiting for Alice's score and waiting for Roxy's score. So pressure will be on Daisy now, but she's in first priority. So 1 minute 40 seconds. What's going through the head of that surfer when they know they may well slip down in positions as they just have? Alice goes up into second.
I mean, this is, at this point, knowing that might be the last Hail Mary with this last set coming in, she's really got to know which wave is going to give her the best opportunity to do that. Is it going to be the first wave of the set? Is it going to be the second wave? And that's where it really plays into part of watching the surf.
And Daisy, a big name to be in the repechage. If she doesn't progress through this heat, then she's going to be a huge threat in those repechage rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's the way that she's surfing right now, she has big potential in that repechage. So everyone in the repechage, they better get their game going.
Well, big performances for both Rachel Tilley and Honolulu Bloomfield, going well into the excellent range on their scores, but up and riding right now. Daisy Valdez, overhead section there. She's got speed, control. Can she find the opportunity to get some pocket for nose rides? Because so far this wave hasn't really allowed that stall for the nose ride, so we haven't seen the opportunity for one of those critical setups to get those toes over the tip. This wave getting a little bit foamy, but it is steep, and there's that hang 5, and you can really see the need to control this section now as that chandelier crashes down. She just gets low, now using the rail grab, but only for a brief moment because she's got good control, stands high, and then little top turn, speed check, back up to the 5, locks the 5, gets a quick 10, and then deals with the Papusa section, backwash, and she pops up cleanly. She'll be fine, but that is testament to how juicy that section is in there.
Oh my gosh, I just, my heart was in my throat just now. I was literally scared the way she just was like, all right, I'm going to take one. And that was the Hail Mary she needed, honestly.
She went for that. She put everything into that. The only thing that let her down was the wave just didn't cooperate at the beginning. It didn't have much scoring potential early on.
Yeah, and I think that had to do with where she was positioned. I think she was a little bit too on the shoulder, not allowing her to get into that pocket. She was very much and she felt it, and that's why every time she cut back, she started making her way more to the left to try and get that inside section, and it did offer a great amount of nose riding.
What a fantastic heat that was. Roxy Davis will stay in fourth. She dropped a good 4 for her last wave. Daisy Valdez waiting for a score. It needs to be an 8.43 to move up into second. So as it stands, Hawaii, Honolulu Bloomfield in first. France, Alice Lemoine going for her third ISA gold medal in a row for the longboard event in second position.
Yeah, and you can tell the stress on Alice's face knowing that Daisy caught that wave and she needed that score. And when you're in that position, you can't see what's happening, right? You don't have a camera or a video monitor in front of you like we do here with all the replays and stuff. And she was stressing. So that was a good play on her part to catch that last wave for that fighting chance, just to keep her in second.
Great shot there of Roxy with her son Daniel. There's Honolulu Bloomfield just walking back over the sand, traveling here with the Hawaiian team and her partner Clay Craner. Fantastic skateboarder. What a performance for Hawaii. What a performance for France. But we've got more heats to come. We got an absolute beauty with Caitlin Mickelson, Kaleo Paha, Ninka Dunmeyer, and Sive Gerard. Stay with us as Shannon Hughes and the Wingnut come into the booth to continue to call the action.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Longboard Championships in Surf City, El Salvador, where we've been enjoying some really solid surfing throughout the week. Partly because the surf has just been pumping heat after heat. The occasional lull that comes through, and it's almost a nice, okay, we get to relax, take a deep breath. We don't have to be, watching another perfect hang 10 through the pocket. We get to actually just remember that there's other things going on in the world besides great longboarding.
No, there's not.
No, there's not. There's nothing else in the world besides great longboarding. Out in the water right now, heat number 6, round 2 for the women, American Samoa, Netherlands, Hawaii, and USA, with Sive Gerard, Nunca Dunmeyer, Khalees Kaleopa'a, and Caitlin Mickelson in the lineup. Top 2 advancing through to the main round. Bottom 2 will be heading into the Repêchage round. We will have some Repêchage round heats running on the men's Repêchage round 1 draw this afternoon. There will be 3 of those. Outside of that, everything else will be pushed till tomorrow, because by the time we finish that, it'll likely be dark, or maybe just enough time for us all to sneak out and get one wave as the sun sets.
There will be an extreme rush hour traffic situation coming off the beach at the end of that third Repêchage heat for sure.
Shannon Hughes alongside Wingnut for the call, and as we said, it's been a big 2 days of competition. It feels like we've been here a little bit longer than that, even surfing heats already, just because so many of the surfers arrived early, so many of the family members, the teams, the coaches getting here early to get things dialed, Wingnut, knowing that there was a lot on the line for a big week like this with those gold medals, those ISA Longboard World Championships that are on the line.
Yeah, it's been a great week of surf here already. It's been really fun to go out and get a few in between the competition starting and when we got here. And this afternoon now, it's glassed off. it's gotten so pretty after those bumps from that southeast
There
wind.
was so much wind earlier this morning. Those early heats were really challenging.
And you can see, here we go, our first paddler. It's going to be Sive from American Samoa.
All right, some great positioning here on the inside. First wave ridden a few minutes down. Great cross-stepping up into that first nose ride. Spends her time living in Hawaii. Her whole family is a surfing family, and they've been competing all together, representing American Samoa across multiple ISA disciplines through the years. And it's been awesome to see Sive continue to really pursue her love of longboarding here. We can see that grace, that style coming through with the fluidity of her footwork, her nose riding, that cross-step cutback that she drew through, now going in for that more winding roundhouse as she connects through for another hang 5. And this is going to be a solid way for her to start out her campaign within this heat. A little bumpy at the finish there, but really smooth before that.
Other than just the minor bobble on the kick out, she displayed an extremely competent variety of turns. And a lot of times when somebody will put that cross-footed cutback in, it's done just as maybe I can have some flair, but it never looks very natural. That was very smooth, and it flowed all the way through. And that's one of the best ones I've seen on either the men's or the women's side so far in the competition.
Yeah, it's one of those things that can be very functional, and we want to see functionality out of every maneuver. We don't want to see someone just putting it in for the sake of being like, oh, right, I can also do this really quickly. Look, cross-step cut back.
Yeah, and they're throwing it in as kind of a, not even flair, it's just kind of, it's a competitive thought, not just natural movement.
Yeah. Down to 16 minutes on the clock, and these 3 surfers have yet to catch their opening wave, which means there's no priority established. The surfer in the inside position will have that first priority. And having a look here, surfer in green's going to have to pull out, and she does that very quickly without standing up. Nunca Dunmeyer now up and riding. Nose rides through the first section, gets clipped by that second section. Unfortunately, she'll go down. That will set her into the priority rotation alongside of Sive whenever Sive makes it out the back again in the next few minutes. And then Khalees and Caitlin, 2 surfers that have been surfing heats against each other for a long time. Caitlin's a few years older than what Khalees is, but the 2 of them have been representing, you know, their own surfing on the world tour for a number of years now, and have been drawing each other in those head-to-head matchups throughout the world tour schedule.
So yeah, it's a pretty serious heat, I would think, as far as some competitive juice between the athletes in this one.
It's one of those that you kind of look at, and the same as the last one where you have a Honolua and an Alice in the lineup, and you go, that's an amazing matchup between those 2. And the other 2 surfers in there are fantastic, but it's going to take a lot of work and the potential maybe even mistakes of the other 2 to allow them that chance to advance, only because we know that there are literally world titles paddling around.
Exactly, and it's interesting to see when one of the senior or more experienced competitors gets a little rattled, gets a little shaken. None of that in Hano's performance in the last heat, that is for sure. She really put on a master class in how that wave needs to be surfed, approached. She just looked relaxed the entire time. It was really an enjoyable heat to watch.
That's right, and where for Alice, it was a little bit more of one of those scrappy heats where at the finish she was trying to find that score. She often has those in an event where she ends up doing really well, and it gives her this fire inside. She's one of the women that has no problem really showing her emotion when she gets really frustrated with something, when she really has to kind of dig deep in that moment, where some of the others will stay maybe a little bit more calm and kind of hold those emotions inside. Alice is someone that's going to take that kind of performance, having still advanced her in the top 2, and really want to push moving forward.
And there goes Khalees whipping around on a set. We saw that set stacking up out the back. Let's see if she can get ahead of this one.
All right, so crouching low, looking to try and sneak around. We lost sight of her for just a moment, but she just gracefully stands right back up and decides to kick out.
I like that choice because some of the bigger ones that run wide really offer nothing down the line. They swing so far off the point that you're spending your whole time just waiting, you know, for this something to possibly happen in the shore break. I think that was a really wise decision, even though we've already expended 7 minutes in this heat.
That's right, and that does hand Caitlin now that first priority. She hasn't paddled into a wave yet, but she'll have that opportunity to take the pick, and now everyone's going to be back sitting out there as it's gone into a little bit more of a lull. Unfortunate for Khalees that wave didn't really open up for her on the takeoff, and one of those where maybe she felt the need to just pull the trigger, just get things moving.
I thought it was a good look. You might as well give it a shot. I mean, she's lost. She's going to be number 4 priority. But also she's really taking her time going back out, and a lot of these waves might swing underneath those with priority.
Yeah, it's a very smart, slow paddle at the moment. It doesn't mean that she's not engaged. It actually means that she's watching that lineup likely closer than they even are. As we can see, this wave just sneak under everyone else.
You can see
wave in the
Caitlin
set.
at the top, you know, running a little deeper. She's holding priority. She knows she can pick her line. There's the savvy competitor in Caitlin Mickelson.
And here we go, starting to put in that dedicated paddle. She'll be into this wave, setting herself up with that quick opening nose ride. Very traditional of her, into that quick hang 5, pedaling really fast off to the tail, and now looking for that swooping carve, setting her up right out of that carve into that footwork. The moment that she has that power coming out of that turn, that bit of movement, she's straight back up on that cross step. Always looking great now. She comes through for a couple more swoops and opens up that wingspan as well. Just eyeing off down the line. Nice that she was able to get that early bit of footwork in, those early couple of nose rides, because now she has that opportunity to just flow with this wave coming through to the inside. Looking now for maybe that extra opportunity for a nose ride. She won't be able to capitalize on it. We got a bit of work done on the outside. However, we can now see the situation and understand it fully, because Sive Gerard dropped a 7.5 for her opening wave, Wingnut.
What a strong opening wave, and I think that score really represents the work she put in and how cleanly she did it. So it'll be interesting to see where Caitlin's stacks into that, and then we'll see. I mean, the other threat there is going to be Kelis. So let's take a look at this wave. Nice controlled footwork, toes right to the edge. You can see underneath it, cross-stepping back, not going all the way back to the tail. She knows she is going to pick a speed line, so she's just kind of using that chest part of the board to keep the momentum going forward. She really dealt with that bounce really well. Now with the drone, you really get a sense of how fast the surfers are going on this wave. The way she came out of that turn, it allowed her to go back to the nose very quickly. A little shuffle step back there, and adjusting her feet to the back, really allowing herself to get in position. And as we know, she's going to get some nice turns, but that wave does not offer another nose ride as she gets to the inside, and then she's going to get bounced off eventually.
Well, your reigning USA champion looking strong on her opening ride. Scores still coming through. We've got that little red circle next to her name, as we know that the judges are having a think about it. And we saw some great surfing in that previous heat with Honolua Bloomfield, the Hawaiian team down there on the beach, but Honolua already on the shoreline, ready to catch up with Benway.
Thank you very much, guys. Here with Honolua Bloomfield, representing Hawaii. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So second session today, we've seen some big shifts in wind, in tide. It seems like it's starting to kind of butter out a little bit. Was it kind of easier to kind of keep that style and that grace through these conditions without all the chop and bump that we had earlier?
Yeah, it was pretty fun out there. I honestly expected it to be less bumpy, but there still was a little bump on the face. The waves were really fun, though. There was a lot of waves, I think, in my heat, and I got some good ones, so I'm stoked.
We're starting to see the beach get eaten away by all this swell. Are you feeling a little more backwash in the warble through the midsection?
I haven't noticed it, but probably because I deal with it a lot in Hawaii. Yeah, so I haven't noticed it yet. But
So Cindy Portillo for El Salvador kept in the main round, and El Salvador is just so stoked to have all of you guys here in Surf City. How's your experience been here, and what have your favorite things about Surf City been?
oh man, everything really. I love this place. I love this wave. I'm regular foot, so it's a dream come true for me. You really can't beat it.
And the waves never turn off. It's a constant machine here. It's just like a catcher's mitt to swell.
It's probably like the most consistent I've ever seen a place. And I've been like a lot of places in the world, right?
Well, you're going to get a lot more chances to go out there, hopefully a lot more chances out there with just three other people in the water. That's a rare occasion here at Sunzal. So eat it all up and enjoy, and I guess you're done for the day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, go drink some water, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. That's a really interesting point about the backwash, and with Hawaiians having to deal with that all of the time, or really a lot of surfers that are living in those kind of island areas, so much backwash to deal with.
Yeah, and different waves, like we'll get that same problem at Pleasure Point, but that's at the higher tide when it's going to rebound off the cliffs and come back at us, or it's a steep beach. And I really enjoyed this wave of Khalees. Great nose ride to open it out front. And I really like this smooth, long, drawn-out drives to increase her speed because she knew this section was trying to run away from her. Gets to the nose again, comes back, and now it's those graceful S turns while she's waiting for the inside to open up for her. You can follow the track of that whitewater. You can really see from this angle about where the wave is going to break, where you're going to have to cut back because it gets so soft. Her wave is bigger. It went through that, allowed her that nice nose ride. Now she's kind of looking back and forth, seeing what's the final option on this wave. How do I want to end it? And she chooses a nice clean kick out. Think about that. Probably saves so much time on the paddle back out.
That's exactly it. As we take a look more from, the judge's perspective here, that straight on look, which really allows us to see more of the critical nature of that wave throughout.
Really how steep that wave is. The drone does not do this wave justice to give you an idea of how vertical the face is and how much speed she's getting, having to travel up and down the face of the wave. She really read this well, didn't rush anything that was going on, and as she gets into the end section, gets a great nose ride, hits it again and hold, that nice long hold right there. Now she's going to give it a quick look and decide safety first, speed yourself back out to the top. I like those last little S turns, control all the way through as Sive goes off on another one.
Now up and riding for Sive Gerard, American Samoa, on her forehand and setting herself up out of this opening section. No work really done yet, just kind of along for the ride as this is a bigger wave. It's got a bit of bump to it. It hasn't really given her anything to even work with as we see her sort of get into that first turn, but she's just redirecting that board. Now starting to really engage that rail, getting a bit more footwork in, locks in for that hang 5. She is looking now to back up the 7.5 that she opened up with, which was a slightly smaller wave, gave her maybe a little more scoring opportunity on that outside section, as we've seen with many of them. But now she's got this inside stand-up, and that's looking great. That opportunity to go 1, 2 hang 5s on this finishing section. Will she continue with it? Looks like she's going to finish all the way and just makes that kick out right in time. But I also, thinking back to Khalees's finish, I love the way she demonstrated her control, her ease, her kind of peace of mind to throw in those S turns just before kicking out without any kind of panic involved at all. As we see our Dutch surfer, Nunca Dunmeyer, spends a lot of time training other surfers around the world on longboarding and great footwork and the likes. Unfortunately goes down on that opening maneuver. As we see Caitlin now out the back. Caitlin dropped in a 5.93 for her opening ride, coming in with a lot of speed behind the section, checking it here just to line herself up for what's coming in front. She's got that really smooth style always in her rail surfing and on the tail. As she takes a couple steps forward here, she looks like she might continue to try and just link this one through to the inside section. It's awesome from this angle to just be able to see how much that wave is tapering off, but that there is that opportunity to stay with it, to stay with the power. She's going to be looking for that to try and find maybe another nose ride here through that inside section, noting that she already has that 5. She wants to get everything she can for points. She may be able to link in one more nose ride, just a quick one there, which now is starting to feel like kind of a waste of time because she's going to have that much farther on the paddle back out.
There was a lot of nothing from that wave in the second half. That wave really died out on that one, so that was unfortunate. It looked like a good wave from the start, but outside is where those points were going to be, and not a lot happened on that one.
That's right, unfortunately for Caitlin, and now she's in a more challenging position. Everyone has the single big score on the board aside from Nunca down in 4th position, but Khalees has just dropped a 6.93, which takes her into the lead with the 1-point ride backing it up. Sive with a 7.5 as the high score. She's the only surfer with that second score already to drop through that we know she had some kind of work done with, and now Caitlin also with a second score to see where it will fit into that 5.93. She's at the moment needing less than a 2-point ride, but we also know that Sive has a score to drop, so no one's really safe at the moment given that they've just got kind of those single big scores on the board.
And we're down to 3 minutes left in this heat. This one has
So fast.
really run away quickly, but what a nice set. And, you know, from this angle, we're waiting to see, did somebody catch a wave they didn't want to catch?
That was really unfortunate. I think Nunca was just trying to sneak over the top and would have gotten dragged back with the tail.
How many times has that happened to you? Just when you think
so
you're
many.
getting through the wave.
At this spot.
It just starts to pull you back, and you're like, no.
You just kind of have that moment of being like, all right, I kind of have to accept this. What's going to happen next? Reset.
Yeah, that's when you're on the donkey cart ride. Oh, my gosh. So Khalees outside with priority, 2 minutes left, and already has a lead. But I agree. I think that's going to change as soon as Sive's score drops in. And then we'll have to see what happens. Caitlin's second score is going to come in as well. There's going to be a little bit of bouncing around here on the leaderboard before the heat ends. Khalees is spinning around. It looks like she's going to give this one a paddle.
And she's got that first priority, so she's able to, has a look. She doesn't get into it. That's going to count against her in the priority rotation. Sive now able to sneak into this one just underneath the rest of the surfers. Quick steps up to the board and straight into it onto that hang 5. Steps back now. We're still waiting for her second wave. This will be her third. Great opportunity for her to try and build on that backup score as well, as it looks like it's gone a little bit flat out the back. And now having that opportunity to try and finish off and capitalize on the inside wing nut.
Right. She's keeping that board moving. She's focusing on where the white water and where there's some energy might be, but that one's dying out. She's got a minute left. I don't know if it makes sense to kind of dig yourself all the way out back. You can see Caitlin Mickelson. She's trying to get back out there right now as well.
And scores have just dropped. A 4.4 lands for the last wave of Sive, which sets her up with a great lead. It means that Khalees needs at least a 5-point ride in order to take the lead. Nunca down into, well, she was in fourth. Now she's up into third because she dropped the backup score, the 4.87, now on the board. And Caitlin Mickelson in fourth does have another score to come through. She's only chasing a 2, and we've got a set approaching now.
And I think Nika's in position for this one and is going to go. Nice late takeoff.
Perfect late takeoff. Sets her up well down the line to make it around that first section. Now she starts trimming up towards that top third of the wave. Needs to kind of find that moment again to capitalize on that early nose ride, which is where we're seeing some of those girls that maybe have a little bit more competitive experience behind them. They're able to climb to the top of that nose as that board is climbing up the face of that wave. But she's doing a great job here just with that tail work, a little cross step quickly, and you can sense that that wave has a lot of energy. It had a lot of power from the takeoff even. And now coming through to the inside section, she only needs a 3.07, although we do have a score to drop for Caitlin Mickelson, which will also likely change the situation. So Nunca should be surfing herself well above that 3-point range right now to try and find success.
And really the shocker here is not having a good backup wave for Khalees, as the time has run out on this heat. So let's see if our surfer from Hawaii was able to find one when we look back. Looks like the drone has found her out the back.
Wow. Well, it was that paddle. She then lost priority,
Yes.
and there wasn't multiple waves in that set. So she went down to the bottom of the priority roster and didn't have the authority to take off on the wave that Nunca took off on.
And didn't adjust herself inside. She didn't really need much of a second wave, but didn't make that shift to get inside in case the clock was going to threaten her.
And the crazy thing is that it's only a 2-point requirement for Caitlin Mickelson. Also, she was only able to get that single wave. She's got a score to drop through. And to get a 2-point ride, she would have needed to stand up, do a couple cross steps,
A turn.
and kick out. And we know that she did more than that.
So great work from Sive. She played a really well-surfed heat all the way through. She earned that first position.
She even improved on her overall lead. She had the 4.4 as her backup. She then grew that to the 5.17.
So now waiting to see what's going to happen with the two surfers that have scores yet to drop. So the judges taking their time trying to get that right. You can see the Hawaiian camp in the top of the screen there. There is a lot of nervousness on the beach.
There is a lot of tension right now. This is
the Californians, the American team at the top of your screen now. This is going to be an interesting result here.
So all scores are in for Khalees. She wasn't able to get herself a finishing wave. The 6.93 is basically what she's relying on with the strength of the 1-point ride on that early mistake. Caitlin Mickelson drops a 4.17. She jumps up into second, which also now means the requirement on Hollins, Nunca Dunmeyer is up into the 5-point range. And based off of her performance, I don't think she's going to be able to get that score. And it's going to end up being Caitlin Mickelson just finding out that she'll be advancing through behind Sive Gerard. We do have the last score for blue to lock in. So we're just waiting for that one now, but Wingnut, it's in that 5-point range as a requirement.
Right, and it'll be interesting. I don't know if there was enough scoring opportunity on that wave. We're not going to write it off just yet. But an upset either way, if it was Caitlin or Khalees moving into Repêchage, that was going to be an upset. And I think it was Sive who set the whole thing in motion with such a strong opening performance.
That's right. You know, she was able to walk through with that 7.5 as her opening wave, and that completely set the tone, where a 2 was the opening wave of Nunca, a 1 was the opening wave of Khalees, and then it took Caitlin a long time to find herself with the near 6 for her opening wave and then battle back just at the finish. Scores are in. It's a 3.07 for Nunca, which is enough to move her into that 3rd place position, knocking Khalees down into 4th. And officially, Caitlin Mickelson can breathe a sigh of relief. She is through to the next round behind Sive Gerard with a heat win. We'll be hearing from her shortly after a very impressive performance. A 12.67 heat total will take her through into main round 3. We'll be back with more action right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
We're into heat 7 of women's main round 2, and the pressure is starting to heat up. We've got more stacked heats as those surfers have taken out a 1st or 2nd place result yesterday or early this morning in the main round 1, and they're now out in the lineup looking to keep themselves into main round number 3. Hiroka Yoshikawa now up and riding with some great footwork as she finishes off that outside section, now has more for this wave opening up in front of her. Some of these waves have been standing up really well through the inside section. Some of them have been fizzling out so much and almost catching the surfers by surprise that they don't have that gnarly in section to deal with. As we take a look now at really smooth, fluid surfing from Hiroka as she comes through to the inside for that final hang 5. Might have one more opportunity, goes in for that cross step cut back, keeps all that concentration on her face and in her feet as she cross steps up for one more hang 5, and somehow connects it together for a little roller coaster finish, gives herself some applause, and will be feeling great for Team Japan.
She, you know, the word for me on that wave was flow. All those small turns, flowing, keeping the momentum going in the duller section of the wave was really graceful.
Impressive. Now Uruguay's Inés Bissau up and riding on her opening wave, setting that rail as she drives down to the bottom of this wave, starts to set herself up for that climb to the top once again. That kind of bowly section opening up in front of her. She's got a lot of speed, just trimming it off. And looking down the line, you can see that she's really trying to focus on, all right, where does she go from here? What does she do to try and get those points a bit higher? Having engaged that rail a bit, we're now going to be looking for the use of some of that footwork, especially still being in the main round. And that conversation is going to become more prominent likely after tomorrow. as we take a look at Carlota from Team Spain, trimming her way through the outside, and it's starting to get that afternoon feel to it. The wind has calmed down a little bit from what we had through that midday. The sun is dropping a little bit lower, and everyone is still in that competitive mindset because we've got a few hours to go, but just not quite as much. And for someone like Carlota, she's been waiting a while now to be able to get into the lineup this afternoon, watching patiently with the other surfers, starting to really get to know this wave a bit better. And here we go with some great footwork through that middle section of the board, really just calm and gracefully flowing as she finds in that final nose ride. Ooh. And unfortunately with that slip, I think they would deem that nose ride incomplete because she wasn't able to finish out that turn at the end of it. But great dedication to the finishing section.
Yeah, that's the risk-reward concept as we see Luana land hers as well. But I think Hiroka really had quite a finishing performance on her last wave, on the way she finished her wave off.
Luana Soares, she scored a 9.33 in this morning's competition. It was a very solid score on a pretty sizey wave as well. The conditions were a little more consistent this morning when we showed up, Wingnut.
Lots more waves in every heat this morning. And again, we had that building tide situation, so they're having the benefit of that. And then we kind of lost the consistency of the swell through the tide change.
15 minutes on the clock. We've got scores coming through across the board. And we've already got Sive Gerard up and off the sand, hanging out with Ben Way. Let's catch up with her now.
Thank you very much. Winner of that last heat, representing American Samoa, Sive Gerard. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it was really fun out there. I tried to catch good waves, but yeah, it was fun.
No, you surfed a really good heat. You kept building on your score line throughout the heat. It did look like you got stuck a little bit on the inside on one of the sets, but everything worked out in your favor on that one. It seemed like those were some of the better conditions. There were very, very tricky conditions through the late morning. What were the differences in the surf and the waves that you felt from the morning heat and this one?
I think the morning heat was a little cleaner, like not as much like wind. It's not really windy right now, but like kind of the wind's kind of like messing with the wave a little bit, so it's kind of harder to nose ride. But you can still get good waves.
Well, it looks like that Luffy board's working really, really well. How much time have you spent on that?
This is like my third day riding it, and I really love it. It's like the best board I've ever ridden, so I'm really stoked on it.
I still remember the first time I saw you surf the north side of the pier in Oceanside, and you had that like beige town and country board, and I was like, who is this kid? She rips, and you surf so well. It's how hard is it to really get adjusted when you do switch over to a board? Can you feel right away if that's the one that you're going to want to stick to, or do you just kind of give it time to get used to it?
Like for me, like I usually like judge my boards on my first wave, and like if I can catch a good first wave on the board, then I just love it. Like my first wave on my Luffy board, I was like, oh my god, this is the best board like I've ever had. Yeah.
It's great. Yeah, I have to agree. I make boards for myself, and sometimes I'm like, nope, that's just not it. So I think you'll be sticking with that. It looks like there's some kind of interesting little channels. Do you know much about that board?
If I'm being completely honest, no. I met Luffy in the Philippines, and he's like, I'm going to make you a board, and then he brought it here, and I just like started writing it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got some interesting little flutes for you guys at home. It's got these little fluted double concave through the tail. Looks very cool. I'm going to let you take a rest. You've had two surfs in some pumping machine waves here in Sunzal, and it's been a great day.
Oh yeah, thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Sive, for your insights, some interesting equipment under her feet. I mean, that's, the performance that she's putting on now on a board that she's hardly ridden for, 72 hours?
Yeah, very impressive.
Very, very impressive. I remember the year that Alice Lemoyne won the WSL Longboard Championship event at Malibu at the end of the season. She didn't quite win the world title. She needed to win the event in the rankings in order to have a shot. But then Honolulu was able to actually win the world title that year. That Alice broke her main board that she surfed all the time in like round 3 and had to run in, grab her backup board that she'd never surfed before. And that board, she said she caught her first wave and it was like lights on. Why haven't I been riding this? And it took her all the way to a victory. So it happens occasionally.
Yeah, it's interesting when competitors get in their mind how much they like one board and they're not willing to even, experiment with the backup board, and then, magic happens when you finally are forced onto that board. I wonder if Ben gets a refund from his shaper when his shaper makes him a board he doesn't like.
That's a great question. Save a little money.
No, Ben told me that he pawns them off on friends. He doesn't tell them why he's selling them the board. He just says, "Oh, I made this one.
Hey, I've got this at a discount."
I think you're going to really like it."
Yeah,
so.
totally. Well, Hiroka sitting out in the leading position. Her father, a shaper. It's been great to have some chats. And Megs Godinez and I were chatting yesterday afternoon after the competition about how incredible it is that so many of the longboarders specifically have a personal relationship with their shaper, with the equipment. They actually spend time in the shaping bay. They tend to know their equipment maybe better than what we're seeing on the shortboarding competitive side of things, where a lot of surfers are just kind of being handed a big quiver of boards and they're testing things and they're getting to know it, but they don't know those boards very well. And it's because I feel like there's so many close relationships personally between those surfers and those shapers.
And I think that our boards last longer. So we get to know our boards so much better. I mean, I have
That's
boards
true.
that I've owned for over a decade.
Yeah.
So
you get some competitors that are 5 years deep on the same board and they love it.
Exactly. Whereas on a short board, if you find a really magic board, the athletes I've talked to is they start to really get protective when they ride them. They won't in free surfs land airs. They'll be really careful to keep that magic one so that it's alive through the heats that are important to them. Whereas us, we have this long relationship with our boards, and you start to know them even better and better. So for me, when I would get a new board, when Mark would shape me a new one, I always go into it with, this is going to be the best one I ever had, and I assume it's going to be able to do everything. And it's over the course of a year I'll find maybe there's something this isn't quite doing, and I'll be ready for another one. But I've got boards that Mark shaped me, and this is Mark Martinson, who passed away last year. I've got boards that Mark shaped me that are over 20 years old, and I've kept them because that's one of the better ones that's always going to work. Yeah. And I would hand off the other ones and trade them back in. So long relationships with a board, with a shaper. I think as surfers get older and understand the hydrodynamics and how boards work, those relationships with shapers become really important.
It is such an important thing. We're seeing that in a lot of these longboarders on the ground this week. As we take a look now at Carlota, she dropped a 4.17 for her opening ride. Now having a look at this one, little lull in the action, so she's going to get those legs working once again with that cross step, dropping down to the bottom of the wave, and looking to improve on what she did on that previous wave. So a little bit more footwork here, finds that locked in hang 5. Perfect as she's trimming in just behind the section, just races out of it now, uses that rail, setting herself up back in that pocket section of the wave. It's a lot smaller, it's a little bit tapered off, but it has those nice corners to it that are allowing her to not have to put very much effort into keeping that momentum moving forward. Couple steps here and those redirects. She's really good at redirecting the board wing nut from that middle portion.
And I think you pointed out that it was a little bit of a smaller wave. I mean, still head high, even overhead.
Yeah, it's funny that feels small right now. I'm like, that was tiny.
But it fit on the point so much better, right? It had a nice consistent speed to the face of that wave. It gave her the opportunity to nose ride in turn, as opposed to being one that you had to run way out and then it gets so fat as it falls off the reef that the rest of your wave is all of a cutback. So again, that medium large as opposed to an extra large wave seems to be a better shape at this particular tide.
We would find the same thing. I lived in J-Bay for so many years, and when it would get really big, it was fun to go out and charge and surf bigger waves, specifically down at the Point, which is a world-class longboarding wave. Supers is obviously fantastic, but the Point is like so perfectly curated for riding boards like this out on it. And we would find that on those big days, it would be fun to go and charge, but it would break so wide that it would be way more slopey. Those smaller days, you'd get such a good pocket throughout. You could get really good locked-in nose rides. As we take a look at some replays here with this 6-point ride that's dropped in for Luana Suarez.
And look how she cuts back and sets up that wave so well. Doesn't rush to try to get ahead of it because she knows that's where the power is going to be. The way that face lifts up and allows a really nice carve back below the whitewater. She's going to take her time here. Just setting it up, keeping the board moving, turns or incorporating the tail, the rail, nice and smooth. Nothing rushed. That little cross step that helps your momentum and weight go forward, as opposed to, we've seen other surfers kind of pump and hop and try to make their board go. That was all done with flow, and lands that even though the nose went underwater about 6 inches. And again, we'll look at the replay from
Carlota now has dropped in a 3.67 for this last wave. It has her sitting in the lead.
Yes, again, look how clean this wave is, being a little bit more on the inside, that glassy face, not rushing it. She actually held her back so that it would rise to the top third of the wave where she could cross step all the way out to the nose. Swings the shoulder around. I would have liked to have seen that cutback go a little deeper. That would have given her a better opportunity for the nose ride as she climbs out of that one. See how she's getting into kind of the softer shoulder. It's really great to second guess a wave while you're sitting up here. Oh, I know what I would have done. I think she's done a marvelous job on this wave. Finishes it with a quick touch to the nose and kicking out without having to deal with the shore break.
In another kind of slower heat, she's the only surfer out there with the 2 waves on the board. So at the moment, she's sitting in the lead. Ines now up and riding on her forehand, I believe, in the blue jersey as she cuts back into that section. Setting it up here, looking for another opportunity to nose ride. It was great that she got that footwork in at the beginning of this wave. Now we're going to see a little bit of kind of rail to rail to keep herself trimming through here. Sitting on a 317 from her opening wave, and she knows that wave's not going to have a lot in it on the finish. Get out and have an opportunity to catch one more.
I agree. That was a nice, smart exit position there to go back out and try to capture a bigger one with a little bit more than 5 minutes remaining in the heat. Again, not as many waves ridden in this heat, but some nice high scores. Luana especially with that 6.0.
Yeah, that was a great way for Luana to continue, you know, just the campaign that she began this morning, locking herself in with the highest heat total overall. With the 9.33, she had a 7-point ride on the board as well. So she did really well with the consistency there. She'd be feeling that out in the lineup now, knowing, you know, she hasn't quite found herself an excellent ride again, but having that consistency, having already had some good waves, it's a great opportunity for her to continue backing up that performance moving forward and sitting on the highest heat total of the women's event at the moment.
I was wondering if we'd seen that wave coming in on the horizon, if one of our surfers was going to take advantage of it, and Hiroka.
Oh, no!
Wow, an unexpected mistake from Hiroka, and that's going to affect where she sits in priority now, especially with her being in last place currently in the heat.
Wow, that is so unfortunate. The 5-time Japanese champion, she's finished within that kind of top 15 conversation on the World Longboard Tour in the past. She dropped some very big scores in that conversation. This is definitely uncharacteristic of her to be sitting without that good wave already under her belt. That 4.5 in the context of the heat is a great position. She only needs a 1.74 to move herself back into second, but we also know that Luana Soares is likely going to take away that second or advancing position just by standing up and getting 1 or 2 maneuvers connected together, and this is going to be her opportunity for that now. Using that first priority, little fade on the takeoff, sets herself up perfectly for that opening hang 5, steps back now and just S-turns her way through this frothy kind of section on the wave, setting it up here through the inside, and that wave standing a little bit taller, a little more powerful behind, but again, not allowing very much else.
That wave looked like it had a lot more potential when she took off on it. I bet she is surprised as well. You know, that is definitely going to move her into second place. She didn't need virtually anything to do it. So a good opportunity for Hiroka right now to move herself back up. But our current heat leader has priority in the water. And with 3 minutes left, it'll be interesting to see what kind of opportunities are left for the remainder of the heat for Hiroka and Luana.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be a good-looking wave. It seems like it should stand up pretty well for Carlota. Quick steps up to the nose, quick hang 5, touches the tip, now just kind of flowing, driving off the rail. I love that feeling when you're not even maybe going all the way to the top to the bottom, but you're just finding that little speed line. As she drives back into this section, throws a bit of spray off that outside rail, steps back once again, and now looks for that opportunity to try and put that board a little more on rail, just misses a little bit of that opportunity to really engage that rail and get a proper turn thrown in the mix. She's able to still find that redirection, but there's a difference in that kind of turn to what we're seeing from the likes of what Luana is doing out in the lineup, what Hiroka is capable of as well, or what we've seen from some of the other women's heats earlier today.
And I think she missed an opportunity in the top half of that wave because she was pretty far out in front of the pocket, and that was had a really smooth face behind her. I think there was an opportunity there to really score a good nose ride, and I think she left some meat on that bone.
She's a 28-year-old from the Basque Country, which is one of my favorite regions in the world. Incredible, great surf, incredible food as well. She's currently studying her PhD in psychology as we take a look at Ines Bissau, up and riding for Uruguay. Perfect 5 to 10 combination. Pedals off with ease. She's chasing down a 4.67 right now to take herself into leading position. Does well to just crouch low, allow that energy to push her around that whitewater, back into the open face, into that first turn, setting herself up now, a little bit more of that rail being engaged as well on this inside section. And now just thinking intently about how to kind of put that ending exclamation point on this wave. She had a great outside nose ride section wing nut, and now she's got the opportunity to continue here.
Gets another nice nose ride right at the end. Let's see if she can stick the landing. No, that one came up quickly. Looks like she's safe. You can always tell if they're not because they're touching the part of their body that got hit by the board. So did not quite stick the landing on that, but that was a really good final wave for her in this heat. And Hiroka is now still suffering from second priority. Luana just went down on a wave there. So I think priority goes to Hiroka, but there's 30 seconds left. Will she find a wave that's going to allow her to get up into, here she goes. Hiroka is got a good paddle going for this one, and it should have a clean face after the last few waves of that set.
It looks like the perfect wave for her to perform on. Into a locked-in hang 5. She's able to hold it there for a few seconds. That's super important. Little stumble on the way back to the nose, but now finds it, locks in once again. This is going to be a great thing towards her campaign. And that turn is dynamic. It's got flair, it's got a bit of spice and power to it. Also lines her up perfectly to get back into that nose ride. This is the sort of surfing that we've been waiting for the entire heat wing nut from our young Japanese competitor.
I know she's making me nervous, and I would tell Kalia all the time in her heats, remember, you've done all that beautiful work. You're making money, making money, making money. Put it in your pocket. Finish that wave, and it looks like Hiroka is going to do that. She's going to be able to bring all that money to the bank. How is she going to finish it? Gave that a great committed try to stick the landing, but I think all the work she did on the outside is going to really pay off. I think that score is going to come in, and she'll be really pleased with it.
Big smile there from the 31-year-old out of Onjuku in Chiba. Loves surfing, some great beach breaks, thrives when she gets the opportunity to surf a perfect point break on her forehand. Big support from Natsumi Taoka. Those two are such a threat to that gold medal this week, Wingnut.
Absolutely, this whole team is, and great work, Dad, making her such a fantastic board. It must be the pride, not only in watching your child surf so well, but on a board that you built for. Just, again, one of those beautiful stories that we have in our longboard world.
Well, we've got scores that have come through for the rest of the field. Last of Luana Suarez that counts was a 3.8, and that betters her 6 for her heat total, moves her up into the lead. Ines Bissau of Uruguay dropped a 4.67 for her last wave, which was a great score. Has her sitting in second, though, now, and puts the requirements into the 3-point range on Carlota and Hiroka. Carlota's last wave, she needed a 3.68. She only got a 3.43. She put in some great effort, but unfortunately, it's just shy of that second place requirement. And now Hiroka needs a 3.35 for her last wave.
I'm going to go out on a limb. Take a huge risk here. Say she got the score.
I'm going to say she got the score, too. Very, very risky there.
No, I thought that was a really little nervous at the beginning. There were a couple of little bobbles, but once she got through that part, she really settled down and rode that wave really well. So I can see Luana. Oh, there it is. The score came in. Fantastic. A 6.57. Hiroka makes it to first place in that heat.
Incredible. And that 6.57 off the strength of those two locked in long hang 5s at the start. A few of those little stumbles maybe keeping it from going even higher, but getting a lot of work done along the way, and a very impressive performance from Hiroka Yoshikawa. Big smiles. Luana Suarez holds on to that second place position with ease, and that does bump Ines Bissau and Carlota Huergue down into that third and fourth place position, but we're going to see more of them tomorrow in the Repêchage rounds. Let's go to a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be the final heat of the day for the women's division. We will have 3 more of men's Repêchage round 1 coming for the wrap-up of the day. But up next, Maria Fernanda Reyes, last year's silver medalist, hitting the lineup.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Longboard Championships in Surf City, El Salvador, with Leah Diaz of Costa Rica, Tilde Rasmussen of Denmark, Maria Fernanda Reyes of Peru, and Emily Curry of England in the water for our final heat of the women's round.
Let's go, Leah. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a little biased?
The young Costa Rican that you have spent a lot of time working with in the past. She had a fantastic performance earlier this morning.
Yeah, and she just doesn't get nervous. She just seems to enjoy every minute she's in the water anytime I've ever been with her. So that energy, that positive vibe kind of goes through. We see it with Rachel Tilley, right? You know, and I think that's a great way to be looking at these things. Look at them charging over that set. Another one of those big sets to start this heat off has the competitors scrambling out the back. Will anyone be in position to spin around for this as the set starts to back off a little? Let's hope nobody's out too far. Look. Oh, come on, Leah.
Close. She gave it a good paddle.
Quitter.
Couldn't quite get into that.
But look, it's good that she didn't. You see how far that went
She was
down?
that smart.
She
not
actually
wanting.
chose not to catch that wave.
Definitely.
But look, I like the way that she's realized that and she's adjusted her position over. Because there's one more in this set, and you can see, look at her scratching to see if she can get wide enough to take advantage of this. Come on, kid. But
also putting herself in position where she maybe could have had it, not quite. But Leah able to scratch into this one, repositioned really well, reassessing the situation, and she's going to be off and riding with her first wave into that 5, locked in just behind the section. Now trimming back, setting herself up on the rail, getting a little stumble there as she resets to head into that hang 5. Really frothy in front of her. Impressive that she's able to hold her composure with so much white water, so much chop underneath her feet. It's challenging for us with this drone angle to see anything about the critical nature of where she's positioned, but you could tell, at least by kind of how bobbly it was, that it wasn't the easiest wave to surf.
And again, it had all that white water from that previous set. But I like the way she committed to getting a wave. I mean, 5 minutes are gone out of this heat already, right? And look, completely flat ocean as she's paddling back out. So she did well to put herself in position to take advantage of the last wave of that big set.
Especially up against the experience of Maria Reyes and Emily Curry. Both of them with, you know, world tour experience for a number of years. They've been here competing on behalf of their countries for, you know, all 4 years that this event essentially has been running, aside from maybe the early year of 2013. But out of 2018, 2019, and then 2023, those two were on the team every year for their nations.
You can see the surfers outside trying to reposition. They've gotten pulled a little bit deep, at least they feel by the way they reposition this way. So it'll be interesting for Leah to get eyes on this set as it breaks and as they take off on this next set.
Yeah, we've got a paddle here from our surfer in the white jersey, Emily Curry. So she opted to put herself in kind of a tricky position behind the pocket, but wanting to make sure she could capitalize on that inside positioning, priority. And there we go into that first turn. Now quick couple steps, locks in for a hang 5, holds it for a couple seconds. Cross steps off the nose, push that back foot all the way over the fin to really engage with it and get that carve locked in. A couple more steps here. Doesn't quite get to the nose, but just really managing what this wave has in front of her, trimming, setting it up now as she continues through to the inside section. And she's done well with this wave, considering that the outside was really just kind of holding on, making it around that section, displaying that she feels comfortable in bigger surf. And now she's been able to get a lot of work done through to the inside.
Absolutely. While we're going to wait for those scores, let's go back down to Ben, and he can speak with the winner of our last heat.
As winner of the last round 2 heat number 8, Japan's Hiroko Piratan Yoshikawa, omedetou gozaimasu.
Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu.
So first question, I'm just going to ask what the difference in the surf that she felt from her morning heat and this heat just now. 朝もやってて、今回のヒート、波の違さちょっと説明してください。
Waves were bigger than in this morning, and it was a little bumpy. But couple waves were so fun.
All right, then I'm going to ask you the second question in English then. Very good. I forgot your English got so good. That last wave, you had 30 seconds left, and you were close to Luana, who needed a score. You took off. Was that more to keep her from getting a wave, but you also didn't have a good second score? Was it more to get your second score, or was it to block, or was it both?
I just focused to get the second waves, so yeah, that's it.
Did you think it was going to be such a good wave? Because it turned out to be a really, really nice ride.
I didn't think it. It looks like the waves were not so good, but when I got the waves were so fun, so good.
And have you spoken with Ryuji-san during the competition? Is he coaching you from home at all?
No, I hope he will work up in Japan and watching my hits.
All right, so we'll say hi to Ryuji-san, her dad, Ryuji Shapes in Onchuku, and I'm going to let you go take a rest. 休憩してください。
かなりハードヒートでパドルもすごい腕も疲れたのでしっかり休んで明日に備えたいと思います。応援ありがとうございます。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Hiroka. A solid performance right at the finish. Ends up taking her into that leading position. Now out in the water, we've got some scores dropping through because we saw a plethora of action. That set finally arrived. Everyone was really able to get a piece of it. We're still waiting for the score for that first wave of Emily Curry. We've now got a score to drop for Maria Reyes as well. Leah Diaz, she's already sitting there with her 2 scores on the board and will be looking to put herself back into first priority. And Tilde also with her opening ride to drop through for Denmark.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy heat. Looks like we've got lots of waves coming. And this set seems to be swinging a little wide, and maybe it'll hug the point better now that the tide is starting to drain out a little bit as well. 11 minutes left in this heat. Scores. Yeah, Maria, I think, has put up a great performance. Her last wave, her first wave, I loved how calm and controlled her footwork was. Really well placed, really well spaced. She was very effortless in the movement back and forth on her board, so I expect that score to be very clean.
Speaking of Maria and the run that she's had, she's actually got 2 silver medals here for the ISA World Championships. Hasn't quite found herself with that gold, but she's been very close to it over 2 different events. She's also got a silver medal from the Pan American Games, which is a huge accolade within the American continents between North, Central, and South for those surfers to have an opportunity to compete in what is the closest format to the Olympic Games that is possible outside of competing in the Olympic Games. So it's great for Maria to have those kind of opportunities in front of her, as well as the World Tour titles that she's had. But competing in the Pan American Games, as well as the ISA World Longboard Championships or any of the ISA events, they're very different to the formats of what we see in other events that these surfers are competing in. They've got to have 4 surfers in every heat, unless maybe the draw doesn't have enough to fill it out. You end up with 3. They also have that repechage round added in, Wingnut, and how much of a difference does that make as a competitor surfing events that have a different format to maybe what you're used to?
You know, I think, especially at a wave like this, having 4 surfers in the water makes a lot of sense. There are so many waves in each during each heat. So that's not really an issue. I think the knowledge that you've got a repecharge round that you can try to rebuild your whole position in the contest through, again, takes maybe a little bit of the pressure off. But it's still, the goal, the drive is to, win every heat, advance through every round, and, take that threat that you can create through the entire competition.
Rather than rely on the fact that you have the backup, surf as if you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you end up needing it, then you've got it there.
So Maria's score comes in at a 5.93, just a little below Emily Curry's. And I spoke with Emily as she got out of her last heat, her previous heat, earlier in the day, and she was struggling, to find a place to add the nose ride. She knew that she needed to do it,
right,
and couldn't find that spot. And we discussed how she was waiting a little bit too long, and it was I'm trying to remember who I was standing there with, and it was Rachel Tilley, and Rachel was the one saying, you need to put it in on the outside. It has to happen on the outside. So Rachel giving her that advice that helped her get that nice score in this round.
Looking at a wave like this, it needs to be right there, exactly what Tilde has just exemplified. That early nose ride the moment you're up to your feet, and then recognizing that the wave maybe will give you another section just like this one is, but maybe you're going to have to rely on that rail a little bit until that inside. Beautiful combination of major maneuvers for the outside of this one for Denmark. We could see the Denmark flag there just before on the shoreline as she's getting ready to finish off here. This wave has a little bit of that kind of wedgy feeling to it, those corners that are just kind of jacking up in front of her. Quick steps up, finds that locked in hang 5, but a little bit outside of the pocket or the section and unable to connect.
It was more of a nose ride to try to push herself back into the wave.
As Maria's now just weaving her way through to the inside section. Great footwork, setting it up here, allowing that board to stay in that part of the wave where it's going to have that momentum to continue that smooth trim.
That was a very opportunistic play by Maria. She was on her way back out, saw that wave go underneath the two surfers with priority, and knowing that there have been heats where not everybody gets a good second wave, she took that opportunity to give herself a strong backup score.
Well, her first score came through as a 5.93, has her sitting in the lead. Emily Curry opens up with a 6-point ride, so she's in the strongest position off her first wave. Leah now down into third with that 3.83 and that 0.87. She's been sitting quietly for a while and will be holding on to priority. And then Tilde now chasing just a 2.51 to get herself into that position ahead of Emily.
All right, we've got our two competitors outside. Emily paddling for this one, so is Leah, but we know that Leah has priority. If she wants it, it's hers to take.
That's right, and Emily will be looking on the inside. She's going to have to let that one go. And
did Leah paddle and give up priority?
What are your thoughts on that?
I didn't see a lot of paddling, so I knew she was turned around and looking at it. It looks like it's irrelevant because Emily went over that one and Leah's let that one go as well.
Okay, this is going to be interesting in the hands of the priority judge who's sitting upstairs with a very important job in front of him for the entire week. And there we go. I think it was that second one maybe that determined there needed to be a swap. So now Emily does have first priority. Either way, at this
irrelevant,
stage,
yes.
Really irrelevant. Leah now up and riding on a smaller sized wave. But again, she had been sitting for a long time and knowing she needs still just that small requirement.
Oh, kid.
That's a shame.
Kid. Yeah, again, I think nerves catching up to her a little bit, realizing it was a smaller wave that she was going to have to really put together something special, and she just got bounced off. She's got 5 minutes left. There's plenty of time.
Plenty of time. Goes in for that great turtle roll. She'll make it out the back of that wave without a problem. And Emily sitting there, she'll have priority next to her name, waiting for the other two surfers who have been on a long paddle back out. We're about 5 minutes remaining in this heat. And this is where things start to really turn up from a competitive side, especially with the fact that we have multiple lines coming in on the horizon.
The magic of El Salvador on display right there. We're going to see Emily Curry spin around and give this wave a look, and Leah Diaz is going to have a lot of opportunities after it.
Well, going straight to the nose or trying to, thinking about it for Emily Curry, unable to get there, but that great bit of footwork through the middle third, then finds that opening big carve, lands a hank 5, but just comes unstuck and can't maintain that control that she needed, Wingnut.
And look at this set starting to build. I just saw Leah, I think it was Leah, just barely getting over the corner of that wave. That sets one of the bigger ones, and it's going to swing wide and just about eat everyone. I think maybe Maria's the only one in a good position because she had taken that earlier wave, that she's wide enough on the paddle back out not to get swallowed up by this set.
Yeah, this is the widest set that we've seen in a while. I mean, we were looking at it going, oh, perfect. Emily can go on the first wave. There's going to be 1, 2, 3 more behind it, and everyone's going to be able to swing and go.
There were
Not
1,
the
2, 3,
scenario.
4 behind it.
5, 6, 7, 8.
They just happen to be twice the size of anything else that's come in during this heat, and it's just mayhem.
Oh, wow.
Dive, dive, dive.
It's just absolutely cleaning everyone up. Well, the good thing for Emily with 4 minutes on the clock, although she fell on that wave early, she's going to be improving on her backup score basically regardless of what she did. She needs less than a 1 to put herself back up into second, and that's going to put pressure on Maria to have to catch something. Even if it's not a big score, it'll mean that she needs to get herself going once.
We haven't seen the score drop for Maria's quote third wave, but that wave that she spun around on and was opportunistic. So I'm confident that just in the little bit of it that we saw, that she's going to replace that 1. Let's just see where everybody else can, if these competitors can get back out into the show. Goodbye, Leah.
Yeah,
go for a
Leah,
swim.
just
Hold your breath.
I mean, at this stage, that's exactly what you need to do. It's nice to have a leash on the leg in moments like these.
Save your shoulders.
Exactly. Save the shoulders, save the board. Try and just get yourself under that, get back to it, and continue paddling. Now, I'd forgotten that Maria had that next score dropping, and it was plenty to get her not just into second, but back into the lead. She's sitting on a 5.17 and a 5.93 now. And for Emily, those opening couple maneuvers, though not super consequential, were just enough to get her back into second, and now means that Thilde needs a near 4, a 3.58, to put herself into an advancing position, and Leah Diaz is going to need a 4.85, and we can now see that there's an S next to Leah's name, which means her priority has been suspended because she's been swept out of position while holding on to priority and is now so far out of the equation that she's got some paddling to do. Thilde now up and riding. Again, only chasing a 3.58. We weren't really sure what was going to happen after this set, but she's lucked into a great opportunity in front of her. Beautiful rail work, setting that top line. Now she's going to need to get some work done in that footwork and really get to that nose to secure in the minds of the judges a score into that 4-point range. That's unfortunate that she wasn't able to capitalize on that section.
Yeah, that was not the footwork nose riding that wave that she needed to produce on that wave. She had some work that should have been done, and it didn't get there. So I think she's going to leave an opening for Leah to go up and threaten Emily. Leah needs, just under a 5 to move into second place. There's a minute and a half left, but you've got Maria outside with priority over Leah, so we'll see if Maria sits on her or lets Leah get a shot at it. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Leah is the one with priority now. So nervous moment for Uncle Wingnut here as Leah's got a minute and 15 left.
Well, the great thing is that her priority is no longer suspended, which means she got those arms paddling, got herself back into the position she needed to be in, and now she's going to have an opportunity to catch that 4.85. For Thilde, scores are coming through. She's got that 3.5. She's got a 5.1 on the board, chasing down a 3.58 now to put herself into that position ahead of Emily Curry out of England, who is sitting there in that second place position. And then for Maria Fernanda Reyes, off the strength of that second wave being a 5.17, she's backed up to 5.93, and she's sitting in a very much more relaxed space now out at backline. And with 30 seconds on the clock, it looks like the ocean's pretty flat, and it may be decided off of that final wave from our surfer in blue out of Denmark.
It's making Uncle Wingnut nervous here. I don't know if there's enough time for Leah to find another wave to replace that low score. It wasn't a big ask, but being caught out of position by that set looked like it might have been the fatal blow to keeping Leah in the main event, and she will be relegated to the repechage round, I'm afraid.
Now the question mark still on Thilde. She's up and riding here. This looks like a really fun wave. Small, fast, running right on the reef, giving her that pocket, that exciting nature to it. Finds a great locked-in hang 5. Small waves are always so fun to ride on a longboard. You sometimes just able to find more opportunity than those bigger, lumpier ones. So she's really making the most of this on one last effort, knowing that it's going to be very close on whether or not she's going to take that advancing position. Does a great job to ride out of this wave right on the sand. And now waiting for her previous score. It is finally in, and it's just enough for our Danish surfer in Tilde to be able to jump into second place, a 4.93. There goes the team and the flag running down the beach to meet her. She's going to have another score to drop in, but at this stage, it's not going to matter or need to factor in because Leah were unable to get themselves a final wave.
Yeah, look at the smile on Tilde's face, the big hug. Well done, Team Denmark.
Incredible performance right down to the end for Tilde to be able to keep herself in that conversation. A 2.57 for that last wave. That was one of my favorite waves maybe that I got to see today. Just really fun, cruisy on the inside. But again, wanting to see those huge waves in order to get big scores. But she did exactly what she needed to on the wave before that. And with that one, that'll round out our women's main round 2, and we'll be into the main round, or the men's repechage round 1 after this wingnut.
All right. Shannon, what a fun afternoon getting both of the men's round 2 and women's round 2 finished today.
More action to come when we return. Sam Bleakley will be with Megan Godinez to call the action on our very first elimination rounds for this year's ISA World Longboard Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back as we move into the last 3 heats of the day. We are kicking off men's repechage round 1. We continue with 20 minutes, just 3 surfers in this heat representing Canada. We have David Schifani, and we have representing Venezuela, Amando Colucci, and representing Dominican Republic, Edouard Santana. But up and riding right now, it's David for Canada. The goofy footer is looking nicely lined up on this section. Good bit of tail work there, just arcing back into the bowl and then coming off the top and looking to get a high line for 4 steps up to a long nose ride, traveling with his family here to El Salvador, having represented Canada at this event last year, as he just gets that campaign off with a good start. A 3 dropped for our Venezuelan Mando there, so that's a decent score, but this score for David could well really put him back up into first position.
Yeah, I think that was a good start on, and this is the repechage round, you know, so this is their final chance. This is where all the Hail Marys are going to come into play, especially with that last set that we saw everyone kind of dive under like a bunch of submarines. But as we see, there is a huge set coming out of here, and that 3 surfers, just 3 of them, out there by themselves looking at these sets coming in. I don't know, I'm like, can't wait to get out there to free surf.
Yeah, me too. But I'm prepared to get a few on the head. But there were some big sets at the end of that last heat for the women there, and it really did have an impact on those final exchanges, who was a little bit out of position and who had to deal with that cleanup set.
Yeah, absolutely. That's when, you could have priority. And just like how Leah had that, she had her priority suspended because that huge set pushed her all the way back in. And yeah, very, very interesting heat.
David Schifino there, the 43-year-old from Canada, raised on Vancouver Island, but Peruvian by birth, married to a Canadian, 3 times national champion, traveling here with his family. And the Peru link continues, because on the glass is the winner of our last heat, Maria Fernanda Reyes, reigning silver medalist at the 2023 World Longboard Championships with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the winner of that round 2, heat number 8, representing Peru, Maria Fernanda Reyes. Felicidades.
Gracias. Es un hit lento, pero con una buena estrategia se pudo pasar primera, así que contenta y vamos paso a paso.
She said it was a slow heat, but with the right strategy, she was able to make it through and just taking it step by step. So I'm going to ask her, the first question I'm going to ask was, she was waiting on a score when that cleanup set came through. And I just want to ask her if she felt like she'd had the score, she was relaxed that she was going to have a score coming through that would help her advance. ¿Estuviste esperando este segundo puntaje que vino al final? Y llegó una serie súper grande, una limpieza de todo el lineup. ¿Sentiste como ibas a tener un puntaje suficiente para avanzar?
Sabía que era un buen backup por el surfing que estuve haciendo. Sabía que no iba a ser un puntaje excelente, pero sí uno bueno que me permitiera mantenerme en una buena posición.
So she knew that she didn't get an excellent ride, but she thought she'd have something good enough to come through that would keep her in a good position. The second one is I'm going to ask her how the conditions felt differently from the morning heat that she won. Bueno, surfeaste en la mañana y han cambiado mucho las condiciones, el tamaño. Explícame cómo sentiste con las olas de la tarde en comparativo a lo de la mañana.
En la mañana estuvo con un poco más grande, venían más olas, entonces podías surfear todo lo que quieras y con viento. Ahora en la tarde se fue el viento, está más lento y siento que está un poco más chico.
So she said there's a lot more waves to choose from, but with a little bit more wind. The afternoon was less wind with less waves. Y bueno, estoy sin palabras. Sin preguntas, te voy a dejar saludar tu amor en casa y todos que te están apoyando en Perú.
Bueno, nuevamente muchas gracias a todas las personas que me están viendo, a todos los peruanos, a todo el mundo, a mis auspiciadores por hacer todo posible, a la federación, al IPD, a mi familia, a mi novio y bueno, extraño a mis perritos.
Y lo sabes.
Y lo sabes.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, we just have seen some Papusa explosions in the shore break there. We saw a brilliant flying kick out from Eduard Santana from Dominican Republic. We saw David Schifani charging that shore break, and right now Armando Colucci from Venezuela looking super smooth on the regular footer, setting up nice on this inside section. We spotted a nice variety of boards. You spotted the Donald Takayama in the pink being ridden there by Eduard Santana. That looks like a classic board.
Yeah, it truly is. That board will never get old. That board really, the way that Uncle Donald really drew out the dimensions for that, it lasted for such a long time. I know people who still use it back at home, whether it's the Surf Tech version or the original version, and it looks like he does have a polyester original version, so he count himself lucky.
And then that would have been the board that Tori Gilkison won her ISA World Longboard Championship gold medal in 2018 in Hainan. And I'm not 100% sure what Kai Salas was riding, but he was still riding his Tommy Moss built Donald Takayamas then, so he may well also have been on and in the pink model.
Yeah, there was a time he was in the pink, but he was very much in the shaping room at that point, so he was already making round pintails and a little bit more high progressive surfboards. So, but now that he's in the shaping room, he's got all his little intricacies in his brain just working to get those boards out.
Yeah, what a great experience to have been under the tutelage of Donald Takayama and then Tommy Moss, and now with his own surfboard company. But right now, shifting gears to the scores, it's David for Canada who's out there in that front position with a 5.67 and a 4.0. Our surfer from Dominican Republic, Edouard Santana, is in second with a 5 and a 3.3. And if you got to see his flying kick out he did in the shore break, then that was one of the best flying kick outs I've seen all event.
Talk about Hail Marys. I mean, this is a repechage, so they are going to get the last part of that wave to the very bit of sand. So kudos to them. It's a dangerous spot, so they're giving it all on the line.
And Armando Colucci from Venezuela, waiting for a score to drop. He's kicked off with a 3. He needs a 5.3 to move up into second. So this now is the repechage round. So these are the surfers that finished in either third or fourth in opening round 1, and this is now the last chance saloon for these surfers. If they continue to get first or second, they move into repechage round 2, but if they get third or fourth in the 4-man or 4-woman heats, elimination begins. This is where we will see the first surfer eliminated from the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Champs.
Yeah, so you know that everyone's going to be putting everything on the line as the hydration girls for Gatorade are down at the beach getting hydrated. It's hot today. The sun was out. The wind was blowing. So make sure you guys stay hydrated.
Absolutely. And a lot of competitors to stay hydrated. 129 athletes from 39 nations, 67 men, 61 women, 56 team officials. So that's 166 total attendees. So obviously the junior shortboard event much bigger, and that's why they use the 2 podiums across El Senzao and La Bocana. That's going to be kicking off on May the 3rd, and big thanks to all of the support from the El Salvadorian government, the tourism board, of course. Nayib Bukele, the president elected in 2019, recently re-elected, has really used sustainable surf tourism as a driving force, not only to support San Salvadorians to come to the coast for surf lessons, to enjoy the coastline and surf and have beach holidays, but also to open up this coastline for international travelers and elite level competitions. And the long-term partnership that we've seen so far with the ISA is being testament to the vision of Surf City and the ambitions to really put this coastline on the map globally for surfers.
Yeah, this is a beautiful partnership, just working side by side to better the surfing ability and the potential, and also for the country of El Salvador.
And we got a nice Mexican hat there being worn by Mauricio Nunez, who'll be coming up surfing in the green vest next. We've got Wesley Hannigan from Ireland, Leonardo Villau from Ecuador, Mauricio Nunez from Mexico, and Jonathan Amir from Israel. So that's going to be an exciting 20-minute heat starting when this one finishes, but 8 minutes, 12 seconds remaining. David Shafani, he's in first position with a strong score of a 5.67 and a 4. We've now got that score for Armando Colucci from Venezuela. It's a 3.73, so it keeps him in third position, but he now just needs a 4.58. He's sitting out there with first priority, our surfer in green, opting to take that inside position with our surfer in second priority from the Dominican Republic, Edouard Santana, out there in second, carrying a 5 and a 3.3, and it looks like Armando from Venezuela up and riding, good smooth style, low off the bottom, just stands tall there, 2 cross steps, stretches out for the 5, holds on for that nose ride, but takes a nosedive.
Yeah, that deep section as the water is sucking out with the tide dropping will create some difficult sections for our surfers here. As you can tell, that wave, I believe Edouard wanted that, but because Armando had priority, he had to let him go. So now priority shifts to Edouard, and now he gets the pick of the litter with some lines I see in the background coming in.
If this is fulfilled, I'm going to put a little bit of pressure on Edouard here, but I've been watching him free surf, and he's got a fantastic layback top turn. Have you seen his layback top turn?
I have. I feel like he's going to bust this out. I think he's definitely going to put this out on the line, and this is and I think this is what he wants to do.
Come on, Edouard. You got first priority. Let's see that layback top turn. He got that hair flick there. He's getting concentrated. He's swinging round. David putting a little bit of heat on him to make sure he's going to go for it. He's going to get this nice wall ahead. It's a steep section straight up to the middle of the wave. Into the 5. Holds the 5. widens that stance, and here we go. Off the bottom is going to be a foamy one. Bangs that lip.
Wow,
Right
beautiful
out,
off the lip.
and then reconnects with this section here. He's got some acceleration. It moves forward, gets a touch of the 5, shuffles back to the tail, puts that board onto a nice cut back. No layback yet, but still opportunity for this on the inside as we can see him stalling. And then he's already done a lot of damage on this wave, so already looking like there's potential for him to maybe move up into first position if he gets a 4.68 as he just carves, arcs back nice and high, stands tall. There's that board on rail. Looks to be the Donald Takayama in the pink, touches that nose, walks out in style, and he's going to be pleased with that performance, mate.
Yeah, definitely. As we see David off on the next wave here, just working his way inside, trying to stay in that pocket, especially with this tide sucking out. It's creating these lips that are kind of going out to sea, and then all of a sudden it picks back up right here for these double ups. And as you can tell, he's got a lot of speed, so he's trying to find that high line, trying to just turn in that pocket. He's probably going to want to come in here, slow down a little bit, stomp on that tail, find that last bit of nose ride, but he can't. He's just going to kick out before he gets into that danger zone.
Works as a campground and restaurant owner, and as I said, 3 times national champion, traveling here with his family. You can see the Irish flag flying there. They have got Wesley Hannigan coming up next. Wesley represented Ireland way back in 2002 in Durban at the ISA World Surfing Games, at a time when all of the disciplines shared the event. Bodyboard, junior shortboard, open shortboard, longboard. It was a big mixed bag, and we didn't have that separation of some of the events and disciplines we had now.
Yeah, how do you feel about that, about it being separated now?
It's great to have that separate attention, but I'm from the generation where I do have fond memories of going to some of the events with the team and being able to cheer on all the different disciplines, even the boogie board team.
Yeah, which is so great. Like, I knew that I think at one point the longboarders and the shortboarders, like even Sonny Garcia and the Ho brothers, probably all traveled together at one point with all the longboarders like Bonga and Dino and Lance Ocano. So yeah, it's an interesting time that it's so separate, but it's good to see that we see all one another as surfers at the end of the day. So there's great camaraderie and brotherhood and sisterhood within the disciplines.
Absolutely. I mean, the original ISA World Surfing Championships were won on longboards. Midget Farrelly, Philippe Pomar, Nat Young. You know, even Fred Hemmings in 1968 was riding a longboard. Rolf Arness winning in 1970 on a shortboard by then. But it was 1988 when they introduced a longboard discipline into the World ISA Surfing Games. Andrew McKinnon won that. There was a big dominance in my time when I was representing my country by Marcelo Freitas from Brazil. He won it 3 times in a row. He was just unstoppable for Brazil back in those days. He actually won in 2002 in Durban, South Africa, when I was in the British team, and Wesley Hannigan was in the Irish team. And Marcelo Freitas was one of those icemen, you know, like nothing fazed him. Always cool under pressure, often only would get 2 waves in the heat, but those 2 waves would be excellent range scores.
Yeah, and I think it's so good that a lot of that generation has now become coaches, and that trying to instill that calmness, that really put together, trying to put together heat and trying to just pay that forward. I think that's really important too. And I see a lot of that older generation becoming coaches now.
Absolutely. And Edouard has just dropped a 4.53, so he solidifies his position in second, puts more pressure on Armando Colucci from Venezuela, who now needs a 5.80. But David, known to some of his friends as David, but I remember a number of times asking him, you prefer David or David? He says, I like both. So it depends on what kind of flavor you want to give that first name of his. But sometimes David, sometimes David, but he's certainly in first position. But what about this behind the 8-ball nose ride from Armando Colucci? He committed to that section. It was risky, but it didn't pay off.
Yeah, and I think it has a lot to do with the board that he's riding. There is a lot of rocker in that board, so it ends up pushing water, and it's hard to get into those pocket and those sections where it's really going to let you fly across and levitate on that water. As we see White standing up here, Edouard. Let's see if he does this layback that you've been talking about. I want to see it.
We're still waiting for that layback. Here it is. No, it's not. He doesn't do it. I just really hope we get to see it, because he's been using it in his free surfs beautifully as he sets himself up for the inside there, stretching out for the 5. and then back up for another 5 as he just readjusts his stance to the tail of the board and gets a little bit lively again, and back up into that side section there where it's gone a little bit fat, so he's unable to just get that steep pocket to allow that board to keep planing. Sometimes when you do those nose rise out on the shoulder, that board will nose dive because you're not in a steep enough section.
Yeah, and I think he's playing it really smart. I know we want him to do that laid back, but he is the epitome of following the criteria, right? You know, he has a progressive side of surfing, but he wants to stay in that traditional, walking up and down that nose, really trying to get those nose rides in. As we see Red up and riding David, and he's just trying to stay in that first position, trying to really get his campaign going for this repechage.
And feeling good, nice and relaxed. He knows he's already carrying a 5.67 and a 4.0, so you'd be looking to replace that 4.0 on this wave. Loose, confident, and then using that interesting cross-step turn there as he sets himself up through the inside, stalls it, gets that high line, 4 steps into the 5 and into the body surf. Feeling good about that though.
Speaking of different disciplines, huh? We got some body surfers going on here.
Yeah, that would be a you know, an exciting thing to see, the World Body Surfing Championship here at El Sunzao. I did see some great body surfing happening from Kevin Scavano recently, but David, congratulations. Team Canada stays in the event, as does Team Dominican Republic, Eduard Santana, but our first eliminated surfer is Armando Colucci for Team Venezuela. Out of the event, out of the repechage, but will be proud to fly the flag for his country.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Venezuela is very proud of him for even being here to represent their country. So hats off to him.
Absolutely. So we'll be moving on to that heat number 2. We're going to have Wesley Hannigan from Ireland, Leonardo Villau from Ecuador, Mauricio Nunez from Mexico, and Jonathan Amir from Israel. So nice spectrum of nations: Ireland, Ecuador, Mexico, Israel. As we can see, Adam Torrey there flying the Canadian flag, and there's David's son there. He's absolutely ecstatic to see his father progress through to repechage round 2, Megs.
Oh yeah, he is so happy for his dad. I mean, even on that last wave, he showed so much relaxation, knowing that he was the last one to catch a wave in that heat, and just kind of let his shoulders down. Even on that last wave, like if he really kept going, it could have went up into his top 2 waves. It's a beautifully ridden wave, and everyone's celebrating with him. So stoked to still be in that campaign of in that repechage. So don't count him out.
Absolutely. Liv Stokes, Claire Parsons, his teammates there giving him a big high five. Great moment for Team Canada. David Schifino takes the win. Eduard Santana stays in the event. Armando Colucci for Venezuela eliminated in this first heat of the first round of the repechage. On day 2, as the tide starts to drop and we move into that beautiful glow of the evening light, as you can see Team Ireland there a little bit nervous, ready to watch Wesley Hannigan get his first wave of heat number 2. We'll have a quick break and we'll be right back after these messages for the continuation of that heat number 2 with Ireland, Ecuador, Mexico and Israel represented.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the beautiful point break of El Sunzal in Surf City, El Salvador, for the continuation of day 2 here at the ISA World Longboard Championship as the tide starts to fall back and we move into heat number 2 with Ireland's Wesley Hannigan surfing against Ecuador's Leonardo Villau, against Mauricio Nunes from Mexico and Jonathan Amir from Israel. Already some scores on the board. Jonathan Amir, the goofy footer from Israel, is out there in the lead with a 3.83, but up and riding right now Wesley Hannigan, hard off the bottom, off the top on his Thunderbolt Constructions board here, putting that board on rail on that bowl section there as he just speeds into a stretch 5 there, grabbing that rail almost into the nose ride, arcing back into the section, and then staying nice and lively from Tremor Island. Lived in Santander, Spain for a number of years between 2007 and 2016, as we see Mauricio Nunes from Mexico, very stylish surfer from Saladita, the iconic left-hand point break riding is Michael Takayama, built boards, Mexi Logfest competitor, uses the switch stance, so he's got a lot of flavor and style, and he's looking good on this wave, Auntie Megs.
Yeah, beautiful style. Yeah, he's doing absolutely great. I mean, like we said, they're going to pull out all the stops to not make sure they get they walk out at Repêchage, you know, so they want that 1 and 2 spot. Beautiful nose right here as he's coming onto the inside. I think we're going to see a lot of these guys going to that pupusa section just to get those Hail Marys in for that last whatever point that they want. They're going to want to finish strong.
And of course, Michael Takayama boards, you know a lot about them because you coach Sophia Colhane. She rides Michael's boards. You know, how special are Michael's boards for competitive longboarders?
They're amazing. You know, he always had this. He's the nephew of Dano Takayama, so he has that vision of what the hydrodynamics and even the aerodynamics of a surfboard, and how that tail will put you in that position to really park up there for those hang tens and really let you stay there. As you see, blue up and riding Leonardo Villau from Ecuador, really having that spread stance just to get into this zone here. We're seeing a lot of people getting bucked off and from these waves that are going out to sea with that low tide starting to kick in.
As you can see, Jonathan up on the nose, representing Israel on this beautiful open face there. Carves back, grabs that rail, sets himself up off the bottom with a nice carve straight into a critical nose ride, and walks out of that nose ride and then just goes back into a down carve, and then just touching that rail with real great technique, the way he's coming off the bottom and then walking into the nose rides and then going down into those swooping down carves. He's a fantastic surfer.
Yeah, he is really putting this together. I mean, his top to bottom turns, and really what he's doing is really setting himself up for the next maneuver, even for the next 2 maneuvers. So that's what's important, especially for this round, is to really plan out that wave as much as you can. Of course, we are at the mercy of the ocean, so we have to be able to we can have a game plan, but sometimes you just have to really just be in it and just take it as it is.
And someone who's had a great game plan, traveling down here with his family, multiple Canadian champion, David Shafino is with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of the men's rep round 1, heat 1 for Canada, David Shafino. Congratulations.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Also, congratulations. You said this is your first ISA heat win.
Yes, 2 ISA event. This is the second one. First win. It feels so good.
Exciting stuff. So what I wanted to say is you've fallen into the rep round, but in a beautiful, amazing place like this, for me, that would just be another opportunity to go out with a private session here at the Wave Machine of El Sunzal. How does it feel to be able to just keep going out here with, even though you got a longer road ahead, you still have a lot of these sessions with these perfect waves and only a couple people with you?
I'm actually competing just to myself. Myself was last year, so my first hit on the main event, I doubled my score. Now this heat, I'm higher and I'm winning the heat. So for me, so far it's a win, everything.
Love it. And you shape your own boards. You have your shop in Tofino. Explain to the people at home what the importance of the relationship of the shaper and the rider is.
Well, to make this board, for example, I made 5 different models to get to this one. So it's trial and error, test a lot. So yeah, I'm so happy with this model. We got a blue whale. So if anybody is looking for a blue whale in Tofino, you can find it in the shop.
And so you've been here to Surf City before, and how's your experience The waves have just been pumping the entire time. It's such a friendly place, and it seems like every time that we come here, it's growing, it's improving, it's safe, and we just see a huge influx of tourists. How's your time here in Surf City?
So last year I came alone. Well, I came with my girlfriend. She couldn't come this time, and I felt so safe that this time I brought my 8-year-old. He's having a blast, man. It's just incredible. And then you were saying the wave pumping. This is a wave machine place. It's crazy.
Well, an interesting fact is that El Salvador, just a couple weeks ago, has been deemed more safe than Canada. Not to say anything about Canada.
I don't know. I don't lock my doors in Canada. Watch out, everybody that knows where I live.
Well, if you want to say anything to everyone at home, whoever's out there running your shop and doing everything else while you're gone.
To all my teammates, my family, my friends of Yuki Poke, West Coast Shapes, West Coast Campground, my sponsors, ProLimit, Carve, Huey Choice, and of course CSA for registering to the event. Everybody, thank you. And Joanna, I love you.
Well, keep doing great and keep winning for yourself.
Okay, have a good day.
Thanks a lot. Back to you guys with the live.
Great stuff. Not only a shaper, a shop owner, a campground owner, West Coast Campground there, and representing Canada with pride, making it through to Repêchage round 2. But let's get a little catch up on these scores. Jonathan Amir from Israel is out there in first with a 3.83 and a 5.33. In second, we got Leonardo Villau from Ecuador with a 3.17 and a 2.4. In third, Wesley Hannigan from Ireland with a 2.57 and that low score of a 0.67. And Mauricio Nunes dropped to 2.5 for that first wave, but we saw a very, very strong ride waiting to be scored. So if he gets a 3.08, he moves up into second, but I think it's going to be a pretty good score, Megs.
Yeah, I think it is too. That was a good exchange from everyone, and I think Maurizio really got that. He really understood the job here from surfing top to bottom, getting those high line nose rides all the way to the inside, riding that Michael Takayama board.
There it is. It's a 5.83. Like you said, Megs, right on the money. It's a strong score. It pushes him up into second position. Out there in the lead, Jonathan in third priority, but sitting wide. Our surfer for Israel is working hard to have a go at that wave, but in third priority, did have the freedom to look around. In first priority, it's our Mexican, Mauricio Nunes, who's now in second position. Second priority is Wesley Hannigan. Wesley is chasing a 5.77 to move up into second.
Yeah, and there's still 9 minutes left to go, and I think with Maurizio, I think with priority, he's really going to try and look for that gem with these big waves that are just randomly coming in, it feels like almost, and that's that swell pushing itself out as the tide sucks out. So I think Maurizio, he is really going to have to keep his eyes peeled, play defense, have a good offense. And as we see Wesley trying to get into this wave with the second priority.
Here it is, 3 times Irish champion, Wesley Hannigan straight in there with a really nice quick 5. Oh, and throws in the switch stance turn, looking stylish and back into his natural goofy foot stance and then carving off the bottom. What a fantastic attack from Wesley Hannigan, really throwing it all on the line with flow, control, finesse, a 5, a bottom turn, a switch stance, re-entry, a little Hawaiian flavor in there, Megs.
Yeah, he's really tail surfing this right now just because those skin dog boards are, there's a couple of high performance ones in there, and he surfed that really well.
Wow, great surfing from Wesley Hannigan there, so he will certainly replace that 0.67. He's got a 2.57 to carry, so let's get the replay of this straight up to the nose. But what about this, Megs?
Big, beautiful top to bottom turn, and then that rustic heel on a switch stance in the middle of that turn. That's the Hawaiian little sass that was thrown in. And he's just trying to look for that inside section that's doubling up, but you can tell that there's so much chop in the wave from the tide sucking that it's creating like almost this really fat part of the wave, and this is where he kind of gets trying to read it, and he gets kind of stuck, and you see how fast, how quick that wave can push him off just because it's missing that shallow part to create that double up.
But he's definitely got a good clip for his Instagram account there. That 5 into bottom turn, switch stance, top turn. That was one for the gram for sure.
Oh yeah, I hope someone was filming that. That's something I would definitely post on the gram.
7 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Waiting for that score to come in for Wesley Hannigan. Comes in at a 3.0, so he's still chasing a 5.34. Leonardo Villau from Ecuador, he is in third position, chasing a 5.17. Mauricio Nunes needs to replace that low score of a 2.5 to improve his situation, and Jonathan Amir is out there in the lead, but also wants to replace his low score of a 3.83. But he's carrying a good 5.33, and Mauricio Nunes in green for Mexico is carrying the best score of the heat, that 5.83.
And he knows that he is really trying to back up his 5.83. He's trying to replace that 2.5. So he's sitting very deep right now. And I think it's because he really wants to get a hang 5, a hang 10 in those critical sections, because that is what the judges are looking for. That's what the judges want to see, is that commitment to that nose ride, that high line, really parking up there. And I think with those Michael Takayamas, he has a really good chance.
Yeah, of course, living at the left-hand point break of La Saladita. He's got a lot of opportunity to work on his footwork and nose riding, and the Mexi Log Fest, having ran at that location a number of times, he's had the inspiration of seeing a lot of the best longboarders in the world. The likes of Sophia Colhane and Kai Salas have been winners of the Mexi Log Fest last year. Did you attend the Mexi Log Fest last year?
No, I actually got invited this year.
Right.
And so we'll see. I still have to figure out, it sounds crazy, but I still have to figure out like the scheduling part, you know, and like they said, longboarders still have a lot of day jobs. So I got to see if it fits into my schedule, and I'm hoping so, because apparently it's at a really good wave. So hopefully.
5 minutes, 35 seconds remaining here at Surf City, El Sunzal, El Salvador, this south-facing coast in Central America between Guatemala and Honduras, packed with right point breaks, over 100 volcanoes within the landscape, a rich Mayan history and culture. Really worth exploring, not just the coastline, the great mangoes, the good coffee, the great food, restaurants, guest houses, hotels, and also an emerging surf industry. You can get board shaped here, as we see up and riding right now, using his priority. Jonathan representing Israel, back to a second nose ride, dropping down that wave in that nose ride, staying in trim, and then walking out into that cut back turn, and then setting up a high line with 4 steps to a lock of the 5, as we see Mauricio Nunes out back getting a wave as Jonathan just arcing off the bottom. I love his technique, opening his body as he comes off the bottom turn into the top section, walking up to his nose rise, Meg.
Yeah, it seems like his style, he really likes bigger waves. I think it complements his style very well with how much he opens his shoulders and how much he utilizes the wave from top to bottom as he's working his way on the inside here, just trying to go for that Hail Mary. Another hang 5, just to redirect, quick little tap on the 10. And let's see what he does in this pupusa section. Is he going to hit it?
Absolutely.
Oh, and that's that thing, right? That it's shallowing out so much, and it's almost like this barrel section that the nose, 9 feet of board, it's just half of it's going to be underwater.
Mauricio Nunes also riding a wave, so scores going to be coming through for Israel and Mexico, and those 2 surfers are in first and second. Ecuador and Ireland in third and fourth. Leonardo Villau for Ecuador needing a 5.17. Wesley Hannigan for Ireland needing a 6.0. So Leonardo in first priority, Wesley in second priority. 3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. A lot of pressure now on the shoulders of Ecuador and Ireland, because neither of these surfers or countries will want to have their riders eliminated at this stage.
Yeah, especially in this repechage. As we see, we called it, Mauricio really wanted to stay deep because he doesn't want to get too far in front of this wave here. And it seems like a lot of the waves right now are kind of going out to sea due to that sucking tide out. And he's just kind of easing his way back into the pocket, slowly creeping up to that nose, really realizing this is a deep spot, so hopefully he can get pushed past that, and unfortunately he gets pushed back off that wave.
So he drops a 3.17, so it does go into his top 2. It improves his situation in second, but it doesn't push him up into first. Jonathan gets a 5 for his last wave, so that improves his situation, as we can just see the juice and the power that wave just really caused a roll through.
Yeah, I think he was trying to, he knows he needs a better backup wave, so he was going to go for that wave there, but unfortunately it broke right in front of him and he kind of got caught in that whitewash. But I know that Maurizio, he is going to want to better that 3.17, so just to keep Leonardo off of his back, because Leo only needs a 5.84.
There's the Ecuador flag, of course. Leo from Montanita, one of the big capitals of Ecuadorian surf culture. You know, I had the great pleasure of meeting Leo a number of years ago back in Montanita. I think I was on a trip there with Bo Young in 1998. Which we had some fantastic surf all up that coastline. And Leo rides the Piccolo Clemente boards. He's certainly like one of the pioneer longboarders of Ecuador, and up and riding right now, Wesley Hannigan, a pioneer longboarder from Ireland. He's got a lot of foam to deal with here though, Megs. He's going to have to hang on tight.
Yeah, and this is with a minute 40 seconds left. He's really going to have to do work on this wave here. He needs a 6-point ride. He's trying to milk this wave all the way in with that low hang 5, that stretched hang 5 with that cross step turn.
Nice cross step turn set up through the inside here. So chasing a 6.0, Wesley Hannigan representing Tramore in Ireland here. Is it going to be the score that he needs as he goes into that switch stance as we move into the last minute 10 seconds?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I would have liked to see him do a lot more on the outside, because that's where that critical section occurs. As we see Maurizio up and riding on this set wave. Beautiful hang 5. Like I said, those Michael Takayamas will park up there for you. Beautiful cut back, just working his way in. He knows he wants to protect that second spot, and even so, he might even, in his head, he wants to get first.
Great style as well. I really like the way he opens out his arms in the turns and demonstrating how well this board also goes on rail as he sets himself up there, kicks out cleanly, but that critical nose ride in the bowl start section of that wave, that could really increase the scoring potential. As we can see, a wider wave, a little soft shoulder there for our heat leader, Jonathan. 25 seconds remaining. He's looking to replace a 5.0. Mauricio might replace that 3.17 as Jonathan goes into a quick 10, walks out of the nose ride there, and then just widens that stance. Look at the way he comes off his bottom turns here and then sets up for the footwork, back into another touch of the 5, gets the 10, rushes back off to the tail, and then he's going to want to hit this section, and he bangs that in style.
Beautiful with the little claim. I would claim too. That was a beautiful off the. I think he's one of the only ones that have landed in that pupusa section, to be honest, and he's excited about it.
And you know, the lone representative of Israel here, so he's feeling very proud for his country. He's in the lead, and he might well replace his backup score. We move down into the end of the heat, but we're waiting for that last exchange of scores between red. Leonardo Villau, blue for Ecuador, also got a wave, and did Mauricio Nunez replace his low score? This was just at the buzzer here, so this will count for blue, Megs.
Wow, let's see here. He's really trying. He knows he needs this score, so he is putting out all the stops. Quick 2 steps to the nose. Beautiful hang 5. Quick tap to the 10. Just really getting that progressive surfing down, straight back into the whitewash. Waiting for this double up. Oh, beautiful cutback. Little Phil Rajman action going on in there.
Wow, he's given himself a chance here because he needs a 5.51. Wes Hannigan drops a 3.7. It's the best score for his campaign. He will be eliminated, but he's flown the flag with pride for Ireland. Wesley Hannigan moves up into 3rd. Leonardo Villau gets a 3.5. It's not enough, so Jonathan Amir takes the win. Mauricio Nunez takes 2nd unless he can get a 4.5 to shift up into 1st. So Wesley Hannigan for Ireland and Leonardo Villau for Ecuador, both will be eliminated, and now it comes down to whether Mauricio can go to 1st. He can. He shifts up to 1st, but we've still got one more score to be tabulated for Jonathan. So now Jonathan needs a 5.81. Mauricio, Mexico, up into 1st on the Michael Takayama built board, representing the left point break of La Saladita. Jonathan doesn't get the score he needs. It's a 5.57, so Mexico takes 1st. Israel takes 2nd. Both of those surfers advancing, but elimination for Wesley Hannigan from Ireland, Leonardo Villau from Ecuador. But big congratulations to the Irish and the Ecuadorians for flying the flag with pride.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from all contestants here at El Salvador. And yeah, Mauricio really put that wave together with that beautiful hang five out the back in that pocket. And he knew he needed that score because everyone was going to keep jumping, right? Everyone was going to keep trying to chase that score. And it was an attainable score. Everyone needed just about a 6, and you can get that. So you always got to be on that. You got to have eyes behind your head, on the side, in front of you. So good kudos to them.
Mexican pride on display. We'll be moving soon into the last heat of the day. Just one more heat, so stay with us, longboard fans. It's been a pleasure to have your company. We just got one more heat to go as we see South Korea, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica all competing.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Up and riding right now, representing South Korea. Have we got an early start for Do-hyun Kim? There we go, the regular footer sets a cool line, smooth, 2 steps, fades back, stays high, 2 more steps, 4 into a crisp 5, holds that 5, cleanly walks out, nice, smooth, stylish surfing from the 28-year-old known as Do-hee, a keen photographer as well as he walks back into this little kind of bouncy section there. He's got to gain some composure to eye up the inside in the mid-range of the wave there, walking back up to the nose, but that wave just going a little bit deep on him, and he takes a nosedive, but good surfing, answering back for Dominican Republic. Victor Beaton with the cross-step turn there, of course, representing Cabarete, and a keen regular player Encuentro. A lot of good waves on the north coast of Dominican Republic, the island of Hispaniola. You've got Dominican Republic on the east side, Haiti on the west side, and he's dealing with that shore breaking style though. Kind of a good way to dismount, get to the nose and step off the back.
Yeah, I think that's smart. Get away as far away as you can from that board. I mean, that board's not soft, so that board becomes a weapon in that shore break, so they have to be careful.
And he's just seen his teammate Eduard Santana, also from the Dominican Republic, progress through to Repêchage round 2, so they're going to give a lot of confidence for that. And with that, flying with confidence, representing La Saladita all the way from Mexico, it's Mauricio Nunez on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you, guys. Winner of the Rep Round 1, Heat number 2, representing Team Mexico, Mauricio Nunez. Felicidades, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. So my English no is the best, but muchas gracias. Super feliz de haber ganado el repechaje. Gracias a toda la gente aquí en El Salvador y a toda mi familia, amigos de Saladita que me están viendo.
So he's super stoked to have made it through the Repêchage, happy to be here and saying hi to his family. So you were here for the Alas Tour. That's the only other time you've been here to Surf City. How were the waves on that trip?
Oh my God, the Salvador have a really good wave. So I'm from La Saladita, this is a left wave, but I'm really feeling super good in right wave because it's so perfect this wave, Las Flores, better shape to this, but I really like this condition.
And so you're in the Repêchage round, but for me, it means you get to surf with just a couple people in the water. It's amazing. You don't normally get a private session here at Sunzal. It had to have been fun.
Yeah, this is the best. I'm staying here 10 days before to the contest with everybody in the free surf, so stay in the water with 3 guys more. This is so fun.
And my last question, Chilequiles rojos or verdes?
Verdes, como la bandera. ¡Viva México, cabrones!
Right on. Thank you so much, and good luck in the next one.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Chilequiles.
Great representation of Mexico. Great performance. He's been a standout in a lot of the free surfs and demonstrating that he's not cracking under pressure there. Of course, he's got good teammates behind him. Coro Banija there, you can see on the left. Gordo, Jonathan Melendrez, a fantastic longboarder. You know, the talent of surfing in Mexico is wide. It is a great culture of surfing, and he's proud to stay in the event. He'll be making a lot of progress potentially through the following repechage rounds, but right now let's catch up on scores as Victor Beaton for Dominican Republic kicks off with the highest score of the heat, a 3.83, the surfer in blue. In second, as far as wave scores go, we got Tito Cesar for Nicaragua with that 2.67, but we've just dropped to 3.43 for the last wave of Do-Yeon Kim, so that puts him in first position, backed up with that 1.07. So our South Korean surfers really doing well. We've seen Lena Munt progressing through to round 3 already of the main event, and that is fantastic. We've got Sujin Park coming up tomorrow, and we've already seen some good performances on the men's side for South Korea.
Yeah, I think with where they're from, it's a very typhoon. They're very based off of typhoons, and I think the size of this wave, they're kind of used to it. They tell me that
when it gets big.
When it gets big, that it's about 7 times a year, and I was like, listen, that's 7 times more than a lot of people.
Yeah.
So you guys got a fighting chance. Don't give up.
Jeju, Jungmun Beach, which is a south-facing break on Jeju Island off the southern tip of South Korea. When the typhoon seasons kicks in, it's tropical warm water at that time of year, cold in the winter but hot in the summer. The surf there can be spectacular if you have the time to swell chase, and if you're a mainland South Korean and you can get down to that island called Jeju, there's some good waves there.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of them, I was kind of chatting with some of them, and that's where they end up going during that summertime and trying to catch those waves, trying to find those typhoons.
So Doi is out there in first position. He's got a 107 and a 3.43, 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Victor Beaton from the Dominican Republic. I'm sure there's a lot of people tuning in who have enjoyed surf trips to the north coast of the Dominican Republic, but also a great surf on the south coast as well. And let's not rule out Dorian Torres, the Costa Rican there, who runs Nazara Longboard Clinics. He's a Central American champion from 2021. He's been surfing since the age of 9. He's an absolute style master, teaching surfing for over 8 years, as Tito Cesar for Nicaragua puts that board on rail, sweeps that cutback, stalls it 2 steps, 4, up to a lock of a 5, gets a soul arch, cleanly walks out of that nose ride, uses the sweeping cross step turn there, and then comes off the bottom, and then comes into the stool here, and then back again into a cutback, and just eyeing up this inside section. Wide stance from the tail as he just checks out if he's got any more opportunities to give any more scores to this ride, but recognizing it's a good chance to kick out. And that was some strong surfing from Tito. So all of these surfers are going to be sitting on kind of fairly decent backup waves.
Yeah, and he's looking really good with someone that I had an ankle injury. I was talking to his brother Axel in the water, and he was just recovering from an ankle injury, and he was trying to protect it. But yeah, it seemed like it was a good wave for him.
Absolutely. Tito Cesar waiting for that score to drop, but Dorian Torres perhaps would be the favorite in this heat, but the Costa Rican, the land of Pura Vida, he's got to get the waves, and that's of course one of the big challenges today. Is there have been some big names who have gone down because they simply didn't get that backup ride. Kiliopaha, one of the examples.
Yeah, and a lot of the times what's happening is that it's almost like they're worried about that paddle out, because that is also time. It's about a 5 to 7 minute paddle out, depending if there's a set coming. So you really have to time it, and you really have to be aware of the sets coming in, almost timing it, as we see White up and riding.
So this is the replay of the second ride of Dorian Torres, and look at that turn. This has got potential to go pretty big on the scores, Mags.
Yeah, you see how he just loaded up those legs to bring that board around. You really using that higher line as he drives his shoulder in it, dropping that knee, really shifting his shoulder towards that whitewash to bring that board around. Beautiful slow-mo here of him just working his way onto the inside. I wonder if this wave gave him another opportunity, just because I know that the waves have been kind of going out to sea and not allowing that double up to happen.
Mr. Pura Vida himself, of course, Dorian Torres, the heart and soul of a lot of events around Central America. A really cool dude and a great stylish regular footer, up and riding right now. Victor Beaton from Dominican Republic, looking to get his second score to add to that 3.80. Walks into a nose ride, so goes into that cross step turn, loses a little bit of control, but just regains his composure, stalling there in this section, and then back into that cross-step turn. But he just seemed to get himself tangled up in those cross-step turns then.
Yeah, I think what happened was he didn't go down low enough for that cross-step turn, and that ended up almost creating like a slingshot for his board to kick him off.
As we see our surfer now in second position, Do Yuen Kim. He kicks out of that wave as it starts to die out with that dropping tide. Still some big sets, but a slight decrease in swell size and a bit of a paddle battle going on now between Tito Cesar and Victor Beaton, Nicaragua and Dominican Republic, but waiting for scores still for Dorian Torres. Kicked off with a 1.07, but could change the situation when that score drops. And Dorian Torres sitting out there with first priority, drops a 7.33, and boom, he puts himself in a commanding situation with first priority, now just needing to replace that low 1.07.
Wow, going from fourth to first with less than 10 minutes left, that is an ego booster and a morale builder. So he's going to be feeling good paddling out. He has first priorities, and he knows he's going to need a second score. So he's going to be on that hunt for that bigger wave. I feel like there's another set coming in, maybe even two more with 8 minutes left, but he's feeling good with that 7.33.
It's been a fascinating day for needing to change strategies, because a lot of heats have come through with slow moments where you had to scramble for action, and then there've been other heats with huge sets where people have been out of position and got cleaned up. So it's not been one of those days where you could look at the previous heat and make a plan. It's been one of those days where you've almost had to react during the heat.
Yeah, exactly how Rachel Tilley was describing how she watched it in the morning, seeing how it was glassy, but there was no point in that, watching when it was glassy, because she knew she was going to have to surf when the tide was high and that the wind was going to start picking up, as we see Dominican Republic surfer Victor Beaton trying to get that second score here. Beautiful nose ride, just trying to really think through these turns here, learning from his mistake that last time, really shifting his shoulders so he could do that cross step turn.
Still going for the cross step turns though. He got a little bit tangled up on that last wave, but he's still, you can tell that stylistically he's considering dropping in that cross step turn to come out of these nose rides. There it is, and there's that tangle. So it's got great potential when done well, but you just get the feeling if he could just slow it down and open it out a little bit, he wouldn't fall off like that.
Yeah, I think for the next wave, if I was coaching him or anything like that, I would tell him to save that almost for the last part of the wave. I want you to complete the wave. That's how you're gonna get across the judges to really finish strong. So we'll see what that comes in for him.
So he's got a 2.6 and a 3.83, so he's in third position, needing a 2.61 to move up into second. Dorian Torres with first priority out there in the lead, carrying that 7.33. He's going to feel good knowing he can get scores in the close to excellent range. He's got a 1.07 to drop, but he's got plenty of time, 6 minutes remaining there, so he's going to be able to get the pick of this set coming in now. It's really nice and clean and open. You can see Dorian in white on the left there, sitting with first priority. It looks like our South Korean surfer in third priority is going to scramble for this and take a nice low line coming off the middle of the wave. Two steps back to the tail there, and then just setting up a bit of a stall with a couple of cross steps, and then thinking about the nose ride, finding a touch of the 5, walking out of the 5, and then just widening the stance, staying in the middle of the wave as it starts to accelerate, and he stretches his foot out, hoping to get a touch of the 5, walks quickly back to the tail. A clean, smooth section ahead. Good composure from our South Korean here, chasing a score of a 4.6 to move up into second. Is this in the benchmark of a 4.6, considering we've had the likes of the 7.33 from Dorian and that high 4.2 from Victor Beaton?
I think it might be a little close. He had a few nose rides. I would have liked to see, he would have solidified a 4 for sure if he had that nose ride out the back, but he was a little off on the shoulder. If he was a little deeper just to get him into that pocket, he might have got that score a little pushed up for him, but we'll see what it gets, because he was kind of on the shoulder a little bit.
Free surfers are getting ready to paddle out. We're moving into the last 4 minutes, 30 seconds of the day. As the day ended yesterday, there was a lot of free surfers hungry to paddle out. But what about this replay? Is it going to be the 4.6 that he needs, Megs?
I think it's going to come really close. It might be a little short just because there was a lot of time stalling, a lot of times looking for the next section, but not actually reacting quickly to it. So I think it'll be close, if not a little short.
Yeah, needed to be nose riding critically through that section there. Did get a touch of the 5, so it's going to feel good about that. But it comes in at a 3.0. So like you said, Megs, just not engaging with the scoring potential of that opening nose ride wall. So much scoring can come from really maximizing a critical nose ride in that open, clean face on takeoff.
Yeah, and you know what's very impressive? He's only been surfing for 6 years.
Wow.
And that's really good. To be representing your country, only surfing for 6 years is amazing. As we see Tito up and riding for Nicaragua here, just trying to find this beautiful line. I know that he really wants to get that score of a 4.26 to get him bump him up to that second place, and actually choosing to kick out on that one, which was a pretty smart plan, knowing that there's another set coming in. So I think he's going to want to regroup and try and get one of these sets.
But big moment for Victor Beaton, who moves up into second with a long nose ride from Dorian Torres. Soul arch on the 5, walks back onto the tail. Nice sweeping cut back and off the bottom, cross-stepping up into the middle of the wave. Walking back to the tail there, doing some great coaching with the wax head. Matt Chernosky there has been helping Dorian with his surfing, and it looks to be paying off with the clean lines and precise timing we're seeing from the Costa Rican here. This is really strong, Megs, as he sets himself up into a drop knee turn and walks quickly out of that drop knee. Bottom turns, again, drop knee off the top, just taking that board back into the pocket on rail and then looking tall there. He's just looking left, right, couple of cross steps to keep that trim speed going, back to the tail to just swing that board back into the shoulder as he goes into one more cut back and walks to the tail, stalls it, has a look on the inside. It's either going to be a kick out or one more nose ride or a float. There it is, landing on the sand in style. Great performance from Dorian Torres. He's going to replace that 1.07, and it might be close to that 7.33.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And it's funny that you said that his coach was Waxhead. I saw a lot of Matt in that wave with those drop knees and those really turning the shoulders, as we see Tito here, Nicaragua, trying to keep his campaign alive, just needing a 4.26 and giving him another opportunity this wave. Is he going to hit it? Smart play on straightening out. I think that would have definitely eaten him alive.
Wow, big heavy section there. He's just got to step off on the sand here. So finishes cleanly. Tito Cesar for Nicaragua, chasing a 4.26, keeping the hopes of Nicaragua and South Korea alive. Tito Cesar and Do Yuen Kim. So Do Yuen Kim gets a 3 for his last wave. He would need a 4.6, but he's not out there in the lineup with 1 minute 10 seconds remaining, with Mr. Pura Vida coming inside to get some congratulations from his fellow Costa Ricans there. Dorian Torres waiting for that score to come in. Could go higher than that 7.3.
Yeah, he came in with more than a minute left, and he knew that that one felt good, and it's gonna keep him up in that first place, unless someone like Victor Beaton can get on this wave and see if we can deliver some good scoring potential. As he gets on this wave, he really had to scratch for that one with 40 seconds left. Slow approach to the nose, beautiful control. turning into that cross step turn, lining up.
But done with control there. That's something that's let him down on a couple of the waves. I mean, considering he's in second, you know, the scoring potential on a lot of his waves would have been higher had he not fallen on his final cross step turn.
I definitely agree on that. I think he was really rushing because he was chasing, and now that he knows he's got second, sometimes that plays a really good mental game for him. It's a good booster, a mental booster for him, and yeah, he's feeling good. He looked way more control in that cross step turn.
Wow, moving all the way through to the inside. Victor Beaton hopefully securing his second place position there, trying to better his low scoring 3.83, but we're still awaiting that last score of Tito Cesar. So Tito needing a 4.26, but it was a pretty strong ride for Tito, so I feel like it could be close.
Yeah, I think it really could, as we see a score dropping for Dorian, a 6.33, so that solidifies his first place.
Yeah, he's going to feel good about that. You know, he's going to be a big threat now in the repechage, you know, probably one of the highest level surfers to have already dropped into men's repechage round 1. So, you know, you're not going to want to meet up with him in repechage round 2, because getting scores like that, you know that he could just be getting his campaign started and before long going up into the excellent range.
Exactly, as we say in the surf world, building house, right? You always want to start with that foundation, and he's got a pretty good foundation with a 7.33 and a 6.33, and it's all he can hope for and train for is to just go up from there.
Big congratulations to Costa Rica securing their spot in men's repechage round 2, but nervous moments for Dominican Republic and Nicaragua. South Korea will not make it, but they have really flown the flag here. So Do-Yeon Kim, he's now in 4th, but is it going to be the score for Victor or Tito? Waiting for that final score to come through. So as it stands right now, Victor on your screen, he's in second position. You can see how much this means. Tito is chasing a 4.26. Our surfer in green, waiting for that score to drop. If it comes lower than that score, Victor Beaton has got his spot in men's repechage round 2, Megs.
And you can tell he's just deliberating with his teammates here, he's a little stressed out, and here we are with Tito kind of just waiting for that score. The judges are really taking their time, because this is what's going to make the difference between going into that repechage or being out.
Nicaragua, Dominican Republic, nervous moments. Dominican Republic, of course, a Caribbean nation. Nicaragua has both a Caribbean and a Pacific coastline in Central America. Is it going to be enough? A 4.26. Those long rides getting closely studied there, as we can see Victor there on screen, just really hoping. And there's Tito also hoping, waiting. This is classic. What a great way to end the day with a nail biter. And I know that Tito put everything into that ride, so it's going to be close.
Yeah, and it would be the last heat, of course. It would be the last heat, and now everyone's just kind of making their way out for their free surf as they're waiting for this score, anticipating. Oh, I do not miss this moment at all. Do you?
Oh, wow. It's the worst feeling to be sitting there early in the event, knowing that you're borderline. And the feeling of getting through, you know, you reset. The feeling of not getting through, you just reflect on that, and you wish you could kind of rewind time and make changes, but we can't rewind time.
Yeah, and the great words of Mason Ho, he would always say, I didn't lose a heat. I just ran out of time.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So the judges just must be close now. They would have looked at those video replays, comparing those rides. They've got benchmark scores, chasing that 4.26. They have seen the likes of a 4.2 already from Victor Beaton, so they'll have a reference point. They'll know, was it a stronger ride than that 4.20? Did it fit that criteria, using all of the board, all of the wave, traditional longboard surfing, cross-stepping in and out of the rail work, and it's a 4.57.
Wow!
And Tito Cesar for Nicaragua in a buzzer beater advances into men's repechage round 2, and what a fantastic bit of camaraderie between Nicaragua and Dominican Republic. You can see that Victor Beaton was you know, genuinely pleased for him. Of course he's going to be disappointed, but genuinely pleased for that moment there, because he saw his fellow Central American get into second. And with that, let's go down to another Central American, Mr. Pura Vida, Costa Rican, Dorian Torres. You just booked yourself a spot in Repêchage round 2.
Thanks, guys. Here with our Rep round 1, heat number 3 winner, Costa Rica's Dorian Torres. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It's pretty fun out there.
Yeah, so you displayed amazing surfing. I love your drop knee turns and just beautiful style out there. They were mentioning that you've been doing some training with Waxhead, and how has that helped your game?
Yes, I actually reached out to him just to help me out with my surfing because I've been trying. I want to get into the tour, you know, so I got some help from him, and he's been great to work with him.
That's beautiful. How long have you been longboarding?
Maybe about 8 years, yeah.
When you first started longboarding, who were some of the pros that you would look at their style, kind of study, and try to surf like?
I used to watch a lot of Kai Salas and Joel Tudor. You know, they used to be and Phil Rasman too. They used to be like the main guys that I used to watch a lot, and I kind of was trying to pick up something from them, you know, from each one.
And how good does it feel to be bringing your country through to another round?
Yeah, it does feel good. Sometimes you just feel a lot of pressure on us, you know, but I definitely I'm capable of bringing a lot to my country, especially in longboarding.
You definitely showed it in this heat. So I'm going to let you give a little message to people at home who are supporting you and rooting you on.
Me gustaría decir un saludo a Fayer desde Samara que me está viendo. Saludos y a mi familia que me está apoyando. Muchas gracias. Pura vida.
All right, pura vida. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Pura Vida, Dorian Torres representing Costa Rica, and what a great moment there for Nicaragua, taking that second place position at the end. And it's been a pleasure, surf fans, to have your company. Thanks for tuning in for day 2. It's been a lot of brilliant surfing, a big swell. Megs, highlight of the day for you?
I think the women's heat, where the Hono and Rachel were very relaxed, putting on a clinic almost. So it's going to be exciting.
We've got a lot to look forward to tomorrow. We'll be continuing the Repêchage, men's and women's tomorrow. It's going to be another big day live from Surf City, El Salvador for the continuation of the 2024 ISA World Longboard Championship. So join us bright and early tomorrow. And in the meantime, sit back and watch some of the brilliant highlights of today's action.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know?
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.